Whether my brain should be put in storage or not, I'd say it probably should. Baby, it's the first day of school. Let me show you a handsome photo of your husband. Remember to pick your husband up at the school gate later. After sending the voice message, Lin Yun posed cheerfully for the camera inside the bus, smiling with narrowed eyes. He then sent over a photo of himself together with the bus seat. Less than 3 seconds later, his phone vibrated twice. Wang Shui, isn't there a car at home? Why are they still letting you take the bus? Lin Yun, forget it, that shabby little motorbike is still needed by my dad to ferry passengers. Wang Shui, the two-seater you mentioned before, that was a motorbike. Lin Yun, what's wrong with that? Yet right after he sent the message, a small red exclamation mark popped up. What's going on? He muttered. Stunned, Lin Yun quickly dialed her number. The subscriber you have dialed is currently on another call. Please try again later. Come on. Even my calls are blocked now, he exclaimed. Lin Yun was completely dumbfounded. Being deleted on WeChat might still be chalked up to a misclick, but having his number blocked as well was clearly more than just a simple mistake. Now everything was painfully clear. He, on his very first online romance, had been dumped. He slid his fingers back to the WeChat interface and stared at the photo he had sent, his face full of gloom. I look pretty handsome. Why did she block me? He murmured. That two-seater not being a motorbike, what else could it be? Did that girl actually think it was a sports car? He sighed twice in helplessness and was just about to put his phone away. Ding. System of the godly Tycoon binding in progress. Binding successful. Newbie mission issued. What on earth? For a split second, Lin Yun's mind buzzed, but being well-versed in web novels, he quickly came to his senses. He had just bound with the legendary system. And not just any system, but an outrageously powerful godly Tycoon system. Damn, I've made it. A sharp gleam burst into his eyes, and he almost couldn't suppress the urge to leap up from his seat. Once he calmed his emotions a little and remembered there was still a mission to complete, he drew a deep breath and began to pray inwardly. He hoped the system's newbie mission would be something simple. Newbie mission: successfully give up your seat to someone on the bus. Reward upon success: a top configuration Kawasaki H2. Penalty upon failure: none. Just by giving up my seat. And I can get a top configuration Kawasaki H2. Lin Yun's pupils dilated, joy nearly spilling out of his eyes. Even though there was only one motorbike at home, that didn't stop him from knowing the prices of those expensive machines. The Kawasaki H2, that was a top-tier superbike. The standard version already cost over 400,000 yuan on the road, let alone the top configuration at more than 700,000. Just imagining that he was about to obtain the machine of his dreams made his heart race. He immediately began to scan his surroundings. Unfortunately, throughout the entire bus, although many people were standing, there were no elderly passengers or pregnant women who obviously needed a seat. Most of the passengers were university students like him, carrying backpacks or pulling suitcases. He thought for less than 3 seconds, then for the sake of obtaining the reward, quickly made up his mind. He simply reached out and tapped the suitcase of the girl standing beside him. Once he had her attention, he bared his teeth in what he believed was a kindly smile. Hey, you must be tired from standing. This seat is yours. He had thought that after saying this he would receive sincere thanks from a girl. Instead, the girl merely hunched her shoulders and retreated a few steps, looking somewhat frightened. Lin Yun fell silent. At that moment, the bus happened to pull into a new stop. An elderly woman with a carrying basket on her back slowly boarded the bus. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. He sprang to his feet. Grandma! He hadn't even finished calling out. A young man seated further toward the front had already moved ahead of him, guiding the old lady to a newly vacated seat. Lin Yun's body froze halfway up. Watching that guy rush to offer his seat, Lin Yun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. On normal days, seats were fought over by dozens of people. Why was it that today he couldn't even manage to give his away? Are you getting off soon? The girl from before approached timidly and spoke in a low voice. Lin Yun glanced at the route sign in the upper right corner of the bus. There were still 6 or 7 stops before they reached Jiangxing University. But in order to get rid of his seat as soon as possible, he nodded quickly. Yes, that's right. I'll be getting off very soon. Without waiting for the girl to react, he stood and at great speed guided her into the seat. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission complete. Reward 1 top configuration Kawasaki H2. Please designate a collection point. A collection point. Lin Yun thought for a moment. In his heart, he silently instructed, set it at the next bus stop. Collection point set successfully. Hearing the prompt echo in his mind, Lin Yun rubbed his hands together in eager anticipation. It was a top-tier machine worth more than 700,000 yuan. Previously, he could only stare at it with greedy eyes. Now, he could finally become an owner and revel in it. Young man, you're quite something, always thinking of giving up your seat. While he was luxuriating in his thoughts of the future, a middle-aged auntie in front of him couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Lin Yun answered with a smile, it's the right thing to do, of course. The auntie continued chatting. You youngsters really have kind hearts. You must be studying at Jiangxing University nearby? Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback. For an instant, he didn't know how to answer. If he admitted he was indeed studying at Jiangxing University, then the lie he had just told about getting off soon would collapse on its own. Seeing that Lin Yun hadn't replied, the Andy went on. Just looking at your backpack, anyone can tell you're a university. My son is about your age. If he hadn't dropped out in junior high, he should also be going to university like you now. Hearing the note of regret in her voice, Lin Yun couldn't help but offer comfort. Don't worry, Andy. All roads lead to Rome. You're right. The Andy nodded, then suddenly changed her tone. Luckily, he did drop out in junior high. After a few years working hard in society, he can now afford his own car. Otherwise, he'd be stuck riding the bus like you all. Lin Yun was speechless. He barely restrained the urge to kick something, instead turning his head away and choosing not to respond. Yet the Annie had no intention of letting this chance to show off slip by. Relentlessly, she went on, young man, you're an educated university student and look decent too. After you graduate, you can come work at my son's restaurant. I promise the salary will be high. Seeing that her mouth had no filter at all, Lin Yun's mind flashed, and he suddenly asked, Annie, since your son already has a car, why are you still taking the bus? With that single question, the Auntie's mouth stopped moving. The surrounding passengers adopted the attitude of spectators watching a good show. After quite a while, the Auntie finally stammered. Well, my son bought a motorbike. It's not really suitable for me to ride. A motorbike? You can get one for 10 or 20,000, can't you? A voice suddenly chimed in from the crowd. The Auntie immediately grew flustered. Who says so? My son's motorbike is very expensive. It costs more than 30,000. As she spoke, something must have happened up ahead on the road. The entire lane became completely jammed, and the bus was forced to stop. More than 30,000. When they heard that price, quite a few people couldn't help bursting into laughter. One of them pointed at a motorbike loaded on a nearby truck. He scoffed, and see that? This kind of machine is what you call expensive. A top configuration Kawasaki H2, worth more than 700,000. Over 700,000. Countless people stared in amazement. When they saw that there truly was a handsome, streamlined machine there, they couldn't help raising their phones and starting to take pictures. A motorbike worth more than 700,000 yuan. Anyone who could afford such a machine surely had several sports cars parked at their villa at home. As the clicking of shutters sounded again and again, the Auntie said sourly, so what? No matter how expensive it isn't yours. All you can do is take pictures to feast your eyes on it. No sooner had her words fallen than a melodious ringtone chimed in the carriage. Lin Yun took out his phone, saw that it was an unfamiliar number, and tapped to answer. Hello, Mr. Lin. Due to a traffic jam on North Road, the vehicle you purchased may arrive a little later than expected. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, and will be sending you a fuel card worth 5,000 yuan as compensation. Because his phone was old, the sound was often as faint as a mosquito's buzz. So Lin Yun had long set it to automatically switch to speaker mode for every call. This apology therefore rang clearly in the ears of every passenger on the bus. The atmosphere inside the bus froze in an instant. A vehicle? What vehicle? Could it possibly be that top configuration Kawasaki H2 worth more than 700,000 yuan on the truck, right beside them? Every gaze snapped toward the young man holding the phone. Under the collective stare, Lin Yun felt a little uncomfortable, yet he still replied quickly, all right, no problem. Thank you for your understanding, sir. With that, the call ended. A guy on the bus who was passionate about motorcycles could no longer hold back. He was the first to speak up. Bro, they said on the phone you bought a bike. That wouldn't happen to be the one beside us, would it? As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed toward the strikingly cool Kawasaki H2 strapped to the truck outside the window. Curious looks followed one after another. Spending over 700,000 yuan on a motorcycle, yet dressing so plainly. Could he be one of those legendary low-key rich second generations? A middle-aged woman lounging in her seat with one leg cocked over the other curled her lips into a smirk. Without waiting for Lin Yun to respond, she cut in first. TCH, are you all stupid? Didn't you say that bike is worth more than 700,000? Look at how ordinary this young man is dressed. He still has to squeeze onto a bus and can't even be bothered to hail a cab. How could someone like him possibly spend that kind of money on a motorcycle? Her words were a bit harsh, but not entirely unreasonable. At a glance, everyone could tell the young man on the phone was wearing stall-bought clothes that could be had for just a few dozen yuan. For a moment, opinions flew in all directions. I don't think it's likely. Anyone who can afford a bike over 700,000 is bound to be some ultra-rich heir. Even if they're not in top-tier luxury brands, they definitely wouldn't be dressed in clothes worth only a few dozen yuan. What if he's just keeping a low profile? Didn't you hear the call say that just for being a little late, he'd be compensated with a 5,000 yuan fuel card? That's 5,000 yuan, perfectly matching a motorcycle worth more than 700,000. The bus carriage grew completely boisterous. Lin Yun idly scratched his ear, looking at everyone with amusement. Ahem. Stop guessing, everyone. The bike is indeed mine. Hearing it confirmed from the owner himself, everyone involuntarily sucked in a cold breath. They couldn't believe that such an ordinarily dressed young man was actually an ultra-rich second generation. At that moment, the middle-aged woman in her seat let out a laugh at the worst possible time. Young man, fooling us is one thing, but don't fool yourself as well. If you ask me, you must have felt upset because I said you didn't have a vehicle, so you secretly sent someone a message and had them call to say all that on purpose. Seeing the expression on her face, Lin Yun's interest was piqued as well. One hand slid into his pocket while the other grasped the bus's hanging strap. Auntie, if the motorcycle truly is mine, what will you say then? If it really is yours, I'll eat the durian rind in this bag. The woman gave the plastic bag in her hand, a little shake rolled her eyes, her face full of disdain. She did not believe in any rich people deliberately keeping a low profile, hiding in plain sight among ordinary folks. In her view, anyone with that kind of money would be frantically buying luxury cars and high-end brands. Hearing her bold declaration, Lin Yun merely shrugged with a smile. Everyone heard that clearly. That's what Annie said. As soon as he spoke, voices rose in agreement. Bro, I really like low-key rich guys like you. Today you absolutely have to give Annie a solid slap in the face. When I heard her indirectly bragging about her son just now, I was already annoyed. Exactly. Who says wealthy people can't ride the bus? I've got tens of millions sitting in my account. Have I ever made a fuss about it? I still ride the bus to work every single day. Lin Yun let out a faint smile. He took out his phone and dialed the number that had called him earlier. The call was answered after just 2 or 3 rings. On the other end, still thinking he was being urged, the man continued to apologize. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Lin. This road is still jammed. It's fine. There's a bus to your left. Just wave toward it. Wave toward the bus. Lin Yun ended the call after speaking. A few seconds later, the window of the small truck slid open and a gloved hand stretched out, waving toward the bus. Whoa, bro, you're incredible. The bike really is yours. Seeing that white-gloved hand, quite a few people inside the bus cried out in delight. Some passengers who had been wavering could no longer deny it. The way they looked at Lin Yun began to change. This was a top-tier rich heir who could afford a motorcycle worth over 700,000 yuan, yet he was riding the same bus as them. If they told this story later, hardly anyone would believe it. The middle-aged woman's eyes widened, her face draining of color. The leg she had previously propped up dropped down involuntarily. The girl sitting behind the woman, the one to whom Lin Yun had given his seat, spoke in a soft, measured voice. Annie, when you peel off the durian rind to eat it later, could you leave the flesh inside for me? Her words set off a wave of laughter throughout the bus. Haha, Annie, hurry up and eat. I'll start a live stream right now and show everyone that durian rind is actually edible. I'm dying of laughter. And she still had the nerve to brag about her son. Didn't expect her to kick an iron plate today, did she? Just then, by coincidence, the traffic ahead began to inch forward. The woman's complexion shifted, turning green then white. She knew she had been thoroughly humiliated today. She simply shut her eyes. Her sole strategy was to neither hear nor see, and thus know nothing. As soon as they reached the next stop, she snatched up the plastic bag, holding the durian, and dashed off the bus like the wind. Lin Yun merely chuckled at this. He had never intended to push things too far. After all, if the woman acted on impulse and really ate the durian rind, then on the first day of term, he would be entering a police station instead of his university. Once he got off the bus, the small truck happened to pull up as well. Several middle-aged men worked together to slide the motorcycle down from the truck. They handed Lin Yun the keys, the documents, and several exquisite gift boxes. Mr. Lin, we're very sorry for being late. This fuel card is a small token of our apology. Looking at the fuel card being offered, Lin Yun nodded and casually slipped it into his pocket. Although he had now completed the system's novice task and obtained a top configuration Kawasaki H2 worth over 700,000 yuan, the balance on his phone wasn't even enough to cover a few refuels. This fuel card was truly a life-saving boon. After the delivery men left, Lin Yun turned his gaze upon the motorcycle before him. The matte black body, accented with Kawasaki's signature green stripes, and its myriad novel contours gave it a fierce high-tech aura. The entire machine was like a bolt of lightning in the night, so devastatingly handsome, it was almost cruel. TSK, perfect. Worthy indeed of its 700,000 plus price tag. Unable to wait any longer, he tore open the exquisite gift boxes. He put on a helmet that matched the bike's body exceptionally well and swung a leg over the seat. Virum, a deep roar sprang to life. Lin Yun glanced at the map to his university on his phone. Following the route on the map, he sped off toward Jiangqing University. Jiangqing University. As Lin Yun rode his Kawasaki H2 to the east gate, he instantly became the center of attention, drawing the gazes of new students and seniors alike. Those who didn't like motorcycles merely regarded him as a spirited young man and didn't pay much attention. A top configuration motorcycle worth over 700,000. Which super-rich second generation is coming to our school, hey? Upon hearing someone in the crowd mention the motorcycle's price, the new students and seniors could no longer stand still and couldn't help but take out their phones to capture both the bike and its rider. The security guard initially intended to yell for him to stop, but upon learning the price of the motorcycle, his tone unconsciously softened. Student, you need to show your student ID to bring the vehicle in. If you're a freshman, you'll need to present your admission notice and other relevant documents and register your vehicle information. Okay, just a moment. Lin Yun rode up to the gatekeeper preparing to dig through his backpack for his admission notice. At that moment, a Mercedes worth over 500 slowly approached from behind. The car owner was also a freshman. Due to some nearsightedness, he saw a motorcycle ahead and instinctively thought it was just a cheap bike worth 1 or 2,000. With a sense of superiority, he rolled down his window and shouted, "Hey, that old motorcycle in front, can you speed it up?" Old motorcycle. Everyone who knew the motorcycle's price shot the car owner a look of disbelief. Good grief, if a motorcycle worth over 700 is just an old bike, then what does that make your Mercedes worth over 500? Trash. Seeing that his shout had no effect, the Mercedes owner honked in annoyance. Another security guard who had been watching the motorcycle with keen interest approached, briskly, baton in hand. "Hey, which department are you from? Don't you know you can't honk at the school gate?" "I'm Wang Feng, a freshman from the finance department." "What are you security guards doing? Can't you make that old motorcycle move aside and let me through first?" Wang Feng sneered a few times, holding his head high and tapping the steering wheel, indicating that his car was worth over 500. The security guard merely glanced at the vehicle disinterestedly. "Don't you understand the principle of first come, first served? Form a proper line. If you keep honking like that, I'll just call your advisor." After a slight warning, he returned to the gate, continuing to admire the eye-catching motorcycle under the sunlight. Damn it. Wang Feng was furious at this scene. This car was a gift he had begged his parents for hundreds of times after getting into university. He had intended to show off as soon as school started, but here he was getting slapped in the face right at the school gate. Wang Feng wanted to honk again, but recalling what the security guard had just said, he gritted his teeth and held back. However, in order to save face, he still leaned out of the window and yelled, "Hurry up, it's just an old motorcycle. How can it cause so much delay?" Lin Yun, who had just finished registering his vehicle information, put down his pen and, looking through his helmet, fixed his gaze on the shouting Mercedes owner. "Form a line instead of whining. Can't you enter through another gate if you can't wait?" "Hey, who are you calling whining?" Wang Feng had come to school with a sense of superiority. Being talked to like that was unacceptable. He immediately got out of the car and walked over. "What do you mean whining? Can't you see how much my vehicle is worth? Do I have to wait for you?" As he approached only 2 or 3 meters away, he finally saw the motorcycle in its entirety and was momentarily stunned, his legs going weak. A top configuration Kawasaki H2. As a minor rich second generation, he naturally recognized this top-tier motorcycle, which was worth tens of thousands more than his Mercedes. For someone who could afford such a motorcycle, it would be easier to crush him, a minor rich second generation, than to crush a chicken. Lin Yun observed the reaction of the Mercedes owner. With a cold smile, he said, "Then why don't you tell me how much my old motorcycle is worth?" I. Wang Feng broke into a cold sweat. At that moment, he wished he could slap both his cheeks. Why did he forget to wear his glasses today and provoke this unknown rich kid? Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he forced a smile. Sorry, my eyesight isn't great. I didn't see your car clearly just now. So, if I were just a regular motorcycle, you could yell at me, right?" No. Wang Feng waved his hands frantically. Fearing that he might bring trouble to his family, he quickly slapped his own face lightly. "I spoke out of turn, bro. Please don't take it to heart." "Who's your bro?" Yes, I'm not worthy." Wang Feng stammered, struggling to find a proper term. Seeing that the car owner was apologetic, Lin Yun didn't bother to hold it against him. After getting back on his bike, he followed the road signs to the school parking lot. After parking among a crowd of motorcycles, he removed his helmet, completed his registration at the new student check-in, and went upstairs directly after receiving his key from the dormitory manager. "Room 301, this is it. I hope I don't encounter any outrageous roommates." Before coming, while scrolling through short videos, he had come across various complaints. In short, the larger the forest, the more kinds of birds there are. If things are normal, it's fine, but if he encounters a troublesome type, the only solution would be to move dorms. As he opened the door, 3 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. "Wow, we've got a handsome guy in our dorm. Come in, bro, our dorm's good looks rely on you and me." 2 of them chuckled. A quick glance showed they seemed easy to get along with. Soon after introductions, Lin Yun had a preliminary understanding of his 3 roommates. The 2 outgoing and friendly ones were Wu Tao and Li Yan. Judging by their clothing and the various equipment on the table, it was clear their family conditions were decent. The other one, who was a bit shy and quiet, was named Su Wenkai. His family conditions seemed average, likely similar to Lin Yun's before he got the system. Meeting his fate. "Since we've been assigned to the same dorm, why don't we rank ourselves by age like in those movies?" Wu Tao chuckled, taking out his ID card. "I'll go first. I repeated a year after failing the college entrance exam last year, so I should be a year older than you guys. Seems the title of Big Brother belongs to me." Hearing Wu Tao's words, the others immediately gave him the finger in disdain. However, when all 4 ID cards were laid out together, Wu Tao was left dumbfounded. "Wait, Lin Yun, how come you're even older than me by a year? Did you repeat twice? Yes, that's right. Lin Yun's gaze floated as he replied. His actual age was the same as Li Yin and Su Wenkai. It was just that when he was registered at birth the elders had mistakenly added 2 years. Wu Tao looked crestfallen. No way, I don't want to be known as the second oldest. Second oldest. Second oldest. Second oldest. The 3 shouts of second oldest left Wu Tao, who had initially proposed the age ranking, feeling utter. The time had come to the afternoon. Lin Yun received a text message indicating that his package had arrived. After informing his roommates, he walked out of the dormitory towards the campus delivery station. On the way to the delivery station, Lin Yun had to pass through the parking lot. As he leisurely approached the edge of the parking lot, he noticed a girl whose features he could not clearly discern sitting on his motorcycle, while another person nearby seemed to be filming. Seeing this, Lin Yun turned on his heel and changed direction, walking into the parking lot. Task issue detected that one of the campus beauty queens of Jiangxing University, Wang Qingxue, is currently sitting on the host's motorcycle taking photos. Please ask the host to politely request Wang Qingxue to get off the bike. Success reward: a spacious apartment in a high-end community near Jiangxing University. Failure penalty none. Wang Qingxue. Lin Yun halted his steps, his mouth slightly agape, filled with disbelief. He had thought that after being blocked by this woman, he would have no further connections with her. Unexpectedly, on his first day at school, he encountered her. Moreover, it triggered a system task that could reward him with a luxury apartment. However, he was truly unaware that his online girlfriend was actually one of the campus beauties. He did not proceed further, but instead took out his phone to check Jiangxing University's official website. Sure enough, in the most popular post on the official website, there it was, the ranking of the 8 campus beauties of Jiangxing University. Wang Qingxue was ranked 7th. Her photo depicted her as delicate, sweet, and full of youthful vibrancy. He turned off his phone and put it back in his bag, amused as he took out the keys from his pocket and continued towards the area where his motorcycle was parked. The angle isn't right, you need to shift a little to the right. Yes, just like that. Lin Yun's voice rang out. Both girls, one filming and the other being filmed, froze in surprise. The girl with the camera moved it aside and said, unpleased, "Hey handsome, who are you? Don't interrupt our photo shoot." As for Wang Qingxue, who was sitting on the bike sipping a drink, upon seeing Lin Yun, she nearly sprayed the drink out. At first she thought he was just another clueless suitor at school, never expecting that he was actually her online boyfriend for 3 months, whom she had assumed to be a rich second generation, but was in fact the ex-boyfriend from an ordinary family. Lin Yun did not respond, but instead walked over to Wang Qingxue with a smile. One had to admit, being one of the campus beauties did come with some charm. Her sweet little face was even more exquisite and striking than in the photos. He hugged Wang Qingxue and made a thumbs-up gesture to the filming girl. Of course, I am King's boyfriend. As he spoke, before Wang Qingxue could react, he planted a kiss on her cheek. Thud. The equipment fell to the solid ground. Wang Qingxue's friend Su Wan looked like a statue, staring blankly at the two. Wang Qingxue's fair face instantly turned crimson. She pushed Lin Yun away, her bright eyes fixed on him. Lin Yun, you bastard, we've already broken up. Do you believe I will sue you? Broken up? Lin Yun innocently waved his hand. No, from the moment we started dating until now, it seems you have never said anything about breaking up, have you? What he said was indeed true. On the bus, although Wang Qingxue had blocked and deleted all his contact information, she had not mentioned breaking up before that. Wang Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that was indeed the case. At that time, when she angrily deleted her online boyfriend, she had completely forgotten to say the words break up to him. Su Wan, standing nearby, seemed to have heard a shocking revelation. She covered her mouth in surprise. Qingxue, you actually fell in love? No, don't listen to this person's nonsense. Wang Qingxue hurriedly denied. I only know him online. Today is the first time we've met in reality. Still an online romance. Su Wan was even more shocked. Wang Qingxue helplessly rubbed her forehead, knowing that the more she explained, the worse it would get. She could only wipe her cheek, which had just been kissed, glaring fiercely at Lin Yun. Fine, I'll make it very clear now, we are already broken up. Let's each go our own way from now on. All right. Lin Yun nodded nonchalantly. In that case, I kindly ask the great campus beauty, please get off your ex-boyfriend's motorcycle. What do you mean? Wang Qingxue looked down at the motorcycle beneath her, speechless. Lin Yun, you can't be saying that this top-spec motorcycle worth over 7,000 is yours, right? Lin Yun blinked. What else could it be? Wang Qingxue sighed. All right, I know you don't want to break up, but matters of the heart cannot be forced. If you leave now, I won't pursue the matter of you just being inappropriate with me. Even if we can't be lovers, we can still be. In her view, this online boyfriend might have been stimulated and had started to lose his mind. If they hadn't met in person or exchanged photos beforehand, she might have been able to believe it. But now just a glance at Lin Yun showed he was wearing clothes that cost only a few dozen yuan from a street vendor. Nobody would believe him. Lin Yun knew he could not convince her. Resolutely, he took out the motorcycle key. Now can you get off? Upon seeing the key, Wang Qingxue simply rolled her eyes at Lin Yun. You are not trying to say that's the key to your family's scooter, are you? Lin Yun. This girl really wouldn't give up until she saw the coffin. Not wanting to waste more words, he directly inserted the key into the ignition of the motorcycle, giving it a gentle twist. The dashboard suddenly lit up with a deep blue glow, and the entire bike slowly awakened like a slumbering mechanical beast. Wang Qingxue was startled. She looked up, her eyes sparkling with shock. This bike is really yours? Absolutely authentic. Then you previously said your family had a scooter. Indeed, we have a scooter at home. My dad is riding it right now. Lin Yun answered every question. He then pulled the key out, looking at her with a sly smile. Miss Wang, can you now get off? As Wang Qingxue got off the bike, a system notification suddenly rang in Lin Yun's mind. Congratulations, host, task completed. Reward: a spacious apartment in a high-end community. Relevant documents have been automatically placed in the living room. The key is in the safe on the first floor, and the password is the host's birthday. Please collect it yourself. Okay, the apartment is credited. Lin Yun didn't even bother to pick up the package, excitedly jumped on the bike and twisted the throttle, heading off to check out his new apartment. After Lin Yun left, the two girls were still in a daze. Suwon couldn't help but speak up. Qingxue, what's going on? How did you suddenly start dating? Wang Qingxue's brow furrowed, and after a long pause she finally opened her mouth, smiling bitterly. Actually, he's my online boyfriend, but I just kicked him to the curb this morning. Why? Didn't you always want to find a wealthy second generation with good values? Did you discover that this rich second generation doesn't have good values? Suwon asked in confusion. On the contrary, Wang Qingxue sighed helplessly. His values are fine. I started chatting with him after seeing some of his posts on social media. I had seen him mention that his family had 2 cars, thinking he was a rich second generation. But today he said those 2 cars were scooters, and I thought to cut my losses and deleted him. Lin Yun, after viewing his spacious apartment, contentedly pocketed the keys and drove back to school. Wu Tao wore a face full of grievances as he picked up his phone and pointed at the messages inside. Originally, we planned to go out for drinks on the first day, but then the counselor announced in the group that we need to pick up our military training uniforms, asking all the boys to stand by and collect the outfits for the whole class to distribute later. Lin Yun walked to the bottom of his bed, took the package he had retrieved earlier, and placed it under his desk. It's fine, we can drink anytime. We can just wait until after the military training. Wu Tao sighed, putting down his phone and continuing to complain. If I had known this major would be such a grind, I would have chosen a different one. Old 2. Li Yan patted Wu Tao on the shoulder. Our major does have advantages that others lack. Just think about it, every time we enter the classroom, all we see are lovely soft girls. Isn't that better than a classroom full of sweaty guys? As he said this, he became interested, raising his brows and glancing around at the faces of the others. Speaking of which, why did we choose the English major with the most girls? Was it because we thought it would be easier to meet? I chose it because I thought I would get in easily, so I filled in the rest of the schools randomly. Su Wenkai, who wore glasses and rarely spoke, quickly clarified. Wu Tao, on the other hand, revealed a lecherous smile. My cousin is in the English major. She said that nearly 90 of the class are girls. As soon as I heard that, I chose this major without a second thought. Hearing this, Lin Yun couldn't help but roll his eyes in his seat. Good gracious, it turns out none of these 3 came to the English major out of genuine interest. Wu Tao noticed Lin Yun's little action and immediately asked, Old boss, why did you come to the English major? Ahem. Lin Yun cleared his throat. As the leader, he had to set an example and take a good lead. He immediately struck a righteous pose. Of course it's because of my passion. I've loved English since middle school. Really? The others looked at him with skeptical gazes. Lin Yun remained composed. Of course it's true. The others exchanged glances, lowering their heads, somewhat disgruntled. They never expected that there was indeed a boy who signed up for the major out of love for English. Seeing that the others believed him wholeheartedly, Lin Yun quietly pressed down his phone screen, hiding the image of a blonde with big waves. Before long, he received a message from the counselor instructing the last 7 boys in the class to go pick up the clothes containing the military training uniforms. Li Yan and Wu Tao quickly tidied themselves up, fixing their hairstyles and changing clothes. Lin Yun looked at the 2 with disdain. You're just moving some books. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were going on a date. Old boss, you don't understand. First impressions are incredibly important. As long as the first impression is good, the success rate of courting girls will greatly increase. Wu Tao, flamboyantly spraying hair gel in front of the mirror, explained. Lin Yun initially wanted to give him the finger, but he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He took out his phone and opened WeChat, which had a small red indicating a friend request. Friend request Shueqingqing. Note at me back, I want to ask you something. Seeing that it was Wang Qingxue who had deleted him, wanting to add him back, he coldly snorted in his heart, directly clicking reject and blocking her. As if Lin Yun also had his dignity. Alright. Since she deleted him, now wanting to add him back was simply a pipe dream. The already dressed Li Yin happened to see this scene. Curiously, he asked, "Old boss, who is this Xue Qingqing? Why did you reject her request directly? Just an irrelevant person." Lin Yun calmly turned off his phone. At first he might have felt a little sad, but after all it was just an online relationship. That small emotion dissipated within a few hours. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Wang Qingxue stared blankly at her phone. No way, rejected in seconds. As the campus belle, she was used to others initiating contact with her. But now she was directly rejected within 3 seconds of initiating contact. Su Wan leaned in closer. "Qingxue, is it because you deleted him too quickly today that he's still angry?" "I don't know." Wang Qingxue shook her head in confusion. She hadn't expected to be rejected so directly. Su Wan stood up to take a look at the rejection screen on her phone and quietly asked, "Qingxue, what do you think? Do you want to reconcile, or?" Wang Qingxue felt silent hesitation flickering in her eyes. She actually didn't like him that much in their online relationship, but she still appreciated his character. If it weren't for that comment, she would have been ready to dress up beautifully today to welcome him. Seeing Wang Qingxue's indecision, Su Wan suddenly took her hand. "If you like him, go after him. Just think about it, a handsome guy with a good character and a super wealthy family. He's probably unique in our school. If you don't seize this opportunity, he'll definitely be snatched away by other girls in no time." "All right. Fine." Wang Qingxue nodded slightly. After sitting down, she unprecedentedly began searching for pursuit tutorials. Meanwhile, Lin Yun and the others arrived at the place to collect the military training uniforms for their class, but they didn't find the other 3 boys from their class. Wu Tao looked around in puzzlement. At this time, they were already late for collecting their military training uniforms. But outside, apart from the teacher distributing the uniforms, there were only the 4 of them. "Hey, are you from English class too? Hurry up and collect your military training clothes." The teacher pointed to the 6 large boxes at the door. Although Lin Yun and the others wanted to wait a bit longer, they realized that time was passing, so they each picked up a box. "Old boss, what about the other 2 boxes?" Wu Tao kicked the remaining 2 boxes. Lin Yun glanced at them. "Just leave them here. The other 3 can carry them back to the classroom when they arrive." "Okay." The 4 of them quickened their pace, and in just 7 or 8 minutes they arrived outside the classroom. Since the teacher had notified them in advance to collect the military training uniforms, the classroom was almost filled with only a few seats left in the back. As Lin Yun led the way into the classroom, he saw 3 boys smiling and chatting with the girls inside. Frowning, he put down the box and walked over. Wu Tao, seeing that Lin Yun was about to blow his top, rushed over first to the boy who was trying to get the girls' WeChat. Didn't the counselor say all the boys in the class should go pick up the clothes? What's going on here? You guys can just carry a few boxes yourselves, right?" The boy who was trying to get the WeChat waved his hand impatiently, continuing to smile at the girl in front of him. "Beauty, I'm Wangi. Can you add me as a friend? We'll be classmates from now on." Wu Tao was shocked. He never expected that among his classmates there would be such shameless people. The girl who was being hit on looked somewhat impatient. She wanted to refuse, but when she saw a few boys walking ahead, her eyes lit up. "Hey, you're in this class too?" She followed the girl's gaze. All the boys present, as well as some girls, had their eyes fixed on the handsome and clean-looking boy in the center of the 4. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Lin Yun couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. He also didn't expect such a coincidence. The girl who had him give up his seat on the bus turned out to be in the same class. "What a coincidence," he replied simply. His gaze fell on the boy who had failed to add him as a friend. Coldly, he said, "There are still 2 boxes left to move. You 3 should decide which 2 of you will go get them. Wait, with just a few boxes like these, can't all 4 of you just grab them?" Wang Yi was quite displeased due to his failed attempt at flirting. With a loud bang, he stood up and stared unyieldingly at Lin Yun and the others. Lin Yun nearly burst into laughter at this scene. Being tall, he couldn't be bothered to waste words and directly lifted Wang Yi like a chick and took him to the cardboard boxes. "Come on, try carrying 2 at once." "What the heck? Are you looking for death? Do you know who I am?" "I don't care." Amidst the noise, the instructor walked in wearing high heels. After understanding the situation, she looked sharply at Wang Yi and the other 2 boys who were pretending to be dead. "You 3 hurry up and bring the remaining 2 boxes over." With the instructor's command, the 3 had no choice but to leave in a dejected manner. Before leaving, they shot a threatening glare at Lin Yun and the others. Lin Yun didn't mind this little episode. He took a seat in the back and began chatting with the girl. During their conversation, he learned that her name was Lin Qinghua. She had the vibe of a friendly neighbor girl, giving off a warm and natural feeling. In terms of looks, she was among the top in the class. No wonder she had caught the attention of someone like Wang Yi right from the start. After a bit of awkward small talk, when the 3 returned and distributed the military training uniforms, the instructor began to give some instructions for the military training on stage. Wang Yi glared fiercely at Lin Yun and the 4, but all he received in return were 4 pairs of rolling eyes. After the instructor finished speaking and walked away, Wang Yi immediately jumped out and blocked the path of Lin Yun and the others. Just as he was about to speak, he was directly pushed aside by Wu Tao. He stumbled and nearly fell. Regaining his balance, he realized he was at a disadvantage in this situation, and after throwing out a harsh remark, he reluctantly left through the back door. The next day, Jiangqing University. The students and instructors on the second playground were being scorched by the blazing sun. Everyone was complaining, swaying unsteadily. Heavens, I have never wanted it to rain this badly. God, please send a heavy rain. A student couldn't help but then the next thing that happened was that he received a kick in the butt from the instructor. At this moment, in the 17th squad, the instructor checked the time. He shouted, "Very good, it's been 10 minutes already. Next, stand in military posture for another 20 minutes, and then you can rest." Only 10 minutes had passed. Seeing the time pass so slowly, many people bent over deflated. "Stand up straight. If anyone bends over again, the whole class will add 10 more minutes." With this shout from the instructor, the entire class immediately endured the pain and stood up straight. Soon, after 20 minutes, everyone take a 10-minute break. With the instructor's command, everyone in the entire second playground collapsed onto the scorching ground, gasping for breath. "I'm dying here. I should have prepared water beforehand." Li Yin lay on the plastic ground, enviously watching the instructor who had come prepared and was already drinking water. Lin Yin looked toward a small row of cute water bottles next to the squad. He couldn't help but roll his dry throat. He never expected that the school's supermarket would be so far from the second playground. Had he known, he would have prepared a water bottle like some of the girls. Obviously, the boys were not as meticulous as the girls. 99 of the boys in the entire second playground had not brought water. This was evident from the gender ratio of those drinking water from the various squads. "Hey classmate, can I have it?" In the line, Wang Yi shamelessly approached Lin Xinghua. Lin Xinghua tightened her grip on the water bottle, looking at Wang Yi with disgust, and openly drank all the water in her bottle in front of him. "Sorry, it's all gone." She put down the water bottle and returned to her squad without paying him much mind. Wang Yi's expression changed, and upon hearing the laughter behind him, he turned around. He found that Lin Yun and the others were laughing unabashedly. He glared at them furiously. "What's so funny? You didn't bring water either, so you can only watch others drink water." As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Tao and the others' smiles froze. Not mentioning it was fine, but as soon as they did, their mouths and throats felt even drier. Just as all those without water were feeling regretful at the entrance of the playground, a girl dressed in casual clothes quietly appeared. If it was just a girl, it wouldn't stir much of a wave. But the problem was that the girl was holding 2 bottles of icy mineral water glistening with condensation. Everyone was instantly drawn to the 2 bottles of water in the senior sister's hands. "Baby, I'm here." A sudden voice echoed from a corner of a squad. Everyone turned to see a handsome boy, and his eyes turned red. It was only the first day of school. Someone was already trying to get close to the senior sister, calling her baby. He was even able to bring her 2 bottles of ice water on such a hot day. Despite the ice water only costing 2 yuan, with the senior sister's presence, it felt like a priceless treasure to the many people desperately in need of water. Bathed in the gazes of the crowd, the boy first took a big gulp for himself before cheerfully explaining, "Actually, we were together in high school, but I repeated a year, so she is a year ahead of me." His voice wasn't loud, but in the open playground it clearly reached the ears of those around him. Wu Tao slumped even more upon hearing this. A romance that started in high school and continued into college was something they could only envy. However, they quickly perked up again. They looked at their 3 roommates. "Wu, thankfully you all don't have girlfriends. We agreed to stay single together. We absolutely cannot let a bad relationship tarnish our sacred youth." Wu Tao's words were met with extreme agreement from Li Yan. But inside, he quietly started looking for a target in the class, preparing to work hard secretly and give his 3 good buddies a big surprise. Just as the senior sister was leaving, a top beauty dressed in a white dress with a sweet temperament and appearance appeared at the edge of the playground. The moment the beauty appeared, the entire playground seemed to cool down a few degrees. "Wow, she's so beautiful. Where did this star come from? Dude, don't you browse the forums? This beauty is called Wang Qingxue. She is ranked 7th in our Jiangqing University as a campus flower." Campus flower. After a few reminders from some people, most immediately opened the school forum to check. Sure enough, the beauty senior sister on their second playground was indeed the campus flower, known for her sweetness, ranked 7th in the campus flower rankings. In an instant, a clamor arose. "Impressive. The campus belle actually appears at our freshman military training site, holding a bubble tea. That bubble tea must be for someone. Who could it be that one of the freshmen has managed to woo her, especially a campus belle like her?" Once this statement was made, it immediately triggered a wave of laughter from those around. What are you thinking? Can an ordinary senior sister be compared to a campus belle? Moreover, in the forum's introduction of campus belles, Wang Qingxue is single. How could she possibly be delivering bubble tea to a boy? Exactly. I bet it's for her cousin or some relative. If not, I'll eat my words. As chaos erupted, a senior sister clad in a coat and wearing sunglasses couldn't hide her beauty. She appeared at the edge of the playground carrying bubble tea, just like Wang Qingxue. Wow, that's the 6th-ranked campus belle Shang Wanqian. What's going on today? Why are the 2 major campus bells appearing one after another at our second playground? Is there some event? As all the boys were filled with suspicion, Wang Qingxue, who had been watching, moved. She gracefully walked towards the center of the playground with her long legs. Her casual hair flips stirred the hearts of the boys. At that moment, in the 17th squad, Wang Yi's cunning eyes were fixed on the 2 campus bells. Noticing Wang Qingxue's direction and gaze, he suddenly excitedly grabbed the roommate beside him. Did you see that? The campus belle Wang seems to be looking at me, and she's heading this way. Could it be she's coming to find me? Hearing Wang Yi's words, the 2 who had been cowed by his background on the first day of school were speechless, but still nodded in agreement. You're right, brother Wang. The campus belle must have been conquered by your charisma at first sight, thus offering you bubble tea. Brother Wang is truly impressive. It's only the first day of school, and he's already caught the attention of a campus belle. Wu Tao was stunned by Wang Yi's claim. With Wang Yi's looks, how could he possibly attract the attention of a campus belle? This was simply the most bizarre thing he had heard this year. He immediately questioned, "Come on, did Wang Yi put a knife to your neck, making you speak so untruthfully?" Wang Yi was instantly displeased. What's wrong with my looks? Am I not as handsome as the rest of you? Uffed. Several girls around burst into laughter. One even took out a small mirror from her pocket. Wang Yi, do you need a mirror? This obvious tease turned Wang Yi's face beet red. Yet having grown up in a privileged family, he remained confident, thinking that if the campus belle was delivering bubble tea to the boy she favored, it could only be him. Otherwise, how could she explain her gaze directed towards him? At 10 meters, 5 meters. As Wang Qingxue walked up to the squad holding the bubble tea, everyone on the playground couldn't help but hold their breath. Wang Yi couldn't help but step forward, his face unusually flushed as he stuttered, Wang Qingxue, thank you. The words thank you had not fully escaped his lips. Wang Qingxue then bypassed this short guy who appeared out of nowhere. She stepped in front of Lin Yun, raising the bubble tea higher. Lin Yun, I was wrong before. Oh, I'm sorry. Looking at the bubble tea in her hand, Lin Yun raised his eyebrows slightly. He had already guessed, as Wang Qingxue appeared at the edge of the playground. He could guess that she was most likely looking for him. However, if a cup of bubble tea could serve as an apology, then what use was there for the police? Ignoring the boys around who were gaping in disbelief with his hands in his pockets, he was about to refuse when the system notification in his mind rang out again. Ding. Choice task issued. Option 1, accept the bubble tea from campus belle Wang Qingxue and drink it to gain the title of King of Soldiers. Option 2, accept the bubble tea from campus belle Shang Wanqian and drink it to receive a top-tier Bugatti, a Bugatti Veyron. Lin Yun's eyes widened and his heart rate unconsciously quickened. If the previous motorbike and high-end apartment were still within his psychological limits, then this car worth tens of millions had already exceeded his expectations. Just one sip of bubble tea could. Wait a minute. Shang Wanqian. Capturing this key information, Lin Yun couldn't help but glance at the mature campus belle, who was also entering the playground. Was she also here to deliver him bubble tea? But just a minute ago, he didn't even know her. As he was feeling confused about what was happening, Shang Wanqian had already walked straight up to the chief instructor, directly saying in front of everyone, "Instructor, could you help me find a new student named Lin Yun?" Lin Yun. That name caused an uproar in the crowd. What the heck, who is Lin Yun? Step forward. Yeah, me too. That guy named Lin Yun, don't be a coward, come out for a duel. In an instant, the name Lin Yun became the public enemy of nearly all the boys present. Even the gaze that was initially directed at Wang Qingxue began to shift. After all, anyone with common sense could tell that the campus belle must know that boy. But the guy named Lin Yun was different, as Shang Wanqian clearly didn't know him, which is why she had to rely on the instructor to find him. Not knowing him, yet receiving such significant attention from a campus belle, was what truly unsettled all the boys. Why should he? Why should he be the one to receive the campus belle's attention instead of them? The chief instructor cooperatively scanned the crowd. With a loud voice he called out, "Who is Lin Yun? A beauty is looking for you." At this shout, 3 roommates from the 17th squad, who knew Lin Yun's name, their expressions shifted from shock to daze. Ultimately, it was Li Yin who first regained his senses and raised his hand high. Reporting, Instructor Lin Yun is here. Everyone followed the direction of the voice and looked at the person being pointed out. It was none other than the boy who had just received bubble tea from the campus belle, and it felt like a thunderbolt struck overhead, shocking them to the core. Receiving bubble tea from 2 campus belles in a row. If he were already a prominent figure in the school, it would be one thing. But he was just like them, a freshman. How unfair it was. "Hello, Lin Yun, I'm Shang Wanqian, your senior. Please accept this bubble tea." As Shang Wanqian spoke, she took off her sunglasses. Her confident phoenix eyes glanced disdainfully at Wang Qingxue, beside her, her lips curling up slightly. Meanwhile, the somewhat dumbfounded Wang Qingxue withdrew the bubble tea. She looked angrily at Lin Yun. "Didn't you say before that I was your only girlfriend? What's the deal with this woman? As fellow campus belles, she felt a bit resentful towards someone ranked higher than herself. Just perfect. This Shangwan Qian was the one she resented the most. Lin Yun smiled wryly, rubbing his temples. Wang Qingxue, we've already broken up. It's not suitable for you to act as my girlfriend anymore, is it? Wang Qingxue wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Shangwan Qian, who spoke first. Exactly. Since you've broken up, why are you still clinging? Can't you have a sense of boundaries, classmate? You have no sense of boundaries. Wang Qingxue quickly retorted. Shangwan Qian did not want to entangle with Wang Qingxue too much. She shook the milk tea in her hand, raising a smile that could mesmerize anyone. Lin Yun, this milk tea is my treat for you. After your military training, I'll take you to a nearby restaurant for a meal. With that smile, countless people exclaimed that their hearts couldn't take it anymore. It deepened their envy and jealousy towards Lin Yun. Same gender, why can you be so outstanding? Though Lin Yun was still puzzled about Shangwan Qian's intentions, the thought of the system's rewards made him unable to resist wanting to accept. That was a Bugatti Veyron worth tens of millions. As for the title of King of Soldiers, it was probably just a label with no real use. It seemed he sensed Lin Yun's misunderstanding of the title. The system prompt sound rang out again. Ding. The host can check the title attributes in the taskbar. Lin Yun immersed himself in the system according to the prompt, clicking on the task selection where the words King of Soldiers shone with a faint light. King of Soldiers title, wearing it grants all the abilities of a top-tier soldier, including physical quality, combat skills, firearms. The information was very simple, just one sentence. But it was precisely this simple sentence that made Lin Yun even more tempted. In other words, as long as he chose Wang Qingxue's milk tea, he could instantly become a king of soldiers. Wow, is it really that unbeatable? Normally he would definitely choose the Bugatti Veyron without hesitation. But after experiencing several hours of military training, choosing became difficult. Lin Yun, what do you say? Wang Qingxue angrily raised the milk tea again. Shangwan Qian also stubbornly raised her milk tea higher. With mature and confident phoenix eyes, she stared intently at the indecisive Lin Yun. Wang Yi in front gritted his teeth. He never expected that both school beauties would go for this poor guy. This guy is just a bit better looking than him. Can good looks fill your stomach? Lin Yun remained silent. He felt that whichever path he chose in front of him would lead to regret. Wait. Something's off. It's quite off. The system didn't seem to say that he couldn't choose both, right? Since it didn't say that if he accepted both, wouldn't he get both rewards? Thinking of this, he immediately excitedly looked at the milk tea in the hands of the two beauties in front of him. Alright, I accept. He quickly took both cups of icy milk tea. He inserted the straws and took a couple of sips. Then he held his breath, waiting for the system's notification. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting Wang Qingxue's milk tea reward. King of Soldiers title can be worn anytime. Congratulations to the host for accepting Shangwan Qian's milk tea reward Bugatti Veyron. Please set the delivery address. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Yun was so excited that his hand holding the milk tea trembled. He was right. Under the condition that the two choices were not contradictory, he could complete both and receive 2 rewards. Seeing her milk tea accepted, Shangwan Qian revealed a light smile. Alright, little brother, I'll wait for you to finish military training. With that, she briskly left the training ground. Though Wang Qingxue's milk tea was also taken by Lin Yun, she couldn't help but feel annoyed at the thought of him also accepting Shangwan Qian's milk tea. She huffed and turned away, heading in a different direction. Boss. As the two girls left, everyone snapped back to reality from their shock. Wu Tao leaped forward, landing at Lin Yun's feet. Boss, you're too beastly. Do you have some top-notch tips for picking up girls? Quickly teach me. Damn, how did you move so quickly, old six? Li Yin reacted and hurriedly grabbed Lin Yun's other leg. Boss, I've been single since birth. You must take me as your disciple. Lin Yun. These two clowns. He helplessly shook his legs. When he found he couldn't shake them off, he immediately wore the King of Soldiers title. In an instant, countless knowledge surged into his mind. An unprecedented power erupted from within his limbs. He felt that with all his strength now, it would be no problem to take down an adult. Easily shaking off the second and fourth who were clinging to his legs, he innocently continued sipping both cups of milk tea. That Wang Qingxue, I actually met her for the first time. As for Shangwan Qian, I hadn't even seen her before and don't know why she approached me. This was a statement that could not be more true. The two idiots did not believe it at all and continued to cry out, begging him to take them as disciples. Whoosh! At this moment, the whistle blew and the chief instructor shouted with a red face. 10 minutes break is over now. Everyone immediately assemble and continue standing at attention. Time to stand again. Everyone returned to their positions listlessly. Wu Tao and Li Yin also put away their thoughts of begging to become disciples. They walked towards their original spot with the same attitude, as if walking towards the abyss full of resentment. Lin Yun felt the surging spirit and power within his body, straightened his back, leaned forward, and displayed an extremely standard military posture. Hey, not bad, young man. The instructor saw Lin Yun's movements and praised him several times with satisfaction. After a few minutes of inspection, he discovered that Lin Yun could actually maintain the initial military posture. Somewhat surprised, he came to Lin Yun's back and suddenly tried to push the two palms pressed against his thighs. Huh, can't budge. This guy must have some training experience, right? How come I didn't notice such talent at the beginning? The instructor immediately brought him in front of the whole platoon, as if he had found a treasure. Everyone pay attention, this is a very standard military posture. Now everyone follow him to learn. The girls in the front row's eyes lit up. Having a handsome guy standing in front of them was quite entertaining. Meanwhile, Wang Yi at the back was furious. He chose a major with fewer boys just to become the most impressive guy in class and attract all the girls' attention. Now it's only been 2 days since school started, and all the spotlight has been stolen by this obviously poor guy. Time kept passing drop by drop as they sweated. When the melodious bell rang, the chief instructor immediately blew the whistle. Alright, now the whole platoon on the second training ground disband. Shang Wanqian had her hands in her pockets, a confident and flamboyant smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Guess Junior. Lin Yun wasn't interested in playing such a tedious guessing game. Alright, then just tell me. Lin Yun followed her. After chatting for a while, he learned the reason. It turned out that Shang Wanqian was an avid motorcycle enthusiast. She had spotted a new student riding a Kawasaki H2 on the school forum and confession wall. Loving the bike so much, she immediately went to the school gate to sweet-talk the security into giving her the owner's information. To get closer to the owner, she staged this scene just to be able to test ride the motorcycle. Now he understood. Lin Yun rolled his eyes helplessly. However, he felt a bit fortunate. Luckily, there was this motorcycle. Otherwise, if Shang Wanqian hadn't brought him milk tea, the only reward he would have gotten would be the title of King of Soldiers. Entering the restaurant to eat, the two began to grow closer. So Junior, how about you let your sister take the bike for a spin? Lin Yun hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't want to lend it, but he was afraid that this senior sister was just all talk. If she had an accident due to lack of skill, he as the owner would definitely be responsible. Playing with his chopsticks, he fell silent for a few seconds, thinking that since he had eaten her food, he might as well agree. Alright, but I have one condition. What condition? I must sit behind you when you ride to prevent any mishaps. No problem. Shang Wanqian readily agreed. She then served Lin Yun some chicken leg. Come on, Junior, eat more meat. Sure. Being served by the school beauty, Lin Yun was quite pleased. Just as he picked up the chicken leg, a loud, aggressive voice rang out from behind. Shang Wanqian, I've been out there working hard to find you an apartment, and here you are serving food to another guy. Lin Yun was startled by the sudden voice, and the chicken leg in his hand fell directly onto the table. Shang Wanqian suddenly stood up. Her alluring lips emitted a cold tone. Higuang, I told you I don't need your help. Do you know how expensive the housing prices around the school are? Without me, you think you can find a place at a reasonable price? Dream on. Then I want rent. Alright, is it because of this guy? Higuang was furious, opening his chubby hand ready to grab the person sitting in front of him. But just as his hand was a few centimeters from Lin Yun's hair, something unexpected happened. Lin Yun quickly ducked. In less than 3 seconds, everything spun, and he found himself staring at the white ceiling. Damn, brother, that hurts. His shouting instantly turned into pleading. Lin Yun sneered a few times. Was he really attempting to sneak up on him? If this fat guy could catch him so easily, then his title of King of Soldiers could be thrown away. After holding onto the guy for a few seconds, he let go. But before releasing him, he kicked the guy squarely in the rear, causing him to fall flat on his face. Ding. Please set the collection point for the Bugatti Veyron. Just as he was about to kick him again, the system's notification sounded abruptly. The collection point. Lin Yun hesitated for a moment. He chose the school parking lot. After all, he didn't plan to live in that large flat. Aside from feeling a bit lonely, the most important point was that he needed to wake up 10 or 20 minutes earlier in the morning. After setting it up, he looked at the fat guy on the ground moaning in pain. He casually kicked him and shifted his gaze to the somewhat dazed Shang Wanqian. Do you know him? Yeah, this fat guy is Higuang, barely a small rich second generation. He bribed 3 of my roommates to pester me every day. After I had a fight with my roommates over renting a place, he got the news from them and started looking for apartments on his own. Oh, Lin Yun elongated his tone, giving a meaningful glance at the fat guy on the ground. So he's a sycophant. He pondered for a few seconds. Then he added a remark that pierced Higuang's heart. He's just a self-pitying sycophant. Bullshit. Higuang struggled to get up. Knowing the vast difference in their strengths, he didn't dare to make any further moves. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and stared straight at Shang Wanqian. Tell me, who is this guy? Idiot. Shang Wanqian rolled her eyes, too lazy to respond. This broke the self-pitying Higuang's defense. Alright, Shang Wanqian, I just found you a 2-bedroom apartment nearby and paid 3 months rent. Since you're acting like this, I'll have the landlord cancel the lease. After saying this, he made a phone call to have the landlord refund the rent. Lin Yun almost burst out laughing at this scene, lightly nudging Shang Wanqian. Hey, is this the small rich second generation you mentioned? How come he can only afford a 2-bedroom apartment? Maybe it's because his parents don't give him much allowance. Shangguan Qian leaned casually against the table, enjoying the performance of He Guang breaking down like a clown. Lin Yun shook his head. I guess he's just average, likes to pretend to be wealthy. Average? Pretend to be wealthy. He Guang, already at his breaking point, was nearly spitting blood from the conversation between the two. He roared, what do you mean average? Do you know how expensive the housing prices around Jiangxing University are? It's already hard to find a place to rent, and I could only find this one through connections. Oh really? Lin Yun crossed his arms with a smile. Senior sister, if you want to rent a place, I happen to have an apartment in the Great Wall community. Oh, I can rent it to you. He Guang was directly angered to laughter by Lin Yun's boast. Dude, can you find another place to brag? That Great Wall community is a high-end area, and the price for any apartment there starts at 6 or 7 million. Shangguan Qian looked at Lin Yun with surprise. That's great. Let's go check it out now. I've always liked that community, but didn't pay much attention since there were hardly any rentals. Not really. He Guang was stunned. How could Shangguan Qian actually believe such an obvious boast? Where's her brain? Lin Yun nodded. Taking Shangguan Qian, he walked past He Guang towards the exit. He Guang stared at their departing figures, his chubby hands clenched tightly, determined to follow them. Today he must expose this poor kid decked out in low-quality clothes, and not let Shangguan Qian be fooled. They arrived outside the community. Lin Yun approached the gate that required facial recognition. Knowing the power of the system, he approached without hesitation. He Guang, who had followed along, saw this poor kid really attempting to verify with his face. He mocked. Why, you really think of yourself as the owner? If you can pass through this gate, I'll eat. Beep beep, verification successful. The gate speaker announced, and the tightly closed iron gate opened. He Guang watched in disbelief as the two entered, his smile gradually freezing. I understand now. You must be a relative of the homeowner, and only someone with a recorded face can enter. Hurry up, but the iron gate has already closed. It was all to expose that poor kid and relieve my frustration. Arriving at the security booth, shamelessly said, Uncle, please help me open the access gate. I came with those two, but I fell behind and couldn't get in. Hearing this, the security guard said nothing and pressed the button to open the door for the fat man. After all, it's common for people to walk together and have someone lag behind in the community. On the other side, Lin Yun and Shangguan Qian were completely indifferent to the fat man, who was like a pesky fly. They walked into building A, entered the elevator, and went straight to the 8th floor. While still a 1 unit per floor, a large flat. He Guang's face suddenly broke into a grin. Caught you. This large flat is even out of reach for my family. How dare you say it's yours? Are you going to say you forgot the key or find another excuse? Ding dang. The sound of keys clashing echoed. The moment he saw Lin Yun take out the key, He Guang was instantly choked, his thick lips unable to utter a word. Lin Yun skillfully used the key to unlock the door, then let Shangguan Qian enter. When he saw the fat man trying to follow them in, he quickly slammed the door shut, giving him a resounding not welcome. Wow, not bad. Even Shangguan Qian, who had seen a lot, couldn't help but gasp in amazement when she entered and saw the starry ceiling lights in the living room. But thinking about how her living expenses might not be enough to support renting such a house, she regrettably shook her head. Forget it, Junior. I can't afford to rent this place. It's fine, just give a little something as a gesture. Lin Yun plopped down on the sofa. He had no plans to live in this house. Since it was empty anyway, if it were to be rented out, why not rent it to a campus beauty instead of unreliable people? The price didn't matter. With the divine wealth system, who knows when a few billion in cash might come pouring in? Shangguan Qian shyly brushed her long hair. Then, that's really embarrassing. It's fine. Lin Yun was always straightforward and directly tossed the house key to Shangguan Qian. After some back and forth on the price, they settled on a rent of 5,000 per month. Shangguan Qian happily paced back and forth in the large flat, ultimately choosing a room with a color more suited for girls. Let's go, my military training time is almost up. After the afternoon training, well, go bike riding. Lin Yun glanced at the time. There was only half an hour left until 2:30. He walked out of the large flat with Shangguan Qian, who was also preparing to go back to the dorm to pack and move. Qian, he didn't do anything to you, did he? Just as they stepped out, He Guang's bulky body lunged over. Lin Yun, what is this fat guy thinking? It had barely been half an hour since they entered, just over 20 minutes. What could they have done? That little time wasn't even enough for him to warm up beforehand. Shangguan Qian's face darkened as she pointed a finger at He Guang. First, don't call me Qian. Second, what I do with others is none of your business, so please stay at least 100 meters away from me in the future. After issuing her warning, she entered the elevator. Seeing that He Guang still wanted to follow her, she shot him a glare. The elevator descended. Shangguan Qian sighed in helplessness. This fat guy is really annoying. That's right, self-absorbed sycophants are indeed disgusting. Lin Yun deeply resonated with such people. He was good-looking, and during middle and high school, he often encountered girls who were self-absorbed. The two quickly returned to school. Passing by the parking lot, Shangguan Qian saw a car surrounded by a crowd. She couldn't help but say, I don't know what's so great about this four-wheeled vehicle that so many people like it. Lin Yun followed her gaze. With just one glance he recognized the car being surrounded. It was his Bugatti Veyron worth tens of millions. Seeing that the gathered crowd didn't dare to touch it, only daring to take photos from a meter away, he decided not to chase them away. However, Shangwan Qian seemed quite disdainful of four-wheeled vehicles. Curiously, he asked, Senior, don't you like cars? I might get carsick and feel stuffy. Since childhood, my biggest fear has been riding in a car. Lin Yun didn't ask further. After all, it's not unusual for someone to suffer from severe motion sickness in this day and age. He continued forward, parting ways with Shangwan Qian at a fork in the road. Arriving at the second playground, he found that almost everyone in his platoon had gathered there. Of course, being late to this was extremely scary. No one in the entire platoon arrived late. Boss, you finally made it. Honestly, what did you do the whole afternoon with the campus beauty? What could we have done? Just had a meal. Lin Yun answered honestly. However, he was met with 3 pairs of incredulous eyes. Standing at the front, Wang Yi was burning with jealousy. He scoffed him, if it's just a meal. Maybe you just happened to help the campus beauty with something, and she felt obliged to treat you to a meal. That's still better than some shorty who doesn't even have any girls interested in him. Wu Tao retorted unceremoniously. Height was Wang Yi's sore spot. Hearing Wu Tao mock him about his height multiple times, he immediately exploded in anger. So what if I'm short? I have money. Having money makes me taller than all of you. Humph. Li Yin disdainfully curled his lip. What you call rich is nothing. Go take a look at that Bugatti Veyron parked in the parking lot, and the top-notch motorcycles. Only those who can afford those cars are true wealthy people. Be Bugatti Veyron. Wang Yi was stunned. How could a student afford a car worth tens of millions? Is this for real? Li Yin thought Wang Yi didn't believe him. He specifically pulled up a photo from the school forum. Look, see this. Be a bit more low-key at school in the future. You never know when you might offend someone who can afford a Bugatti Veyron. Wang Yi looked at the phone screen, and seeing that the lowest price was at least 25 million for the Bugatti Veyron, he was completely taken aback. Are you kidding me? Buying a Bugatti Veyron for a college student? Which super-rich parent is spoiling their child this much? Before coming here, he had thought about whether this school might be hiding some talents. But he never expected that what was hidden here was such a terrifying dragon. Gulp, he swallowed hard, feeling unresigned as he pushed aside Li Yan's phone that was waving in front of him. So what? No matter how good that car is, it doesn't belong to you. At least I have a BMW 5 Series. What about you? You probably came to school on a bus. Saying this, it was as if he had regained the confidence he had long lost. He lifted his head and continued proudly, we're all in the same class. If there's an activity or something, maybe I can give you a ride in my car. His voice was raised high as if afraid the surrounding girls couldn't hear him. Meanwhile, Lin Xingyue to his left couldn't help but chuckle. She was utterly fed up with Wang Yi flaunting his family's wealth every day. To teach him to be low-key, she simply turned around and looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, is your car more expensive than the BMW 5 Series? 123. Seeing Shangwan Qian so enamored with the motorcycle, Lin Yun reasoned that someone so passionate about riding must own one of her own. He asked softly, you must have your own bike, right? Yes. Shangwan Qian beamed, pointing vaguely to the left. Mine's over there. Why don't you guess which one it is? Lin Yun paused thoughtfully, then fixed his gaze on a crimson Suzuki Hayabusa valued at over 100,000 yuan. That one, perhaps. Wow, you're sharp, Junior. How did you know? Because it's the only one spotless in that entire area. Lin Yun smiled faintly before returning his attention to Shangwan Qian. They chatted idly for a while longer. Then, unable to contain herself any longer, Shangwan Qian swung gracefully onto the seat. With effortless flair, she patted the rear passenger seat behind her. Hop on. I'll show you just how skilled I am. Got it. Lin Yun settled onto the seat without hesitation, initially intending to rest his hands lightly on her shoulders. Yet as if guided by some mischievous impulse, he instead wrapped his arms around her slender willow-like waist. Shangwan Qian stiffened slightly, then swiftly but deftly disengaged his grip. Hands on my shoulders, please. Heh. Lin Yun chuckled awkwardly and obediently placed his hands on her shoulders. Since speed limits applied within campus grounds, they rode slowly. Lin Yun couldn't resist asking, Senior, do many people ride behind you? Only one before, my younger sister. Ah, a sister. Lin Yun felt a quiet private thrill. So he was in fact the first man ever to sit behind Shangwan Qian. This borrowed ride was already proving worthwhile. Once they reached an unrestricted stretch of road, Shangwan Qian revved the throttle with exhilarated precision. Hold on tight. Okay. Lin Yun barely gripped the seat when the motorcycle shot forward like an arrow. Speed climbed steadily, a wind sliced across their faces, stinging their skin. Instinctively, Lin Yun slid his hands back to her waist. His heartbeat quickened in time with the engine's thunderous roar. Well, so she hadn't been bluffing after all. Her riding skill was truly exceptional. At such speeds, even seasoned riders with years of experience would hesitate, fearing loss of control and a catastrophic crash. Nearly an hour later, having circled twice, they returned to their starting point. After stopping, Shang Wanqian removed her helmet, her face alight with exhilaration. No wonder this top-tier Kawasaki H2 lives up to its reputation. Lin Yun meanwhile staggered off, dizzy and unsteady. Just as his equilibrium began to return, a crisp chime echoed in his mind. Ding. Random reward quest activated. Quest: spend money on the school beauty. Each purchase yields tenfold cashback, valid for 2 hours. A reward quest. Lin Yun's eyes widened. He hadn't imagined the system would offer a purely beneficial task. No strings attached. Tenfold cashback. Goodness, spend 1,000 yuan and 10,000 would instantly return. Then spend 10,000 and 100,000 would follow, compounding rapidly. His bank balance could easily soar into the hundreds of millions. His breath quickened with excitement. Even the lingering dizziness from the high-speed ride vanished. Without hesitation, he seized Shang Wanqian's arm, still flushed with exhilaration. Let's go to the mall. Right now. They had only 2 hours. Every minute delayed meant forfeiting substantial returns. Though puzzled by Lin Yun's sudden urgency, Shang Wanqian simply nodded and remounted the bike. All right, next stop the mall. Yida Mall, the largest commercial hub near Jiangxing University, teeming with traffic and housing flagship stores for countless fashion brands. They parked in the underground garage and rushed inside. Riding the elevator to the second floor, Lin Yun's gaze settled upon an unassuming apparel boutique. He had barely over 1,000 yuan in his pocket, his entire monthly allowance. Progress would have to be deliberate, step by step. Brother He, you're so kind. Thank you for the bag. Just as Lin Yun prepared to usher Shang Wanqian inside, a heavy-set man wearing heavy makeup passed by, accompanied by a woman whose face was similarly adorned. The man was none other than He Guang, who'd previously helped Shang Wanqian rent her apartment. Qian. Spotting Shang Wanqian, He Guang instantly released the woman's hand. His expression turned flustered, like a man caught in infidelity. Qian, hear me out. I only brought my roommate here to buy a bag as thanks for helping me gather information about you earlier. There's absolutely nothing else between us. The woman, sensing He Guang's desperate need to clarify, crossed her arms and shot him a look of disdain, then offered Shang Wanqian a brittle, insincere smile. Qian, what a coincidence. By the way, why was your bed empty when I returned to the dorm today? As I've said before, I'm moving out to rent my own place. Shang Wanqian replied to her roommate with unnerving calm, ignoring He Guang entirely. Lin Yun, however, remained laser-focused on maximizing his cashback within the 2-hour window. Growing impatient, he urged, let's go. Inside now. Inside where? When Shang Wanqian didn't respond, He Guang redirected his attention toward Lin Yun and the modest boutique beside them. Well, just a generic no-name shop. You supposedly bought a spacious flat in the Great Wall residential complex, yet you bring Qian here to buy cheap clothes. Ah, I see. So that apartment isn't actually yours, is it? He Guang laughed, a self-satisfied, none of your business. Lin Yun refused to waste another word, pulling Shang Wanqian straight into the store. Inside, racks brimmed with diverse garments. Each item ranged from 100 to 1,000 yuan. Lin Yun knew women's shopping habits well. One garment could easily consume an hour of deliberation. Without hesitation, he selected a charcoal gray overcoat priced at 999 yuan and carried it directly to the counter, bypassing any fitting trial. Wrap it up. Right away. The sales assistant, delighted by the young man's decisive confidence, hastily packaged the coat. Lin Yun handed the neatly wrapped garment to Shang Wanqian. For you. Ding. Spent 999 yuan on the school beauty. Cashback received 9999 yuan. This is hilarious. Can you even call that presentable, eh? He Guang stood nearby, laughing with grotesque, having initially considered withdrawing. Daunted by the apparent wealth of this newcomer, he now regained full confidence. Seeing such a modest purchase, he became utterly convinced Lin Yun was merely posing as affluent. Shang Wanqian was baffled, unsure why her junior had suddenly staged this impromptu gesture. She hesitated to accept. After all, she owed him nothing, and had in fact rented his excellent apartment at a bargain rate. But just as she reached to return the coat, He Guang's smug laughter pierced the air, prompting her to change her mind instantly. Wow, thank you, Junior. I love this coat. She declared her delight with genuine warmth, and cradled the garment like a treasured keepsake. What? He Guang's grin froze mid-expression. A coat under 1,000 yuan. How could it possibly win Shang Wanqian's affection? He'd once gifted her luxuries worth nearly 10,000 yuan, only to watch her toss them without a glance straight into the trash. Lin Yun faced He Guang's ridicule unperturbed, simply smiling and nodding at Shang Wanqian. If you like it, that's good. Let's go out and take a stroll. Still want to buy more. Shang Wanqian hesitated, but was pulled by Lin Yun out of the store. He Guang, seeing this, quickly followed, not forgetting to mock. Are you going to buy things from those knockoff stores next? If in your mind Qian Qian only deserves these knockoffs, then I suggest you don't even bother. You're not worthy of Qian Qian. Exactly, Qian Qian. After receiving He Guang's bag and money, Shang Wanqian's roommate also began to push, saying, "You deserve better. I think He Guang is quite good. Rather than following someone who can only take you to knockoff stores, why not consider He Guang?" The two chattered incessantly as they followed to the third floor's Yang clothing store. Upon seeing the store's name, they were both stunned. This was a globally renowned brand. Every piece of clothing inside costs at least several thousand, with some even reaching tens of thousands. No, it can't be. How dare they go in there? Shang Wanqian's roommate stared incredulously at the store entrance. This brand's clothing was something she couldn't even dream of, yet these two just waltzed in. He Guang's face trembled in disbelief. Gritting his teeth, he thought, impossible. He must be just pretending in front of us. He won't buy anything once inside. Thinking of this possibility and feeling like a genius, He Guang led the woman beside him inside. Meanwhile, as soon as Lin Yun entered, he quickly locked onto a white dress priced at 10,000. He had never seen Shang Wanqian in a dress and feared she might not like it. He still asked, "What do you think of this one?" "This one?" A glimmer of light flashed in Shang Wanqian's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, saying, "Wait a moment, you aren't planning to buy me clothes from this store, are you? I can't accept." Saying this, her face showed slight tension. Although her family was relatively well off, her parents favored boys over girls, and they didn't spend much on her. She could only afford a motorcycle worth over 100,000 by working part-time as a model in college. Thus, she didn't dare to have high expectations for clothing from such a brand. Just then, He Guang and his companion walked into the store. Seeing Lin Yun pointing at a $1,000 dress, while Shang Wanqian rejected it, only confirmed He Guang's suspicion that Lin Yun must know Shang Wanqian wouldn't accept an expensive gift, so he dared to come to such a brand store. He immediately laughed, saying, "All right, we know you're pretending to be generous. No need to put on an act here." Shang Wanqian's roommate followed with a laugh. "Exactly, I've seen many men like you pretending to be generous while being extremely protective of their money, afraid the girl will accept the gift." Enough. Shang Wanqian felt a surge of anger. Were these two dogs barking since the beginning? Lin Yun remained. Seeing that Shang Wanqian didn't seem to dislike the dress, he confidently said, "Miss, please wrap this up for me." "Of course, sir." The sales assistant seemed afraid the customer would change their mind. The speed of wrapping the dress was astonishingly fast, taking only 10 seconds. Payment successful. When the notification of the transaction arrived, He Guang and the other person were left dumbfounded. They never expected Lin Yun would buy the dress outright, without even letting her try it on. How extravagant. He Guang's expression gradually shifted to disbelief. He began to wonder if he had guessed wrong. Shang Wanqian panicked, quickly waving her hands. "Senior, I can't accept. Take it, it's not worth much." Lin Yun glanced at He Guang and his companion, who were frozen in place, and shoved the box with the dress into Shang Wanqian's hands, not giving her a chance to refuse. "Not worth much." Hearing these three words, everyone around felt a 1,000-point impact. Ding. Spent 10,000 on the campus bell, cashback of 100,000. Lin Yun felt his phone vibrate, knowing it was the notification for the amount credited. He suppressed his excitement, glancing past the chubby guy, and continued to search. Soon he had several items worth tens of thousands in his hands. The sales assistant began to tally, saying, "Sir, these total 100,132. We'll round it down to just 100,000 for you." "No problem." Lin Yun quickly made the payment. Ding. Spent 100,000 on the campus bell, cashback of 1 million. 1 million. Hearing this number made Lin Yun's heart race uncontrollably. He had never had this much money in his account before. Moreover, there was still over an hour left. A string of unimaginable digits would soon appear in his account. Shang Wanqian's eyes were dazed. All this was it all for her. Yet they had only known each other for half a day. In just half a day, he had spent over 100,000 on so many clothes for her. What was happening? Lin Yun stuffed the bags he was holding into Shang Wanqian's hands, as she couldn't hold them all, leaving one in his hands. Considering there would only be more to come, he turned his gaze to the woman beside, He Guang, who was already in shock. "Senior, you're Shang Wan's roommate, right? Could you please go to the supermarket on the first floor and help me get a cart?" "Why should I help you?" the woman instinctively replied. Lin Yun simply waved the remaining bag he held in his hand. "Errand fee 2,000. 2,000. The woman exclaimed. This price was almost on par with what He Guang had bought her. Afraid someone else would steal the task, she quickly turned and ran downstairs. Shang Wanqian's delicate face was filled with helplessness. "Senior, you really don't need to buy so many things. Please stop." She knew this senior was extravagant, but she never expected it to be to this extent. In response to her request, Lin Yun firmly refused and turned back to continue browsing in the store. He picked up everything he thought would suit her, leaving nothing behind. When the balance in his card rolled over 7 million, the cart finally appeared. Lin Yun happily paid the money, stuffed all the bags into the cart, and then led Shang Wanqian out of the store, arriving at a luxury watch store. So what do you think of this watch? I don't like. Before she could finish the word, Shang Wanqian was startled by she had seen this watch in a video before and really liked it, but it was also very expensive. Lin Yun could tell Shang Wanqian was speaking against her heart. After all, he had chosen everything based on Shang Wanqian's character and temperament. It would be hard for her not to like it. Boss, how much is it? 68,000. Wrap it up. With just these 3 simple words, He Guang, who had followed along, almost stumbled and fell to the ground. 68,000 without a single word wasted, just directly told the boss to wrap it up. Goodness. This person was definitely a top-tier rich second generation. At this moment, He Guang felt a million regrets for provoking him. In the face of such a top-tier rich second generation, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. After purchasing the watch, Lin Yun initially intended to toss it directly into the shopping cart. However, he reconsidered, thinking that this might lead the system to determine it wasn't meant as a gift for the campus beauty. With a perfect parabolic throw, he tossed it directly to Shang Wanqian. Sure enough, due to its high value, Shang Wanqian swiftly reached out to catch it. Ding! A notification appeared. Spent 680,000 on the campus beauty cashback of 6,800,000. 6,800,000. A figure that an ordinary person could hardly ever hope to reach in a lifetime. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yun initially thought to leave, but realized he could alternate wearing the watch. Therefore, he found another suitable brown watch for Shang Wanqian in the store. How much is this one? This model is a bit expensive, priced at 1,370,000. Wrap it up. With a thunderous sound, He Guang felt as if thunder had struck beside him. 1,370,000, a gift for a girl. What sort of extraordinary person is this brother? Shang Wanqian's roommate's face was already replaced by envy. She felt hatred. Hatred for why she wasn't the campus beauty. She even began to resent her parents for giving birth to her so ordinarily. Meanwhile, Shang Wanqian, who initially wanted nothing to do with this, started to worry. Fearing that Lin Yun was making extravagant purchases out of spite, she quickly stepped forward, saying, "I'm sorry, boss, we don't want it, please don't wrap it up." The boss, who was already preparing to wrap the watch, paused his actions and shifted his gaze toward the main party. Lin Yun helplessly scratched his head. He knew there would be resistance, but he didn't expect it to come so swiftly. To reassure the campus beauty, he could only whisper, "Senior sister, I have my reasons, just pretend to accept it." Pretend to accept. Have my reasons. Could it be that these gifts weren't meant for her, but for family members? Was He Guang and the others merely a pretext to annoy them in the process? As Shang Wanqian pondered this, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Such a collection of expensive items was far too precious. Even if she liked them, she would never dare to accept them. Lin Yun gently tapped on the counter. "Boss, please continue wrapping it up." "All right." Once the wrapping was completed, Lin Yun immediately handed it over to Shang Wanqian. With her suspicions alleviated, Shang Wanqian graciously accepted it. Lin Yun waited for a few seconds, but gradually sensed that something was off. No. Where's the notification? Where's the cashback alert? He pulled out his phone, and the anticipated cashback of over 10 million had not been credited. Damn it. This dog system is failing me. Realizing that the system had detected his loophole, he could only look bitterly at Shang Wanqian, who had no burdens at all. "Senior sister, fine, I admit it, these are actually all for you." "What?" Shang Wanqian was taken aback, her face displaying a complex array of emotions. Ultimately, she returned the watch worth over 1 million back to the counter. "Junior, I really can't accept this. If you really want to give something, then these are already too much." Too much. Lin Yun felt like crying to the heavens. If it were possible, he would love to empty the entire mall of its expensive goods and directly become a billionaire. But alas, the campus beauty wouldn't allow it. He looked at Shang Wanqian with a sorrowful face, pleading, "Senior sister, just accept it. This is really just a drop in the bucket for me. It's like buying a few bags of spicy strips at the supermarket." Spicy strips. Shang Wanqian was stunned, completely taken aback by the wealth of this junior, who compared something worth over 1 million to 50 cents worth of snacks. Seeing that she seemed to begin to waver, he seized the moment and continued, "Look, I'll only buy what you need. I won't randomly buy more. If you feel you don't need or don't like it later, you can return it." This. Shang Wanqian hesitated for a few seconds and finally nodded slowly. "All right." Ding. Cashback of 13,700,000. Upon hearing the notification, Lin Yun finally let out a sigh of relief. He thought about buying another watch, but suddenly realized that 2 watches were already more than enough. If he bought another, Shang Wanqian would likely refuse, so he decided to change his approach. Watching the two depart, the onlookers who had been stunned continued to follow them. They were determined to see just how extravagant Lin Yun could be today. At the jewelry store, Lin Yun headed straight to the high-end section. At a glance, he was drawn to a necklace adorned with red jade. Such a design would be perfect for a free-spirited woman like Shang Wanqian. He believed she would surely like it. "What do you think?" Lin Yun chose to first inquire about her opinion. Shang Wanxian stared at the necklace, her gaze gradually moving downward as she mentally counted. Units of 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Over 10 million. Upon seeing this price, her head felt a bit dizzy. This amount could buy out the small company her family owned. Why on earth would she deserve such lavish gifts? Looking at Lin Yun, her eyes were filled with complexity and gratitude. Throughout her life, she had received much admiration for her looks. Yet very few had treated her well. Most were enamored by her appearance, hoping for something in return. Even gifts were mostly of trivial value. Someone like Lin Yun had never existed before and likely wouldn't again in the future. Lin Yun, however, was unaware of Shang Wanxian's thoughts. He simply grinned and laughed, saying, "Senior sister, if you don't say anything, you'll take it as your approval." Without giving her a chance to refute, he had the sales assistant wrap it up. "Here, take it. No, this is too precious." Shang Wanxian bit her lip and shook her head. If it were anything else it might be fine, but a necklace worth over 10 million was something she could never accept. If not, then he'll just throw it away. Lin Yun pretended to toss the wrapped box into a nearby trash can. Shang Wanxian panicked and quickly stepped forward to grab the box. "Don't throw it away. Can I return it instead?" Ding. Cashback of 134 million. Hee hee. Lin Yun couldn't help but laugh. Next he glanced at another pair of earrings. Hey, these earrings would match the necklace perfectly. Oh, let's buy them together. No way. Then I'll just buy them and throw them away. Fine. Alright, I'll take them. Shang Wanxian's eyes hidden behind her sunglasses looked a bit overwhelmed. If she were to return these gifts, she would never be able to repay them in her lifetime. Ding. Cashback of 69 million. This ring is nice too. I don't like wearing rings. Shang Wanxian hurriedly interrupted, fearing Lin Yun wouldn't believe her. She quickly explained, "You know I love riding. Wearing rings long-term can affect my grip on the bike." Alright. Lin Yun sighed in disappointment and began to look for other gifts. Ding. As the completion notification sounded, Lin Yun looked at the over 300 million in his account, feeling exceptionally satisfied. He crossed over He Guang and his companion, who were petrified in place, and pushed 2 carts full of goods downstairs. "They'll take a taxi to carry all this to the Great Wall community. You can just ride my Kawasaki H2. After saying that, he tossed the car keys to Shang Wanxian. After hailing a taxi, he started to stuff the bags and boxes from the carts into the back seat, completely filling it up. Returning to his spacious apartment, he effortlessly tossed all the things he had bought into the living room. Just as he was about to leave for school, after waiting for Shang Wanxian to return, his wrist was suddenly grabbed. "Junior, wait a moment." Shang Wanxian bit her lip, taking out a small Totoro bag made of beads from her bag. "This is a bag my sister made for me by hand. I have kept it by my side for many years, and now I want to." Lin Yun accepted the Totoro bag. It was exquisitely crafted, revealing that Shang Wanxian's sister had commendable skills. "It's very beautiful, thank you." He stuffed the small bag into his pocket. Just as he wanted to leave, he was pulled back by Shang Wanxian. "Junior, you haven't eaten yet. How about you try my cooking tonight?" Lin Yun initially felt indifferent. However, after Shang Wanxian mentioned it, he realized a slight hunger stirring in his stomach. He nodded gently. "Alright, then I'll sample senior sister's culinary skills today. I promise not to disappoint you." Shang Wanxian took off her sunglasses, blinked her left eye mischievously, and skillfully took off her scarf as she entered the kitchen. Lin Yun, with nothing to do, sat on the sofa and opened his phone. He intended to scroll through short videos, but noticed a small red dot on WeChat. Upon checking, it was his former online dating partner Wang Qingxue, who was still trying to add him back. This woman, how could she be so persistent? He continued to click reject. He held a grudge. After he had deleted her, she still wanted to add him back. In her dreams, just after he clicked reject, another request popped up. Snowflake pastry. Without needing to think, he knew it was Wang Qingxue's alternate account. He continued to reject. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of Jiangxing University, Wang Qingxue, somewhat broken, slammed her phone onto the table. She exclaimed, "I'm so frustrated. He keeps rejecting me, and even when I add him with an alternate account, it's an instant reject." It's alright. Next to her, Su-Wan patted Wang Qingxue's head sympathetically. Self-proclaimed clever, she began to devise a plan for her good friend. "Actually, this is very normal, and I think the more he does this, the more he cares about you." "Really?" Wang Qingxue blinked her eyes repeatedly. She was somewhat skeptical of her friend's words. If he really cared, why would he keep rejecting her friend requests? Su-Wan nodded vigorously. "Think about it. If you disliked a classmate, but she sent you a friend request, would you reject her directly?" Wang Qingxue was silent for a moment. After nodding, she shook her head. "No, I would probably agree, and then leave her hanging on the list." "Exactly." Su-Wan clapped her hands excitedly. "So his constant rejections just show he actually cares. Moreover, this whole situation stemmed from you making the first mistake. As long as you show sincerity, I believe he will definitely be touched." "Sincerity?" Wang Qingxue lowered her head slightly, smiling bitterly. "But I've already offered him milk tea in front of so many people. Isn't that enough sincerity?" "What does that count for? It's just a cup of milk tea." Su-Wan rolled her eyes. She opened her phone and quickly, soon. Hey, look at this. Handmade will show plenty of sincerity. After dating online for so long, you must know what he likes, right? Tomorrow make it yourself and deliver it to him. This. Can it work? Wang Qingxue looked doubtful. She felt that her friend was quite unreliable. Suwan confidently clenched her fists. Trust me, it will definitely work. All right. On the other side in Chongqing community, Lin Yun waited for. Finally, the school beauty senior brought the prepared dishes out of the kitchen. Kung Pao chicken cola chicken wings, shredded pork with green peppers. A total of 4 dishes and 1 soup. Each dish was indeed a feast for the senses. Senior sister, I didn't expect your cooking to be this good. Lin Yun took a bite and found it indeed delicious. It was much tastier than those served in ordinary restaurants. Shang Wanxian seemed to be in high spirits. While eating, she shared interesting stories from her childhood. Lin Yun also cooperated by smiling from time to time. After finishing the meal, he got to know this senior sister. After wiping his mouth clean, he bid farewell to the senior sister and rode his bike back to school. At this moment, it was already late. He thought his father had probably returned home after finishing his work. After considering, he sent 1,000 yuan each to both his father and mother. If it weren't for the fear of scaring his parents, he would have sent at least 1.8 million. Just after sending, Xiaoyan, did something happen over there? His mother Wang Li asked nervously over the phone. Why did you suddenly transfer so much money to me and your dad? Lin Yun had already thought of a reason. He grinned. Mom, what could possibly happen? I just accidentally won a lottery ticket right after school started, so I sent 1,000 to you and Dad. You won't have to send me living expenses anymore. I have plenty of money. You won the lottery. Wang Li's voice was filled with astonishment. A deep male voice chimed in. You brat, is this for real? You have such good luck. Huh? Lin Yun laughed and patted his chest. You know my luck has always been this good. I just didn't buy tickets before, now that I do, how can I not win? On the other end of the phone, silence fell as they processed this astonishing news. After a long while, Wang Li finally spoke, her voice trembling. Xiaoyan, this thing is quite similar to gambling. Don't touch it again in the future. Also, you don't need to send us the money. We can help you save it for now and give it back when you get married and buy a house. Lin Yun. Great. He felt exasperated. Though somewhat helpless, he still wanted to push back. Mom and Dad, it's fine. It's just 2,000 yuan. I want a bit too much this time, so you don't need to worry at all. That's great. Your mom and I are just wanting to buy some new furniture, and you should send all the money you have here. We will keep it for you. Otherwise, you might spend it all haphazardly in a few months. As soon as his father's voice came through, he was pulled by his mother by the ear in a scolding manner. Xiaoyan is already grown up. He can manage his own money. He doesn't need you to look after it. Oh dear. That hurts. Listening to the sounds of his parents bickering on the phone, Lin Yun knew everything was fine, so he hung up and walked back to the dorm. As soon as he stepped into the dormitory, 3 pairs of eyes looked at him with envy. Boss, why are you so late? What were you doing with the school beauty? Speak honestly, and you'll be rewarded. Resist, and you'll be punished. Lin Yun scratched his head. He felt it wasn't something he needed to hide, so he confessed, actually I didn't do anything. I just went for a ride with senior sister Shangwan. Amidst the envious gazes of his 3 roommates, Lin Yun shook his head. No. What? Did the campus beauty buy a new car again? It's my car. Lin Yun smiled helplessly. He truly couldn't comprehend the thought process of his roommates. Your car. Wu Tao's eyes widened, his mind momentarily blank. Boss, but isn't your car a 4-wheeler? Shouldn't that be called driving, not riding? Compared to the other 2, Li Yan was the first to catch on. Staring at Lin Yun in shock, he asked, Boss, your car isn't a motorcycle, is it? Yes. Lin Yun nodded slightly. Then he innocently looked at Wu Tao and said, when did I ever say my car had 4 wheels? But boss, isn't your car more expensive than a BMW 5 Series? Wu Tao still couldn't understand, while Li Yan was losing patience. He kicked Wu Tao, who was looking dumbfounded. Pulling up a forum photo, he pointed at the Kawasaki H2. Are you stupid? Just take a good look. Don't you know there's a motorcycle worth over 7,000 yuan right here in our school? This must be boss. That top-spec Kawasaki H2. Wu Tao's mouth formed a huge O shape. His gaze towards Lin Yun had completely changed. Su Wenkai's phone also fell to the ground with a thud. They never expected that the motorcycle everyone was discussing so fervently in school actually belonged to their boss. Lin Yun sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. He chuckled awkwardly, quickly grabbing his toiletries to wash up on the balcony, leaving his 3 roommates staring at each other with wide eyes. A night passed. Lin Yun stretched and energetically got out of bed to brush his teeth. In contrast, his 3 roommates looked exhausted, as if they hadn't slept all night. Boss, Wu Tao with dark circles under his eyes pondered. I thought all night, and finally realized why the campus beauty Shang Wanxian invited you for milk tea and a meal. It must be for your top-tier motorcycle. Lin Yun. This guy? After thinking all night, this is what he came up with. Let's just destroy it, he's hopeless. After quickly finishing his wash, he glanced at the time. There were only 12 minutes left before military training. Noticing that the three were still leisurely brushing their teeth, he helplessly said, "Aren't you guys going to check the time? It's almost 8. If you're late, the punishment won't be something you can handle." Late? The three of them perked up at his words. Terrifying images of punishment flashed in their minds. They rushed to finish brushing their teeth, not even washing their faces, and sprinted out. Lin Yun followed slowly, unbothered by the punishment for being late. As a soldier, a mere 100 push-ups and a few laps around the field were nothing to him. To him it was child's play. Upon reaching the playground, everyone was basically already gathered. The chief instructor blew the whistle and shouted loudly, "All right, today we continue standing at attention, and in the afternoon I will teach you military boxing." Military boxing. Everyone was excited. Having stood at attention for so long, everyone was already tired and annoyed. They thought they would be standing for a few more days, but unexpectedly, they were going to start learning military boxing so soon. In an instant, everyone stood a bit more alert. The scorching sun hung overhead, and the air was thick with heat and humidity. After 2 hours, they welcomed their third break. With their newfound experience, everyone went to grab their own water bottles to replenish lost fluids. Oh no, Senior Wang Qingxue is here again. At the reminder, everyone couldn't help but look towards the edge of the playground. Still dressed in that familiar white dress, the only difference was that she was holding not milk tea, but a bowl of refreshing yogurt fruit salad. When Wang Qingxue carefully approached the 17th squad, she raised it high. "Lin Yun, I remember you said you really liked yogurt fruit salad. I made this with fresh ingredients I bought myself. Give it a try." What? The campus beauty made it herself. Everyone was at a loss for words, wondering if the world had gone mad, or if they had. It was one thing for the campus beauty to send milk tea, but now she was personally delivering fruit salad. This guy, could it be that he saved the whole family of the campus beauty? Just when everyone was about to cry, another familiar figure appeared. Shang Wanqian walked over slowly with an iced coffee in hand. "Junior, hey, race your coffee. Why are you always clinging to Lin Yun?" Wang Qingxue was displeased. Why was this woman always around? Was she deliberately trying to get in her way? Instead of directly answering, Wang Qingxue took out her phone and opened a video. A qualified ex should disappear from each other's lives as if dead. If the love between two people is wrong, then, after breaking up, they should live their lives well, without disturbing each other. You live your life well, and I live mine. Even if we still have feelings for each other, please don't show up in front of each other. Voices echoed from the video. This left all the girls present dumbfounded. This move was impressive. Only the boys felt like they had been hit with 1,000,000 points of super damage. Who on earth was this guy that two campus beauties were competing for his attention? Could he be a reincarnated love saint? Lin Yun helplessly observed the scene, which was almost identical to the previous day. It was understandable that Shang Wanqian came to see him. After all, he had bought her many expensive gifts last night. But what about this ex-girlfriend? He had repeatedly rejected her, yet she was still persistent, and this time she brought homemade fruit salad. Ding. Select a task. Choice 1. Accept the fruit salad from campus beauty Wang Qingxue first, and gain 50 shares of AI-Ku private hospital. Choice 2. Accept the iced coffee from campus beauty Shang Wanqian first, and gain 100 shares of Shangshi Hotel. Upon hearing the prompt, Lin Yun's pupils lit up with excitement. But soon they dimmed again. This system was too sneaky, manipulating both choices. This way he couldn't gather both rewards like before. Looking at the two options floating before him felt like having his pants pulled down only to be allowed to touch. With no other choice. After pondering for a full half-minute, Lin Yun ultimately decided to choose Shangshi Hotel. Although the 50 shares of AI-Ku private hospital were worth more than the 100 shares of Shangshi Hotel, he felt that absolute controlling power was far better than that 50. Without any hesitation, he snatched the iced coffee from Shang Wanqian. "Thank you, senior, I really like the coffee." Ding. Host completed choice 2, gaining 100 shares of Shangshi Hotel. Gotcha. Wang Qingxue seemed to hear the sound of her heart breaking. This was something she had spent a lot of time making herself. It couldn't even compare to the coffee this woman casually bought on the side of the road. Feeling wronged, her nose tinged with bitterness, her lips involuntarily pouted. Lin Yun looked at his ex, who seemed on the verge of tears. For some reason he felt a bit amused. Last time he accepted Wang Qingxue's milk tea purely to complete a system task. But this time he had no intention of accepting it, even if the other party offered his favorite yogurt fruit mix. He shook his coffee in hand and unapologetically apologized to Wang Qingxue. "Sorry, senior sister, our military training is too intense. 1 cup of coffee is enough for me. Drinking more might hurt my stomach." The meaning was quite simple. It meant for her to quickly take the fruit mix and return wherever she came from. Upon hearing Lin Yun's voice, all the boys around felt their hearts shatter at the sight of Wang Qingxue's pitiful expression. After all, she was the school beauty. How could this guy treat the sweet and lovely senior sister like this? Aside from the freshers on the playground, even some younger instructors, including the chief instructor, looked at Lin Yun with slightly reddened eyes. At this moment Shang Wanxian was also somewhat astonished. Yesterday he saw that Lin Yun had accepted both cups of milk tea. He thought Lin Yun's relationship with Wang Qingxue wasn't that cold. But today he only accepted her coffee while rejecting Wang Qingsu's more heartfelt fruit mix. Could it be? Something happened last night that she was unaware of. While lost in thought, Wang Qingxue had already put away the fruit mix. With her head down, she jogged away from the playground. Lin Yun, on the other hand, finished his iced coffee as if nothing had happened. Half a minute later, he handed the empty cup to Shang Wanxian. "Senior sister, I'm done. Could you please throw this away for me?" "Sure." Shang Wanxian took the cup and obediently walked towards the trash bin at the edge of the playground. This scene left everyone present with twitching mouths. They simply couldn't understand what kind of charm this guy had cast on the school beauty. Not only did he get the drink, but he also handed the trash to the school beauty to throw away. Too excessive. It was simply too much. Lin Yun felt a chill creeping down his back. He glanced around and saw that all the boys on the playground were focused on him. Nonchalantly, he squatted down and chatted casually with the adoring Wu Tao, waiting for the break to end. Ding-ling-ling. The bell rang. After a call for dismissal, countless people rushed towards the cafeteria. Lin Yun followed behind with his 3 roommates. Along the way, Wu Tao pestered him, asking how to pursue girls. Lin Yun spread his hands helplessly. "I really have no tricks. Usually it's the girls who contact me." "Listen to that. Does that even sound believable?" Wu Tao looked incredulous. No matter how wealthy Lin Yun was, it was still hard to believe he could effortlessly win over 2 school beauties. How could he provoke them publicly without any tricks? Lin Yun saw the disbelief in their eyes and felt helpless. His online relationship with Wang Qingxue was indeed initiated by her. As for Shang Wanxian, the first time was because she needed something from him, and the second time she was moved by his persistent gift-giving. So he really wasn't lying. He had no special tricks. The group casually had lunch in the cafeteria. After returning to the dormitory, they took a half-hour nap before heading to the playground. Since they were going to practice the military boxing they had long admired in the afternoon, many had not yet begun military training and were already eager to try. Whoosh! The whistle blew. "All squads, form a circle around me." There was a surge of energy. The execution of the team was terrifyingly efficient. In less than 2 minutes they had arranged themselves around the chief instructor. "Very good. Watch closely. I will demonstrate it first." The chief instructor took a deep breath. After slowly initiating the movements, he proceeded with the speed of wind and ferocity of thunder. Bow stance punch. Throat thrust kick. He executed the military boxing cleanly and neatly. After finishing, he expected a round of applause from the audience. To his surprise, he received only puzzled glances. "Chief instructor, is this military boxing? It feels neither flashy nor practical to me." Those bold enough to voice their opinion began to question. With the first person speaking up, the skepticism on the entire playground gradually increased. "Yeah, instructor, I feel this military boxing is less powerful than the taekwondo I learned. This move looks silly. If someone really used this in a fight, I feel they'd already be laughing before it even started." The instructors were left dumbfounded by what they heard. When they enlisted, they also had similar doubts, but no one dared to express them. Unexpectedly, today's college students had such boldness. They actually dared to question military boxing in front of the chief instructor. As expected, the chief instructor's face quickly darkened. All right, do you all think the set of moves I just demonstrated is useless in real combat?" Upon seeing the chief instructor's expression, the previously noisy playground fell silent. Even the dimmest of them could see that the chief instructor was unhappy. However, the chief instructor wasn't easily fooled. He shouted at the crowd, "Who thinks military boxing is not practical? Step forward, I'll let you experience it firsthand right now." Upon hearing that they would experience the boxing from the chief instructor, those who had just been loud were now subdued. Just as the crowd fell silent, a boy from the 17th squad raised his hand and pointed at Lin Yun, who was casually chatting with his hands in his pockets. He weakly said, "Instructor, this student said your moves are just showy. He can easily take you down." "Who?" The chief instructor followed the pointed direction. To find it was that boy who had been treated to milk tea by the school beauty. He laughed. "Kid, you said you could easily take me down. Come out." "Me?" Lin Yun was taken aback. When did he ever say that? He realized it was that mischievous Wang Yi next to the boy, grinning from ear to ear. He immediately understood that the little shorty was up to no good. "Nonsense, who else could it be but you?" The chief instructor impatiently pointed towards the instructor of the 17th squad. "Come on, let that boy from your squad step forward. I want to have an in-depth discussion about military boxing with him." The instructor of the 17th squad's face turned sour. Goodness, they only had a few boys in their squad, and they were still causing trouble. Reluctantly, he waved his hand. "Come out, don't worry, the chief instructor will go easy on you." "All right." Lin Yun stepped out of the line. Before leaving, he glanced at Wang Yi, who covered her mouth and smiled. In his gaze there was not a hint of resentment, but rather a touch of gratitude. He had long wanted to test his fighting abilities, and he was just lamenting the lack of opportunity. He didn't expect this little shorty to inadvertently grant him his wish. Good, let's not dwell on anything else, at least your courage is commendable. No wonder you can win over two such beautiful girls. The chief instructor took off his shirt. Revealing his solid muscles and abs, Lin Yun fearlessly walked forward, stopping about a meter away from the chief instructor. 17th Squad, Lin Yun reporting for duty. Very well, now I will show all of you the power of military boxing. The chief instructor warmed up a bit. He looked at Lin Yun completely unconcerned. This move is called the bow stance punch. Saying this, he stepped forward with his left foot, bending his knee into a standard bow stance. His right leg was straightened, and his fist shot forward. Seeing the instructor truly take action, the woman lamented, silently regretting that the one being hit was such a handsome guy. Meanwhile, the man secretly cheered, wishing the chief instructor could land a few more strikes on the opponent's face. In the eye of the storm, Lin Yun remained unfazed. He suddenly twisted his waist, turning his left foot outward half a step, sidestepping the attack. At the same time, his forearm lashed inward like an iron ruler. Immediately following, using the force generated from twisting his waist and hips, he launched a rising hook punch aimed at the opponent's soft spot. A muffled grunt was heard, and the chief instructor's stance faltered. The whole person staggered back a few steps, clutching his side. What the hell? How can the chief instructor be outmatched by a freshman? Did you see that? I told you military boxing is just for show, and he couldn't even handle a freshman. I should have gone up too. Why didn't I shout louder back then? The playground erupted again. Wang Yi, hiding in the crowd, was completely stunned. He had intended to see Lin Yun embarrass himself in front of so many people. Little did he expect that the chief instructor was all brawn, without any skill. Not only did he fail to embarrass Lin Yun, but he also ended up showcasing Lin Yun's prowess. In contrast to the freshmen, the instructors who had served in the military wore grim expressions. Others might not see it, but they could tell at a glance that this freshman was no ordinary person. He was able to swiftly respond and use the first set of military boxing techniques to counter the chief instructor's advancing punch. At that moment, the chief instructor was even more shocked than everyone else. He stared blankly at Lin Yun. Good heavens, have you been in the army before? No. Lin Yun smiled innocently. I just watched it on TV before and practiced a bit. Really? The chief instructor looked skeptical. From that earlier display, he felt as if the opponent was a seasoned warrior. Lin Yun was afraid he wouldn't be believed. He raised 4 fingers. I swear I've never been in the army. All right. The chief instructor reluctantly believed him. A freshman just entering university shouldn't be lying to him. It must have been that he called out the moves, allowing the other party to make a timely counterattack. Ahem. He coughed, awkwardly glancing at the crowd. What just happened was purely an accident. Next, I will truly demonstrate military boxing to everyone. Watch carefully and learn well. If you can grasp it, it could benefit you for a lifetime. After the lesson, his gaze towards Lin Yun grew more serious. Get ready, I won't be calling out the moves anymore. With that, he launched an attack using his most practiced stance, deliberately holding back a lot of force to avoid accidentally injuring the other. However, the next second, his extended arm was easily blocked. At the same time, he felt a tremendous force strike the inner thigh. The next moment, he fell straight to the ground. Oh, haha, this is hilarious. Instructor, is this what you call being? Laughter erupted all around. The chief instructor quickly got up, looking at Lin Yun in disbelief. This little guy was definitely a true expert. Not daring to be careless any longer, he assumed a fighting stance. 10 seconds later, the chief instructor got back up after being knocked out. His gaze towards Lin Yun was as if he were looking at an unseen-a-lifetime genius. Strong. Too strong. He had only felt this kind of pressure from top-tier warriors. He never expected to experience it from a freshman. Good lad. He joyfully patted Lin Yun's shoulder. You're a born warrior. Interested in joining the army? With your combat skills, you could rank high even nationally. No. Lin Yun quickly refused. Are you kidding me? I have several $100 million in my bank account, along with luxury cars, mansions, and a 100 stake in a 5-star hotel. Only someone out of their mind would choose to leave everything behind for the grueling army life. The chief instructor felt a bit regretful, but respected Lin Yun's choice. All right, you can skip military training from now on. When the time comes, he'll give you a perfect score. Lin Yun's eyes lit up at the thought of skipping military training. He never expected such a pleasant surprise. When the surrounding boys heard that defeating the instructor would exempt them from military training, one by one they began to shout, "Whoa, instructor, I want to try too." Me too. I want a perfect score without military training. The chief instructor laughed. First, he let Lin Yun return to the army, then casually pointed to a tall boy who was jumping the most enthusiastically. You're up? All right, thank you, instructor. The tall boy beamed with joy. He had just observed and thought the chief instructor's military boxing was just average. With his height advantage, he was sure he could easily take down the instructor just like the previous boy. Instructor, watch out. The boy charged forward. The next moment, the world spun around him. He found himself peacefully lying on the ground without knowing when. He stubbornly got back up, but within 2 seconds he fell again. The chief instructor had someone take the hopeless boy to the side. He looked at the crowd. Anyone else want to skip military training? All the freshmen exchanged glances. No one dared to step forward to embarrass themselves anymore. Yet someone with a head of steel raised their hand. Instructor, I want to try. However, in less than half a minute, even the fearless contestant was taken aside. Seeing this scene, everyone fell silent. At that moment, they finally understood. It turned out the chief instructor wasn't incompetent, it was just that the previous freshman was too fierce. Damn boss, turns out you're not just good at picking up girls, but your fighting skills are also top-notch. Wu Tao and the others stared at Lin Yun, their admiration and worship nearly spilling out of their eyes. Meanwhile, Wang Yi and the boy who had pointed Lin Yun out were drenched in cold sweat. In the end, Wang Yi consoled himself. In this society, money and power come first. No matter how impressive Lin Yun was, what difference did it make? After constantly reassuring himself, his body's slight tremors gradually calmed down. The military training ended swiftly. That afternoon at the boys' dormitory, Wang Yi returned to the dormitory and immediately kicked the door hard. He experienced the bitter taste of a failed scheme for the first time. Damn it, I wanted Lin Qingyue to see him make a fool of himself, but now it turns out to be his personal showcase. After cursing, he still felt unsatisfied. He kicked his roommate, who followed him in. It's all your fault. Me? How is this my fault? You were the one who made me do it, and now you're blaming me. Another roommate caught on to Wang Yi's displeasure and immediately offered a suggestion. Wang Gu, it's all about Lin Qingyue, right? I have a way to help you get closer to her. What method? Hee, we can hold a dormitory social event and directly invite her whole dormitory to dinner. That could work. Wang Yi realized it was feasible. He immediately rewarded the roommate, who came up with the plan, with a red envelope. You handle this, book a 5-star hotel. Alright. The roommate beamed, and after accepting the red envelope, he added all the members of Lin Qingyue's dormitory to the group. He immediately shared the details of the social event, adding one more note: this gathering will be at the 5-star Shengshi Hotel, and our dormitory is treating Jiangqing University. In the girls' dormitory, Lin Qingyue and her 3 friends began to roll dice, eventually forcing a short-haired girl to be elected as the dorm leader. Hey! The dorm leader picked up her phone. She had just seen a message from the boy who she had recently accepted as a Wang Yi's dorm. There were only a few boys in their English class too, divided into 2 dorms, and the 2 dorms did not get along well. So when the dorm leader mentioned Wang Yi, the images of the short guy and 2 other lewd boys appeared in their minds. One girl rolled her eyes. Isn't that the short guy with a bit of money who wants to pursue Qingyue? We shouldn't sit at the same table, others might think we brought along our ugly son. Her roommate's sharp tongue made everyone in the dorm, including Lin Qingyue, laugh. Just as the dorm leader was about to follow her roommate's suggestion and decline, she noticed the hotel in the message. Wow, are they really that wealthy? They said they wanted to treat us at the Shengshi Hotel. One girl exclaimed, isn't that the 5-star hotel famous for its amazing food? It should be right. The dorm leader awkwardly showed the screen to everyone. After seeing it, everyone hesitated. Finally, the dorm leader quietly broke the silence. Alright, let's go and see. After all, someone is treating us to a feast for free. Sure, I have no problem. Me too. The 3 voiced their agreement, leaving only Lin Qingyue alone in the dorm. Everyone's gaze turned toward Lin Qingyue, as they all knew that Wang Yi was treating it such an expensive place primarily for her. Lin Qingyue felt the eyes of her 3 roommates on her. Just as she was about to agree, the dorm leader spoke first. Qingyue, if you don't want to go, then we won't go either. Right, it's just a meal, but it's not a big deal if we don't eat. Seeing her roommates considering her feelings, Lin Qingyue smiled helplessly. I never said I wasn't going. Yay, we're going to eat a top-notch dinner. Her roommates cheered and began to change clothes and put on makeup. Lin Qingyue turned away, her smile fading as her brow furrowed. She didn't really want to go to dinner with Wang Yi and the others, but seeing her roommates so excited, she didn't refuse. After quickly changing her clothes, she decided to invite Lin Yun and a few others. With them around, it wouldn't feel as awkward. She found Lin Yun's WeChat in the group and added him, and within 2 minutes he agreed. She directly asked Wang Yi's dorm invited us to a dormitory gathering at Shengshi Hotel, saying they would treat us. Are you coming? Dormitory gathering. When Lin Yun in the boys' dorm saw this message, a playful smile appeared on his face. Shengshi Hotel, isn't that the one they got after choosing Shengwan Qian's cafe last time? Without any hesitation, he sent an okay, and looked at his 3 roommates. Guys, get ready. We have a big spender treating us to dinner at Shengshi Hotel. Damn, it wouldn't be that big spender Wang Yi, right? That hotel is ridiculously expensive. You got it right. Lin Yun simply explained the situation to his roommates. The group immediately excitedly took out their best clothes to change into. Only Su Wenkai hesitated for a moment, deciding to stick with his military training outfit. After all, it was the most expensive outfit he owned. As for Lin Yun, he changed into the t-shirt and shorts he bought for 9 yuan and 99 cents. The 4 of them then took a taxi towards Shengshi Hotel. In front of the hotel entrance, Lin Qingwei and the others had just gotten out of the car, awestruck by the grandeur of the three-meter door. They couldn't help but take out their phones to take pictures ready to post on their social media. Lin Qingwei then quietly said, "By the way, I called a few other boys from their class on the way here." Lin Yun and the others. The dorm leader asked, surprised as she put her phone away. Lin Qingwei fidgeted with her fingers. You wouldn't mind, would you?" "Of course not." One girl's eye sparkled. "That Lin Yun is the most handsome in our class. With so many handsome guys joining us for dinner, I feel like my mood is already better." "That's great." Lin Qingwei sighed in relief. She was worried that calling others without permission would upset her roommates. They waited at the hotel entrance for a moment, and soon a BMW slowly drove up. "Ladies, did you wait long?" Wang Yi got out of the car, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Lin Qingyu's dorm leader first politely greeted him, then cautiously probed, "By the way, Wang Yi, we also invited another dorm for this gathering. It shouldn't be a problem." "Of course not," Wang Yi replied without a second thought. For him, it didn't matter how many people came as long as the beautiful Lin Qingwei was there. The three girls immediately felt relieved. This lavish meal was secured. Wang Yi then asked curiously, "Is the other dorm also from our class?" "Yes." "Which beauties are there?" "What beauties?" "They are a few handsome guys." "Handsome guys?" Wang Yi and the other two were taken aback. There weren't many boys in the class apart from the three of them. There were only Lin Yun and four others. So the other dorm must be Lin Yun and his group, who always seemed to oppose them. The smile on Wang Yi's face faded visibly, but he still forced a smile, saying, "Haha, just right. Didn't Qingwei say last time that Lin Yun's car was more expensive than mine? I guess I'll see what kind of luxury car they're driving this time." As soon as he finished speaking, a taxi pulled up at the hotel entrance. "Oh, isn't that my good brother Wang?" Wu Tao got out of the car and cheerfully hugged Wang Yi. Due to the height difference, he even playfully ruffled Wang Yi's hair. Wang Yi pushed Wu Tao aside and focused on the few people getting out of the taxi. When he saw Lin Yun in the taxi laughing with his hand on his stomach, he burst out, "Wait, is this what you call a car that's more expensive than my BMW?" Wang Yi's other two roommates also laughed in response. "I told you he's wearing clothes cheaper than mine. How could he possibly have a car?" Apart from Wang Yi and the other two, the three girls standing at the door were also a bit confused. During military training, didn't Lin Qingwei say that Lin Yun had a car? Why did he still need to take a taxi? Lin Qingwei stepped forward to clear up the confusion. Lin Yun's vehicle is a motorcycle, the one that's quite popular on our school forum, the Kawasaki H2. It probably can't carry four people together, so that's why they chose to take a taxi. That fully equipped Kawasaki H2. Wang Yi was taken aback at first, then laughed even harder. "Haha, I said my other car is the Bugatti Veyron that's been parked at the school with no one driving it." Lin Yun listened, casting a peculiar glance at Wang Yi. How does this guy always manage to walk right into his line of fire? Seeing that Lin Yun and the others did not refute, Wang Yi became even more arrogant, feigning generosity. "It's fine, it's actually quite normal for young people to be a bit vain these days." Lin Qingyu's several roommates. Completely ignoring the smug Wang Yi, they looked at Lin Qingyue in astonishment. "Qingyue, is it true? I saw on the forum that that car is worth over 700,000. "Yes, it's true." Lin Qingyue nodded seriously. Her roommates knew she wasn't the type to lie. They looked at Lin Yun with eyes sparkling with admiration. The dorm leader even had a face full of adoration. "Lin Yun, if you can buy a motorcycle worth over 700,000, does your family have many luxury cars?" "Well," Lin Yun smiled awkwardly, "I only have one luxury car." "Wow, that must be worth at least several million. Since we're classmates, can we take a ride in it sometime?" The dorm leader clasped her hands together, unable to resist imagining herself in a luxury car worth tens of millions. Wang Yi watched as these girls foolishly believed. In exasperation, he interrupted, "All right, enough. Regardless of whether Lin Yun has any luxury cars or not, let's just go in and eat." He was 1,000% sure that Lin Yun was just pretending to be wealthy. But who knew these girls were so naive? They actually believed such nonsense. However, it was fine. Once the identity of the Kawasaki H2 owner was revealed, he wouldn't even have to think of a way to deal with it. This guy would be completely disgraced. He called everyone to the reserved private room, waving his hand grandly. "This time the gathering is on me, Wang Yi. Everyone feel free to order whatever you want. Then we won't be polite." Lin Qingwei and her friends came for the free meal, picking up the menu and directly ordering Cloud Dream steamed cake, clear soup, bird's nest. They ordered 5 or 6 dishes in one go. Each dish cost over 1,000. "We've ordered, Lin Yun, you guys take a look." Lin Qingwei handed the menu to Lin Yun and the others sitting nearby. With a slight blink, he felt assured to order since someone else was treating. Lin Yun took the menu, flipping to the last few pages. "Since Wang is treating, if we order something too cheap, wouldn't that be embarrassing for him?" Bird's nest and silver fungus soup, winter worm, summer grass, stewed water dragon, steamed East Star grouper. He ordered more than 10 dishes in one breath. Then he tossed the menu to Wang Yi across the table. Wang Yi didn't even look at it and handed it directly to the waiter. "Hurry up and bring all the dishes I just ordered." "Yes, sir." The waiter took the menu and went out. Since the ordered dishes needed time to prepare, the girls began chatting with Lin Yun during the wait. After all, he was not only handsome, but also a super-rich second generation. The key was his strength. He could easily take down the military training's chief instructor. Faced with such a perfect person, it was hard for them not to be moved. Lin Yun, what brand is your other luxury car? One of the girls raised her eyebrows and asked. Lin Yun, meeting the gazes of several girls, chuckled. Guess. Ferrari. Nope. Lamborghini. Not that either. I know it must be a Rolls-Royce. Wrong. Could it be a Maybach? No. The two groups chatted and laughed, but Wang Yi, sitting opposite, was not pleased. This social event was organized by them. How come it felt like Lin Yun and his friends were the main characters instead? Moreover, seeing the girls firmly believe that Lin Yun owned luxury cars, this feeling was more unbearable than eating something unpleasant. In an effort to regain control, he hurriedly interrupted their conversation. By the way, after military training, we need to elect a class leader and other class officers. Does anyone want to run for it? Once this topic was raised, it had no effect on the scene at all. Several girls continued to guess what Lin Yun's luxury car was. Wang, hey, damn. It's just bragging. Who can't do that? Even a poor guy can make people believe it. As a rich second generation with a bit of money, he could brag even more. Ahem. Actually, that BMW is just the most unremarkable car in my garage. I have several luxury cars of various kinds in my garage. Not long ago, my dad bought a Ferrari worth over 10 million, but I was afraid it would be too flashy, so I only drove the least valuable BMW. He raised his voice deliberately, letting the girls across the table hear. Sure enough, everyone's eyes turned toward. The dorm leader was half skeptical and asked, Wang Yi, do you really have many luxury cars? Of course. Wang Yi felt a little elated. He pulled out a photo of the Bugatti Veyron from his phone. I also have one of these cars. I bought it together with the owner of the one at school. So you know the owner of the Bugatti Veyron at school? Lin Yun asked with a peculiar gaze. Wang Yi replied, yeah, that car was actually bought by a senior in our school. At that time, I bought it with him at the official store, and I just happened to win a few seconds in a race. The more he spoke, the more exaggerated it became. After finishing, he provocatively glanced at Lin Yun. See, when it comes to bragging, I can only be stronger than you. Wang Yi's statement was logical enough to make several girls start to doubt. Could it be? Wang Yi really had was driving a BMW just for the sake of being low-key. Just as Wang Yi was about to continue bragging, the waiter brought the dishes to the table, and the delightful aroma of delicious food began to waft through the private room. Everyone's appetites were thoroughly piqued. No one spoke anymore. They began to savor the exquisite dishes. Amazing. Everyone almost unanimously praised the food. Wang Yi tried a few dishes, feeling shocked inside, but still pretended to be calm. Not bad, almost on par with my family's 5-star chef's level. Lin Yun. This guy? Is he addicted to bragging? In contrast, Lin Qinghue disdainfully pulled the corner of her mouth. She didn't believe that a family with such capabilities could raise someone so short and lewd. Moreover, a BMW was generally favored by nouveau riche. If there were better cars, it would be impossible to leave them idle and instead choose a BMW. Wang Yi didn't notice Lin Qingyu's expression, continuing to boast. When I have time, I'll take you to my family's villa in the Heavenly Palace to taste the food made by my chef. It's even better than this 5-star hotel's. Heavenly Palace. Lin Yun's hand trembled slightly. He was beginning to admire this guy's bragging ability. The Heavenly Palace was the top villa area in the country. Any random villa there costs over 60 million, with the highest even reaching several billion. Moreover, the key is that money can't buy it. He had previously heard that a nouveau riche who won several hundred million in the lottery wanted to buy one, but was directly refused. Just as Wang Yi was blowing his trumpet with great enthusiasm, he felt the urge to urinate and went outside to the restroom. After finishing, he thought about settling the bill as he passed the front desk. Reaching the front desk, he tapped the surface with his hand. How much is the total for room 32? Sir, it's a total of 47927 yuan, but we'll round it down for you, so it will only be 47900. The receptionist politely handed him the bill. Upon hearing the price, Wang Yi's legs went weak. In disbelief, he asked, How much? It's a total of 47900 yuan. The receptionist thought he hadn't heard clearly and repeated it. Wang Yi's face instantly turned pale. His family is wealthy, but the living allowance his parents give him each month is not much, totaling only 300 yuan. Now this meal's price is already close to 5000. It's nearly 2 months' worth of living expenses. He thought that the over 300 yuan he had on him would be enough, but he didn't expect the hotel's food to be so expensive. Knowing that the hotel's reputation wouldn't allow for any tricks on the bill, he began to nervously pat himself down with trembling hands. Oh, where's my phone? It seems I left it in the private room. I'll come back to pay later. Saying that, he hurriedly ran out of the hall and returned to the private room. As soon as he entered, his two underlings sensed something was off. Brother Wang, what's wrong? Why does your face look so pale? What could possibly be wrong with me? Wang Yi pretended to be nonchalant as he continued to eat, but his trembling hands still betrayed his inner panic. After about 10 more minutes, he noticed that most of the food on the table had already been devoured. Wang Yi covered his mouth and whispered to the two underlings who were enjoying their meal, "How much money do you two have? Hurry and lend me some. Borrow money." The two underlings exchanged glances somewhat in disbelief that Wang Yi, who had a living allowance of several thousand a month, would ask them for money. "Brother Wang." The two underlings were a bit nervous. "Is it that the meal money isn't enough? How much more do you need?" "I still need 15,000. 15,000. Upon hearing that number, the two underlings' eyes nearly popped out. "My living allowance is only 1500 a month. Ew, I just bought some stuff when I entered school, and now I only have over 900 left. Me too, I can only scrape together a little over 1000. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi's brows furrowed tighter. Great. One has 900, and the other has over 1000. He shouldn't have placed his hopes on these two poor underlings. "Brother Wang, I have an idea." One of the underlings leaned in a bit closer. He glanced over at Lin Yun and the others who were eating and chatting with the girls. "Wu Tao and the others are also eating this meal. You can call them out and let them share the burden." "Right." Wang Yi's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. It is an unspoken rule among boys to split the bill when eating together. There's no reason for the four of them to enjoy a free meal while he takes the hit. Having realized this, he immediately stood up and smiled at Lin Yun. "Lin Yun, come out for a moment. Ooh, I have something to discuss with you." "What's the matter?" Lin Yun glanced at him indifferently and asked directly. Wang Yi's smile froze. This kind of thing must be discussed privately. If he asked Lin Yun to split the bill in front of the girls, it would be utterly humiliating. So he continued vaguely. "Actually, it's just some matters among us boys. Come out, and I'll talk to you. Just say what it is directly. Why are you being so wishy-washy?" Li Yin put down his chopsticks in annoyance and glared at Wang Yi. At that moment, Wang Yi was sweating profusely. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. "It's not suitable to discuss this in front of everyone. Let's go outside to talk." "Fine." Lin Yun didn't refuse any longer. He also wanted to see what this guy was up to. Seeing that Lin Yun agreed, Wang Yi finally felt relieved. After walking about 10 meters out of the private room, he immediately changed his demeanor. With an air of arrogance, he said, "Lin Yun, the total for this meal is 500 yuan. Our dormitory will contribute 2500, and your dormitory will also contribute 2500. Hurry and message everyone in your dorm to chip in." "Oh, I see, all right." Lin Yun nodded. He agreed, and then walked back into the private room. Wang Yi was delighted to see this scene. He thought Lin Yun would come up with various excuses to refuse, but he unexpectedly agreed right away. It seemed that they should be able to scrape together 2500, since Wu Tao and Li Yin from their dormitory must have something. After Lin Yun returned to the private room and sat down, he first gave Wang Yi a reassuring glance. Then he stood up and adjusted his collar. Everyone please don't eat, yet I need to tell you something." All the others put down their chopsticks upon hearing this, and looked at Lin Yun, who had suddenly stood up with confusion. Only Wang Yi's expression changed, and a bad premonition surged to the bottom of his feet. "Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that Wang Yi, who previously claimed he would treat us, wants us to split the bill." "What?" Everyone looked at Wang Yi in shock. "What's going on? Didn't you say you would treat us? If it's going to be a split, you should have made it clear earlier. We wouldn't have come otherwise. Just so you know, my living allowance is only a little over 200 a month. I can't afford to split this bill." Several girls chimed in. Looking at Wang Yi, their gazes were filled with disdain. Wang Yi felt his ears burning with embarrassment and anger standing up. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Huh?" Lin Yun blinked innocently and said, "Didn't you pull me out just now to discuss splitting the bill? You're talking nonsense." Wang Yi pointed at Lin Yun, his finger trembling in anger. "I clearly said that all the boys in your dormitory would split the bill with us, but I never mentioned the girls." As soon as he finished speaking, the girls' gazes became even more disdainful. Lin Xingyue quickly stood up, exclaiming, "Wang Yi, you were the one who said you would treat everyone. How did it suddenly turn into splitting with Lin Yun and the others?" Seeing Lin Xingyue stand up for Lin Yun and the others, Wang Yi was immediately rendered speechless. At this moment, he even felt like killing Lin Yun. How could he be so humiliated in front of Lin Xingyue and the other girls? To avoid being left to wash the dishes, he had no choice but to put on a tough act. When did I ever say I was treating? Besides, isn't it normal for boys to split the bill when going out for a meal? Hiss! Everyone gasped. They never expected Wang Yi to play it like this. The head girl of the girls' dorm looked at him suspiciously as she stood up. "Wang Yi, you aren't saying you can't afford to pay, are you?" As soon as this was said, the whole place understood. No wonder Wang Yi took so long in the restroom earlier. He found out he didn't have enough money to pay and stopped pretending to be generous, trying to pull people to split the bill. Wang Yi's face instantly turned red. He hurriedly defended himself. No way, I just think Lin Yun and the others are boys too. It wouldn't make sense if they didn't split. What a pity. Such a pale explanation, no one believes it at all. Lin Yun crossed his arms and stared at Wang Yi with a half smile. He could see it. This guy must be short on cash. Sure enough, Wang Yi trembled a little upon hearing that. He hurriedly looked for an excuse. My bank card has a limit. No worries, we can wait for you to call the bank and apply. You bastard. Wang Yi felt everything go dark before his eyes. He almost fell to the ground. He understood now this embarrassment was definitely going to happen today. Resolutely, he decided to stop looking for excuses. He would just let it all go. That's right, I just don't have enough money. After all you all ate today, you must split the bill. His fierce words made the four girls roll their eyes dramatically. One girl wearing glasses couldn't help but comment him claiming to own so many luxury cars, yet can't even pay. Exactly. Another girl chimed in, next time you brag, check your balance first. You guys. Wang Yi's chest heaved with anger. Having lost so much face, he realized it would be unlikely to pursue Lin Qinghua in the future. He simply looked at everyone with a cold sneer. I don't care, we all ate this meal together. If we don't split the bill, none of you can leave, including the girls. What do you mean? The dorm leader slammed the table and stood up. Are you saying we should chip in to pay you? That's right, a total of 4700 divided into 3 parts. Each dorm pays a share about 15000. Wang Yi even held up his fingers to count how much each dorm should contribute. Bastard. The dorm leader quickly pulled out his phone and opened the message interface. You check it carefully, you were the one who said you would treat everyone at the beginning. Impossible. Wang Yi snapped, then he quickly deleted the message. Where? How come I didn't see it? The girls looked at Wang Yi in disbelief. Never would they have thought that this shameless guy could stoop so low. He could even do such a thing. They felt they had gained some experience today. Lin Yun disdainfully pointed at the camera in the private room. Idiot, there are cameras everywhere here. You've said more than once that you would treat everyone. You're the idiot. Wang Yi laughed. Do you think you are the owner of this hotel? Just look at the surveillance if you want. He was clear that for a hotel of this level, to check the surveillance requires significant permissions. Lin Yun and his friends, lacking money and power, wanting to view the footage was undoubtedly a pipe dream. The dorm leader also knew that accessing the surveillance was not easy. He lowered his head and sighed slightly. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. It's not your fault, it's this guy who has no shame. Lin Yun comforted the self-blaming girl. Then he raised an eyebrow and continued to ask, if we could access the surveillance, would you willingly pay the money? That would be natural. Wang Yi didn't believe that Lin Yun, a poor guy, could access the surveillance of a 5-star hotel. Only someone at least at the manager level would have that authority. But how could such a person be known by a few broke students? Upon hearing this, Lin Yun's lips curled into a smile. He immediately called for a waiter. Go call your manager over for me. Manager. The waiter looked at the student-like boy before him. Finally, his gaze landed on the clothes worth no more than 100, shaking his head. I'm sorry, sir, our manager is very busy. If it's something you can talk to me, then can you help us check the hotel surveillance? Lin Qinghua quickly spoke up, looking at the waiter with a hint of hope. Surveillance. The waiter awkwardly smiled. He shook his head politely. I'm really sorry, our hotel requires at least managerial level permissions to view surveillance. Is that so? Lin Qinghua's eyes dimmed. She also understood that the excuse of the manager being busy was just a pretext. They felt that these few poor students didn't warrant the manager's attention. Wang Yi, seeing everyone at a loss, raised his foot and rested it on the chair. Miss, we are splitting the bill, a total of 3 parts, 15000. I will pay later. If these few can't come up with the money, just leave them here and call the police. Hearing Wang Yi's words, several girls were so angry they wanted to rush over and beat him up. Lin Qinghua, after a moment of silence, looked apologetically at Lin Yun. I'm sorry, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been taken advantage of by this guy. Don't worry, he won't get away with it. Lin Yun looked at the smug Wang Yi with a cold smile. He took out his phone, and after a few minutes of operation, he began to dial. The call was quickly answered. Is this Manager Li of the Shengshi Hotel? I am Lin Yun. No matter where you are, I give you 10 minutes to come to box 32, or you can forget about being a manager. Upon hearing this domineering statement, Wang Yi burst into laughter. Oh, Manager Li, do you think just calling someone randomly will suffice? Next time, if you're going to pretend, could you at least do it convincingly? With that attitude, someone might think you're the boss. The laughter echoed in the private room. The waiter looked up in surprise. Were you just on the phone with our Manager Li? Yes, Lin Yun replied simply, and then he began to wait in place. Wang Yi looked down on him. Miss, you don't need to pay attention to him. This guy is best at bragging, probably found some software to check the hotel leadership's information, so he deliberately tried to fool you into calling the manager over. This. The waiter hesitated for a moment. She also felt that what this little brat said was quite plausible. After all, this boy's clothes exuded a sense of poverty, and it was unlikely he knew their manager. Sir, our manager really has business to attend to. If you don't mind, you can negotiate with this gentleman to find a way to pay the bill. Otherwise, according to our hotel policy, if the bill isn't paid within half an hour after the meal, we will have to call the police for handling. No need to negotiate, I already said we will only pay 13. Wang Yi directly rejected the waiter's suggestion. Since he had already fallen out, there was no way he would pay for these people. What to do? My living expenses are so low, I can't come up with the money. One girl, having never seen such a scene, felt her eyes go red and was about to cry. Another girl from a poor family also lowered her head in grievance. Me too, if I had known I wouldn't have come. Eating one meal has cost me several months' living expenses. Just as everyone's spirits were low, a middle-aged man in a suit jogged over. Without having time to wipe the sweat from his forehead, he bowed to Lin Yun. Director Lin, please forgive me, I was negotiating business with a client today. Lin Dong. Everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Why was this well-dressed man addressing Lin Yun as Lin Dong? The waiter looked up in shock. In a fluster he exclaimed, Manager Li, is he really Lin Dong? Hearing the waiter refer to this middle-aged man as the manager, the crowd, regaining their senses, widened their eyes in disbelief. The manager of this hotel actually referred to Lin Yun as Lin Dong. Could it be? Lin Yun is the owner of this hotel. Oh my, the owner of a 5-star hotel is their classmate. At this moment Wang Yi felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing. Originally thinking that he and Lin Yun were just boasting to each other, little did he know the other party was being absolutely real, and he was even intentionally downplaying it. Manager Li assumed the waiter had offended Lin Yun. He glared, otherwise did you not serve Lin Dong properly? Hurry up and apologize to Lin Dong, then pack your things and get lost. Me. The waiter panicked, even more frantically waving his hands to explain. Manager Li, you've got it wrong, it's not me. I've always followed the hotel's regulations, never neglecting Lin Dong in any way. Alright, it has nothing to do with her. Lin Yun raised his hand, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Yi's direction. Upon hearing this, Manager Li immediately changed his attitude. Okay, Lin Dong, that little woo, since it has nothing to do with you, you can go back to your duties. They'll take care of Lin Dong here. Understood, Manager Li. The waiter looked gratefully at Lin Yun. After bowing, he walked towards the outside of the private room. Lin Yun meanwhile calmly pointed to the surveillance camera above the booth. Manager Li, please send me a copy of the video from when we first arrived at this booth. Sure, Lin Dong, please wait a moment. Manager Li quickly took out his phone. After making a call, within 2 minutes the video was sent over. Throughout the entire process, Wang Yi and the others dared not utter a word, still immersed in the shock of Lin Yun being the owner of this 5-star hotel. Wu Tao and the others stood by stunned. This was the first time they felt what true power looked like. After receiving the video, Lin Yun directly clicked to play. For this gathering, it's my treat. Everyone can order whatever you want to eat or drink. A generous voice rang. Wang Yi, whose legs had already felt weak, could no longer hold himself up and completely collapsed to the ground. Regardless of Lin Yun's identity, with this video out he could no longer play tricks. But all his money was nowhere near enough to cover the bill. Could it be? He really had to wash dishes. Or worse, wash dishes for Lin Yun's hotel. Thinking of this, Wang Yi's face filled with despair. If he had known that this poor-looking fellow was hiding such a deep background, he should have kept a low profile. No, he should have clung to the powerful. But now, let alone clinging to him, they had built up quite a bit of animosity. If the other party wanted to ruin him, it would likely be easier than stepping on an ant. Just as regret began to fester in his heart, he noticed that his 2 little brothers had quietly distanced themselves by 4 or 5 meters. Suppressing the urge to curse, he slowly got up, his face instantly filled with a smile. Lin Yun, we're all classmates. As the saying goes, it takes 100 years to share a boat, and 1,000 years to share a bond as classmates. Since this hotel is yours, could you give us a discount? No problem. Lin Yun smiled, his eyes slightly squinting. Seeing Lin Yun actually agree, Wang Yi was instantly overjoyed. Thank you, Lin Dong. Rest assured, in the future if you say east in class, I will never say west. Seeing Wang Yi's face change faster than turning pages in a book, Lin Yun couldn't suppress a smile. Manager Li, didn't you hear? Hurry up and give my classmate a discount. A discount? Manager Li, having reached the position of manager, was certainly shrewd. How could he not distinguish between good and bad? He immediately went to the front desk, confirmed the charges, and returned to the private room. Lin Dong, the total cost for this booth is 47000. Since he is your classmate, well, give him a 9 discount. With a 9 discount, he only needs to pay 46500. After speaking, his gaze shifted to the smiling Wang Yi. Sir, will you be paying by card or scanning a code? Can you give a little more discount? Wang Yi swallowed hard. This 9 discount was practically the same as no discount at all, saving only 500 yuan. The main issue was that even with this discount, it was still far from enough to cover the meal. Lin Yun looked at Manager Li with satisfaction. Then raising his eyebrows, he looked at Wang Yi. This 9 discount is already the maximum discount I can offer. Don't be too greedy. Hurry up and pay the discounted amount, or else you might not even get a 9 discount. I am still a bit short. At this moment, Wang Yi wanted to cry. If he were only short by 500, would he really need to beg Lin Yun? He thought that after saying this, the other party might show mercy and give him a bigger discount. But Lin Yun simply shook his head, feigning exaggeration as he spoke. How is that possible? You have so many luxury cars worth millions, even a few tens of millions of Bugatti Veyrons. How could you not have enough to pay for a mere few thousand yuan in meal costs? Right. Wu Tao stood up in agreement. Even if your cash flow is tight, why wouldn't you sell one of your luxury cars? Just selling one would cover not only this meal's cost, but even leave you with plenty to spare. Hearing this, several girls couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this moment, who still didn't know that all those previous boasts were just Wang Yi's fabrications. The other party probably never expected to be used as a counterexample. Wang Yi initially hung his head in misery, but then instantly lifted it. Right? Doesn't he have a BMW? Since he's of age, he could use it to secure a loan. Just borrowing a few thousand to resolve this matter, and he could pay it back next month when his living expenses arrive. Thinking of this, his eyes instantly regained their previous sparkle. Actually, I was just joking earlier, I do have this little money. With that, he took out his phone and quickly started downloading a loan app from the App Store. The others looked on in confusion, clearly noticing that just moments ago Wang Yi had been panicking. Why did his expression change when Wu Tao mentioned selling his car? Could it be he was really planning to sell it? 2 minutes later. Loan applicants, shake your heads and blink. The prompt from Wang Yi's phone resounded in the private room. Everyone realized that this guy was preparing to take out a loan. And to be fair, with a BMW, he should be able to easily secure tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Wang Yi's face flushed as he suppressed the urge to smash his phone and began to follow the prompts to shake his head. Congratulations, sir, your total available loan amount is 100,000 yuan. 100,000. Upon hearing this number, everyone burst into laughter. This guy truly used his own car to secure a loan. Otherwise, given their age as college students, not to mention 100, even having 300 would be impressive. Wang Yi, red-faced, continued to operate. He thought there wouldn't be any more prompts, so he hadn't muted the sound right away, but then a big surprise came. The matter was perfectly resolved. Manager Li found an excuse to slip away. A few girls mustered their courage and approached to express their gratitude. Lin Yun, thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have probably been doomed by that guy today. Lin Dong. A Lin classmate, let's add each other as friends. If you ever want to skip class, just let me know, and I'll cover for you. Sure. Lin Yun did not refuse, and opened his phone to accept the friend's request. Besides Lin Xingyue, the other two girls quickly clicked to add him as well. Lin Yun welcomed everyone. All agreed. After all, they were classmates, and there would surely be times they could help each other in the future. Then everyone returned to their dorms, and went to their beds. Back in the dormitory, Wu Tao slumped in his seat, exclaiming, "What a surprise." Li Yin, with his hands clasped together, gazed at the moon. Oh my Buddha, how could I possibly share a dorm with such a rich and powerful person? Only Su Wenkai remained silent, pulling out a small notebook, jotting down who knows what. Lin Yun smiled wryly, and went to the balcony to freshen up. Having just finished brushing his teeth and rinsing his mouth, a loud shout erupted in the dorm. Damn it, boss, come and check out the forum. What happened on the forum? Lin Yun placed his mouthwash cup down and walked over to Wu Tao's laptop. On the forum, he saw 2 of the top 10 titles were about him. One of them even topped the list. Shocking freshman easily defeated the military training chief instructor and earned the qualification to skip military training while getting full marks. Lin Yun controlled the mouse and clicked in. I can't believe it. Why is this happening? During our military training as freshmen, we suffered for 14 days, and this person can skip it and still get full marks. Don't be too jealous, brother. If you look at him, he could easily take down the chief instructor who was once a military police trainer. Do you think you can? His skills are incredible. I feel like he could take on 10 people without breaking a sweat. Once military training is over, I must pull him into our martial arts club. Seeing the discussions among the students, Lin Yun remained unfazed and turned to look at another post. Who would believe it? The 2 school beauties have been delivering milk tea and coffee to a freshman for 2 consecutive days. He intended to click on it to see more, but then thought better of it, assuming there wouldn't be anything good inside, and set the mouse down. He continued browsing casually. He began to learn about some hidden details of the school. Meanwhile, in a second-year girls' dormitory, Wang Qingxue was aggrieved, resting her head on the table. Next to her was the yogurt fruit salad she had made earlier, along with a video playing of Lin Yun defeating the instructor and being exempted from military training. If I'm not forgiven, then I won't serve him anymore. Wang Qingxue swung her legs, sulking to herself. At her spot, Su Wan watched her good friend in despair and felt helpless for a moment. After all, Lin Yun, that guy, didn't even want the fruit salad made by her best friend, indicating he must have been deeply hurt. Under normal circumstances, she would have encouraged her friend to keep trying. But she never expected Lin Yun to have such high combat power and be able to skip military training. Now, even if she tried her hardest, there was no way to send anything. It wouldn't be appropriate to barge into a freshman's dormitory to deliver something. Wang Qingxue suddenly turned her head, staring at the fruit salad that subtly exuded a yogurt scent. Just as she was about to angrily eat it herself, a sharp pain suddenly stabbed at her lower abdomen. Hiss! She gasped, clutching her painful spot and dripping with sweat. After a few seconds, she thought it would pass quickly, but the pain only intensified, showing no signs of relief. "Oh, it hurts." Ultimately, the pain forced her to cry out. Su-won, hearing the commotion, immediately panicked. "Qingxue, what's wrong?" Wang Qingxue was in so much pain she could hardly speak, but the agony in her eyes was increasingly intense. "Qingxue, don't scare me." Su-won frantically supported Wang Qingxue and stumbled towards the school infirmary. Due to her poor physical condition, she nearly fell several times on the way. After much effort, they finally arrived at the infirmary. Su-won set Wang Qingxue down and anxiously looked at the doctor inside. "Doctor, please help me see what's wrong with my roommate, as she suddenly has a terrible stomachache." After examining her for a few minutes, the doctor also realized the seriousness of the situation. "She has acute appendicitis and must be taken to the hospital immediately." Acute appendicitis. Su-won was stunned for a second. Then she hurriedly dialed the emergency number, explaining the situation and their location as quickly as she could. "Hello, we are students from Jiangxing University. Someone has acute appendicitis. Please send an ambulance." "Sorry, miss, there have been multiple traffic accidents today, and the ambulance service is a bit stretched. Can you figure out a way to get her a ride yourself?" "What?" Su-won was dumbfounded. It was her first time calling an ambulance, and she just happened to run into a special situation. Plus, how could she get a taxi? The infirmary is several kilometers away from the nearest school gate. Carrying her friend to the infirmary had already been the limit. Her legs were still trembling. How could she possibly carry her out of school to get a taxi? She looked down and saw her friend's pained expression and suddenly thought of her friend's ex-boyfriend. That guy not only had great strength, but also owned a car. He was undoubtedly the best option right now. He couldn't possibly be so heartless as to ignore his ex-girlfriend when she's sick. With gritted teeth, she took out her friend's phone, scrolled through the contacts, and dialed a number using her own phone. Meanwhile, Lin Yun was browsing the school forum with his roommate. He felt his pocket vibrate. Taking out his phone, he saw an unfamiliar number and hesitated for a moment. "Is this Lin Yun?" "Yes, it is. Your ex-girlfriend is in the infirmary and is in severe pain. Can you come and take her to the hospital?" Ex-girlfriend. Lin Yun blinked in confusion. He quickly realized that the ex-girlfriend being referred to was probably Wang Qingxue. Good gracious. Could this be a new tactic? Lin Yun was skeptical. How could it be such a coincidence that he had just rejected her and she fell seriously ill? He scoffed twice, preparing to flatly refuse. But then the system's notification sound rang out. Ding. Random task issued. Random task: agreed to help take the school beauty Wang Qingxue to the hospital for emergency treatment. Successful reward: mastery of all driving tools, including fighter jets, tanks, and all existing vehicles. Failure penalty: none. Mastery of driving. And I can even drive a fighter jet. Lin Yun felt like he had been hit by a pie. After a few seconds, he realized that this girl was not lying. He nodded. "Okay, wait for me at the infirmary." He hung up the phone, casually threw on a jacket, and ran out of the ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward: mastery of all ground and air. Lin Yun felt an innate sense of control. He was delighted to discover that in addition to these, he also possessed all driving licenses. This meant that he could legally operate any kind of vehicle. "Please set the certificate collection point, host." It's in the safe under my penthouse." Settings completed. Unbeknownst to him, he had already arrived at the school's infirmary. Upon entering, his eyes immediately fell upon Wang Qingxue, who lay on the rest chair, clutching her stomach, her face pale. "Sigh, what a tragedy." Lin Yun sighed helplessly. He walked over and picked her up directly. "Let's go first to the parking lot. I'll drive her to the hospital." "Okay." Su-won quickly followed, tightly holding Wang Qingxue's hand, trying to boost her spirits. "Qingxue will be fine. That motorcycle is so valuable, it will surely get you to the hospital quickly." Wang Qingxue's eyes glistened with pain. She nodded with difficulty, then nestled into Lin Yun's embrace. The infirmary was not far from the parking lot, just about 200 meters away. As Lin Yun and the two of them reached the parking lot, Su-won was the first to run to the spot where the motorcycle was parked. "Do you need me to push it out?" However, after she spoke, she realized Lin Yun had completely ignored her, continuing to walk forward while holding her good friend. "Hey, your bike is over here," she called out, but it was as if the other party hadn't heard, as he didn't even pause his steps. Su-won, unsure of what was happening, could only grit her teeth and follow along. At that moment, Wang Qingxue nestled in Lin Yun's arms, tightly grasped the corner of his clothing, the pain slightly alleviating. Perhaps it was because of Lin Yun's broad chest, but she felt an unprecedented sense of security. They walked another 10 meters or so. Lin Yun entered the car area and saw several people taking photos and videos next to his Bugatti Veyron. One arm continued to hold Wang Qingxue, while the other fished out the keys from his pocket. He then gently pressed the key fob, causing the car to emit a beeping sound that scared off the few people taking pictures. He stepped forward and opened the car door, placing Wang Qingxue in the passenger seat. Su-won, who had followed up, stood with her mouth agape, unable to believe her eyes. My goodness, is this multi-million Bugatti Veyron also yours? No wonder people said that those who could afford top-tier motorcycles must have several multi-million luxury cars. She never expected such statements to manifest before her eyes. Lin Yun simply nodded. Yes, this car can only fit the two of us, so if you want to come along, you'll have to hail a taxi at the school gate. With that, he started the vehicle at top speed and headed out of the school. Jiangxing Hospital. Wang Qingxue was urgently pushed into the operating room. Lin Yun went to the lobby to pay the fee. As he was about to return, he suddenly forgot which floor he had come from. I think it's the operating room on the third floor. Arriving on the third floor, he saw that the light in the operating room was on and sat outside waiting in boredom. Before long, Su Wan's call came in. Where are you? I've arrived at Jiangxing Hospital. On the third floor. All right. A few minutes later, Su Wan came running panting. She anxiously asked, how is Qingxue? Is she okay? I don't know, as she was just pushed into the operating room not long ago. Let's wait. Lin Yun looked calm, while internally he was still immersed in the joy of being able to fly a plane in the future. Su Wan, however, was extremely worried, her palms pressed together as she began to pray continuously. Oh heavens, please bless our beautiful and kind-hearted Qingxue to be safe. As long as she can be all right, I would be willing to skip a meal for a day. What? Beautiful and kind-hearted? Lin Yun rolled his eyes while sitting in the chair. If it weren't for the fact that he was blacklisted for only riding a motorcycle at home, he might have almost believed her. He stared at the girl who was continuously praying for Wang Qingxue and curiously asked, by the way, did she have appendicitis before? Su Wan's worried expression had not faded and she shook her head. I don't know, but Qingxue is very particular about her figure and doesn't eat many things that might be related to that. Oh, all right then. Lin Yun casually crossed his legs. Out of boredom, he even took out his phone to watch videos. After waiting for nearly an hour, the surgery door finally opened. Su Wan hurried over. Doctor, how did it go? Sighed. The doctor shook his head, removed his mask, and wore a heavy and suppressed expression. I'm sorry, we did everything we could. Wah. What a... Su Wan froze and placed the warmth in her fingertips, suddenly dissipating. The world collapsed around her in that moment. Lin Yun was also shocked and stood up. What was happening? Wasn't it just appendicitis? For some reason, upon hearing the doctor's words, he felt a strange blockage in his heart. His breathing became slightly hurried. Doctor. Su Wan's tears flowed instantly. My best friend only had appendicitis. How could it be like this? Appendicitis. The doctor looked at the two of them with confusion. What are you talking about? The person in the operating room is a young man who was hit by a car. What appendicitis? Huh. Lin Yun and Su Wan were stunned. A few seconds later, Su Wan wiped away her tears from her face and glared fiercely at Lin Yun, waiting for an explanation. Lin Yun awkwardly scratched his head. Could it be that I remembered the wrong floor after paying the fee? This really wasn't his fault. He had never had a good sense of direction since he was young. Without anyone accompanying him, he would often get lost in large, unfamiliar places. So which floor is it really on? Su Wan asked in frustration. Lin Yun smiled sheepishly. It should be the fourth floor. With the answer, Su Wan, who was worried about her best friend, directly took the stairs to rush to the fourth floor. Lin Yun followed behind, slowly, feeling inexplicably relieved. When the two arrived at the surgical ward on the fourth floor, Wang Qingxue was being pushed out. Her face still lacked color, but she looked much better. Qingxue. Su Wan ran up and held her best friend's hand. How are you? Does it still hurt? Don't worry, I'm fine now. Wang Qingxue replied with a smile. She then looked at Lin Yun, who was following Su Wan, and said, thank you. Lin Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Next, Wang Qingxue was pushed into a single patient room. After seeing that, he softly said, since everything is fine, I'll be leaving now. Wait. Su Wan quickly sat up from, can you help me take care of Qingxue tonight? What? Lin Yun paused in confusion, turning back to Su Wan. Aren't you here? Besides, it's not very convenient for me, a big guy, to be here. I have class tomorrow morning. The teacher for that class said that if you miss it 3 times, no matter the reason, you automatically fail. And I had to take leave twice before because of some matters. As Su Wan spoke, she made a pleading gesture. Lin Yun found himself in a moment of hesitation. If it were before, he would have desired it greatly. But now, he believed he saw through Wang Qingxue's true nature. Not to mention taking care of her, he didn't want to stay even for a second longer. Su Wan gently tugged at Lin Yun's sleeve, shaking it. Oh, please help me take care of Qingxue, I beg you. Anyway, you don't have military training. Please help me, she added with a playful huff. Lin Yun. He glanced at the two pairs of eager eyes. Then he recalled that he had just made Su Wan think that Wang Qingxue was gone. Reluctantly, he nodded. Fine, come early tomorrow to take over. No problem. Su Wan turned back. After giving Wang Qingxue, who was lying on the bed, a wink, he left directly. At this point, the entire ward was left with only Lin Yun and Wang Qingxue. Lin Yun sat on a small chair by the bed. He looked at Wang Qingxue, who was staring at him, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He awkwardly cleared his throat. If you're hungry, just tell me, I can go downstairs to get you something to eat. I'm not hungry. Oh, okay. After a brief exchange, the ward fell into a brief, awkward silence. After a while, Wang Qingxue was the first to break the silence. How did you know Shangwan Qian? What does it matter to you? Lin Yun initially wanted to respond like that. However, considering that this woman was pitifully lying on the hospital bed, he chose to answer honestly. His voice softened. Shangwan Qian really likes motorcycles, and she learned through some channels that I am the owner of a motorcycle, so we got to know each other. I see. Wang Qingsu's eyes flickered. So that woman was interested in Lin Yun's motorcycle, not him. Then she thought about the Bugatti Veyron that had brought her here. She continued to ask, that Bugatti Veyron, is it also yours? Yes. I heard that car costs at least 25 million. Yes. Then why did you tell me last time that your family deals with motorcycles? Lin Yun was at a loss for words. How could he answer that? It was impossible to say that previously his family only had a motorcycle. He just awakened the system after being dumped on the way here. Wang Qingxue relentlessly continued to question him. Also, why did you kiss me last time? This. Lin Yun was sweating profusely. The last kiss was merely to complete a system task. However, to be fair, that little face was indeed quite soft and felt very nice. Seeing that Lin Yun couldn't answer her last two questions, Wang Qingxue smugly attempted to answer herself. Let me guess, the reason you said your family deals with motorcycles was to test my reaction before our official meeting, right? Lin Yun chuckled softly. This woman really has a vivid imagination. And the reason you kissed me right away was because you often kissed the photos I sent you, so it formed muscle memory. Lin Yun was dumbfounded. How did she not notice how self-absorbed he was before? But to be fair, he indeed had the capital to be self-absorbed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to win the title of campus flower amidst so many beauties at Jiangxing University. After that, they chatted idly for a while. Wang Qingxue struggled to take out her phone. Can I add you back now, eh? All right. Lin Yun still felt a bit, but he agreed to her friend request. A night passed without a word. The next morning, Lin Yun was awakened by his phone's constant vibrations. Rubbing his slightly sleepy eyes, he unlocked his phone screen. He found that messages were flashing in the group chat of his class. Scrolling up, he saw the first message, and his sleepiness instantly vanished. The owner of the Bugatti Veyron at school has finally appeared. Beneath the title, there was a video. Clicking on it, it was the scene of him carrying Wang Qingxue into the passenger seat at that time. The one who forwarded this title and video to the group was the dorm leader of Lin Qingyu's dormitory. She even specifically tagged Wang. Wang, didn't you say you knew the owner of the Bugatti Veyron displayed at our school when you went to buy a car at the official store, and that he was a senior in our school? Why is it now revealed that the owner of the Bugatti Veyron is our classmate Lin Yun? Once the message was sent, the group exploded. Countless messages came one after another. All the girls were astonished that there was such a wealthy second-generation heir in their class. After the astonishment, they began to wonder what the situation was. Why was Wang Yi specifically tagged? The girls from Lin Qingyu's dormitory were furious at Wang Yi, who almost made them unable to afford meals for several months. Immediately, she revealed everything about going to the hotel. In an instant, the group exploded again. But this time the topic was that Lin Yun was actually the owner of the Shengshi Hotel. Lin Yun could only smile helplessly. Afraid of waking Wang Qingxue, he quickly set his phone to silent. But when he looked up, he found that she had woken up at some point. She was blinking her bright eyes at him. Lin Yun put away his phone and stood up. I'm going downstairs to buy some breakfast. The elevator took him to the ground floor. He bought 2 bowls of breakfast and returned to the ward. Here, eat with peace of mind. I specifically asked, this is something you can eat. Thank you. Wang Qingxue smiled lightly. She took the breakfast and sipped slowly. Lin Yun finished his breakfast and sat down beside her. While playing with his phone, he waited idly for Su Wan, Wang Qingsu's friend, to come and take over. A few hours later, he saw Su Wan coming. He immediately felt a sense of relief as he walked out of the ward. Then he drove back to school. Click. On the way, many people were taking pictures of his car. At first, Lin Yun felt a bit awkward, but after a few times he got used to it. He parked the car directly in the parking lot and returned to his dormitory. Since it was military training time, the entire dormitory was very quiet. After Lin Yun took a shower and changed his clothes, he lay on the bed and checked the time. There were still more than 10 days until the end of military training and the beginning of formal classes. He thought lying here would only make him increasingly bored, and it would be difficult to trigger the system's tasks. So he decided to temporarily move back to his spacious apartment to stay, waiting to move back after classes officially began. Once he thought of this, he took action. After sending messages to his 3 roommates, he casually packed a few things and returned to the car, driving towards the Great Wall community. Using a spare key, he opened the door. As soon as he entered, he found Shangwan Qian in the living room. She was wearing tight yoga clothes, barefoot on the yoga mat, performing difficult poses. Shangwan Qian didn't turn her head when she heard the noise. She simply asked, "Is that you, Lin Yun?" "Yes, it's me." Lin Yun held his breath, staring at her curvy silhouette, swallowing. Upon hearing his response, Shangwan Qian, with a slight breathlessness, said, Can you come over and help me? Support the side of my waist. Oh, I always feel like I can't stabilize my center of balance. Help. Help me. Lin Yun's heart raced faster. Senior sister. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? After saying this, Lin Yun felt a twinge of regret. If the other party isn't afraid, why should he worry? Ding. Random task released. Random task helped the school beauty senior sister Shangwan Qian successfully complete a yoga pose. Success rewards chef skill enhancement. Chef skill enhancement, the deliciousness of the food made by the host will increase by 3 levels. Another task. Lin Yun listened to the system notification with excitement. At that moment, Shangwan Qian's slightly panting voice sounded again. Junior brother, I'm not afraid, so why are you? Hurry, I might fall. Okay, senior sister, I'm coming. Lin Yun rubbed his hands together. Without even changing his shoes, he quickly ran to Shangwan Qian's side, pointing at her trembling waist, and lowering his voice. Senior sister, is it here? Yes, just support my right side. Shangwan Qian bit her lip, beads of sweat dampening her loose hair. Lin Yun no longer hesitated. He raised his hand and grasped her waist. Feeling his wavering body momentarily supported Shangwan Qian's side in relief. Junior brother, thank you, just hold for about 10 seconds. All right, Lin Yun agreed. But feeling the softness in his hands within 3 seconds, he couldn't help but gently squeeze. Senior sister. Lin Yun panicked instantly. I didn't mean to. It's fine, a small issue. Shangwan Qian's ears began to flush. Feigning calmness on the surface, her heart raced as if it might leap out of her chest. Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that she wasn't angry. 10 seconds later. Junior brother, it's good. As soon as Shangwan Qian finished speaking, the hand around her waist quickly withdrew. For some reason, she felt a sense of reluctance. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving chef skill enhancement. The notification ended. Lin Yun eagerly awaited the sensation of knowledge flooding into his mind. However, after waiting for a few seconds, nothing happened. No way. Where's the knowledge? With his mediocre cooking skills, how could he become a chef without strong theoretical knowledge? System, what's going on? He silently asked. The system answered almost instantly. The deliciousness of the food made by the host will increase by 3 levels, no theory needed. Hearing the system repeat this, Lin Yun finally understood. Now it was almost time for lunch. He went to the kitchen ready to try it himself. According to this, could it be that even a fruit I casually pick can enhance its deliciousness by 3 levels? While mumbling to himself, he took a banana from the fridge. Carefully peeling it, he took a small bite. It tasted no different from an ordinary banana. Next, he placed the remaining banana on the cutting board and chopped it into pieces with a knife. Then he picked up the chopped banana pieces with chopsticks, putting them into his mouth. Hiss! In less than a second, Lin Yun's eyes widened in shock. After finishing at his fastest speed ever, eagerly he picked up another piece and savored it in awe. System, you're amazing. In that moment, Lin Yun felt like crying from the deliciousness. He never imagined that an ordinary banana could be this delicious. He finished the last 3 bananas in the fridge, licking his lips in satisfaction as he began to wash rice and prepare a meal. Thinking that no matter how he cooked it would result in unparalleled deliciousness, he simplified the cooking process. Washing rice and cooking. Previously, he had to measure the water with his fingers. But now he just poured in some water regardless of the amount and directly started cooking. He merely chopped the vegetables and tossed them into the pot. After cooking, he couldn't help but taste it first. And incredible. Lin Yun was immensely satisfied as he served everything. He walked into the living room to see Shangwan Qian tidying up the yoga mat. He immediately called out, Senior sister, I made some food, so change your clothes and come eat soon. Shangwan Qian tilted her head suspiciously. A super-rich second generation like her should have a 5-star chef, so how could he possibly cook? But she quickly thought that he must just want to try it out. She secretly decided that no matter how it tasted, she would praise him enthusiastically later. After putting away the yoga mat in her room, she walked to the dining room and saw the somewhat unappetizing stir-fried meat. She thought to herself as expected, but she still pretended to be surprised and exclaimed, Wow, it looks really good, junior brother. Do you often cook? Really good. Lin Yun looked up confused. This dish is called really good. Is senior sister's emotional intelligence this high? He admitted that the dish's appearance was indeed lacking, but it was also due to the system's enhancement, so it was just a casual effort. If he took the time, it could actually be comparable to ordinary home-cooked meals. Shangwan Qian nodded seriously. Yes, this looks like a seasoned cook's work. Let me taste it. While speaking, she consciously picked up a bowl from the table. She picked up a slightly burnt piece of meat, continuously encouraging herself to swallow it no matter how bad it tasted. Closing her eyes, she bravely put it in her mouth. As the exquisite texture exploded on her tongue and the unfamiliar fragrance spread across her taste buds, Shangwan Qian felt as if she had ascended to heaven. Otherwise, how could such deliciousness exist in the world? So fragrant. Shangwan Qian couldn't help but continue to grab more meat. Her entire face radiated pure desire for food. Lin Yun had anticipated this, and merely took a small bite of rice. Senior sister, don't just eat the meat, the rice is also quite good. Impossible. Shang Wanxian's cheeks were stuffed full. Mumbling indistinctly, she continued to feed herself delicacies. Lin Yun. Soon a plate of meat was entirely devoured by the two. Shang Wanxian suppressed the urge to lick the plate, and turned her gaze to the rice. She hadn't touched the rice in her bowl, having eaten all the meat. Remembering Lin Yun's words that the rice was also quite good, she picked some up for a taste. This time her eyelashes trembled, and her eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe she took several bites of rice. Oh my god, how can the rice be this delicious? Quickly finishing the rice in her bowl, she scooped herself another serving. This is too delicious, I've never eaten anything this good before. Eat slowly, don't choke. Lin Yun watched Shang Wanxian wolfing down her food, and smiled wryly. Shang Wanxian nodded, but still couldn't stop eating. Having finished the second bowl of rice, and preparing to scoop more, she suddenly remembered her earlier resolution to control her diet when she noticed her weight increasing. Hesitating for a second, she silently thought, it's fine, just one last bowl, only one bowl. As she thought this, her hands unconsciously scooped more rice. After downing 3 bowls of rice, she finally paused her movements, her gaze slightly dazed. She unconsciously said, Junior brother, your cooking is too delicious. Whoever marries you in the future will probably be the happiest woman in the world without a doubt. After saying this, both of them paused for a moment. Immediately after, the atmosphere fell into an eerie calm. Shang Wanxian's cheeks turned crimson. She couldn't help but wish to give herself a couple of slaps. Lin Yun chuckled awkwardly. Haha, it's not an exaggeration, as he finished tidying up the dishes. Shang Wanxian savored the delicious food from earlier. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Junior, how did you make it so delicious? Isn't it just the most ordinary rice and vegetables at home? This? Lin Yun was at a loss for words. After all, the deliciousness of the dishes he made relied entirely on the system's enhancement. Shang Wanxian noticed Lin Yun's predicament. She tactfully said, could it be a family secret recipe? But if it's this delicious, I can't help but suspect your family has a royal chef from the palace. Ending the conversation, half-jokingly, she soon took on the responsibility of washing the dishes. Lin Yun, on the other hand, returned to his room and began binge-watching a show on the spacious bed that could accommodate 5 or 6 people. In the afternoon, around 4 o'clock, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Lin Yun flipped over and opened the door. Is there something? I might want to take you for a walk at the nearby mall. Shang Wanxian, dressed in a light-colored coat, spoke with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Lin Yun instinctively thought she wanted to go on a gift-giving spree like last time. Yet he felt that she shouldn't be that kind of person. Just then he felt the sun was quite harsh. He hesitantly suggested, Senior, the sun is quite fierce right now, how about we go tomorrow morning instead? Tomorrow is Sunday, and you probably don't have classes either. I don't have time tomorrow morning, and my part-time job has a notice, and I need to go to the company for a shoot. Then, come on, I'll bring you a sunshade. Shang Wanxian elegantly pulled Lin Yun along as they headed outside, not allowing a hint of refusal. Soon they took the elevator to the underground parking lot. When Shang Wanxian reached the parking spot with 2 motorcycles, she discovered a Bugatti Veyron parked next to it, which looked similar to the one displayed at school. Is this car yours too? She asked in astonishment upon realizing. Lin Yun nodded. He had planned to drive, but then he remembered that Shang Wanxian had previously mentioned she didn't like riding in 4-wheeled vehicles as they made her feel dizzy. So he turned on his heel and approached the Kawasaki H2. He sat down and patted the back seat. Senior, hop on this time, I'll give you a ride. All right, she responded, feeling the slight vibration of the motorcycle. As Lin Yun started to twist the throttle, he suddenly felt his waist being encircled by 2 small hands. His heart skipped a beat. However, he said nothing and drove the vehicle out of the parking lot. Upon arriving at the mall, Shang Wanxian seemed to have a destination in mind. She grabbed Lin Yun's hand and headed straight for a brand-name men's clothing store. Lin Yun quickly realized that his senior intended to buy him clothes. Try this one on, or it seems to match you perfect. Shang Wanxian eagerly held up garments, comparing them in front of Lin Yun. Ultimately, she selected a gray trench coat and jeans. After changing in the fitting room, Lin Yun glanced at the price tag. A total of over 12,000. To him, now that amount was merely a drop in the bucket. However, it was likely all of Shang Wanxian's savings. Stepping out of the fitting room, Shang Wanxian's eyes suddenly brightened. Indeed, people rely on clothing just as Buddhas rely on gold adornments. Junior, with you in this outfit, the title of the school's heartthrob will surely change hands. Let's go, I'll buy you this outfit, don't refuse. With great enthusiasm, she pulled Lin Yun to the counter. She took out her bank card. For these 2 pieces of clothing, let's pay with the card. At that moment, 2 figures stepped through the door. TSK. The big school flower is keeping a little white face. If this story gets out, the whole school will probably be shocked. A high-pitched, exaggerated voice rang out. Lin Yun immediately felt goosebumps all over. Turning his head, he saw a heavily made-up girl and a boy with slick-back hair. Since the cashier was busy verifying the payment, Shangwan Qian, holding her card, glanced toward the door with a hint of impatience and quietly explained to Lin Yun beside her, "That's Wang Xiao from my dorm. She even secretly took photos of me in pajamas in the dorm and sold them. She's been on leave these days. I thought she was sick, but it seems she's been out with someone else." Hearing his senior's explanation, Lin Yun understood and felt a touch of sympathy. No wonder Shangwan Qian was so eager to move out of the dorm after encountering such peculiar roommates. The boy being hugged by Wang Xia suddenly popped a bubble upon seeing Shangwan Qian. "Wow, is this the school flower of your school, eh?" "Yes, how good, and we are dorm mates. This is Shangwan Qian," Wang Xia said, hugging Jin Hao, her voice high-pitched. "Dorm mates." Jin Hao's eyes lit up as he looked up and down at the stunning girl at the counter. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward and extended his right hand. "Hello, you must be Shangwan Qian, my cousin's roommate. I've heard my cousin say you are very beautiful for a long time. Seeing you today, you truly are stunning." "Your cousin?" Shangwan Qian looked at Wang Xia, who was standing frozen in place. Wang Xia paused for a second or two before quickly following up. "That's right, his name is Jin Hao, my cousin, and he studies at the university next door." Lin Yun and Shangwan Qian couldn't help but laugh out loud at this. Good heavens. While hugging, she kept rubbing her chest against his arm. She probably wouldn't even believe her own words. However, the two seemed completely unaware of the loopholes in their words. Jin Hao continued to extend his hand, smiling. "That's right, I'm from the university next door. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please take good care of my cousin from now on." Seeing the hand in midair, Shangwan Qian had no intention of shaking it. She simply leaned against the counter, waiting for the cashier to finish verifying the payment. Jin Hao, recognizing the situation, withdrew his hand. He gazed at the bank card in Shangwan Qian's hand, displaying what he believed to be a very polite smile. "Why don't I pay? I have VIP status in this store, and I can get a 10% discount." "No need." Shangwan Qian didn't even glance at him as she directly refused. Lin Yun observed this and couldn't help but curl his lips into a barely noticeable strange smile. A sucker. He loved it. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Shangwan Qian's hand. Feigning excitement, he said, "That's great, senior. Let this senior pay. His card can get a 10% discount. N." Shangwan Qian looked at Lin Yun with suspicion. She was well aware of Lin Yun's nearly boundless financial resources. How could he care about a mere 10% discount? Could it be he intended to make this guy the sucker? Exchanging a knowing glance, they turned their attention to Jin Hao. "Are you sure you want to help me pay?" "Of course." Jin Hao laughed heartily. "You are my cousin's roommate. Helping you pay is no big deal. Consider it a thank you for taking care of my cousin for so long." "Thank you, senior. Well, can I choose a few more items? After all, senior is wealthy and has a VIP card." "All right." Lin Yun grinned as he pulled on Shangwan Qian to continue selecting, while Wang Xia pouted and leaned her generous figure against Jin Hao. "Why did you agree? It's obvious that Shangwan Qian is here to buy clothes for that pretty boy. You don't understand. Let me show my wealth so your roommates know the difference between that pretty boy and me." Half an hour later, Lin Yun and Shangwan Qian walked over with a pile of clothes. "Miss, please wrap it all." Turning around, he smiled at the big spender. "Senior, could you please pay the bill?" Jin Hao stared dumbfounded at the pile of clothes. He swallowed hard. He thought these two would only get a set or two. He never expected them to be so shameless. These clothes must be worth over 100,000. Seeing Jin Hao's expression, Lin Yun's eyebrows raised. "Senior surely can't afford it, right? If not, we can just take the clothes back so you don't feel embarrassed." "Can't afford it." Hearing this, Jin Hao immediately exploded. "How could that be? It's just over 100,000. Let this pretty boy see the difference between us. I wouldn't even blink if it were 100,000 or even several hundred." He handed over his bank card and VIP card. Beep. Card swipe successful. The machine beeped. A pang of pain flashed in Jin Hao's eyes. Over 100,000 even for him was somewhat overwhelming. But seeing Shangwan Qian in front of him, that pain faded. If he could win over a beauty like her, he wouldn't mind spending over 100,000, even more than 1,000,000. He tucked his card back into his wallet. After the transaction, he didn't forget to find a sense of superiority. "Junior, your mindset really needs improvement. With hands and feet, why are you relying on a senior sister to pay for you?" "No, I'm not." Lin Yun shrugged innocently. "No." Jin Hao was taken aback. Could it be he was mistaken? Did Shangwan Qian really have this guy's card? Lin Yun continued, "Didn't you buy this card, senior? Senior sister is just helping me pick out clothes." Jin Hao. "Damn. Aren't you still living off someone else? Only you're living off my kindness. If I hadn't come, would you have let Shangwan right? So what? Don't you think it's shameful for a grown man to live off others?" "Shameful? I don't." In order to provoke this guy, Lin Yun took Shangwan Qian's small hand and playfully touched it. "My baby loves to pay for me. She says every time she pays it makes her particularly happy." Shangwan Qian laughed. She cooperatively squeezed Lin Yun's hand back. "That's right, spending money on you is the happiest thing in my life." "What?" Jin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. "So he just wasted all that money?" "Soon. Over 10 sets of clothes were packed. Lin Yun and Shang Wanqian each took half. Without even glancing at Jin Hao, they walked towards the exit. Wait, hold on. Jin Hao hurriedly stopped them. He couldn't just spend the money and see nothing in return. Lin Yun turned back in confusion. Senior, is there something? Yes, I have a dinner invitation later, and thought I'd invite you along. Sorry, we don't like attending dinner parties. Lin Yun refused outright. Who goes to dinner parties? Unless it's full of beautiful women. Seeing their immediate refusal without a second thought, Jin Hao quickly nudged Wang Xia, signaling her to help speak. Wang Xia received the hint and quickly piped up in a high-pitched voice. My dear sister, you saw my cousin's strength. He has a Maybach worth over 2 million parked downstairs. His dinner parties are definitely extraordinary. If you can attend, it's only benefits, no downsides. Mentioning the car, Jin Hao couldn't help but raise his head a bit, but still humbly waved his hand. The car is nothing, and there's someone you should know at this dinner party. It's Wan Jiang from your school. When you come to eat, there will definitely be plenty of topics to discuss. Wan Jiang. Lin Yun looked at Shang Wanqian beside him in confusion. Senior, is this person famous? Shang Wanqian nodded slightly. Wan Jiang was also a prominent figure in school, part of the elite rich second generation. A red Ferrari in the parking lot is his car. Oh, a Ferrari. Lin Yun couldn't help but grin. He indeed saw a Ferrari in the parking lot. It wasn't cheap, around 8 million. Unfortunately, in front of his Bugatti Veyron, it was still a small fry. Wang Xia continued to persuade. It's just a meal, nothing serious, and you can bring your pretty boy along. We still have something to do, let's talk later. Shang Wanqian continued to refuse. Jin Hao's intentions were, watching the two leave, Jin Hao clenched his fists, his gaze growing more sinister. He knew that over 100,000 might really go down the drain. And it's the kind of waste that doesn't even create a splash. Damn. He cursed angrily, turning to Wang Xia with a glimmer of hope. Tell me everything about your roommate. Okay, sure. Wang Xia had never seen Jin Hao like this. Her voice trembled as she spilled everything she knew. Are you sure your roommate is a model working part-time at the Yi Family Advertising Company? Jin Hao grabbed Wang Xia by the shoulders, excited. Wang Xia shrank back in fear and nodded. Yes, because we wanted to try, but we couldn't get an interview. Haha, the heavens are helping me. Jin Hao laughed a couple of times. After telling Wang Xia to get out of his sight, he immediately took out his phone and dialed. Hello cousin, does your company have a model named Shang Wanqian? Yes, do you know her? Yes, can you help me check if she has any gigs coming up? Coincidentally, she has a shoot for an online store's advertisement tomorrow. Great, thanks cousin. He hung up. Excitement flickered in Jin Hao's eyes. Lin Yun returned home, carelessly tossing all his clothes into the cloakroom. He noted that it was still early and that he had eaten too much at noon. He suggested playing cards to relieve the boredom. Shang Wanqian agreed and proactively went downstairs to buy a deck of cards. Come on, it's time for the battle of the century. The war officially began. Lin Yun originally wanted to show some mercy. However, as the number of paper notes on his face increased, he realized that Shang Wanqian's card skills were quite impressive. No longer holding back, he reversed the situation in an instant. In the end, Shang Wanqian's little face was covered with notes as she conceded defeat. By the way, Junior, what do you want to eat later? After tearing off the notes, Shang Wanqian couldn't help but ask. Lin Yun pondered for a moment while stroking his chin. To prevent overeating like at noon, he immediately decided, let's cook some noodles, just a small bowl for each of us. I'm not making the same meal as lunchtime. Shang Wanqian was somewhat disappointed. Lin Yun smiled faintly. He got up and went to the kitchen, returning in less than 10 minutes with 2 bowls of noodles. Is this noodle recipe a family secret? Though Shang Wanqian had yet to taste it, she sensed something extraordinary at first glance. Lin Yun simply responded with a soft and began to indulge in the deliciousness. Shang Wanqian eagerly picked up her chopsticks and slurped a mouthful. Just one bite revealed pure bliss. In no time she finished the noodles completely. Even the noodles are this delicious, Junior, you are unbeatable. After saying this, Shang Wanqian licked her lips, still wanting more. She felt that if she got to eat Lin Yun's cooking a few more times, even meals from 5-star hotels would taste bland and difficult to swallow. After dinner, the two bid each other good night and went to wash up and rest. The next day, morning light broke through. Shang Wanqian finished her grooming. She rode her Suzuki Hayabusa to the company where she worked part-time. After the makeup artist applied an appropriate look, the shooting began. Hey, make your hands more natural. Great, let's do another shot. The photographer quickly snapped photos while holding in the distant office. Jin Hao stared at the screen displaying Shang Wanqian in front of the camera, his expression filled with uncontrollable excitement. Bro, are you sure everything is okay? Don't worry, with me here nothing will go wrong. Jin Sha was strategizing quietly with a walkie-talkie, waiting for the right moment. Noticing that Shang Wanqian was focused, she was not far from the left side camera. Immediately she spoke into the walkie-talkie, it's good to go. Inside the studio, the photographer paused his actions. Then, feigning annoyance, he said, your position is off, move a little more to the left. Okay. Shang Wanqian, though confused, still moved to the left while keeping her eyes on the lens. Move a bit more, keep moving. Clatter. The dull sound of falling startled Shang Wanqian awake. Lowering her gaze, she saw the camera that had fallen from its stand, her face turning pale. Although she didn't know much about photography, having been filmed by the company for a long time, she was aware that cameras were expensive, often costing tens of thousands, or even more. Hey, what's wrong with you? How can you knock over a camera while taking a photo? The photographer accused her first. Shang Wanqian's face showed rare tension. It's not. It was because you kept making me move to. Move where? You better pray that the camera is fine, otherwise you are finished. The photographer didn't give Shang Wanqian a chance to explain. He shot her a fierce glare, rushed forward, and picked up the fallen camera. He then began to check it. Shang Wanqian held her breath, praying that the camera was okay. A few seconds later, the photographer's expression darkened. It's broken, completely broken, I can't even turn it on. What? Shang Wanqian's face drained of color. She hadn't expected the camera to be so fragile. It had broken just from falling from about a meter high. The photographer, in a fury, placed the equipment aside and pointed at Shang Wanqian. You're done for. This camera is worth 1,300. Listen, let's put aside the price of the camera for now. Isn't it because you kept making me move to the left that I accidentally knocked it over? Though flustered, Shang Wanqian logically explained her situation. The photographer scoffed. Who said I told you to move left? It was clearly your amateurish photography that caused the camera to fall. You're talking nonsense. Shang Wanqian felt a chill run through her body. She realized this photographer was determined to put all the blame on her. Enough, just wait for your compensation, the photographer said, uninterested in further argument, pulling out his phone to call the manager. Manager, our camera was broken by a model. Yes, it's Shang Wanqian. After hanging up, he sat on a nearby bench, adopting a nonchalant posture. Soon, Jin Sha arrived. As soon as he entered, he picked up the camera with a pained expression. My precious, who broke it? Manager, it was her. The photographer immediately stood up to point at Shang Wanqian. Jin Sha, fuming, pointed at her. Are you blind? You can't see such a big camera. Manager, hey, race the situation. Enough, I don't want it. I only care about the facts. Whoever knocked it down pays. Jin Sha interrupted Shang Wanqian, pointing to the surveillance camera in the upper left corner. Bro, what's going on? At this moment, Jin Hao walked in. Upon seeing Shang Wanqian standing in the center, he feigned shock and opened his mouth. Hey, aren't you my cousin's roommate? What are you doing here? Xiao, how do you know her? Yes, I ran into her at the mall yesterday. Bro, did she get into trouble? Can you help her out? Xiao Hao, this isn't about me helping you. She broke our company's precious item. If the higher-ups find out, they will definitely be furious. The two brothers were in sync, as if they had rehearsed beforehand. Shang Wanqian watched their poor performance with cold eyes. Jin Hao. If she couldn't see that this was a trap at this moment, she would be foolish. In the end, Jin Hao admitted defeat, expressing his helplessness. Jin Sha then continued to press on. So how do you plan to compensate? If you don't blame us for calling the police. What to do? Shang Wanqian bit her lip. She knew she would definitely have to pay for this today. After all, the surveillance clearly showed that she was the one who knocked over the camera. Moreover, since the surveillance was quite far away, the photographer's voice, when he called her to move left, was relatively low, so even if the police were called, she would be the one at a disadvantage. Don't just stand there, hurry up. Under the pressure, Shang Wanqian thought of Lin Yun immediately. But she didn't want to. She could only helplessly say, let me make a phone call. Okay, make it quick. Jin Sha impatiently urged, then exchanged a secret glance with his cousin waiting in place. Shang Wanqian took a deep breath. She opened her father's contact in her phone. If only she didn't have to make this, but now apart from asking her parents for money, she had no other choice. Ding. The phone rang for a full 30 seconds before being answered. Dad, something happened here, can you lend me 130,000? A shocked voice came from the other end of the line. What happened? You little girl, you didn't get into trouble with that broken motorcycle, did you? I told you not to mess with such dangerous things. Now that something has happened, you're just going to ask us for money. A flurry of admonitions came crashing down. Shang Wanqian silently accepted it, and when the other party calmed down, she began to explain. I accidentally knocked over a camera while working part-time at the company. It only costs 1,300. I will definitely pay you back before I graduate from university. No money. The company is currently facing a cash flow crisis, and we hardly have any liquid assets. Think of a way yourself. Beep. The call was disconnected. Shang Wanqian stared blankly at the screen. Just yesterday, she had seen her brother flaunting the Wrangler their parents bought for him on social media, and now they were facing a cash flow crisis. Realizing something, her gaze lowered slightly. The manager, seeing this, began to urge her again. You finished the call, what did they say? Wait for me a moment. Shang Wanqian reached out to a friend she was closer to. But those she had a good relationship with were just ordinary students. Even if they all pooled together, they could only come up with a few thousand, far from the required sum. Seeing that Shang Wanqian was struggling to gather the amount, Jin Sha gave Jin Hao a glance indicating that it was time to wrap it up. Jin Hao received the signal and hurriedly stepped forward. How about I cover it for you? The compensation is just pocket change to me. You want to help me, eh? Shang Wanqian was taken aback. Would this guy really be so kind to help her? Jin Hao leered and chuckled. That's right. I have plans to go to KTV tonight with some friends. As long as you go with me, I will cover the costs. Heh. Shang Wanqian sneered inwardly. The guy's true intentions were finally exposed. She fixed her gaze on Jin Hao with ill intentions and flatly refused. There's no need for you to trouble yourself. Oh, I can handle this amount myself. Fine. Jin Hao casually retreated. Then well, just wait here. The sooner the better. After all, my brother is the manager and he has many things to deal with. Returning to her original position, a playful smile flickered at the corner of her eye. Even if Shang Wanqian could actually come up with the money to repay them, they still had a backup plan. After all, if this little girl didn't agree to accompany him to KTV today, she wouldn't be able to walk out of on the other side at Chongqing Community. Ding. Task selection detected. Option 1. Rescue Shang Wanqian, who is in a blackmail crisis at the Dream Advertising Company. Reward the company with 100 shares. Option 2. Ignore Shang Wanqian's crisis. Reward the title Coward. Coward wearing this title reduces one's courage by 99 in the face of any situation. What? Lin Yun, who was dating the daughter of the King of Dreams in his dreams, was suddenly jolted awake. He groggily looked at the pop-up in front of him and saw Shang Wanqian was in crisis. His sleepiness vanished instantly. Oh, without a second thought, he chose the first option. Congratulations, host, you chose to rescue Reward Dream Advertising Company. Ignoring the prompts, he quickly dressed without washing up and immediately rode his bike to the company he had just acquired. Arriving at the company, he quickly found the studio following the task prompt. Senior. A loud call made Shang Wanqian, who was still trying to gather money, tremble. Junior, what are you doing? She immediately thought of Lin Yun. But she didn't want to trouble him, so she didn't say anything. Logically, Lin Yun shouldn't know she was in trouble, so how could he suddenly come? Lin Yun rushed to Shang Wanqian's side. He had already thought of a reason on the way. I was looking for a friend and happened to pass by your part-time company and thought I'd check on you. I just happened to overhear someone at the door saying you were in trouble, so I rushed in. Shang Wanqian had no doubts about Lin Yun's explanation. With a complex gaze, she sighed lightly. It's really not a big deal. Ooh, I accidentally knocked over a camera while filming and now the manager is asking me for compensation. Accidentally. Lin Yun snorted coldly. With the system's prompt, he knew very well that this was a blackmail scheme targeting Senior Shang Wan. Hey, who are you? Manager Jin Hao frowned and asked when he saw the young man suddenly bursting into the studio. Jin Hao sneered beside him. Bro, this is just a little boy toy that Shang Wanqian supports. He needs her to pay for his clothes. Little boy. Jin Hao looked at him with interest. He does look good. No wonder he can be a little boy toy. Hey, that little boy toy Shang Wanqian owes over 100 here, so she can't take care of you right now. Hurry up and find a cool place to stay. The term little boy toy was emphasized. At this moment, Lin Yun finally turned to look at Jin Hao and the manager. If Jin Hao hadn't spoken, he wouldn't have even noticed this big spender was present. Now the situation was clear. Jin Hao held a grudge against them and staged this to force Senior Shang Wan to submit. What are you looking at, little boy toy? Didn't you hear what my brother said? Hurry up and find a cool place to stay. Jin Hao completely disregarded Lin Yun, waving his hand for him to get lost. Lin Yun's expression remained unfazed. With the system's speed, the company must have completed the transfer as soon as he set off. And the manager, who had a close relationship with Jin Hao though not in a high position within the company, was supposed to have received the news as soon as the company's ownership changed. He stepped forward slowly, gazing directly at the manager. My surname is Lin. Lin. Jin Hao laughed. What are you, from the Forestry Bureau? Sorry, the Forestry Bureau can't manage us. Compared to Jin Hao's half-joking laughter, Jin Sha's whole body trembled. More than 10 minutes ago, he had received a message from the general manager that henceforth the company belonged to the Lin family, and a big shot named Lin Yun had fully acquired the company. Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with Jin Hao. He continued to address the responsive manager, just the name Yun. A single name, Yun. Lin Yun. Jin Sha trembled all over, breaking into a cold sweat. He hurriedly jogged up to the boy he had just called a little boy toy and quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, Chairman. It was a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. All right, since it's a misunderstanding, what do you think we should do about the camera? I'll pay. Jin Sha bent over, a face full of forced smiles. His obsequious demeanor was completely different from before. Jin Hao stood by dumbfounded. He hurried over and grabbed his cousin. Brother, what are you doing? He's just a pretty boy, and you're calling him chairman. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Jin Sha shot a fierce glare at his cousin, saying, Didn't I just reply to a message? That message said our company was acquired by a big shot named Lin Yun, and now the biggest boss in our company is him. Jin Sha scoffed disdainfully. Brother, trust me, this is definitely just a coincidence. A pretty boy who has to rely on women to foot the bill. Do you really think he could be the chairman of such a big company? Moreover, I saw the clothes he changed out of yesterday very clearly. They were all cheap street goods. Which wealthy big shot would wear such rags? Pretty boy. Street goods. Hearing the words flying out of his cousin's mouth, Gene Shaw couldn't help but begin to hesitate. That's right. A person who can't even afford to buy clothes without a woman paying, how could he possibly be a wealthy big shot? And he was wearing street goods before buying any clothes. He couldn't believe that someone with substantial wealth would only buy cheap street goods for their wardrobe. As he pondered, his skeptical gaze deepened. But just in case, he still sent a message to the general manager asking to see a photo of the chairman. After all, if there was a change in the boss, the company's photos related to the chairman would surely need to be updated. This matter was generally handled by the general manager, who would certainly have a photo of the chairman. Gene Hao was completely convinced that this was indeed a pretty boy. He just didn't know how he found out about the change of the company boss, wanting to use this to rescue Shang Wanxian. To prevent this brat from ruining his plans, he continued to spout off without care. Calling yourself chairman. Just look at your pretty boy appearance. What part of you could possibly be associated with a wealthy big shot? Don't think that knowing the boss's name gives you the right to impersonate him. If the real boss shows up, the security will throw you out immediately. The more he spoke, the more confident he became. He nearly wished to transform into the boss right then and there, having the security toss this brat out. Lin Yun merely chuckled, hands in pockets, slightly raising an eyebrow. Are you implying that being handsome and wealthy are mutually exclusive? Of course. Just look at yourself. Aside from being handsome, what else do you have? Well, sorry, but aside from being handsome, I also have height and wealth. Just you. Gene Hao looked at him, a pretty boy, and he dares to call himself tall, rich, and handsome. Shang Wanxian looked at the figure blocking her path, lowered her head, and said, Junior, I'm sorry for causing you trouble again this time. It's fine. Lin Yun turned his head and smiled, gently patting Shang Wanxian on the shoulder. Don't worry, these two clowns won't be jumping around for long. Ooh, I'll settle this today. Shang Wanxian nodded. A warmth slowly flowed into her heart. Thinking of her parents, her nose inexplicably felt sour, and her eyes gradually turned red. Beside them, Gene Shaw couldn't help but nudge his cousin with his elbow. He lowered his voice, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. Quiet down. I've already asked the general manager for a photo. Once the general manager sends the photo and confirms that this person is not the boss, I'll have security throw him out. All right, brother. Gene Hao replied. He smugly looked at Lin Yun. Pretty boy, did you hear that? My brother has already asked the general manager for a photo. When it comes, just wait to be thrown out of the company. Gene Shaw nearly wanted to curse out loud. Just a second ago, he had managed to quiet down his cousin, but the next moment he was still being arrogant, dragging him along for the ride. If this young man isn't the boss, that would be fine. But if he is, then he would be dead. Lin Yun, upon hearing that the manager was about to send a photo, remained calm. Meanwhile, Gene Hao saw Lin Yun's famed calm demeanor and couldn't stop running his mouth like a machine gun. Keep pretending. Oh, let's see how long you can keep it up. At that moment, Gene Shaw's phone vibrated quietly. He quickly looked down and double-tapped to open the photo sent by the general manager. When he saw that the person in the photo was the young man in front of him, his legs went weak, nearly causing him to kneel down. Coincidentally, he also heard his cousin babbling incessantly. Unable to hold back, he immediately slapped Gene Hao, leaving him stunned in place. Then he hastily stepped up. Chairman, I'm sorry, but it's all this person's fault, constantly whispering in my ear. After saying that, he slapped, Get lost now. If you appear in the company again, I'll slap you every time I see you. After making his threats, he smiled and returned to Lin Yun. Chairman, how does this handling seem to you? Faced with Gene Shaw's flattery, Lin Yun merely cast a sidelong glance without speaking. Meanwhile, Shang Wanxian, standing behind, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Just yesterday, when she mentioned part-time jobs, Lin Yun didn't even know about this company. But now the boss of this company suddenly turned out to be Lin Yun. It was evident that Lin Yun had acquired it, because at this moment Gene Hao felt his head buzzing. The boss of this company was actually this pretty boy. How is that possible? A pretty boy who wears street goods and has to get women to pay for his clothes suddenly transformed into the chairman of a large advertising company. Was he crazy, or was the world crazy? Lin Yun stared intently at Gene Shaw, speaking only after he saw the other party's expression grow anxious. Didn't you just say that if the photo came and confirmed that I wasn't the boss, you'd have security throw me out? No. That was him talking nonsense. Gene Shaw was drenched in cold sweat. The back of his shirt was already soaked. He wished he could kick this stupid cousin who was dumber than a pig. Just when Gene Shaw was frantically trying to figure out how to remedy the situation to save his position, the anxious general manager rushed in. After understanding the whole situation, he angrily called for security. Immediately throw these two out and blacklist them from the company, never allowed to enter. Wait. At this moment, Gene Hao finally accepted Lin Yun's identity. But he wasn't panicking at all and carelessly kicked the camera. It's just a broken machine worth over 100,000. We can just pay for it. Pay, eh? Lin Yun looked at Jin Hao's still arrogant face. With a cold laugh, he took out his phone and dialed the police. Hello, someone at Dream Advertising Company is attempting extortion. What the heck? Extortion? Jin Hao and Jin Sha were both stunned. When did they extort anyone? Were they trying to scare them by calling the police? Jin Hao was in a panic. He pushed the security guard aside and pointed at Lin Yun indignantly asking, "What do you mean? Who's extorting whom?" Ignoring Jin Hao's outburst, Lin Yun continued with his phone call, only hanging up after providing the address and detailed information to the police. He leisurely glanced at the two brothers from the Jin family. If I'm not mistaken, you must have placed a broken camera here in advance designed for the senior sister to trip over and then use that to extort money. If that's not extortion, then what is? This analysis was so precise that it sent chills down the spines of Jin Hao and Jin Sha. In that moment, they realized that their actions truly did resemble extortion. You? How can you say we broke the camera? Jin Hao still wanted to struggle. Lin Yun simply pointed to the surveillance camera. It's fine if you don't admit it. Just have a thorough review of the surveillance from the past 2 days, and it will be confirmed. Jin Sha, after all, was a manager. He couldn't believe that the other party could predict he would be fired and had deleted the footage in advance. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, the faces of Jin Sha and Jin Hao turned ashen. Thinking about the possibility of facing imprisonment, Jin Hao panicked completely. Director Lin, we actually didn't mean any harm. We'll pay double for the broken camera. Please let us go. Don't hold a grudge against us. With that, he lowered his proud head for the first time. Unfortunately, they received no response. The police arrived within 10 minutes, as the company wasn't far from the police station. Upon learning everything, they immediately began to retrieve the surveillance footage for evidence. With professionals on the job, it took less than 2 minutes to find 2 video clips. In the video, Jin Hao and Jin Sha were seen smashing the camera on the ground twice with force. After confirming it wouldn't turn on, they placed it back on the stand. Then they tampered with the stand to ensure it would fall easily before leaving with satisfaction. The other video showed the photographer knowing full well he would hit the stand. He kept gesturing for Shangguan Qian to move left, ultimately causing the camera to fall to the ground. Both videos clearly indicated that this was a premeditated extortion. With sufficient evidence and an intact chain of events, the two could be convicted. The police took the two who looked ashen away. Lin Yun and Shangguan Qian were also taken to the police station to give their statements. All right, it's fine now, you can go back. After completing their statements, the two slowly walked out of the police station. It was noon, and under the blazing sun, at Shangguan Qian's suggestion, they started walking on the sidewalk. Junior, thank you so much this time. Without you, I might have really struggled to leave the company today. Walking on the quiet road, Shangguan Qian stopped in her tracks, sincerely expressing her gratitude. Lin Yun smiled nonchalantly. It's nothing, just a small matter. As my senior sister and tenant, how could I stand by idly? A fleeting look of disappointment flashed in Shangguan Qian's eyes. Just a senior sister and tenant, huh? But soon she thought of something, and her gaze became passionate. Junior, look at that car. Which one? Mua. A warm sensation came over Lin Yun, leaving him stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Had he just been stolen a kiss by the campus beauty? Goodness, how had he been taken advantage of so easily? No way, he had to return the kiss. As he came to his senses and wanted to give it back, she had already walked away with her long legs. He sighed regretfully and quickly followed. After their stroll, they took a taxi back to the company. They initially planned to ride their respective vehicles home. But just as Lin Yun started his vehicle, he felt a weight on his back as a soft hand wrapped around him. You? He hadn't even asked yet when Shangguan Qian explained, my bike is out of gas, I'm riding with you. Out of gas? Lin Yun looked quizzically at her Suzuki Hayabusa. This excuse could only be believed by a newbie who just bought a motorcycle. Not wanting to dwell on it, he twisted his wrist and rode toward home. Along the way, Shangguan Qian, sitting behind, didn't remain idle. Facing the wind, she asked, Junior, do you have a dream? Dream? Lin Yun smiled and replied, Senior sister, my dream is simple, just to eat and wait to die. That's tough. You'll definitely have to inherit billions, and you won't even be able to slack off. Shangguan Qian covered her mouth and giggled. In her view, Lin Yun was certainly part of a top family. Otherwise, how could someone so casually buy such a large company? Lin Yun smiled, but said nothing. His family? Billions. If he could find 1,000 yuan, that would be impressive enough for his dad. Then he countered, what about you, senior sister? What's your dream? Me? Shangguan Qian's eyes sparkled as she turned her head to gaze at the swiftly passing trees. My dream is quite simple, to participate in a world-class motorcycle championship one day. It doesn't matter if I win or not, just being able to participate is my dream. Go for it, senior sister. You can do it. Lin Yun encouraged her. Ding. Single task detected. World-class motorcycle championship. As the notification sound rang out, a semi-transparent progress bar appeared before him. For every 20, there would be a treasure chest totaling 5. Staring at the 5 shimmering yet locked treasure chests, Lin Yun felt an unbearable itch of anticipation. He immediately decided to think of ways to help his senior sister fulfill her dream when they got back. These were 5 treasure chests. Who knew what incredible rewards they would yield? Once home hunger struck and he walked into the kitchen to casually fry up 2 bowls of rice. So delicious. Shang Wanxian could hardly contain herself, wishing she could swallow her tongue along with the food. After eating Lin Yun's cooking a few times, this was the first time she felt what it meant to be in a different realm. While eating, Lin Yun expressed his thoughts. Senior sister, didn't you want to participate in the world-class motorcycle championship? How about I take you to register as a member at the largest motorcycle club in Jiang City later? Shanghai Club. Shang Wanxian blurted out. Lin Yun was not familiar with these clubs. He had planned to search for them, but upon hearing her mention the Shanghai Club, he nodded. While scooping up fried rice, he said, yes, we'll register as members first, then participate in various small competitions. Once you qualify, you can stand on the stage of the world-class championship and fulfill your dream. Junior, you want to help me fulfill my dream? Shang Wanxian lowered the bowl she had been holding to her face, staring intently at Lin Yun, even forgetting that there were still some grains of rice left in her bowl. Lin Yun gently nodded. Junior. Shang Wanxian didn't know about the system's existence. She thought he was wholeheartedly doing this for her, and she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. After finishing the meal, they took a moment to rest. Lin Yun brought Shang Wanxian to the Shanghai Club. Outside, hundreds of motorcycles were parked, including Harley's Indians and countless others. After parking the bike, they entered through the club's main door. In the spacious hall, they quickly found the front desk. Lin Yun casually spoke, stunning those around him. Wow, another rich second-generation heir throwing money. I envy these wealthy people who can become top-level members. Although I have no money, I've contributed so much to the club, yet am still just a mid-level member. That beauty looks familiar. I think she's been in our motorcycle circle before. I remember seeing her at a small competition once. The surrounding murmurs of amazement were endless. At the front desk, the young lady in leather confirmed she hadn't misheard and immediately made a phone call. Manager, there's someone here who wants to become a top-level member. In less than 10 seconds, a long-haired man rushed over. Looking at Lin Yun by the front desk, he asked uncertainly, brother, you're the one wanting to apply for our club's top-level membership, right? Yes. Lin Yun nodded. By the way, can you tell me what rights come with your top-level membership? There are just... The long-haired man became animated as he began to explain. Let me highlight a few of the most important ones. First, as a top-level member of our club, you must have seen those vehicles outside. You can ride any of them. Even if you break one, we have dedicated staff to repair it for you. Second, you can fully unlock all our club's top tracks. Even high-level members only get 5 trial runs a week, but top-level members can run as much as they want. Third, our club collaborates with major motorcycle events across the country. Many competitions have internal registration rights, and becoming a top-level member allows you to register freely and quickly accumulate points. Fourth, hey, that's enough, stop. Seeing the manager go on indefinitely, Lin Yun hurriedly called for a stop. He then focused on the most important third point and asked, do those world motorcycle competitions require points to reach a certain level? Yes. All right, then let's apply for 2 top-level memberships. 2. The manager was shocked, even his words became a bit unclear. Lin Yun tilted his head. Is there a problem? No. The manager began to doubt whether this guy was joking, cautiously asking, brother, are you not clear about our club's membership conditions? To directly reach top-level membership, a fee of 20 million is required. Oh, what kind of reaction is this? The manager started to feel tense, unsure if these 2 were serious members or just joking. Lin Yun took out a bank card from his wallet and placed it on the table. Swipe it, I want to apply for myself and this lady next to me for top-level memberships. Really serious. The manager felt like he was on a roller coaster experiencing continuous ups and downs. Once he confirmed the other party wasn't joking, he clutched his racing heart. All right, but please wait a moment, I need to draft a contract. With that, he dashed towards the elevator leading to the second. Shang Wanxian breathed a little faster, gripping Lin Yun's sleeve. Senior, the top-level membership is too expensive. We could just go for a mid-level membership. No worries, just a few tens of millions. Lin Yun replied nonchalantly. A few tens of millions sounded like just a few bucks to him. The people around were left in shock, their minds blank. My goodness, where did this super-rich second-generation heir come from? Not only is he applying for himself, but he's also getting one for the girl beside him. Just as everyone was astonished, a man wearing riding gear and holding a helmet walked into the hall. Just a few tens of millions. The last guy who boasted like this ended up drunk, dreaming he won hundreds of millions in the lottery. The man sneered and then confidently flicked his long hair toward Shang Wanxian. This beautiful lady don't believe in a man who can only paint big dreams for you. Why don't I take you for a ride and show you my speed and passion? Knowing the man was new and unaware of Lin Yun's strength, someone familiar with the man stepped forward to explain. Fei Ge, this guy isn't boasting. Just before you arrived, he had the manager draft 2 contracts for top-level memberships. Top-level memberships. Li Fei's eyes widened instantly, but soon he disdainfully flicked his hair back. So he's just a rich kid, but so what? In the motorcycle club, it's all about skill. Even if he has billions, he'll still be left far behind by me. Hey rich kid, you'd better go home and inherit your family business. Don't play such a dangerous sport, or else when you kick the bucket it'll be a waste of such a good life. The hall echoed with rich sarcasm. Everyone was shocked, realizing that Li Fei was someone who feared nothing. Who would have thought he would be so arrogant in front of a wealthy second-generation heir? The person reminding Li Fei instantly broke out in a cold sweat, quickly retreating to avoid being implicated. Lin Yun helplessly placed his hand on the front desk. He felt speechless inside. No matter where he went, there were always idiots who couldn't see reality. He said irritably, "What do you think? Your skills are impressive." Huh. Of course. Li Fei proudly raised his head. You clearly look like a newbie in the motorcycle scene, or if you had been around for a few years you'd know me. I was the 3rd place in the last DN competition in Jiangqing. 3rd place. Lin Yun laughed. I thought you were something special. Turns out you're just a 3rd place finisher in a local competition. If I didn't know better, I would think you were a champion in a world competition. What the heck? Li Fei's eyes widened. Rich kid dare to have a duel between men. The eyes of the crowd in the living room sparkled. Watching the excitement is a natural instinct, especially when a skilled rider challenges a rich newbie. A duel. Lin Yun stroked his chin. Just right, he wanted to test his current skills. After all, this kid was a 3rd place finisher in a local competition. He should be enough to let him try his skills. So it's a duel, no problem, but since it's a duel, there should be a bet, right? Agreed. Agreed. Li Fei didn't expect this rich second-generation heir to agree so readily. For a moment, he didn't know what to bet with. After a moment of thought, a flash of greed crossed his eyes. You rode here on a motorcycle, right? How about we use your bike as the stake? He believed that a rich second-generation heir's motorcycle wouldn't be cheap. Lin Yun smiled and took out his motorcycle key, placing it on the table. That's right, the top model of the Kawasaki H2. The Kawasaki H2. And it's the top model. The onlookers gasped in shock. This bike is worth over 700, a top-tier motorcycle, and it's limited edition. There aren't many owners in the entire Jiangqing. Seeing the key ignited a blaze within Li Fei's eyes. This rich second-generation heir's car was indeed his dream vehicle. What kind of luck was he having today to encounter such a brainless rich kid? Just the thought of soon owning a top-spec Kawasaki H2 made him salivate uncontrollably. All right, no way. Shangguan Qian stepped forward to refuse, directly shoving the key back into Lin Yun's pocket. Although she felt Lin Yun rode quite steadily, he was merely an average rider. To compete with a rider who had even won a city-level 3rd place was like an egg against a stone. Li Fei watched helplessly as the key vanished, feeling anxious. He glanced at Shangguan Qian irritably. Beauty, this is a contest between men. Can you please not interfere? He has never participated in any competition. If you want to race, I will race you. You? Huh. I don't want to bully a girl. You wouldn't back down, would you? Shangguan Qian stepped forward, showing no fear. What? I wouldn't back down. Li Fei felt as if he had heard the biggest joke. Beauty, from your words, you must have participated in competitions, right? What competitions? Tell me. Shangguan Qian fell silent. She loved motorcycles, but had only participated once in a women's university league. Although she had won that time, the value of the victory was nearly non-existent. She didn't want to bring it up, but a man in a corner of the hall stood up. I know. Beauty, didn't you participate in the university league before? I remember you won the championship in the women's category, right? University league. Women's category. Championship. These words made everyone around burst into laughter. That kind of university league was nothing more than a child's game to them. Li Fei laughed out loud. Oh my, this is killing me. How could you even mention such a child's play competition? All right, Beauty, you should just wait quietly on the side. Once I finish with your rich boyfriend, he'll deal with you. After saying that, he wore a lewd smile. You? Shangguan Qian was about to retort when her small hand was pulled by Lin Yun. All right, he's just a clown. Trust me, it's nothing. He calmed Shangguan Qian and took out the key that had been returned to his. Since I'm wagering my car, what are you willing to put up? Heh. Li Fei's lips nearly curled up to the heavens. What? You can't be thinking that I could lose, right? Winning or losing isn't important. What matters is whether you can put up an equivalent wager. Lin Yun said calmly, tossing the key in his hand to attract everyone's attention. The term equivalent wager felt like a sharp stab, piercing Li Fei's heart. In a moment of excitement, he nearly forgot that his entire fortune amounted to only 200,000 to 300,000, not even half of the opponent's stake. Li Fei looked around. Is there anyone among you who would be willing to lend me some money? As soon as the request to borrow money was heard, the people around him recoiled as if they had seen a plague. Li Fei cursed inwardly at this scene. He forced a smile and said, Look, if you lend me money and I win the car, you can ride it. As soon as he finished speaking, many people rushed over. Brother Faye'll put in 5000, and I want to ride it every Monday. What are you thinking? Just 5000, and you want to monopolize Monday? He'll put in 1000, just Saturday is fine. In just a few minutes, they gathered 75000. Rich kid 75000 is enough, right? No need for money. If you lose, just kneel down and apologize, then roll out of the club. What? Li Fei's expression changed. It sounded good to say no money. But once he lost, he wouldn't be able to show his face anywhere in Jiangxing, let alone the club. Seeing his reaction, Lin Yun humorously withdrew the key. Scared? Then go back where you came from. Don't embarrass yourself here. Provoked by this, Li Fei's eyes turned red. Who said I'm scared? Don't think I don't know you're trying to force me not. After saying that, he stared intently at Lin Yun's expression. When he saw a hint of panic in the rich kid's face, his heart instantly swelled with pride. How did I guess right? Brothers, I will return your money. He returned the money he had just received, feeling grateful that this rich kid wasn't very bright. Otherwise, even if he won the car, he would have to share it with those who lent him money. And now he didn't even need to use money as a stake. If he won the car, it would completely belong to him. Then he took out a map marked with several race tracks. Don't say I'm bullying you, you can choose any of these tracks in Jiangxing. Alright. Lin Yun took the map. After glancing at it casually, he threw it back to Li Fei. Let's choose the third track, Baiyun Mountain. It's sparsely populated and suitable for racing. Baiyun Mountain. Everyone in the hall couldn't help but gasp. If a top-tier rider mentioned this location, they wouldn't think much of it. But the problem was that the other party looked like a newbie. How dared he challenge such a difficult track right away? Li Fei was momentarily stunned. He instinctively thought that this guy might be playing dumb. He cautiously asked, "Are you sure about Baiyun Mountain?" "Of course. My lucky number is 3, so I chose the third track." Lin Yun innocently raised his hand. Everyone. Li Fei. So this guy is just a complete knob. This meant that Li Fei had an absolutely unwinnable advantage. In that moment, many in the hall regretted not being Li Fei. He could easily and legally take the rich kid's motorcycle worth over 7,000. Shangwan Qian anxiously tugged at Lin Yun's sleeve. "Junior, let's choose another place. That track is a bit too difficult." "It's fine. I used to help my dad race motorcycles in high school. A small track is nothing." Lin Yun winked playfully and chuckled softly. "What? Racing motorcycles?" Shangwan Qian facepalmed, speechless. "What time is it, and you're still joking?" Soon, Lin Yun and his group, along with curious onlookers, all arrived at Baiyun Mountain. Not for anything else, just to see how this rich second-generation heir would be crushed. "Junior." Shangwan Qian looked worried. "You must be careful while riding. There are many turns here, and some are nearly 180-degree bends. Winning or losing doesn't matter, just make sure to reach the finish line safely." "Don't worry." Lin Yun gave Shangwan Qian a reassuring look. Then he turned to Li Fei, who was staring at his bike with fiery eyes. "Hey, stop staring. As long as you win, it will be yours from now on." After saying that, he gently patted the bike, full of teasing intent. Li Fei caught the slight teasing tone in Lin Yun's voice. His lips curled in disdain. "Humph, ignorant rich kid'll leave you in the dust." As the competition began, 2 cars sped forward. Shangwan Qian silently prayed, hoping Lin Yun could. Meanwhile, at a club not far from Baiyun Mountain, the manager hurried down the stairs after finalizing the contract, only to find that the wealthy heir, who was supposed to become a top-tier member, was no longer there. Even more bizarrely, nearly half of the people in the entire hall had disappeared. What was going on? As the manager stood there dumbfounded, a waiter hurried over to explain the situation. Upon hearing this, the manager was nearly infuriated to the point of exploding. This was supposed to be a super VIP client for their club. If that kid Li Fei had managed to run away, he would definitely flay him alive. He rushed out of the club and rode his bike towards Baiyun Mountain. No matter what, he had to stop the race. When he arrived at the entrance, he found the entire scene eerily quiet, with only the voice of the commentator watching the live race through drones. Wow, that fully equipped Kawasaki H2 has already pulled ahead by about 200 meters. In just 10 meters, it's going to take a sharp turn of over 100 degrees, and he hasn't even slowed down. My God, he's going to charge into the turn at full speed. Oh my, he made it through. The manager was stunned. Full speed through the turn at Baiyun Mountain. Who was this general so fierce? The fully equipped Kawasaki H2. Could it be that client who was planning to become a top-tier member? He uncertainly poked at a member. Xiao Wang, whose Kawasaki H2 is the commentator talking about. Of course it's that rich heirs, who else could it be? After answering, Xiao Wang immediately made a shushing gesture, signaling the manager to keep quiet. Upon confirmation, the manager's eyes lit up. Goodness, it turned out to be a big shot. It seemed he had worried for nothing. Half an hour later, the silver glimmering Kawasaki H2 roared past. It slowly stopped at the entrance, which was both the starting point and the finish line. Wow, that's stunning. Damn, he only took 31 minutes and 27 seconds, breaking the record at Baiyun Mountain. Who the hell said this was a newcomer? Step forward and see if I don't beat you up. If this is a newcomer, then what are— Amidst the countless cheers, Lin Yun gently removed his helmet. Before he could completely take it off, a soft figure rushed into his embrace. You scared me. I didn't know your driving skills were this amazing. Looking at Shangguan Qian's worried eyes that hadn't yet faded, Lin Yun smiled and ruffled her hair. It's fine, I told you there's nothing to worry about. As he made this affectionate gesture, he could clearly feel the sister in his arms stiffen slightly. But soon she relaxed again, continuing to snuggle in his embrace. A few minutes later, a Chunfeng bike slowly arrived. Li Fei parked the bike, looking like a pickled vegetable. When he took the first turn, he thought this rich second generation was a fool maintaining speed. But upon seeing the other party's moves that were even stronger than a textbook's, he understood that he was the fool. Lin Yun led Shangguan Qian to Li Fei's side and chuckled. Come on, bow and apologize. If I'm satisfied, maybe you won't have to fulfill the condition of being kicked out of the club. Bow. Li Fei clenched his teeth. Bowing in front of so many bikers was no different than dying. He absolutely couldn't bow. Being labeled a rascal was far better than being made a joke. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he began to act shameless. What, bow? Aren't we just having a normal race? Huh. The onlookers around immediately voiced. Lin Yun was slightly surprised. So he wanted to play dirty, huh? Just as he was thinking about how to teach this rule-breaking, the manager holding several contracts pushed through the crowd and approached Li Fei. Alright, I've already processed your membership cancellation before coming here. You are no longer a member of our club, so get as far away as you can. No way. Li Fei instantly exploded. He had worked so hard to become a junior member. With this status, he could rake in quite a bit of profit and attract girls. How could he be kicked out just like that? The manager completely ignored Li Fei and focused his attention on Lin Yun. Brother, I've prepared the contract for you. Let's head back to the club to sign it. Lin Yun glanced at Li Fei and prepared to follow the manager back to the club to sign the contract. Li Fei, his eyes red, stood in front of the manager and Lin Yun. Did you just say that as long as I bow satisfactorily I won't have to leave the club? I did say that. Lin Yun nodded, acknowledging it. Slap. The sound of knees hitting the ground startled the entire crowd. Everyone initially thought this guy was going to act shamelessly. They didn't expect. For the sake of staying in the club, he would kneel like this. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately afterward, the sound of his kneeling echoed. Lin Yun felt somewhat incredulous. Did he underestimate the benefits of club membership, causing this kid to willingly kneel? Is that enough? Li Fei looked up at Lin Yun, feeling an unprecedented level of humiliation swelling. Lin Yun looked down at Li Fei, still kneeling on the ground. Just thinking about what to say next nearly made him laugh out loud. Ahem. Sorry, I'm not satisfied. After saying that, he pulled Shangguan Qian onto the bike and returned to the club to sign the contract, leaving Li Fei standing there with the words, I'm not satisfied, echoing in his mind. In the office, the manager spread out the contracts one by one. As long as you sign in these places and transfer the funds to our club's account, you will become our club's top-tier members. Lin Yun didn't like wasting words. He picked up the pen and signed his name. While waiting for Shangguan Qian to sign, he thought of a question and asked the manager. By the way, does our club have any impressive coaches? Coaches? The manager was bewildered. Not with your skills do you need a coach. Finding a coach might lead the coach to question their life. Lin Yun quickly smiled bitterly. I want to find one for her. His driving skills were top-notch, but his teaching level was definitely not as strong as those professional coaches. If he wanted Shangguan Qian to stand on the world-class racing track, a professional coach was essential. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately understood. He took out a small booklet from the bookshelf nearby. Brother, take a look at this. These are the coaches unlocked for our ultimate members. Each one is not a nobody in the industry, and some have even coached champions in domestic competitions. Lin Yun took the booklet and casually flipped through it. He found that none of the coaches met his expectations. Frowning, he asked, is that all? Oh my goodness. The manager, fearing that this esteemed guest would be unhappy, quickly put away the booklet with a face full of apologies. Of course there's more. There's a world-famous coach who has cooperated with our club before. We can introduce her to you, but the teaching fees will need to be borne by you, as they might be a bit pricey. World-renowned. Lin Yun's interest was piqued. Anyone who had achieved such global fame was certainly no ordinary figure. Lin Yun opened the resume on his phone. Shafana, the world's most stunning motorcycle instructor. She had trained dozens of world champions across major international competitions. Her career should have been dazzling. Yet she was placed on an international wanted list after clashing with a local religious sect and subsequently chose to settle in Longwa, the safest nation on earth. After skimming the instructor's profile, Lin Yun nodded in satisfaction. Agreed, she's the one. Very well. Please wait a moment while I make a call. The manager rose and stepped aside. A few minutes later, he returned beaming. She's available, but her fee is steep and she has prior commitments. She won't be able to begin formal instruction until 2 months from now. How much? 2 million per month. I'll pay 5 million. Have her here immediately. F5. The manager stood frozen speechless, yet dutifully dialed again. This time the call lasted over 10. She's accepted. However, she's currently out of town and won't arrive until this afternoon. She's asked that the student wait for her at track 1 of our club, today for an initial assessment of skill level and tomorrow for the customized training plan. Understood. Lin Yun instantly transferred 5 million to the manager, instructing him to forward it to instructor Shafana. Shang Wanxian proceeded with meticulous caution. Only after reviewing the contract thoroughly and confirming its validity did she sign. Upon learning that Shafana herself would be her instructor, she couldn't suppress a gasp. That's Shafana, the world champion coach. Yes. Do you know her, senior? She's legendary. Anyone passionate about motorcycles knows her name. I certainly do. Shang Wanxian clasped her hands together, her face radiant with anticipation at the thought of meeting her idol. Lin Yun smiled wryly. Let's go. I'll drive you to track 1. After dropping Shang Wanxian off, he waited for the instructor's arrival, when his phone vibrated with a new message. He opened it, a text from his former classmate Wang Qingsnow. Wang Qingsnow, Lin Yun, the doctor says I'm cleared for discharge. Could you pick me up? Once we're back at school, Su-Wan and I will treat you to dinner. After reading the message, Lin Yun's fingers flew across the screen, busy. Just as he hovered over the send button. Ding. A system alert chimed. Random quest detected. Pick up Campus Beauty Wang Qingsnow. Quest completion, reward compulsory lottery number card. Compulsory lottery number card upon activation forces the day's official lottery draw to match the number selected by the user. Warning, valid only during the live draw window. What? Forced alteration. Then even the lottery commission director would be powerless. Lin Yun quickly searched the jackpot. Over 10 billion, and his eyes gleamed. Heart pounding with exhilaration, he rushed back to the message interface, deleted his earlier reply, and typed a single character. Okay. He then turned to Shang Wanxian. Senior, please wait here. I need to step out for something urgent. All right, nothing serious. Just stay and wait for the foreign instructor. After bidding farewell to Shang Wanxian, Lin Yun sped back to Chongqing Residential Complex. Switching to his sports car, he raced through a cascade of green lights straight to the hospital. This should be it. He paused outside the ward door and knocked gently. But after several knocks, no sound came from within. Had he gone to the wrong room? He glanced doubtfully at the room number, exactly matching his memory. Strange. Utterly baffled, he tentatively turned the doorknob, only to find it unlocked. As he stepped inside, a shower of flower petals rained down from above. Before he could react, 2 figures emerged and fired confetti cannons. Lin Yun looked down at Wang Qingsnow and Su-Wan and sighed deadpan. What exactly are you doing? It's your apology ceremony. Wang Qingsnow murmured timidly. Then remembering something, she hastily produced a cake box. Lin Yun. Truly extraordinary. These two had actually staged a full-blown apology ceremony. Summoning courage, Wang Qingsnow stepped forward. I sincerely apologize to you once more. I was wrong before. Will you forgive me? She watched him anxiously, breath held. Didn't I forgive you long ago? Lin Yun replied offhandedly, his sole focus being quest completion and jackpot clearance. Wang Qingsnow detected his dismissiveness and hurried on. I know you're still angry. I'll accept any punishment, scolding, even hitting. But I want us to return to how we were before. We're friends. No grudges, no anger. Lin Yun offered polite, perfunctory reassurance, then checked his watch. It's getting late. Why don't you two gather your things? I'll drive you back to campus. Without waiting for their response, he strode out of the ward first. Wang Qingsnow watched his retreating figure, her gaze dimmed with quiet disappointment. She shot her best friend a sharp glare. Look what your terrible idea got us. Didn't you swear Lin Yun would be deeply moved and spontaneously embrace me? Where's the emotion? Where's the embrace? 2 rapid-fire questions left, Su-Wan utterly stunned. I honestly don't know. That book, The Complete Guide to Apology Methods, said exactly this would happen. Forget it. For now, let's just catch up. There's plenty of time ahead. Wang Qingsnow knew her friend meant well. She said no more and followed slowly behind. Half an hour later, Lin Yun stood in the parking lot watching the 2 women depart. Congratulations, host. You've completed the quest. Reward compulsory lottery number card. Got it. Lin Yun tucked the card away with glee, then hurried to a nearby lottery shop near campus. Boss, give me 1 set of numbers, split into 2 tickets, each multiplied 99 times with bonus add-in. 2 tickets 99x with bonus add-in. The shop owner blinked in disbelief. In today's lottery industry, rife with scandals, someone willingly handing over money. Was this philanthropy? But refusing profit was sheer folly. Beaming, he asked, sure thing. What's the number? Lin Yun casually settled onto a wooden chair nearby, stroking his chin in deep contemplation. To maximize returns, he needed a number no one else in the country would ever play. After prolonged deliberation, a flawless sequence crystallized in his mind. Imagining tonight's restless millions of lottery players, a sly smile tugged at his lips. Boss, The red zone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, blue zone 6, and 7. Huh. The owner instantly thought he'd misheard. After all, the historical record of 5 consecutive numbers in Delu 2 had never occurred. And this young man proposed 7 in a row. Was he truly donating to charity at a lottery shop? Even 2 fellow patrons studying number trends chuckled. Kid, judging by your age, you're probably from the nearby university. Take it from me. Lottery's a deep, treacherous pond. You're not cut out for it. Go back to campus and hit the books. Exactly. With odds like yours, even buying it every month for months, the chance of winning 5 yuan remains vanishingly slim. Lin Yun ignored the 2 individuals, glancing at the boss with some impatience. Boss, are you going to sell or not? If not, I'll go to another place. No, I will sell. The boss, afraid that the young man might change his mind, quickly finished processing 2 tickets. A total of 594. Take a look. After receiving the 2 tickets, Lin Yun promptly made the payment after confirming everything was correct, and then carefully placed the tickets into his pocket. This action once again sparked a burst of laughter from the 2 lottery players. Returning home, he noticed there were still 2 hours until the lottery draw. Lin Yun lay on the sofa board and began scrolling through Douyin. One beautiful woman after another flashed across his screen. Soon he paused on a video. This video had just been released not long ago, yet it had already garnered over 50,000 likes and was continuing to rise at a rate of thousands of likes per minute. The creator of the video was none other than Shangwan Qian, and the content featured a photo with her instructor. Is this the one named Shafana? How come she looks so much better in the video than in that ID picture? Lin Yun muttered to himself, then clicked into her profile. Perhaps due to having only released 2 or 3 videos in total, she had only about 100,000 followers. Then he returned to the interface and opened the comments section. Upon clicking in, he saw the first comment and his face darkened at an alarming speed. Anyone who rides a motorcycle can't be a good person. I'm her roommate. After she failed to seduce my boyfriend, she even got him imprisoned. Everyone pay attention to me. Tonight at 9:30, I will go live to expose her crimes. With 3,000 likes, it was obvious who had posted this comment: Wang Xia. Without a second thought, he clicked into her profile and followed her. He wanted to see what nonsense this woman could come up with. 2 hours later, at 9:15, the live draw for the lottery officially began. Lin Yun quickly took out his card and marked the numbers as indicated. As the ball spun wildly in the drawing machine, he couldn't help but feel a slight twinge of tension. When the first ball rolled out and was announced as 3, Lin Yun couldn't contain a smile from spreading across his face. This was the fulfillment of a childhood wish. Finally, it was about to come true today. In the future, he could also tell his parents without any psychological burden that the money was from winning the lottery. At this moment, the director of the Beijing North Lottery Center leisurely swirled a bottle of red wine valued at millions and took a sip. When he saw that the first number was 3, the wine he had in his mouth spurted out. What was going on? Wasn't the first number he set to be 6? Where did the 3 come from? As the balls continued to be announced, the director's wine glass fell to the ground. His vision darkened and he fainted straight away. Inside the residential complex, Lin Yun took out the lottery ticket and kissed it happily. He turned off the TV, opened his phone, and waited for the 930 live stream. 10 minutes later, Wang Xia's account indeed showed that she was live. Lin Yun clicked in and discovered there were a total of 3 people in front of the camera. The beauty filter was so strong that each of them had chins pointed enough to stab someone. The number of viewers in the live room was quite substantial. There were over 1,000 viewers, mostly there to see the drama unfold. In front of the camera, Wang Xia in the center had red swollen eyes and began to cry. My dear friends, I know you all like that motorcycle influencer. But those who ride motorcycles, you must know that while they appear glamorous on the outside, the reality is far from it. As soon as this was said, countless former fans of Shangwan Qian began typing furiously. What's going on? Can you please get to the point? That motorcycle influencer Qian is so beautiful. Could it be true that her character is so deplorable? Countless viewers speculated endlessly. Wang Xia took a breath before continuing. Earlier, my boyfriend and I went shopping at the mall. I left him for a few minutes because I needed to use the restroom, and when I returned, I saw her asking for his contact information right in front of my eyes. I got furious at that moment and said a few words to her. The next day, my boyfriend was arrested due to her false accusations of sexual harassment, and he is still in the police station. What? The audience was taken aback. They never expected such a beautiful motorcycle influencer to have such a warped character behind the scenes. Lin Yun. 666. No wonder people say that the current netizens are foolish. To be swayed by baseless accusations without any evidence, what else could it be if not foolishness? He quickly typed in the comments section, "Excuse me, miss, do you have any evidence for what you are saying?" Evidence? Yes, nowadays, everything should have some proof. It can't be that everything is just based on verbal claims. With Lin Yun setting the tone, many others began to demand evidence. Wang Xia and her friends exchanged glances in surprise, not expecting that the current netizens wouldn't be easily fooled anymore. But as college students, they were quick on their feet. With tears in her eyes, she continued, "If I had evidence, I would definitely submit it right away to clear my boyfriend's name. But Shang Wanqian conducted herself so flawlessly that there is no way to prove my boyfriend's innocence." Her superb performance immediately garnered a lot of sympathy. "She looks so pitiful, oh, it feels like it must be true. This girl has it really hard. I find it hard to believe. Nowadays, the police need evidence to arrest someone. It's impossible for an innocent person to be taken in without proof. On the other hand, this influencer has been making empty claims, which is hard to believe." In the entire live room, it could be said to be a three-way standoff. Some supported Wang Xia, others remained skeptical, and some firmly believed that the goddess Qian Qian was not that kind of person. Seeing that fewer and fewer people were believing her, Wang Xia had to resort to her trump card early on. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. It's easy to paint a person's skin, but hard to paint their bones. You might not know, but a few days ago we three had already kicked her out of the dorm. Kicked out of the dorm. The comments section erupted. Everyone was asking the three girls to explain the situation in detail. Wang Xia covered her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Yun watched in silence, feeling speechless. This Wang Xia might have gotten her fingers stuck in an onion. How could she cry so much? After crying for a while, Wang Xia finally pulled out a few photos. "Actually, it's because she took pictures of us while we were sleeping and sold them." As she spoke, she displayed the photos to the live viewers. In the photos, everyone was heavily made up, sleeping peacefully. At this moment, the live room exploded. Everyone began cursing, asking how such a person existed. Seeing the situation turning against him, Lin Yun began to steer the narrative. "Everyone take a close look. The people in the photos are all wearing makeup. Are you telling me you sleep with makeup on?" As the comments appeared, everyone carefully examined the faces in the photos. Indeed, they were all heavily made up, looking nothing like they were sleeping. Lin Yun continued to fan the flames. "These photos don't look like they were taken by a roommate you kicked out. Rather, it seems like you all took them to frame her. Am I right?" Just as he sent out the comment, within seconds, he received a notification. "You have been kicked out of the live room." "Lin Yun, is that how you play? If you can't argue, just kick me out." Quickly switched to a different account. Upon re-entering the live stream, the three were sobbing in grievance. While in the dormitory, the three of us were constantly bullied by her. Relying on her status as the campus belle, we washed her clothes, and she often gave us various unpleasant nicknames, using words and actions to bully us. Huh. Lin Yun was dumbfounded. "Look at that acting. What a waste not to become an actor." He glanced at the barrage section of the live stream, seemingly due to his previous critical questions. Now most people maintained a wait-and-see attitude and did not trust the three completely. However, a few deeply resonated and kept saying, "Sisters, I understand." At this moment, Wang Xia noticed that the number of viewers in the live stream was increasing. Knowing that continuously seeking sympathy wasn't a solution, if they wanted to receive gifts or money, they had to initiate a PK. She turned off the microphone. After a brief discussion with her roommates, she reopened the microphone and began to request help from the big brother in the live stream. "Big brothers, you know our living expenses have been depleted because of that motorcycle blogger. We hope you can support us so that we three pitiful girls won't starve at school. Please, please." After saying this to the live stream, she began to connect randomly. The 3-second countdown ended, splitting the screen in half. On the other side was a beautiful woman holding a sign to help children with leukemia. Upon seeing her, the three were momentarily stunned. They actually connected with a teacher from their school. Although she wasn't a professional, the other party was known as the most beautiful teacher in school, and they had seen her photos. Moreover, they had indeed heard that this teacher was raising funds to save a child. Wang Xia immediately turned off the microphone and looked at her two roommates, who were equally astonished. "What should we do? If we say that this teacher is indeed calling for donations, the big brothers in our live stream will likely all run over to her. What can we do? Of course, we pretend we don't know. I just checked, and although there are many people in her live stream, they're all skeptical. Basically, no one believes that this teacher is truly donating for the child." After finishing their discussion, she reopened the microphone to communicate with the streamer on the other side. "Beautiful lady, this is our first time playing live stream. PK, please go easy on us." The beautiful Bain, holding the sign, smiled bitterly. "I'm also just starting to live stream, but I just had a PK and lost terribly." "Lost terribly? That's reassuring." The three of them secretly laughed. They began to learn from the live stream tutorials they had previously watched. "Although we are all newbie streamers, we won't lose our spirit. Even if we don't have many fans, we still want to adopt the PK style of those big streamers. What do you think? What style it? It's simple. The losing side of the PK not only has to give all the gifts from this PK to the other side, but also has to add a doin no. One as a bonus." This? Bain hesitated a bit. She was live streaming to raise funds to help people. But if she couldn't raise any money and had to invest instead, it would be better not to stream. Lin Yun, who was watching the live stream, stared at the beautiful woman on the other side, feeling somewhat puzzled. Why did she feel so familiar? It seemed like he had seen her somewhere. After thinking for a while, he hurriedly opened the school forum. After flipping through a few pages, he finally found a post about helping a child with leukemia. At the very bottom of the post were two photos. One was of the child with leukemia lying on the hospital bed, and the other was a photo of Bai-in holding a sign asking for help. After confirming, he quickly returned to the live stream interface. Seeing that Bai-in was still hesitant, he immediately sent a private message. It's okay, agree to them. They'll help you win this PK. Still wavering, Bai-in suddenly saw a small red dot on her private message interface. After opening it and pondering for a moment, she nodded in agreement. All right, let's do the PK as you said. Okay, beautiful. Wang Xia exclaimed excitedly, regardless of how many gifts this live stream could receive. But that Douyin no. One worth 1,000 was definitely within reach. After saying this, she quickly turned off the microphone with the other streamer. Facing the live stream, she continued to ask for support. Family members, this is the first PK for the streamer. Whether we live or die depends on you. As long as we win this PK, you will be our family forever. A bunch of live stream terminology. Many people in the live stream began to send gifts. Although they weren't expensive, there were many, and in no time, they had accumulated over 1,000 points. Converted into money, that was over 100 yuan. Although this amount seemed small for a newbie streamer, to start with over 1,000 points was already quite good. In contrast, Bai-in, who was still holding the sign on the other side, had a pitifully low score of only 87 points. In the live stream, many people's comments were filled with disdain. I don't understand, how can there still be people using this method to make money in this day and age? What was the name of the last streamer who raised funds for children with cancer? She raised over 1 million and spent it all on buying cars and houses, and that so-called cancer child was purely fabricated, non-existent. Lin Yun stared at these comments, his brow furrowed as he posed a profound question. Have you ever thought, what if it's real, I would do a handstand and defecate? Don't think that just because you have some fake pictures from the internet you can fool everyone. The netizens nowadays are much smarter and not as easily deceived as before. Lin Yun. He could actually understand. After all, there had indeed been a large number of streamers who sought personal gains through donations. He couldn't be bothered with those people anymore. He switched to his main account and directly charged 500. Then he swiftly threw in a 300 yuan carnival. In the PK segment, which originally accounted for only 10 of the red team, instantly transformed from a weak little grass into a towering tree. It left both the streamers and the audience in the other live stream dumbfounded. What the hell, which big shot just threw in a carnival right away? They can't possibly not realize that this beautiful woman is a scammer, right? I finally understand why there are so many streamers who have fallen but still persistently use this as an excuse to make money. As long as there's one fool who believes they can pretty much earn half a month's salary. Wang Xia and the others, upon seeing the special effects on the other side, gradually fell into a daze. That was a 300 yuan carnival, yet someone just casually sent it. I've seen this name, I'm floating in the clouds somewhere in our live stream before. One of the girls whispered, pointing at the name that sent the carnival. Wang Xia also felt that this name was indeed familiar. In the barrage section, she began to scroll upward. When she reached the point before the PK started, she was shocked to discover this I'm floating in the clouds was the same netizen who had created trouble in their live stream several times before, and they had directly kicked her out and blacklisted her. Impossible, isn't that guy at level 0? At this moment, Wang Xia felt regret gnawing at her gut. It was just a minor conflict, how did it lead to being blacklisted? The roommate behind her chuckled wryly. It must be that we blacklisted him and he holds a grudge. When we battle it out, hell, just throw money at us to ensure our loss. No, Wang Xia wailed. She unblocked the opponent and then looked at the live stream camera. Dear viewers, I beg you to lend us your strength. The survival of the 3 hosts over the next few days depends on this live stream. However, there was still no response. After all, everyone was just here to enjoy the show, not to spend money. Wang Xia gritted her teeth and turned to her 2 roommates, giving them a knowing look. She slightly pulled down her collar and began to flirt. Big brother, she called out in a voice that was deliberately high-pitched, causing some inexperienced young men in the chat to feel weak in the knees. Little gifts popped up like popcorn, exploding one after another. In no time, the scores caught up, reaching an average level. Thank you for the hearts, big brother. We've caught up with you, the sweet voice chimed. This made Lin Yun, who was watching the live stream, instantly break out in goosebumps. Meanwhile, Bai-in, holding up a sign, was still in shock. She nearly thought the person who messaged her was just joking, but it turned out to be real. The first gift was the most expensive carnival. Thank you, I'm floating in the clouds, big brother. I wish you peace for a lifetime. As soon as the words left her mouth, another carnival appeared in the live stream. The sender was still, I'm floating in the clouds. Thank you, big brother. Bai-in's small hand holding the sign trembled. 2 carnivals cost a whopping 6,000 yuan. Wang Xia and her companions were utterly stunned, thinking they had caught up. No. It can't be. How can this guy be so rich? 6,000 yuan, just like that. They had no choice but to look at the camera pitifully and employ the same tactics again. Big brothers, please keep the hearts coming. The host can't lose. If we do, we won't even be able to afford steamed buns in the next few days. She thought a little flirt would spark a flurry of small gifts like before. Unfortunately, the viewers in the chat also realized there was a big spender in the other live stream. Continuing to send gifts would be pointless, so they stopped paying attention. Wang Xiao was anxious. Just as she was about to flirt a bit more, another carnival appeared in the opposing live stream. Then the fourth, fifth. In just 2 minutes, 100 carnivals were sent. This unprecedented flashy effect left everyone in awe. My God, which rich guy is behind this account sending 300 in 2 minutes? Unbelievable. Let me go check it out. Many viewers in Wang Xiao's live stream hurriedly entered the opposing stream. At this moment, Baiyi's sign. With a thud, it fell to the ground. She had thought 2 carnivals were already the limit, but unexpectedly the other side sent a full 100. These gifts, when converted to money and after deducting the platform's cut, would net her 150,000. After taxes, she would receive around 11,000. 11,000. Baiyi raised her head, her lips trembling. Thank you, I'm floating in the clouds, big brother. At that moment, her mind went blank. The thank you speech she had prepared before the live stream was completely forgotten. Lin Yan paid no attention to Baiyi, who was expressing her gratitude in the live stream. Instead, she looked at her own level and the gifts she had unlocked. Among them was an 8,000 yuan Qinglian sword fairy. There was still 2,000 left in her account, and she casually topped it up with another 6,000. Continue the donations. Whooshed. On the screen, the Qinglian bloomed. A young man dressed in white raised his sword to the sky. The special effect lasted for more than 10 seconds before it ended. The audience was completely blown away. While the 8,000 yuan Qinglian sword fairy is amazing, is this guy going to do 100 like the previous carnival? If he really does, I'll follow him. Wherever this big brother goes from now on, I'll follow. This is so impressive. Watching the chat, Baiyi felt dizzy. She had always thought the most expensive gift on Douyin was the 3,000 yuan carnival, but now an 8,000 yuan Qinglian sword fairy had emerged. Next, living up to the expectations of many netizens, the Qinglian sword fairy was also sent out in a frenzy with 100 sent in no time. 400,000. Baiyi's heart was in turmoil. She calculated in her mind and realized she had gathered enough. She quickly closed the gift donation channel in the live stream. Stumbling over her words, she bent down to thank him. Thank you, I'm floating in the clouds, big brother. I've closed the gift channel. The money is enough to treat the students' illnesses. Thank you. She bowed, deeply moving many viewers in the live stream. At this moment, the big brother was still sending gifts enthusiastically, but the host suddenly closed the gift channel. Was she crazy or just foolish? Or was this not just a performance, but a genuine effort to raise funds for the students' treatment? For a moment, the comments section fell silent. A few skeptics wanted to try sending gifts, but they soon discovered, just as the host said, that the channel was closed. While this really is a teacher raising funds to save lives, I'm so sorry, I was just being rude before. With this comment, many people expressed their regrets. They urged the host to reopen the channel so they could also show their appreciation. Among everyone, the most bewildered were Wang Xia and her friends. One of the roommates was anxious and pushed, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't blacklisted, such a big shot, over 1 million in gifts would have been ours." "My fault." Wang Xia laughed in anger, shaking off her roommate's hand. "I specifically looked at you too when I blacklisted him, and you both nodded before I did it. Now you're blaming me." "Was that a nod?" I was shaking my head. "Shut up." Seeing that the two seemed ready to fight, another roommate quickly intervened. All right, we're in a live stream now. After it ends, you can settle it however you want." Realizing that many people were still watching them. Although the two stopped arguing, their eyes were still filled with anger. Meanwhile, the PK time had already ended, when the opposing side was declared the winner. The comments section erupted. "Host, you lost. Hurry up and send the gifts you received this time along with Douyin No. 1. That's right, host, just a friendly reminder, if you don't honor the bet, you might face a boycott from the entire internet." A boycott from the entire internet. The three of them exchanged glances. They had truly witnessed the splendor of the internet today. If they could have a chance encounter with a big shot like this, they wouldn't have to worry about living expenses throughout their university years. To avoid being boycotted by the entire internet, they gritted their teeth and agreed. But as soon as they entered the opposing live stream, they found that the streaming channel was closed. Just when they were excited, thinking they could avoid fulfilling their bet, the viewers splashed cold water on them again. If the winning host doesn't want it, the losing host has to return the gifts to everyone in the live stream. The three felt like they were about to spit blood from anger. But to keep going, they converted all the gifts they received into fortune bags to return to the viewers in the live stream. Lin Yan exited the live stream room and noticed a small red dot in the private message interface. "Baiyi, thank you so much for saving my sister, student. My sister is very grateful to you and would like to treat you to a meal. When would you be available? A meal. Lin Yun thought for a moment. Since he had nothing to do after military training, it was a good opportunity to see this by Een, who was said to be the most beautiful teacher. He replied immediately, sure, how about tomorrow noon? You choose the place, I'm fine with anywhere. He sent the message and started to casually browse online. He discovered that the internet was buzzing with discussions about the lottery numbers announced today, which had surged into the top 10 trending topics. Seeing the top post titled, "Director, Are You Not Even Going to Act?" Lin Yun curiously clicked on it. The most viral video had already amassed over 1 million likes. The blogger was an indignant lottery player shouting passionately, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How can such a number even be drawn? We lottery players are stubborn, but we are not fools. If I'm not mistaken, isn't there someone who bought hundreds of times this number going to the center to claim their prize tomorrow, completely draining the accumulated prize pool of over 10 billion? Don't doubt it, just wait for the results tomorrow. If I'm wrong, I'll apologize to the entire internet. But if I'm right, everyone knows what to do. Let's all ruin the director together. The video ended and Lin Yun secretly gave the blogger a thumbs up. Truly impressive to even predict the future of the prize pool being drained. He clicked into the comment section, which resembled a public execution of the director. 99 of the comments were furious insults directed at him. The remaining one believed that the director orchestrated this to force all the lottery addicts to realize the dark side of the lottery, a well-meaning ploy comparable to that strategist who risked everything to defy fate. The next day, Lin Yun drove to the lottery center. After taxes, he had around 11 billion left. He donned the mascot costume provided by the lottery center and took a photo. He then took the check worth over 10 billion to the bank for exchange. Since it was nearing noon, there were many people in the bank. Lin Yun went directly to the manager. Where is your branch manager? I have business to attend to. The manager was patiently attending to an elderly lady when he heard the voice and turned around in surprise. Seeing that the speaker was a young man who looked barely of age clutching a check in his hand, he didn't dare to be slow and quickly said, "All right, sir, please wait a moment. I will contact the manager right away." Hey, the elderly lady was displeased. You haven't resolved my issue yet. Why are you attending to this little brat? The manager knew the lady was difficult. He paused his actions with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm just sending a quick message. It will be done shortly. I don't care. There should be a first-come, first-served policy. You must resolve my matter before attending to others. Ma'am, I'm just sending a message to have our manager attend to him. The manager patiently explained again, while the elderly lady narrowed her eyes suspiciously. The manager, huh? Then hurry and call him over. My issue has been pending for days, and you still haven't resolved it. Just have him come over and handle it. I'm sorry, ma'am, but our manager generally only handles transactions over 1 billion. Oh, really? Then why doesn't he just fly to the moon? That's our bank's policy. Well, then why are you calling the manager for this little kid? Is this kid really going to handle a business worth over 1 billion? The elderly lady's eyes seemed to nearly reach the ceiling, her nostrils flaring in disdain. Lin Yun thought. He was just here to collect his money. What had he done to deserve encountering such a bizarre situation? The manager also regained his composure, realizing he had just been overwhelmed by this elderly lady. Instinctively thinking that the elderly lady had some sort of backing that allowed her to demand the manager's presence, he hesitated for a second or two and cautiously said, "Sir, what kind of business are you looking to conduct? If possible, I can assist you as well. Transfer the money from the check into my account." "Sure, how much?" "Not much, just 11 billion. "Oh, if it's not much, then What? 11 billion? The manager's expression became uncontrollable as he couldn't help but exclaim. Instantly, dozens of customers in the hall turned to look over. The elderly lady rolled her eyes in disbelief. Over 10 billion. Today's young people sure know how to boast without any drafts. I'm saying I have several 100 billion in my bank account. Whether it's boasting or not, it's none of your business." Lin Yun replied impatiently to the elderly lady. The elderly lady instantly got angry. "What did you say? Do you understand the importance of respecting elders? We have a 5,000-year tradition in China." All right, ma'am." The manager quickly stepped in as a mediator. Focusing on the check in Lin Yun's hand, he extended his hand and said, "I'm sorry, sir, may I see that? If everything checks out, I'll immediately call the manager to assist you with the transaction." The manager's voice trembled slightly as he feigned calmness. Those around looked on in uncertainty. 11 billion, could it be real? There were only a handful of people in Jiangsheng with such cash flow. Lin Yun handed over the check. The manager counted it, and his eyes nearly popped out. "Yes, sir, I'll call the manager for you right away." He nodded and handed the check back with both hands, ignoring the elderly lady as he stepped aside to call the manager. The elderly lady was also not foolish. Upon seeing the situation, she realized this young man likely indeed had over 10 billion. Her gaze towards him changed instantly. "Oh dear young man, you're so wealthy at such a young age. What does your family do?" "They run a motorcycle taxi." "Oh, you're quite the joker. By the way, I happen to have a beautiful daughter who is currently in middle school. How about What the heck, middle school? Lin Yun stared at the elderly lady in shock. The surrounding people also gaped in disbelief. Seriously, introducing his middle school daughter to a wealthy man. Is this lady even human? The elderly lady could tell she was misunderstood and quickly clarified. No, I meant for you to get to know her now, and if it works out you can deepen your feelings when she comes of age. Oh, the crowd sighed in relief realizing they had misunderstood. Wait, not that it's any better. Even if it's after she comes of age, thinking of her middle school daughter still goes too far. Lin Yun also stared at the elderly lady who was enthusiastically introducing how excellent her daughter was, feeling speechless. He politely declined, saying, I'm not interested in someone much younger than me. Oh, I see. The elderly lady seemed to ponder, turning around to showcase her barrel-like figure. What about me? I've heard that young rich men like us more mature types. Although I'm married, I have no feelings for that old man at home and can divorce at any time. After saying that, she even threw a flirtatious glance. Uffed. Lin Yun nearly spat out blood. He should have checked the calendar before stepping out today. He should have chosen a better day to claim his prize. The surrounding people also couldn't bear it, and one even started dry heaving. The manager had just finished a phone call and returned, coincidentally encountering a seductive glance that left him utterly flustered. The words escaped my lips. Annie, do you usually enjoy watching short dramas? How did you know? The older woman seemed to have found a kindred spirit. That's right. There's a new short drama that's really good. I recommend everyone to check it out. It's called My Overbearing CEO Loves Me, a divorced mom who cleans toilets. Got it. The truth is out. Everyone around felt utterly powerless. At that moment, the aunt once again mimicked the flirtatious gestures of the beautiful women on TV. Hey handsome, how about after you finish your business we go out for a meal? Oh, I can't take it anymore. One muscular man, standing close in line, stepped out. His eyes fixed fiercely on the aunt. If you make that kind of noise again, do you believe I will deal with you? A powerful sense of pressure descended. The aunt couldn't help but tremble all over. Yet she still looked at Lin Yun with anticipation, waiting for the hero to save the beauty. Lin Yun. He took a deep breath and asked the muscular man for his bank card number. Upon hearing this, the aunt's eyes revealed considerable excitement. Indeed, just like in the short drama, the villain attempted to bully the female lead, and the male lead descended from the heavens using money to drive the villain away. All right, the 50000 has been transferred. Brother, you're free to do as you please next. 50000. Everyone gasped in shock. The muscular man was even rubbing his hands, eagerly staring at the aunt. Annie remembered to watch fewer short dramas in the future. With that, he slapped the bewildered aunt away. The manager watched in horror from the side. He stepped forward to intervene, but his steps were extremely slow. Only after the aunt had been kicked a couple of times did he finally reach her. Don't resort to violence. Oh, let's talk it out. The aunt struggled to get up, covering her swollen face as she pointed at the muscular man. 100, you won't leave without it today? No problem, just give me your card number. The muscular man readily transferred the 100. Everyone around looked on with envy, their eyes nearly overflowing. This muscular man. He beat up the aunt and still got 400 for free. If they had known such a good opportunity existed, they would have been the first to step forward. After receiving the money, the aunt was bewildered. She realized that the young rich man had given money to the muscular man not to send him away, but to have him deal with her. Her dreams shattered in an instant. But thinking that she could earn 100 just for being slapped, she glared fiercely at the muscular man and left, swaying her ample hips. At that moment, the bank president also jogged over, excitedly grabbing the manager. Where's that young man? It's this gentleman. Young and promising indeed. Come, let's head to the VIP room. The manager cheerfully pulled Lin Yun into the VIP room. Staring at the check amounting to over 1 billion, he couldn't help but smile broadly. He handed over a pristine white card embedded with gold edges. Mr. Lin, this is our bank's highest tier card with no spending limit ever. Lin Yun casually took it and stuffed it into his pocket. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Sure. The president's face was full of flattery. Do come and visit us often. He left the bank. With his hands in his pockets, he fondled the remarkably pleasant card. Humming a little tune, he headed towards the 12 Little School. The addresses sent by Ying's two sisters were just near the 12 Little School. The 12 Little School, located in what could be considered the outskirts of the city. When the sports car appeared, countless parents picking up their children were left in awe. One child even attempted to touch it, startling the parents, who quickly pulled their child's hand away. That was a multi-million-dollar luxury car. If it were to be damaged, accidentally selling everything at home wouldn't be enough to cover it. Lin Yun drove all the way to the small restaurant. Upon arrival, he saw Ying's two sisters waiting at the entrance. What shocked him was that the two looked almost identical. One wore long hair, a plain shirt, and a light green long skirt exuding gentle elegance. The other had her hair in a high ponytail, dressed in a striking yellow long dress, undeniably eye-catching. No wonder she was called the most beautiful teacher in the school. Stopping the car, he greeted the two. Hi. Huh. Seeing the young man stepping out of the car was a young and handsome boy. Both women looked at him in disbelief. Bila couldn't help but whisper, "Sister, is this the uncle you said is at least 50 or 60 years old?" "I don't know either." Bai Ying's face turned red. She quickly stepped forward to greet him. "You are the one I supported on Yunshang Piao. I am the streamer you tipped yesterday, and this is my younger sister. The one receiving treatment is a student from her class." Bai Lu also stepped forward, her face filled with gratitude. "Thank you, young big brother, you are truly a good person. That child has suffered so much, their family is not well off, and suddenly they fell seriously ill. Without you we wouldn't know what to do." "It's nothing, it's what I should do," Lin Yun responded briefly. After another round of thanks, the two welcomed him into the "Big brother, this cup is for you." Bai Lu raised a disposable cup filled with beer and downed it in one go. Although Bai Ying never drank, she poured herself a small cup for the very first time and called the boy, who was several years younger, big brother. "Big brother, my sister and I are truly grateful to you. In the future, if there's anything, just let us know." With that, she slightly tilted her head back and drank the wine in one gulp, just like her sister. Lin Yun nodded in acknowledgement. He casually ate a few bites of food, but found it somewhat difficult to swallow. Realizing it was due to being accustomed to food enhanced by the system, he had to put down his chopsticks. "Big brother, don't you like it?" Bai Lu asked nervously. This restaurant, while not too expensive, was carefully selected by her. It could be said to be the most cost-effective place within several miles. Lin Yun initially wanted to say he liked it, but after some thought he straightforwardly said, "How about we go to my house? I prefer eating what I cook." "Big brother, you can cook." The two sisters were somewhat surprised. After all, in this day and age, young people who can cook are few and far between, especially for a super-rich second generation. Lin Yun smiled awkwardly in response to the sisters' gazes. "I can do a little. I really can't get used to outside food. Do you want to go?" "This." The two sisters hesitated. Other than knowing he was quite wealthy, they knew nothing else. If he was a good person, that would be fine, but if he had any ulterior motives, then... Lin Yun sensed the unease of the two women and realized that it was indeed somewhat inappropriate. He chuckled lightly. "It's fine. I can stay and eat with you first, then go home to eat myself." "No way. It's my fault for not choosing the right place. Oh, I can't let you go back alone." Bai Lu hurriedly waved her hand, finally making up her mind. "Then we'll go too. Even though we don't cook, well, we can help you." Stepping out of the restaurant, Lin Yun saw a Bugatti Veyron that could only seat 2 people, and he was momentarily at a loss. For the first time, he felt that this sports car wasn't as useful as he thought, as it couldn't even accommodate 3 people. Bai Lu cheerfully pulled out a set of keys. "I have a car, sister. You and elder brother can sit in it." With that, she walked towards her white and pink electric scooter. Skillfully straddling it before starting, she turned back to ask, "By the way, elder brother, where do you live?" "Chongqing community." "All right." Bai Lu twisted the throttle and took off quickly. Lin Yun meanwhile sat in the sports car with Bai Yin. Throughout the ride, he sensed that Bai Yin seemed a bit uncomfortable. Feeling puzzled, he asked, "What's wrong? Is it uncomfortable sitting?" "No." Bai Yin quickly shook her head, forcing a smile as she pointed around. "It's just that too many people are looking this way. It's a bit embarrassing." "It's fine, you'll get used to it after sitting a bit more," Lin Yun casually replied. But while the speaker was unintentional, the listener took it to heart. Bai Yin next to him felt her ears grow slightly red. What does sitting a bit more mean? Could it be that this elder brother intends to frequently give her a ride? Due to 2 sections of the road being slightly congested, Bai Lu on her little electric scooter arrived before them. "Elder brother, where do I park this?" Bai Lu patted her electric scooter. When she arrived here, she had looked around for quite a while, but couldn't find a place to park. After Lin Yun greeted the security guard, he led the little electric scooter into the underground parking lot. Then he brought the 2 back home, receiving a round of admiration. "Wow, elder brother, your house is really beautiful." Looking at the hall that seemed to be composed of a starry sky made of lights, Bai Lu and her sister's eyes sparkled. Lin Yun tied on an apron. "You two sit tight, I'll prepare something for you." "Great." Bai Lu clapped her small hands, her eyes filled with anticipation. Bai Yin then stood up. "I'll help you out. After all, we are the ones who invited you to dinner." "No need." Lin Yun declined, saying, "It's just 3 bowls of noodles, very simple." Soon, 3 steaming bowls of noodles were ready. Bai Yin and Bai Yu saw the 3 bowls of noodles placed on the table. The initial excitement instantly faded. Coming from an average family, they had cooked for themselves since childhood and could tell at a glance that these noodles were not cooked very well. So this elder brother claiming to know how to cook was just boasting. Although they weren't very interested in the noodles, they still pretended to be excited and picked up their chopsticks. Wow, the color and aroma, this must be an exceptional bowl of noodles. Bai Lu started first. After slurping up a mouthful, her whole body froze. Seeing her sister's expression, Bai Yin couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed the noodles' unpalatability was beyond imagination. To think it could elicit such a reaction from her sister, who was usually not picky about food. Well, after all, it was noodles made by elder brother himself. No matter how bad they tasted, she had to show face today. Holding her breath, she closed her eyes and slurped a mouthful just like her sister. In the next moment, Bain widened her eyes in disbelief. How could a bowl of plain noodles without any ingredients taste so good? Without time to think further, she lifted her bowl and dug in fiercely. In less than 5 minutes, 3 empty bowls appeared on the table. Bai Lu held her little stomach looking at Lin Yun. Elder brother, your cooking skills are simply amazing. I dare say that in this world, if you claim to be second in making noodles, no one would dare claim to be first. Just messing around, Lin Yun waved his hand. Seeing the two still wanting more, he was contemplating whether to cook another 3 bowls when his phone vibrated. It was a message from the counselor mentioning all classmates. Counselor, everyone save this, it's your schedule, and after military training ends, follow the schedule for classes. Under the message was the picture of the schedule. Lin Yun opened the image and casually glanced at it. It was a good thing he didn't look, otherwise he would have nearly been startled. The teacher for the comprehensive English class was none other than Bain. He glanced up at Bain, who was still savoring the delicious noodles, and sighed with a wry smile as he closed his phone. Unexpectedly, the one who keeps calling him elder brother is actually going to be his future comprehensive English teacher. Indeed, fate is truly mysterious. After chatting with the two at home for a while, he saw them off. At 4 in the afternoon, Shang Wanqian's classes for the day had finished. She messaged Lin Yun to ask if he wanted to go to the arena later. Lin Yun lay on the sofa, and after receiving the message thought it was just what he needed to alleviate his boredom, so he agreed. When he arrived at track 1 with Shang Wanqian, there were 2 people chatting animatedly at the entrance. One of them had skin as smooth as cream and was exceptionally tall. Her delicate features and perfect figure resembled an elf emerging from the forest. The other was as dark as coal and had a very curvy figure. If she hadn't revealed her teeth while laughing, Lin Yun wouldn't have even noticed the other person standing there. Shang Wanqian introduced them one by one. Junior, this is the instructor Savannah, who you personally selected for me. This one is a student who was once taught by Savannah and has won the world championship for women twice. World champion. Lin Yun curiously glanced at the dark-skinned girl. Hiss. He regretted not wanting to look a second time. He turned his head to look at Savannah. Extending his hand, he smiled. Hello, my name is Lin Yun. Hello. Savannah seemed disinterested in Lin Yun. She just gave a light handshake and then let go. The dark-skinned girl, however, was very interested in Lin Yun. She extended her hand and said in very broken Chinese, hello, handsome. Hello. Looking at the hand in front of him that seemed to be covered in black oil, Lin Yun forced a smile, but couldn't muster the courage to shake hands. At that moment, Savannah was staring sharply at Shang Wanqian. Alright, since we are here, let's prepare well for today's class. Your cornering technique is very poor. Today, we will primarily practice cornering. Okay. Shang Wanqian responded and rode the simulator bike prepared by the instructor to start practicing cornering in place. Savannah continued chatting with the dark-skinned girl while drinking water. Lin Yun felt a bit displeased upon seeing this. He had paid 5 million for this instructor, yet it felt as if she wasn't attentive at all. However, thinking about the fact that she had indeed produced several world champions, she must have her own rhythm, so he sat down on a nearby resting chair to take a break. Not knowing how much time had passed. I've told you several times, why can't you change this move? If you keep this up, you might as well go back to school and forget about participating in any competitions. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yun opened his eyes, and at first glance, he saw senior sister Shang Wanqian being reprimanded. Seeing this scene instantly made him furious. He stepped forward and angrily tapped Savannah on the shoulder. Hey, even if you are a coach, you don't have to speak so harshly. Can you be a bit more? Family members should just stand to the side and not disturb my class. Savannah impatiently interrupted. The other party's attitude ignited Lin Yun's anger even more. What do you mean? Are your students allowed to be treated however you please? What else? Huh? The other party's retort left Lin Yun momentarily stunned. Shang Wanqian sensed something was off and quickly got off the simulator, tugging at Lin Yun's sleeve. Junior coach Savannah is right, it was my technique that was improper. It's fine, I'll just work on adjusting my movements. Hearing her senior speak, Lin Yun's tone softened slightly. I know she's not wrong, but don't you think her words were a bit too harsh? It's alright, I can take it. Shang Wanqian gave Lin Yun a reassuring look and continued with her practice. Seeing this, Lin Yun felt there was no point in saying more. Returning to his seat, Lin Yun watched Shang Wanqian train. Within half an hour. How many times do I have to say it? Hurry back to school, don't come here with your talent. Competing is just a waste of time. Sorry coach, I'll change it right away. Alright, I'll give you one last chance. Savannah crossed her arms, her expression grim, as she stared intently at Shang Wanqian. In the next moment, realizing she still hadn't perfected the move, her anger erupted. You're still making mistakes. You're the dumbest person I've ever met. Get lost and don't ever say I was your coach. I can't afford to lose face. Savannah waved her hand impatiently. Her words seemed laced with ice. Lin Yun couldn't hold back any longer. He stood up and walked over to Savannah. Everyone has different habits. She has been riding for so long, it's going to take time to completely change her habits. You're already losing patience after just a few tries to do your coaching titles just come from paying for them. Me? Pay for them? Savannah was so infuriated by this remark that she laughed, pulling the onlooker the black coal ball closer to her. See this? My previous student became a world champion under my guidance in just 2 years. Who knows if that's true? Maybe you and she colluded together. That's pure nonsense. Although Savannah spoke good Chinese, she took a moment to think of the right words. Lin Yun squinted. All right, then answer me this question I just asked. Savannah couldn't find her words. She genuinely disliked Shang Wanqian. From her perspective, this woman had deliberately attached herself to an extremely wealthy man to get her as a coach, and that type of woman was the one she disliked the most, which was why her words and attitude had always been poor. Seeing the other party at a loss for words, Lin Yun snorted coldly. Why are you silent now? As a top coach, you should know this, saying such harsh words for this reason. Do you have racial discrimination or personal bias? His words pointed directly at Savannah. While resting earlier, he had looked up information on his phone. This woman had never been like this during her teaching. She seemed as if she had taken poison. Thus he speculated that she might have a bias against Asian people or against Shang Wanqian. Seeing his thoughts exposed, Savannah remained stubborn. Don't come here and act like you know anything about motorcycles. I have my own teaching methods. Your teaching method is to make someone deal with a long-term issue in a short time, and if they fail, you resort to insults. If you don't understand, then don't speak. Any normal person could solve such a minor issue in a short time. Oh really? Lin Yun smirked, kicking the real bike beside the simulator. Then please demonstrate for us, coach. For instance, when braking, doesn't the body lean back slightly? Change this habit to lean forward instead. Savannah was left speechless. This habit was essentially muscle memory for every professional rider. To change it, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. How could it be successful? What? Are you scared? Lin Yun looked up, his eyes locking onto Savannah's. Savannah swallowed hard, knowing it was impossible to accomplish, and forced her tone to sound firm. Why should I prove anything to you? Remember, I am the coach. So ultimately, you're just afraid, right? You're the one who's afraid. Savannah's blue eyes were filled with fury. Don't think that just because you know a little about motorcycles you can lecture me. My teaching methods are not something someone like you can understand. Show me that you can also produce a world champion, then come back and debate with me. A world champion, is that so? Lin Yun pointed at the coal ball, watching the spectacle. The coal ball realized the topic had turned to her. More importantly, the other party had actually doubted her status as a world champion. She immediately straightened her back and stepped forward. Handsome guy, you can doubt my Chinese, but you can't question my champion's strength. Sorry, but I don't believe in the champions you've coached. Lin Yun crossed his arms, a disdainful smile on his lips. Savannah laughed. All right, if you don't believe me, do you dare to race against the champion I've coached? If you lose, you're not allowed to interfere in matters between me and my student ever again. No problem. Lin Yun spread his hands. But if you lose, you have to sing Conquer to me, and your teaching must be gentler with her from now on. If something like today happens again, then you'll continue singing Conquer to me. Deal? Savannah agreed without a moment's hesitation. The coal ball was the strongest among the many female students she had coached. Even in world-class men's competitions, she could achieve notable placements. Lose? Absolutely impossible. Shang Wanqian nervously tugged at Lin Yun. Junior, she is a rider who has won the world championship. Don't compete with her. Although Lin Yun had easily beaten Li Fei before and broken the record at Baiyun Mountain, there would definitely be a significant gap compared to a world champion like her. Lin Yun said nothing. He gave his senior a look before getting on the motorcycle. The black coal ball stared at Lin Yun beside her, revealing her white teeth. Don't worry, handsome guy, I'll let you win and won't let you lose too badly. This champion should be thinking about how not to be left too far behind by me. Lin Yun chuckled, his gaze fixed, let alone being the world champion of the women's group. Even the top of the men's group wouldn't be enough to compare to him. After all, products from the system are all top-notch. Whoosh! With a whistle, the two dashed out side by side. Savannah glanced at the worried Shang Wanqian and sneered. Don't worry, I've already told her to take it easy on your little boyfriend. Thank you, coach. Shang Wanqian sighed in relief. He was mainly worried about damaging Lin Yun's confidence. After all, being outperformed by a woman, even if she was a world champion, would surely be uncomfortable. 10 minutes later, the roaring sound of the motorcycle like thunder echoed. Savannah chuckled. They'll be back soon, so make sure to comfort your boyfriend, otherwise he'll look pitiful when he starts crying. As she spoke, the roaring sound grew clearer. A light red motorcycle slowly descended from the sky. Following that, Lin Yun took off his helmet, beaming with a confident and exuberant smile. No, it can't be. Savannah's face was frozen in shock as she saw Lin Yun arrive first. It took a full half a minute for her champion student to show up afterward. She felt as if the sky had fallen. The world champion she had painstakingly trained was utterly defeated by a young man from Dragon Country who was previously unnoticed. Black girl took off her helmet, looking at Lin Yun with admiration. Dude, you are so strong. No wonder you're from Dragon Country. It's truly a land of hidden talents. Be humble. Lin Yun pressed down his hand. He then signaled Black girl to step aside and walked slowly to Savannah. Little Sha, what do you say? Isn't it just singing a song? We from Maple Leaf Nation always keep our word. Savannah glared at Lin Yun and took out her phone to search for a song. When she saw the lyrics of the song, her vision darkened and she almost fainted. But she still mustered the courage to start singing, just like this and conquered. Cut off all retreat paths. One by one the words of conquest flowed from her lips. Savannah in her entirety was in a state of despair. After finishing the song, Savannah still felt unconvinced. She hurriedly pulled Black girl aside to inquire about the situation. She couldn't believe that Black girl could be so far behind for so long. What happened? Did something go wrong with your bike, or did you encounter some accident that caused you to waste some time? No, on the contrary, this time I was in much better condition, or if I ran again, now I might not be faster than just now. Black girl replied honestly. Savannah was shocked. Is that kid really that strong? Absolutely. Black girl swore with her hand raised. I swear to God that guy's driving skills are absolutely the best I've ever seen in my life. Even the top professional riders currently wouldn't stand a chance against him. Hiss. Savannah couldn't help but gasp repeatedly. Even though she knew Black girl couldn't lie to her, she still couldn't believe that such a young boy could receive such high praise. Could it be? He is a once-in-a-lifetime motorcycle genius. As if realizing something, she quickly turned around and ran back to Lin Yun, her gaze having transformed into a fervent one. Your name is Lin Yun, right? Are you interested in joining the profession and becoming a real knight? I don't want to. No way, I absolutely cannot let you waste your talent like this. Let's talk about it later. Right now, you need to teach her well. Lin Yun wore a speechless expression. This little white girl actually had her sights set on him. Savannah quickly nodded. Looking at Shangwan, Qian, her face displayed an unprecedented softness. Classmate Qian, I'll demonstrate personally for you, so watch closely. Lin Yun. Shangwan Qian. Next, Lin Yun watched from the side. This Savannah was indeed much gentler now. During the break, Savannah offered Shangwan Qian a bottle of drink and started chatting. Has your boyfriend participated in competitions before, or has he studied motorcycle riding systematically? Boyfriend. Hearing this title, Shangwan Qian secretly glanced at Lin Yun, who was watching videos on the chair. Then she shook her head slightly. I don't know, I've never heard of him in the country. I always thought he was a novice. Genius. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime genius. You must persuade your boyfriend to participate in competitions. I'm certain he will become a legend in the motorcycle world. Savannah confidently tapped her slender thigh. Shangwan Qian could only laugh bitterly. She knew that Lin Yun was not interested in any of this. After all, his initial wish was just to live a carefree life. Not long after, training for the day concluded. Lin Yun took Shangwan Qian back to the apartment. While lying on the sofa, he opened the system to check the progress bar of the task. At this time, the progress bar had reached 15. It was only 5 away from unlocking the first treasure chest. He wasn't anxious about this. After all, it was a long-term task that needed to be taken slowly. Time passed amidst eating, drinking, and having fun. 14 days of military training. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day. Lin Yun initially planned to sleep in. But before 8 o'clock, his phone was bombarded with WeChat calls. Instructor, what's so urgent that it must be said early in the morning? He spoke on the phone with his eyes barely. Lin Yun, you need to come to school. Today is the last day of military training, and the chief instructor has invited you to be a special guest. What? Lin Yun rubbed his eyes. Special guest? What on earth is that to call him this early in the morning? The instructor continued helplessly. It's just to invite you to witness the last day of military training. Although it's not mandatory, I still suggest you go. After all, military training is one of the most beautiful parts of university. What? The most beautiful? Lin Yun almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. I wonder if the instructor dares to say this to the students who just finished military training. Final go in the afternoon. He agreed. After hanging up the phone, he continued sleeping. In the afternoon around 4 o'clock, Lin Yun leisurely arrived at the long-lost second training ground. To his shock, the previously listless students were now all trying to stand straight, shouting thunderously full of, "You brat, you finally made it." The chief instructor instantly locked onto Lin Yun, who was dressed in casual clothes, bursting into laughter as he came forward for a bear hug. Lin Yun chuckled awkwardly. Instructor, what do you want me for? It's simple. Oh, perform a fight for everyone again. Another performance. Lin Yun felt a bit speechless. Were these people masochists or what? The chief instructor laughed and waved his hand towards the other side. Tyga, come here. With the shout, a muscular man walked over slowly, his eyes fixing on Lin Yun with undisguised battle intent. You brat, you're the student who easily took down the chief instructor of the second training ground. That's me. Lin Yun looked at him in confusion. This big guy with all that muscle, is he going to be the one I perform against? The chief instructor heartily patted Lin Yun on the shoulder. Lin Yun, this is the chief instructor of the first training ground. His fighting skills are top-notch in our military district, and he has previously been a fighting coach for special forces. A fighting coach for special forces. Although all the students around were looking straight ahead, they were stunned when they heard the chief instructor's words. Lin Yun raised his gaze, locking eyes with the other party. After listening to a string of titles, he merely nodded slightly. Oh, and then, such a bland reaction. The chief instructor was taken aback. He then had everyone form a circle preparing to watch the fighting demonstration. The chief instructor of the first training ground also sensed the disdain in Lin Yun's words. Excitement ignited in his eyes, and he couldn't help but rub his fists together. You brat, you're quite arrogant. Because so far no one has made me not arrogant. Lin Yun continued to respond calmly. Everyone in the large circle erupted into wild cheers. Some cheered for Lin Yun, while others urged the instructor to teach this kid a lesson for not participating in military training. The instructor cracked his neck. His whole body assumed a seemingly flawless defensive posture. Come on, let me see your strength. As you wish. Lin Yun's footsteps quickened. When he was about a meter away, he swung a sweeping kick. Seeing Lin Yun's movement, the instructor couldn't help but laugh. Haha, my stance is as steady as Mount Tai. Oh, with those little arms and legs of yours, don't end up hurting yourself. His words were left unfinished. With his bent legs in midair, he crashed heavily onto the ground. The surrounding crowd was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. This is the legendary steadiness of Mount Tai. Instructor, you must practice your legs well when you go back. The myriad of mocking voices made the instructor, known as the god of war in the military camp, turn red-faced as he got up. Again, 3 seconds later, bang, he fell to the ground once more. The instructor finally understood that he was no match at all. After getting up, his gaze involuntarily turned to the chief instructor of this training ground. Where did you find such a master? Are you sure he is a student? Of course. The chief instructor of the second training ground smiled broadly. After his business was spread out, he had been laughed at by the instructors of other grounds these past few days. That's why he specially arranged this event. After letting the highest combat power, the god of war, taste the bitterness of defeat, let's see if anyone dares to laugh at him again for not being able to beat a mere student. All right, you're ruthless. The chief instructor of the first training ground glared fiercely at the other. He then turned to Lin Yun, sizing him up with frustration. Speaking of which, you have such thin arms and legs, and how can you have such great strength? I was born with divine strength. Lin Yun had already thought of an excuse and replied casually. Then they stepped into the performance segment of each team. First platoon, never compromise. With each slogan resounding ultimately, the performance concluded, and the military training also came to a complete end. Lin Yun returned to the flat, beginning to pack his things. He glanced regretfully at the room. After today, it would be hard to sleep in. After all, there was a terrifying thing called the 8 a.m. class. After bidding farewell to the senior sister who was binge-watching a drama in the room, he drove back to school. Upon arriving at the dormitory, 3 dark figures gathered around. Damn boss, why are you so fair? Heaven is unfair, we 3 have tanned to the color of coal, while you look like you haven't seen the sun at all. Wu Tao and the others were heartbroken. At first they agreed to share both fortune and misfortune. Yet now all the misfortune fell on them while the fortune was solely enjoyed by the boss. Lin Yun smiled and picked up his phone to take a picture. He captured the darkest moment of the 3. By the way, my sister will come over later to deliver something. Can we go eat together? Sitting in the corner, Su Wenkai adjusted his glasses, seeking everyone's opinion. Naturally, everyone agreed. Wu Tao even patted his chest. Old third, your sister is my sister, we must go together. Thank you. Su Wenkai smiled shyly. My sister should be arriving at the train station right about now. I originally wanted to pick her up, but I twisted my ankle this noon, so I wanted to ask you to help me pick her up. Let me go, I have a car, it will be more convenient. Lin Yun volunteered. Su Wenkai then flipped through his phone. Thank you, boss. This is my sister. When you see her, just say you're my boss from the dormitory. As soon as the photo appeared, 3 heads leaned in closer. The next second, what the hell? What the heck? You must have sent the 3 pairs of eyes were simultaneously shocked as they looked at old third. Su Wenkai scratched his head somewhat foolishly. No, this is my sister Su Qingqing. She is currently in high school. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wu Tao repeatedly searched old third's face as well as the photo. It was hard to believe that old third with such an ordinary face could have a sister so stunningly beautiful. I figured it out. Li Yin stood up mysteriously, raising a finger. This can't be your real sister, right? Either you were switched at birth or your sister was. Go die. Su Wenkai kicked toward Li Yin, but Li Yin easily dodged. Lin Yun watched the group. A few minutes later he picked up his keys and said, "They'll go pick her up first, we can eat together when I return." Saying that, he left the dorm and headed to the train station. Jiang City train station. Su Qingqing, dressed in a high school uniform, stood in place. Watching the crowd come and go as well as the traffic flowing by the roadside, she nervously waited. Maybe I shouldn't trouble my brother's roommate after all. After sending a message to her brother, she noticed a row of shared bicycles at the entrance. She opened her phone's map and began to ride towards the school. Ding! As she reached a small road, a BMW parked nearby suddenly honked. Su Qingqing was startled, losing control, and tipping towards the BMW. Are you blind? Can you ride? Riding a broken shared bike all over the place. Hearing the driver's curses, Su Qingqing hurriedly tried to get up, but felt a sharp pain in her ankle. The BMW driver opened the car door and stepped out. With a fierce gaze behind his glasses, he first glanced at the car. Upon noticing a small dent, he glared at the fallen Su Qingqing. Damn, look at what you've done to my car. Get up and pay me. I can't get up. Su Qingqing clutched her ankle, trying to rise, but fell back to the ground. The BMW driver spat angrily on the ground. Tisk, what are you pretending for? Whether you can get up or not, you must pay me today. Final pay. Su Qingqing wiped her glistening eyes, opened her backpack, and took out a bank card. Uncle, I have 8,000 yuan in scholarship money. That should be enough for compensation, right? 8,000. The BMW driver laughed, pointing at his car badge. Do you see what kind of car this is? It's a BMW. You put such a big dent in my car and only offer 8,000. Are you trying to send me off like a beggar? But that's all I have. Su Qingqing's barely restrained tears welled up in her eyes. Bystanders could no longer bear to watch and came forward. When they saw just a small dent, they couldn't help but ask, come on, buddy, just this little dent, at most it should be 2,000 to fix it. She's offering 8,000, what do you mean it's not enough? Who do you think you are, daring to meddle in my business? The BMW driver shook the fat on his face. Even as more and more onlookers gathered, he remained unafraid. What? So aside from the car damage, you don't want any compensation for my mental distress, right? You all like meddling in others' affairs. If you have the ability, help her pay the money. If not, just stay out of it. This BMW driver was clearly not to be trifled with. Most people didn't want to court trouble and fell silent. Just as the driver was growing ever more smug, a Bugatti Veyron worth tens of millions appeared and slowly stopped by the roadside. As the car arrived, all eyes were drawn to its sleek body. TSK, a Bugatti Veyron who is so wealthy. The owner of the BMW couldn't help but glance back, only to see his pride, the BMW, instantly. Feeling slightly displeased, he muttered to himself, so rich, yet he specifically comes here to show off a nouveau riche. He continued to glare intently at the female student lying on the ground. Hurry up, the damage to the car plus my mental distress fee and lost wages altogether. If you don't give me 5 euro today, you won't be leaving. 50,000. Su Qingqing's face turned pale with fright. All the money in her family combined didn't even amount to 2,000, let alone 5,000. Though she knew the other party was asking for an outrageous amount, she also recognized her own fault and begrudgingly agreed. All right, but can you give me some time? I'll work during the summer after I graduate and pay you back bit by bit then. Wait. The BMW owner kicked the shared bicycle with disdain. What do you mean, wait? I'm only giving you today. Otherwise, I'll call the police and have them arrest you, turning you from a student into a convict. He was certain that she was just a naive high school student who had never been in society. Aside from studying, she knew nothing. A few threats would surely make her obediently pay up. Bang! At that moment, a loud sound of a car door closing echoed from behind. The BMW owner turned back in annoyance, only to find a young man stepping out of the car. Though he dared not show anything outwardly internally, he spat in contempt. Huh! A rich second generation relying entirely on his family's wealth, as if he was afraid others wouldn't know he owned a sports car. Feeling sour, he cursed a few times in his heart, preparing to continue demanding money from the girl, only to discover that the young man who got out was heading straight towards the female student. Su Wenkai's sister. Lin Yun asked, half in doubt. He had just driven here, and upon seeing the commotion, instinctively glanced over. He realized that the girl lying on the ground bore a striking resemblance to the person in the photos. However, his third brother had said that his sister would be waiting at the train station, hence his uncertain inquiry. Su Qingqing's vision was a bit blurry. Rubbing her wet eyes, she finally saw the young man standing in front of her. He was handsome and tall, dressed in light casual attire. He looked exactly like the roommate described by her brother. Yes, brother Lin Yun, it's me, she cried out, her voice filled with a sense of endless grievance. Lin Yun was also completely certain of her identity. Although he didn't understand why she wasn't waiting at the train station, but had an accident on this small road, he hurried to help her up, only to find a significant scrape on her ankle. There, don't cry. He wiped Su Qingqing's eyes with a tissue, then softly asked, now tell me what happened. When I got off the train, I thought it would be improper to trouble my brother's roommate. So after messaging him, I rented a shared bicycle, intending to follow the map to get to school. But just as I passed by this BMW, it suddenly honked, startling me and causing me to lose control and fall towards the car. Now the owner wants me to pay 5,000. Su Qingqing strained her neck to look up. Her voice trembled with suppressed sobs. What? The surrounding people were shocked by the high school girl's explanation. Those who were somewhat knowledgeable about traffic rules immediately began to curse. Damn this heartless person. I really thought it was the fault of this high school girl, but it turns out it was because he suddenly honked. How can he demand so much from a student? His conscience must have been eaten by a dog. Damn it, just bullying a student who doesn't understand, right? The BMW owner was also somewhat bewildered upon hearing this. Could it be that he was truly at fault? His driver's license was obtained through improper means, and he only had a superficial understanding of traffic rules. Upon seeing his car damaged, he immediately blamed the female student, which was why he dared to demand such a large sum from her. Thinking that it might indeed be his fault, he felt somewhat deflated and nervously looked around. When he saw that there were no cameras or anything similar nearby, just as he felt deflated, a new wave of confidence returned. Hey, you little girl, don't talk nonsense. I didn't honk at all. You were the one riding the bike all over the place and ended up crashing into my car. As he spoke, his expression of shock was masterfully acted. Seeing both sides holding firm to their stories, the onlookers also stopped cursing. They had only rushed over to see the commotion after the incident and had no idea what the truth was. Some spectators chose to believe the BMW owner. I think it should be as the BMW owner said, this little girl is just talking nonsense. I was once hit by a student riding an electric bike, and that fellow lied without hesitation. Indeed, I have a sharp eye for people, and this BMW owner doesn't seem like someone who would lie. Impossible, the BMW owner must be lying. That girl is just an inexperienced student, while he clearly looks like someone who has been around the block for years. How could he not know how to frame someone? I think the same, this female student is so pretty she definitely wouldn't lie. After this statement, the spectators continued to criticize the BMW owner. Lin Yun furrowed his brows. Just as he was about to say something, Su Qingqing quickly waved her hand. No, you're talking nonsense. It was clearly you who honked first, causing me to fall. She was clever since childhood. From the words of those around her, she discerned that if she could prove he honked first, she wouldn't have to compensate. The BMW owner became anxious, glaring his eyes as he began to describe the situation with great flair, repeatedly insisting that it was the other party's poor riding skills that caused the fall. You're the one talking nonsense. I could see clearly from the car, your riding skills are terrible. You swerved towards the railing and then back towards the car. If you weren't a girl, I would suspect you were drunk. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun found himself in a dilemma. He actually leaned more towards Su Qingqing, but the BMW owner didn't seem like he was lying either. While he was contemplating whether to just throw 500 to settle this small matter, the system notification ding detected a temporary mission. Help Su Qingqing, the flower of Panlong County, know one high school who is being scammed by the BMW owner. Teach the BMW owner a lesson. Success reward Villa No. 7 in Qianlu Garden. Good heavens. This guy's acting is so explosive. From the system's notification, Lin Yun realized the BMW owner was lying. His first reaction was to marvel at the owner's incredible acting skills. However, looking down at the scrape on the third brother's sister's ankle, he felt anger rising within him. To bully even a female student, this BMW owner truly has no shame. He stood up, glaring sullenly at the BMW owner, who was still performing. Hey buddy, are you done with your act? What? The BMW owner was taken aback. But soon he pointed angrily at Su Qingqing. I know you all are in cahoots trying to cover for her, right? Don't think that just because you're rich you can do whatever you want and twist the truth. If this continues, you'll have to call the police. The expression while saying this was such that it seemed like he wanted to carve the words, I didn't deceive you, onto his face. Lin Yun couldn't help but smile in anger and took out his phone. Alright, tell me how much you want for compensation and he'll transfer it to you right away. 5. The owner of the BMW blurted out 500, but then he caught a glimpse of the multi-million-dollar Bugatti Veyron nearby, a greedy glint passing through his eyes. He immediately changed his tune. 100,000. Just 100,000, and I won't pursue this matter any further. What? Everyone around was taken aback. A BMW worth only a few $100,000 was damaged with a small dent, and he was asking for 100,000. Even if the situation was exactly as the BMW owner described, the price was still quite exaggerated. A cold smile crept across Lin Yun's lips. Okay, 100,000 it is. Give me your bank account number. 5. It's been transferred. With a beep, the BMW owner's eyes instantly lit up, because the notification on his phone showed that 100 had arrived. But after the excitement, he couldn't help but feel resentful. The other party was so straightforward, he should have asked for more. If he had asked for 200 or even 300, this silly rich second generation would have agreed. Su Qingqing saw that her brother's roommate had indeed transferred 100 to the car owner. In a panic, she explained, Lin Yun, it was really because he honked first that I fell. You don't need to compensate him. It's fine, brother's money isn't so easy to take. Lin Yun smiled faintly. Then he picked up his phone and called the police in front of everyone. Hello, I want to report a scam. On the small road leading to the train station, someone scammed 1000. Scam. Everyone's gaze instantly turned to Lin Yun. Even the BMW owner who was staring at his phone was dumbfounded. What was going on? He had just transferred 1000 as compensation and turned around to report a scam. Isn't it normal to ask for some compensation for a car that was hit? How dare he call it a scam? Feeling a bit guilty, he looked around again, making sure there were no surveillance cameras. With renewed confidence, he shouted, "Hey, what do you mean? Don't think you can scare me by calling the police. It was this female student who crashed into my car first. Even if the police come, I am in the right." Lin Yun ignored the car owner and stepped forward to the Volkswagen parked behind the BMW. Following the phone number left on the car window, he dialed. For the first time, no one answered. Among the onlookers, someone was sharpied and immediately shouted, pointing to a faint red light flickering inside the car. "I know." This brother saw that the dashboard camera of the Volkswagen was on, so he wanted to call and asked the owner of the Volkswagen to come over and check the footage from the camera. What? The BMW owner was startled, nearly dropping his phone. He looked in the direction the audience member. Sure enough, a red light was indeed flickering inside the Volkswagen, indicating that the dashboard camera was recording. Gulp. He swallowed hard, trying to suppress the panic rising in his heart. It's fine, the call definitely won't go through. He kept reassuring himself. But half a minute later, the call connected. His heart sank to the bottom. "Hello, is this the owner of a white Volkswagen? What do you want?" The voice on the other end of the line was a bit aggressive. Just from the tone, it was clear he was not someone easy to deal with. The BMW owner rekindled his hopes. If that Volkswagen owner had a bad temper and didn't want to deal with this matter, he would still have a chance. At that moment, Lin Yun continued to speak patiently. "It's like this, there was an accident in front of your car, and we would like to ask you to come over to show us the footage from your dashboard." "Watch what? I'm busy, I'm playing billiards." The arrogant tone nearly overflowed from the phone. The BMW owner perked up his ears, almost unable to hold in his laughter. Sure enough, just as he thought, the Volkswagen owner was a hot-tempered person who completely ignored him. Su Qingqing's once bright eyes also dimmed. This society's indifference shattered her previous understanding. Lin Yun, dissatisfied, switched the phone to his left ear. 10,000. "What? 10,000, are you coming or not?" "Uncle, wait a minute, don't go." Beep beep. The call was, everyone around was dumbfounded. At that moment, they finally understood what it meant to have money that could move mountains. Just a moment ago, the guy who called himself I now addressed the other as uncle upon hearing there was a 10,000 offer. The BMW owner was also stunned. No matter how he thought about it, he never expected that a rich person could play like this. 10,000 was offered without even a blink. Su Qingqing's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked up at the tall figure before her, as if gazing at a heroic figure descending from colorful clouds. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 30s rushed down. As soon as he squeezed into the scene, he began shouting, "Uncle! Uncle! Where's my uncle?" Lin Yun. He walked up speechlessly. After transferring 1000 to the Volkswagen owner, he asked him to go inside the car and copy the footage from the dashboard camera. The BMW owner couldn't hold his ground and quickly sent a message to a lawyer he knew. "AAA building materials boss, Wang lawyerly, a friend of mine, just a friend, okay. He caused a female student on a bicycle to fall because he honked, and she happened to fall on his car, and now he's asking for 1000 from her. What will happen?" As soon as the message was sent, the lawyer almost replied instantly. "Tell your friend that the starting sentence is 3 years up to 10. 3 years as a starting sentence." The BMW owner was visibly panicked. He rushed to Lin Yun. "Brother, I don't want this 1000 anymore, I will transfer it back to you." And the Volkswagen guy, "Don't waste time here, hurry back to play billiards." However, Lin Yun didn't even bother to look at him. The Volkswagen owner, who was still copying the video, got anxious. Afraid that he wouldn't get his money, he pushed the BMW owner aside. "What do you mean? My uncle said he wants the video, so he definitely has to have it. Step aside, don't block me from copying the video for my uncle." The BMW owner wanted to struggle again when the siren rang. After gathering the evidence, the police directly took the BMW owner into custody. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the reward. Villa No. 7 in Qianlu Garden. Please set the delivery address for the villa key and various documents. And the villa gate will be fine. After answering the system in his heart, he turned his gaze to Su Qingqing, who was looking at him with admiration. "Let's go, we'll take you to the hospital." "Lin Yun, I've been afraid of hospitals since I was little. Can we not go?" After saying this, Su Qingqing timidly lowered her head. Lin Yun was taken aback for a moment, but nodded. "All right, but your wound needs to be treated promptly. They'll take you to my house first to help you treat the wound." With that, he picked her up in a princess carry and carefully placed her in the passenger seat, driving towards Qianlu. Along the way, Su Qingqing kept observing the interior of the car. Having grown up in the county, this was her first time seeing such a beautiful vehicle. "Brother Lin Yun, how much is this car?" "And over 20 million. Lin Yun initially wanted to say around 30 million, but fearing it would scare the girl, he understated the price. Over 20 million. Su Qingqing opened her mouth wide in disbelief, looking at Lin Yun. After a long pause, she finally managed to say, "Brother Lin Yun, you are so rich." Just average. Lin Yun was unsure how to respond, and casually deflected. Soon they arrived at a pharmacy. After buying some medicine for treating wounds, they drove into Qianlu Garden. When his car appeared at the entrance, the security guard hastily lifted the barrier without checking. After Lin Yun obtained the keys and documents, he drove straight to Villa No. 7. Upon seeing the villa ahead, which resembled a palace, both Su Qingqing and Lin Yun were taken aback. "Brother Lin Yun, your home is so beautiful, just like the place where the princess lives on TV. And there's a swimming pool and a little garden, it's so lovely." Su Qingqing's eyes sparkled. If it weren't for the pain in her ankle, she would have jumped out of the car to explore. Lin Yun drove into the garage at the bottom of the villa. He then picked up Su Qingqing and entered the villa, placing her on the sofa, without taking the time to admire the luxurious decor inside. Opening a plastic bag, he began to treat her slightly bleeding ankle. "If it hurts, just let me know," he warned her, as the first step was to clean the wound with saline solution, fearing it would cause her pain. Su Qingqing shook her little head, saying, "It's fine, Brother Lin Yun, I'm not afraid of pain." "That's good to hear." Lin Yun felt much more at ease. He gently poured the saline solution over the wound, cleaning away dirt and debris. "Oh, it hurts." Su Qingqing couldn't help but cry out. But she quickly covered her mouth tightly, trying hard not to make another sound. Hearing her cry out in pain, Lin Yun slowed down his movements. After finishing the cleaning, he glanced at Su Qingqing and took out iodine. "Qingqing, this next part will hurt a lot, but it will be over quickly, just bear with it." "Okay." Su Qingqing closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. She prepared herself not to cry out no matter how much it hurt, lest Brother Lin Yun look down on her. The next second, Brother Lin Yun, it hurts, be gentle." After the bandaging was done, Lin Yun looked at her ankle wrapped in the cloth, feeling quite satisfied with his handiwork. Su Qingqing tested her ability to walk and discovered she could manage. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at Lin Yun. "Brother Lin Yun, can you please not tell my brother about today? I'm afraid he will worry." "Don't worry." Lin Yun made an okay gesture. With a quick thought, he came up with a reason for her. "Although your leg can walk, you're limping. Your brother will definitely notice something is wrong. Just say you twisted your ankle while going down the stairs." "Thank you, Brother Lin Yun." Su Qingqing looked at Lin Yun gratefully. She then took out her phone, thinking that her brother must be worried since she hadn't arrived for so long. She expected numerous missed calls, but found there wasn't a single one, not even a reply to the messages she had sent. "Strange, I told my brother not to worry about me being picked up by Brother Lin Yun, why hasn't he replied?" "That's normal." Lin Yun smiled as he opened his phone screen. "Because we are starting formal classes tomorrow, everyone has set their phones to silent in advance. When I left, they started playing cards, so they probably got caught up in the game and didn't hear your notifications." "All right then," Su Qingqing pouted. Unable to contain herself, she snapped several photos of the villa interior. Returning to school, she waited downstairs while Lin Yun went upstairs alone and opened the dormitory door. Sure enough, his 3 roommates were engrossed in playing cards. Fortunes declare, "Haha, king of bombs, what can you say, you little trash?" Seeing their high spirits, Lin Yun approached and kicked one of them lightly. "Still playing? Little third has returned, hurry up and leave." "All right." The 3 quickly tidied up. When they reached downstairs, Su Wenkai seemed unfazed. However, Wu Tao and the others were stunned, clutching their hearts in awe. "More beautiful than in the photos, little third, your sister must have been the school belle in high school too, right?" "Yes, my sister and I attended the same high school. The students held a voting event on the school forum, and she ranked," Su Wenkai said calmly, but a hint of pride flickered in his eyes. The group then began to discuss. They finally decided to eat hot pot on the 3rd floor of the school cafeteria. On their way to the cafeteria, Su Wenkai quickly noticed something was off with his sister's foot. Suppressing his anxiety, he couldn't help but ask, "What happened to your foot?" Su Qingqing averted her gaze awkwardly and recounted the explanation Lin Yun had taught her. "Be careful next time, you can twist your ankle even going down the stairs." "Got it." She felt relieved as this matter was swept under the rug. Her eyes inadvertently glanced at Lin Yun, who was walking normally. She silently lowered her head, her mind racing with thoughts. Upon arriving at the hot pot place on the 3rd floor, they selected their ingredients and began to make their own dipping sauces. Comparing to the meticulous preparations of others, Lin Yun simply added a few seasonings to his. He knew that with the system's enhancement, whatever he added would make the sauce extremely delicious. "While I'm diving in first," Wu Tao exclaimed, tossing his arms and starting to eat voraciously. Lin Yun simply picked up a piece of tofu and placed it into his dipping sauce bowl. After taking a light bite, satisfaction was evident in his eyes. "This system is too powerful." Halfway through the meal, he felt a sudden urge to use the restroom and got up. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing went to the 2nd floor to buy some milk tea. After distributing a cup to each person, she sat down and began to dip her ingredients. In disbelief, she picked up another piece. After tossing it in the dipping sauce and putting it in her mouth, hiss. Why is this so delicious? Seeing her sister's naive expression, Su Wenkai felt speechless. Quit overreacting. This is similar to the hot pot we occasionally make at home. Su Qingqing also wondered if she had experienced an illusion earlier. After all, it felt pretty normal when she first started eating, so she picked up another piece of beef. Confirming it wasn't an illusion, her little head nodded furiously. Really, it's really delicious. I have never eaten anything this tasty. At that moment, she even wanted to swallow her little tongue along with the food. Wu Tao and the others observed the exaggerated expression of little third sister and thought she was acting. They laughed and said, "Little third, I thought your sister was aloof, but she's so cute." Su Wenkai looked at his ravenous sister, feeling a bit frustrated. After all these years, it was the first time he had seen her show such a side. Moreover, for some reason, he felt something was amiss. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly realized, "Little Qing, you're in the wrong seat. That's the boss spot. Yours is the empty seat on the right." "What? Lin Yun's seat?" Su Qingqing glanced around and realized that after returning with her milk tea, she had indeed sat in the wrong place. So that means she just ate Lin Yun's dipping sauce. At this thought, her little face flushed instantly, and she hurriedly shifted her bottom back to her rightful seat. Seeing this, Wu Tao and the others couldn't help but chuckle. Su Qingqing, her face still red, continued to pick up food. However, when she placed the food into her dipping sauce bowl, she found that the exquisite taste that had just made her feel like she was in heaven had vanished. She tried a few more times, her gaze inadvertently landing on the dipping sauce bowl next to her. Could it be because of the dipping sauce? Taking advantage of the three across the table not paying attention, she quickly picked a piece of food, dipped it in Lin Yun's bowl, and sent it to her mouth. Once again, she tasted that indescribable flavor. Su Qingqing finally confirmed that it wasn't the food that was delicious, but the dipping sauce. Just as she was about to continue secretly dipping into the sauce next to her, she discovered Lin Yun had returned and immediately pretended as if nothing had happened, focusing on her meal. Lin Yun sat back down. With a smile that was both amused and skeptical, he stared at Su Qingqing, who quickly retracted her chopsticks. He lowered his head and softly asked, "Is it good?" He had noticed her actions when he came in. From 10 meters away, he saw Su Qingqing secretly using his sauce. Su Qingqing's little face turned even redder, realizing that her earlier actions had been discovered. She quickly explained in a low voice, "Lin Yunji, I didn't mean to. I accidentally used your dipping sauce after sitting in the wrong place when I returned from buying milk tea. It's fine, it's just a bowl of dipping sauce." Lin Yun smiled and handed his bowl over. Then he stood up again and went to get another bowl of dipping sauce. After finishing their meal, Wu Tao and the others were somewhat surprised. "Old 3, your sister's appetite is even bigger than ours." "Don't ask me, I don't know either. This girl only ever eats a maximum of 2 bowls a day at home, usually just 1. I don't know what's gotten into her today." Su Wenkai's face was full of confusion. He even suspected that his sister might have experienced some kind of shock on the way here. Back at the dormitory, Su Qingqing took out the local specialties from her backpack and handed them to Lin Yun. "Lin Yunji, these are for you." "For me, eh?" Lin Yun received the specialties in surprise. Weighing them in his hand, he found they weren't light. Meanwhile, Su Wenkai wore a look of deep resentment. What was this about? Weren't these meant for him? Was this what they called beauty trumps familial bonds? The four chatted for a while downstairs, and in the end Lin Yun drove Su Qingqing back. Since he hadn't spoken much, the atmosphere felt a bit awkward. Lin Yun then asked, "Sister, which university do you plan to apply to? Do you have any goals?" "I didn't have any before, but now I do." Su Qingqing buried her head, not knowing what she was thinking. "Oh," Lin Yun responded simply and probed further. "I heard from your brother that your grades are pretty good, always in the top 3 at school. You should be able to get into any university without a hitch." "I want to go to Jiangxing University." "Is it because you walked around the school and thought the environment was nice?" "No." "Okay then." Lin Yun didn't ask further because they had arrived at the train station. "Bye-bye, see you next time." After saying goodbye to Su Qingqing, he drove away. He didn't notice the reluctant expression on her face at all. The next day arrived with the dreaded 8 a.m. class. Wu Tao and the others, having gotten used to early morning military training, were already accustomed to waking up early. However, Lin Yun was still hugging his pillow, contemplating whether to use money to bribe the principal to make the 8 a.m. class disappear forever from the school. After washing up, he dragged himself to the classroom. Since he arrived later, the corner seat by the window had already been taken by Wang Yi and his group. The entire classroom only had a few seats left in the first 2 rows. Wu Tao sighed. "So looks like I need to come earlier in the future, otherwise I'll have to sit in the front and endure the teacher's lecturing." "It's okay, someone has already reserved good seats for us." Without waiting for the others to ask, Lin Yun smiled and walked to the last row. He said nothing and merely stared with a smile at the restless Wang Yi and his group. Wang Yi gritted his teeth, knowing Lin Yun's intentions. In the end, he didn't dare to say anything and could only lead his roommates to the front 2 rows feeling dejected. See, I told you someone was saving us seats. Lin Yun smiled as he sat by the window. Soon the comprehensive English teacher Bai Yin walked to the podium. She glanced at the students of this class and asked them to scan a QR code to join a group. Once all the students had joined the group, she lightly tapped the desk and began her self-introduction. My name is Bai Yin, and I am your comprehensive English teacher this semester. For the first class, I won't be teaching yet. Instead, I want to get to know the students better. So when you joined the group, you were assigned a number. I will randomly select some of you to share your English scores from the college entrance examination to see what your foundation is like. Number 31. Below the podium, Li Yin, who had been laughing away, froze in his smile. He slouched his head and stood up, awkwardly smiling. Teacher, my English score isn't very good, just over 90, barely passing. It's okay. High school grades don't mean everything. As long as you study hard in university, you won't be weaker than those who scored high in the English exam. Number 25. 127. Number 17. 129. After randomly selecting 5 or 6 students, they were all girls. None had English scores below 120. Wu Tao shrank his neck, praying that he wouldn't be called. However, the things we fear most often happen. Number 28. 87 points. Wu Tao stood up in despair, feeling like he was done for. Sure enough, as soon as the score was announced, many in the class burst into laughter. Even Bai Yin on the stage looked surprised. How could someone not even reach passing? Why would they choose this major? After a brief consolation, she had him sit down. All right, let's draw one last number, number 9. 146 points. Okay, this student. Big brother. Bai Yin was about to praise him upon hearing the score. But as soon as she looked up and saw it was Lin Yun standing, she couldn't help but exclaim. What on earth? Big brother. The entire class was still shocked by Lin Yun's high score. But upon hearing the teacher's spontaneous shout of big brother, everyone became unsettled. Bai Yin also realized she had lost her composure. Quickly regaining her composure, she hurriedly made amends. Sorry, classmate, you just look a bit like my older brother, so She left it at that. But the entire class didn't pursue it further. After all, this explanation was very reasonable. Once she continued, Alright, it seems this student really likes English. A score of 146 should be the highest in our class. Is there anyone who can score higher than this student? Raise your hand, let me see. No. Hearing this, everyone smiled wryly and shook their heads. Come on, 146 points, who can compete with this prodigy? Bai Yin asked several times again. After finding nothing, she directly announced. Alright, since this student has the highest English score in the class, let's have him be the class representative. If anyone has any objections or wants to contest for the position, please raise your hand. After finishing her statement, she scanned the classroom twice. Confirming no one opposed, she slammed the desk. Then from now on, this student will be the class representative for comprehensive English. Next, we will randomly divide into 8 small groups, and the leader of each group will be the one with the highest English score. You can report to each other and then hand the list to the class representative, who will pass it to me. By the way, after the groups are assigned, remember to sit according to your groups in future classes. She finished in one breath and then used software to randomly generate 8 groups. Lin Yun, sitting below the podium, took a glance. In his group, he was the only boy, and one of the girls he recognized was Lin Qinghua. After the seating arrangement was adjusted, Lin Yun was surrounded by girls. Wow, Lin Yun, you're amazing. They clearly came for the girls, but you must really like English, right? I do like it. Lin Yun's hand under the desk trembled slightly. Back in middle school, his English was he used to shout all day, as a citizen of Dragon Country in life, and as a soul of Dragon Country in death, it's impossible to learn English even if he died. But when he got to high school, a female foreign teacher came for an internship. With blonde hair, blue eyes, and big waves, she was a striking and confident lady. Every time they spoke, his poor English made him stutter. In contrast, one girl in the class had excellent English and often amused the foreign teacher to the point of laughter. Since then, he began to develop a passion for English. His grades skyrocketed, and within just half a semester, he became the top of the class. Unfortunately, the female foreign teacher had already returned to her home country. The surrounding female classmates were in awe. Indeed, passion is the best teacher. No matter how hard they studied, they couldn't match his high scores. Soon, the bell for the second period rang. Teacher Bai Yin looked at Lin Yun. Class representative, come to my office for a moment. Oh, I have something to discuss. After speaking, she left the classroom first and walked toward her office. Lin Yun stood up to follow. Once they entered an empty office, Bai Yin closed the door and then could not contain her excitement. Big brother, you are actually a student of this school. Why didn't you say so earlier? And aren't all new students supposed to participate in military training? Did you take a leave that day? Lin Yun laughed awkwardly. I didn't know you were my teacher at the time. As for the military training, I got lucky and didn't have to do it. I just got a full score. So you are the new student who defeated the chief instructor. Bai Yin suddenly realized. Although she hadn't been at school much recently, She had heard that during military training, a new student defeated the chief instructor and earned an exemption from training. They chatted casually for a while. Bain then got to the point. That little girl who has leukemia, she knows that a big brother helped her raise the tens of thousands for her treatment, and she has been wanting to thank you in person. How about finding some time to visit? And, staring into the teacher's hopeful eyes, Lin Yun pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. After school, Lin Yun drove a Bugatti Veyron. He picked up Bain and rushed to Jiangxing Hospital. When they were still 100 meters from the hospital entrance, Lin Yun could see Bai Lu excitedly raising her arms to greet them. After parking the car, Bai Lu rushed over eagerly. Big brother, you finally came. The little girl was so happy to hear you were coming to see her. Lin Yun responded as he intended to get out of the car. His gaze, however, was drawn to the fruits being carried by a passerby. Realizing it was not good to go empty-handed, he bought 2 small toys from a convenience store before following Bain and her sister to the inpatient department. Upon arriving at the ward, a pungent smell of disinfectant lingered in the air. On the pure white bedsheets lay a little girl wearing a hat. Lin Yun giggled. The little girl smiled and gently called out. Her smile was sweet, but her complexion was extremely pale. Lin Yun quickly approached and handed the 2 small toys he bought to the little girl. After chatting for a while, he thought of a question and asked, by the way, didn't the money get raised? Why hasn't the surgery fee been paid yet? Big brother, in addition to the money you gave, there are over 200,000 on the Xiaohua platform. When we went to withdraw the money, the platform said they would send someone to verify it first. Bai Lu explained patiently. Just then a staff member in a red jumpsuit arrived. With a haughty look, they scanned everyone in the ward. Who is the initiator of this assistance, Bai Lu? Show me your ID for verification. Sure. Bai Lu hurriedly pulled out her ID and handed it over. The staff member only glanced at it before casually tossing it back. All right, tell me why you want to withdraw money before reaching the 600 goal. Because this big brother has already donated the remaining money. Bai Lu quickly pointed to Lin Yun, answering every question the staff member asked. The staff member glanced at Lin Yun with disdain. With a scoff, they said, that won't do. You must reach the required amount to withdraw. You can have him donate that amount to the platform. Why, oi? The 2 girls were confused. There are no reasons for that. The staff member's tone grew impatient. Everything is done according to the platform's regulations. If you can't raise the money, it won't be withdrawn. This? Bai Lu hesitated for a moment. Her pleading gaze instinctively turned to Lin Yun. Ding. Random task detected. Random task. Help the leukemia patient. Bai Lu, pay the bill. Successful reward, a red flag worth 50 million won for National Day. Lin Yun's expression. He had heard of the red flag National Day model. It was extremely valuable, and even if he had the money, it might not be available. Only 100 units were limited to the entire Dragon Country, most of which were for state use. No longer just a bystander, he stepped forward and stared directly at the staff member. Transferring the money to the platform is no problem, but I want to ask, can the full amount be withdrawn without a deduction? Upon hearing the question, the staff member's expression changed. They began to deflect, saying, there will definitely be a small deduction for platform fees, and after all, the platform needs money to maintain itself, or it would have closed down long ago. How much can actually be withdrawn? Lin Yun continued to press, not giving the other party a chance to dodge. The staff member felt a bead of sweat forming. This was the first time someone had asked such a straightforward question. Lin Yun let out a cold laugh. All right, let me ask another question. What is the platform's commission rate? Well, the staff member stammered for a long time before reluctantly stating, the platform usually only takes 6, but there may be third parties and fourth parties taking a cut as well. So adding up all the miscellaneous fees, doesn't that mean they take 70 to 80? Impossible, at most just over 60. As soon as he finished speaking, the staff member realized he had made a mistake and quickly covered his mouth. The 2 sisters from the Bai family were directly angered to the point of laughter. At most 60. This meant that even if they gathered 600 in funds, they would only end up with 200 to 300. They must have been blind to have chosen to seek help on this platform. Lin Yun ignored the staff member further and turned to Bai Lu, asking her to bring over her phone. After carefully checking the platform, he discovered that the initiator of the fundraising could return the funds to the original source. He then handed the phone back to Bai Lu, speaking in an unquestionable tone. Bai Lu returned the funds to the original source. Bain and Bai Lu, along with the staff, were shocked. But soon, the 2 girls came to theirs. That's right. Rather than letting this unscrupulous platform take their cut, it would be better to return all the money to the donors' accounts. Without a moment's hesitation, after a series of operations, all the funds in the account were returned to the original source. In less than a minute, the staff received a phone call. Although the call was not on speaker, Lin Yun and the others could still hear the curses coming from the phone. After a long while, the staff member who had been harshly scolded shot a fierce glare at the 3. All right, a dead fish breaks the net, huh? You really are ruthless. They'll see how you gather that 200. With that parting shot, he quickly left. Clearly he was going back to the company to apologize. After the staff left, Little face turned gloomy again. She was evidently worried about how to deal with the remaining 200. Lin Yun smiled as he took out a card. It's fine, it's just 200, I'll take care of it. Well, okay, thank you, big brother. Lu also knew that this wasn't a good solution. But thinking about their current situation, they had no other choice but to agree. After paying the money, ding. Task completed, reward, a Hongqi National Day vehicle. Please set the collection location for the vehicle. Jiang City Hospital. Setting successful. The vehicle is equipped with a fingerprint system for automatic access. After sorting everything out, Lin Yun also conveniently transferred money to the child's guardian, advising them to buy some nutritional supplements and imported medicine for the child. Lu was moved to tears. Big brother, you are simply the child's savior. It's just a small effort. He waved his hand nonchalantly. Feeling hunger creeping in, he prepared to go home for a meal and asked the two girls if they wanted to join. Of course I want to go. Lu was the first to speak. God knows how she has gotten through this time since eating the noodles Lin Yun made. Baiyin saw her sister calling Lin Yun big brother, and her face flushed slightly. If it were yesterday, she could call Lin Yun big brother without any reservations. But now, knowing that this big brother is her student, she felt a bit awkward. Lin Yun then looked at Baiyin. Teacher, are you going? By teacher. Lu on the side found it a bit strange. After all, before big brother addressed them by their names directly. Baiyin nodded. Well, since my sister wants to go, let's go together. What do you mean I want to go? Lu rolled her eyes at her sister. You keep talking about the noodles big brother made. Oh, last night, I woke up in the middle of the night and heard you mumbling in your sleep about how delicious the noodles made by big brother were. Shut up, you little brat. Baiyin glared at her sister, trying to stop her with her eyes. Unfortunately, she was completely ignored. Lin Yun watched the two sisters with amusement. After a while, he took out the keys. By the way, who among you can drive? I can. Lu raised her hand first. Lin Yun then tossed the keys to Lu. All right, then you can drive that Bugatti Veyron and follow me. Off. Lu was instantly amazed, and then excitement replaced it. Really? This is my first time driving such a nice car. Before, I only drove those training cars at the driving school. Baiyin then curiously asked Lin. Big brother, you let my sister drive the Bugatti Veyron. What are you going to drive? Just follow me. Lin Yun snapped his fingers and led the two sisters to the parking lot. Sister, look quickly, isn't that the Hongqi National Day car we saw in the videos before? Lu walked over in disbelief, carefully inspecting it. She couldn't help but pick up her phone to take a photo, just like the passersby next to her. Wow, this is the first time I've seen this car in Jiang City. I've heard that this car is a top limited edition from Hongqi with only 100 units nationwide, and they are all in the hands of powerful and influential people. After a round of astonishment, she put away her phone and prepared to leave, only to find Lin Yun standing beside the car smiling at her. Big brother, do you want to take a photo too? No need. Then let's go after we get to your house, my sister, and I want to eat the noodles you made. Her speaking speed quickened slightly, causing the you not to be heard by those around them. For a moment, the onlookers who were taking photos of the car couldn't help but look over. Their eyes sparkled with envy and jealousy. A few older ones even smiled and gave Lin Yun a thumbs up. Young man, impressive. You have the charm of my youth. Young people should take it easy, or in a few years you'll be looking for a hospital everywhere. Lin Yun. Baiyin was even more embarrassed, pulling her sister to stop her from speaking. Lu also realized that she seemed to have said something significant. She closed her mouth and cautiously glanced, fearing that big brother might be angry because of what she just said. If Lin Yun knew what this girl was thinking in her heart, he would only say, Sister, you're overthinking it. Seeing that the crowd was lingering, Lin Yun had no choice but to step forward. Excuse me, can you please move aside? You're blocking my car from backing out. Blocking the car. The crowd instinctively looked at the Wuling Hongguang next to them. A boy who was passionately taking photos waved his hand. Hey, you guys over there, move a bit to let the guy back out, the Wuling Hongguang. Oh, okay. The few boys blocking the Wuling Hongguang quickly moved aside. They even smiled at Lin Yun. Dude, go ahead, we've cleared the way for you. Lin Yun. This was already the second time today. He felt speechless. Lin Yun was the first to react, her mouth slightly open as she quietly asked, Big brother, is this Hongqi yours? Yeah. Lin Yun nodded innocently. Finally someone smart. It was tough. Baile's eyes and mouth opened wide. She stammered, Big brother, you're too powerful. You must be the only heir of a father with immense power and a mother who is a queen of the business world. Lin Yun shook his head seriously and looked at Bailu. No, my dad is a motorcycle taxi driver and my mom is a housewife. Baiyin and Bailu, the two sisters, couldn't help but laugh. A motorcycle taxi driver. Can he really afford a Bugatti Veyron? And a Hongqi for National Day that money can't buy? Seeing the disbelief on the two girls' faces, Lin Yun sighed helplessly. In this day and age, why is it that when you tell the truth, no one believes you? He then looked at the crowd still surrounding the Hongqi. There was no choice but to squeeze in and cover the car's unlocking area with his thumb in front of everyone. Hey kid, are you crazy? The prestige of this car far exceeds your imagination. If you accidentally break it, even selling yourself wouldn't be enough to compensate. Yep, just take a picture with your phone, how dare you touch it. The owner of this car could crush you like an ant. Seeing that the young man was bold enough to touch the car, the crowd was filled with tension. A small portion, however, was waiting to see the spectacle with glee. However, the next moment a ding sounded from inside the car. Then came the prompt unlocked. It hit the hearts of the crowd like a heavy hammer. What? What happened? How can he unlock it? Someone stammered. Immediately they were met with a multitude of incredulous stares. Dude, are you stupid? He must be the owner. I knew this kid was priceless, turns out he really is the owner. Pooh, you were the loudest a moment ago. Lin Yun sat inside the car glancing at the astonished crowd. Now can you clear a path? The crowd snapped back to reality, hurriedly stepping back in fear of being slow. Lin Yun then looked at the teacher. By you come in my car, and by Lu you drive my other one. By the way, I'm not going to that previous house, it's another one, don't get lost. Alright. Bai-yin ignored her sister's sulking and stepped into the car, gazing at the dark red body as if it were a dream. She never expected to ride in such a car one day. Bai-yin stared at the Hongqi in front of her, instantly feeling that the Bugatti Veyron key in her hand had lost its appeal. But she still walked up to the Bugatti, opened the door, and sat inside. The crowd watched in shock. Goodness, where did this top-tier rich second generation come from? Every car here is a top luxury vehicle worth tens of millions. When did such a character appear in the small Jiang city? Lin Yun ignored the crowd, started the car, and quickly left the hospital. Qianlu Garden. Villa No. 7. Wow, big brother, is this also your home? Bai Lu looked at the miniature castle in front of her, eyes filled with shock. Lin Yun nodded casually and said, yeah, just bought it on a whim, let's go in. Buying a luxury villa on a whim. Your dad must have been driving a motorcycle taxi for at least 10,000 years. Bai Le's eyes curved into a smile as she looked at Lin Yun with a mischievous grin. Hearing Bai Le's little joke, Lin Yun just chuckled and said nothing. His father made just over 100 a day as a motorcycle taxi driver. So even after 10,000 years he wouldn't earn enough for this villa. Upon entering the villa, the two sisters gasped in amazement. Bai Lu looked up at the giant chandelier on the ceiling and exclaimed, what a beautiful chandelier. Those crystal-like decorations can't possibly be real crystals, can they? And those paintings on the wall are beautiful too. Lin Yun ignored the sisters' astonishment and roamed around the first floor until he finally located the kitchen. Soon, the noodles were done. The three of them quickly slurped them down, feeling blissfully sprawled out at the dining table. Heaven! Bai Lu clutched her belly and said, in all these years I've only felt alive twice. The first was eating the noodles you made, big brother, and the second was also. No worries, come over often to eat, and I'll make sure you feel alive more. Lin Yun replied with a smile. Feeling a bit dry, he went to pour some water. As he was about to gulp it down, an idea flashed in his mind. He hurried into the kitchen and sprinkled a few grains of salt into the cup. Then, he slowly took a sip. Wow, this is so good. Why didn't I think of this before? After finishing 3 or 4 cups, he contentedly returned to the dining table, handing each sister a cup of water that he had sprinkled with a few grains of salt. Thank you, big brother. Bai Lu picked up the cup and began to drink. Her pupils widened as she tilted her head back suddenly. Afterward, she licked her moist lips. Big brother, this water isn't the legendary mineral water worth hundreds of thousands per bottle, is it? It feels like even the celestial nectar from above can't compare. I told you it's just ordinary mineral water. Do you believe me? I don't believe you. All right then. Lin Yun shrugged. He was already used to no one believing the truth. However, Bai Le's remark reminded him. This water, if packaged with some flair, could easily sell for hundreds of thousands a bottle. If a bottle is priced at 300,000, selling 10,000 bottles would amount to 3 billion. Just thinking that he could lie in bed all day and still have billions flowing into his bank account. Lin Yun felt eager to try, planning to set aside some time to start his own company or directly acquire a mineral water company, creating his own special blend to sell worldwide. At this moment, Bai-yin finished her water in small sips. After confirming there wasn't a single drop left, she reluctantly set the cup down. Hey, it's almost 2 o'clock. Bai Lu suddenly stood up. I have class this afternoon, I need to go. I have class at 4 o'clock too. Bai-yin stood up as well. Seeing the look in the sister's eyes, Lin Yun swallowed the words, I have no class, but this villa area isn't small, and if the two wanted to go back, they would have to leave the villa area to hail a taxi. But just from here to the main gate is about 2 to 3 kilometers. Alright, I'll give you a ride. Yay, big brother is the best. As soon as they got in the car, Bai Lu began to her eyes sparkled with excitement. Hongqi National Day, the first time I learned about this car, I dreamed at night of wearing a princess dress and sitting in it. I never expected to actually be in the car one day. Congratulations on your dream coming true, Lin Yun replied with a smile. He stepped on the gas and headed towards the school. Since the school wasn't far, they arrived in just over 10 minutes. Bai Lu reluctantly got out of the car, thanking Lin Yun again for helping with the fare before entering the school. After dropping off by Lu, he also saw off teacher Bayin. Near the school, Bayin leaned forward. Big brother, I suddenly remembered I need to buy something. Just drop me off. Okay, by the way, teacher, don't call me big brother anymore, but it sounds awkward. Just call me Lin classmate or Lin Yun. Okay, big. Lin Yun, Bayin nodded in agreement. She then opened the car door and got out. After watching Lin Yun's car leave, she finally let out a slight sigh of relief. In fact, she didn't really need to buy anything. She was just a bit scared of being photographed by someone with ulterior motives when getting out of the car at school. At that point, there would inevitably be gossip. Lin Yun returned to the dormitory. Wu Tao and Li Yin were engrossed in a game together, while Su Wenkai was reading a book related to English. By the way, can't you guys learn from the third one? Look how hard he is working. As soon as Lin Yun entered, he said half-jokingly. Wu Tao and Li Yin were deeply absorbed in their game. Without looking up, they replied, "Hey, you just didn't see how the fourth and I were buried in our studies earlier. It's all about balancing work and rest, boss. We are in college now, how can we only work without resting?" Su Wenkai smiled wryly and adjusted his heavy glasses. "That's because I don't have a computer, otherwise I would be playing like the second one too. It's no big deal, I can buy you one." Lin Yun casually waved his hand as he returned to his seat. Upon hearing this, Su Wenkai immediately waved his hands in a panic. "Boss, no need. I found a part-time job off campus. It won't be long before I can buy one myself." Part-time job. The three of them were taken aback. Wu Tao and Li Yin stopped playing. They came over to ask what was going on. Su Wenkai, feeling a bit embarrassed, put down his book. "After lunch, when I went to pick up a package, I happened to see someone handing out flyers. A bathhouse near the school is hiring part-time students at a high rate. I called to inquire, and the pay is pretty good, 200 yuan per hour. I just need to go in on the weekends, which won't interfere with my studies." A bathhouse. The three of them exchanged glances. Finally, Wu Tao spoke with a strange expression. "Third one, did they tell you what the specific job is?" "It's very simple. It's just giving foot massages and such. Anyway, it's quite easy. I've calculated that on Saturday and Sunday it's a total of 12 hours, which means at least 2,400 yuan a week, not including tips." "All right." The others didn't know what else to say. However, Li Yin gave the third one a firm pat on the shoulder. "Be careful if you go. If anything seems off, just leave. There are plenty of other good part-time jobs around, and if all else fails, you can always tutor. After all, we are from Jiangxing University, and the pay is decent." "Okay." Su Wenkai nodded, a bit touched. Next, Wu Tao and Li Yin continued their gaming, while Lin Yun climbed into bed for a nice afternoon nap. In the afternoon at 4 o'clock, the alarm he set rang. After waking up, Lin Yun found a message from his senior sister Shang Wanxian. "Shang Wanxian, there is a competition tomorrow afternoon. The top 15 can earn points, and I plan to participate. So soon could he earn points? That means the first treasure chest could be opened quickly." Lin Yun's eyes brightened as he quickly replied, "Okay, senior sister, I'll come cheer for you tomorrow." As soon as he sent the reply, he regretted it. He vaguely remembered having a class tomorrow afternoon. He hurriedly opened his album to check the schedule he had saved earlier. Comprehensive English. He saw that tomorrow afternoon he indeed had Bayin's class. Immediately, he sent a private message, "Teacher by ID, like to ask for a leave tomorrow afternoon." As soon as he sent it, he received a quick reply. "Bayin. Okay, if there are any matters in the future, just go ahead and take care of them. You don't need to inform me." Upon reading this message, Lin Yun couldn't help but sigh in gratitude for Bei's help. The next day at 2:30 in the afternoon, Lin Yun arrived punctually at the competition venue Bayun Mountain. The vehicles had not yet departed, but hundreds of female racers were ready to go. Lin Yun stood at the entrance looking at the countless competitors ahead, unable to distinguish who Shang Wanxian was. He could only shout towards the sky, "Senior sister, go for it." Just after he shouted, he felt a heavy pat on his, "Hey handsome, I knew you would come too." This clumsy and awkward Chinese made it clear who it was, the black girl. Lin Yun turned around and found that besides her, Savannah was also present. At this moment, Savannah's gaze towards Lin Yun was no longer dismissive as it had been before. "Lin Yun, do you need us to tell you where your girlfriend is?" "Girlfriend?" Lin Yun tilted his head in confusion. "Who said that I have a romantic relationship with senior sister? Aren't you two a couple?" Savannah's sky-blue pupils contracted, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Yun nodded. At present, he indeed had not reached that stage with his senior sister. Although he could sense his senior sister's feelings towards him, he currently had no intention of dating anyone. Soon, the signal lights ended. The roar of engines ripped through the sky. The commentator gripped the microphone, his eyes glued to the screen. Currently, the car in first place is number 9. They're about to turn, and car number 32 is catching up. Just now in that corner, she nearly pushed her limits. After commentating for 5 or 6 minutes, he just picked up a cup to take a sip of water when he saw a car on the screen experiencing an unexpected situation and hurriedly put the cup down. His voice rose, carrying a tremor he wasn't even aware of. Car 14 and car 37 collided. While turning, both flipped over. Ambulance. Hearing that 2 cars had flipped over so soon after the start, Lin Yun's heart couldn't help but tighten. He looked at Savannah. Which number is Shangwan Qian? Don't worry, handsome. Your senior sister is number 26. The black girl answered quickly. That's good. Lin Yun let out a long sigh of relief. But soon he couldn't help but worry again. This competition seemed more dangerous than he had imagined. Next, 3 more cars encountered accidents. With each number announced, Lin Yun's tension eased slightly. He was afraid that one of them would be number 26, his senior sister Shangwan Qian. A few minutes later, when the first car dashed across the finish line, the cheers from the audience allowed Lin Yun's heart, which had been tense, to finally relax. The first place is car number 5, the second place. And in 7th place, number 26. After the competition, when Shangwan Qian took off her helmet, she immediately started searching the crowd for that familiar figure. When she saw Lin Yun waving at her, she instantly ran over joyfully and threw herself into his arms. Junior, that's great. I came in 7th and earned points. Congratulations, senior sister. Lin Yun felt a bit at a loss. Nevertheless, he gently patted Shangwan Qian's back with both hands to show. Savannah shook her head in feigned disappointment, alas, 7th place. But when she met Lin Yun's gaze, she quickly changed her tone. Very good. I thought you would be in the 10th to 15th place, but you actually came in 7th. You are truly the most talented student I've taught. Coach, thank you. Shangwan Qian gave Savannah and the black girl each a big hug. Ding. Progress reached 25. The first treasure chest can be opened. Can it be opened? Lin Yun quickly called up the progress bar. Indeed, the first treasure chest was shaking. Upon clicking the treasure chest, a racing car slowly materialized. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special item. Racing car. Just a broken racing car, and it's a special item. Lin Yun was somewhat incredulous. However, upon carefully reading the description, his eyes suddenly sparkled. The reason it was special was that once the racing car reached a certain speed, any mistakes that could lead to the car flipping would be corrected by the vehicle itself in time, minimizing the possibility of flipping and maximizing safety. Truly a special item. Lin Yun cheerfully set the car pickup location to Great Wall Community. After all, racing cars cannot be used on public roads. Moreover, with his driving skills, he wouldn't even need this car for a competition. Thus, gifting it to his senior sister to prevent any mishaps was the best choice. After all, watching today's race was quite nerve-wracking for him. Today I'm treating. The location is up to everyone to choose. Shangwan Qian appeared very excited. This was her first time participating in an official competition. Successfully making it to the top 15 and earning points was enough to exhilarate anyone. Savannah did not hesitate and said, then let's go to a Western restaurant. Ooh, I haven't had Western food in a long time. No problem. Shangwan Qian agreed. She was afraid Lin Yun might not like Western cuisine and asked, Junior, what do you think? If you don't like it, I can take you somewhere else after I treat my coach. I have no objections. Lin Yun waved his hand indifferently. To him, Western food was also quite good. Using a knife and fork felt like he was preparing it himself, providing a system bonus. Soon, it was time for the top 10 to go on stage to receive their awards. After receiving her award, Shangwan Qian quickly handed all the rewards to Lin Yun. Junior, this is for you. For me, eh? Lin Yun was a bit surprised. Senior sister, this is your first award. It holds great significance. Shangwan Qian nodded earnestly. Yes, I understand. But without you, there wouldn't be today's me, so I want to give this reward to you as a gift. All right. Seeing her insist, Lin Yun had no choice but to accept the medal and certificate. Afterwards, the 4 of them went to a nearby Western restaurant. When the steak was served, Lin Yun cut it into small pieces and put it in his mouth. The intense meaty aroma exploded in his mouth. Lin Yun quickly cut more pieces, savoring it with satisfaction. Savannah also nodded after trying it. Not bad. However, Shangwan Qian beside her looked a bit gloomy. Ever since she tasted the food Lin Yun made, everything else felt like chewing on wax. Black sister noticed Shangwan Qian seemed to dislike it. She revealed her bright white teeth and asked, What's wrong? Don't you like it, sister? Shangwan Qian gently nodded. To her, liking something meant liking it, and disliking something meant disliking it. There was no need to pretend to like food she didn't. Savannah's brows furrowed, slightly feeling displeased. After all, this food represented their Western culture. Shangwan Qian continued to fiddle with the beef on her plate with her knife and fork. Unintentionally, she spoke her mind. Actually, it's okay, but compared to Lin Yun's cooking, it falls short by a lot. No, it should be 100,000 miles apart. At her first sentence, Savannah's expression had already darkened. Hearing the follow-up, her face turned even more sour. Looking at Lin Yun, who was enjoying the beef, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Really? Is Lin Yun's food really that delicious? Of course. Shangwan Qian set down her knife and fork. Just thinking about those delicious days made her eyes sparkle. That was definitely the best thing I've ever eaten, bar none. Not just in Jiang City, probably in the whole world you couldn't find food that compares to it. Her words made both Savannah and Black Sister roll their eyes. Black Sister twirled her finger in the air, trying to recall. I know it's that saying from your dragon country. Oh, well, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Savannah and Black Sister thought of it at the same time and directly prompted. Black Sister suddenly realized. Yes, that's it. Ugh, the sour smell of love. Seeing the two think she was joking, Shangwan Qian chose not to explain further, silently reminiscing about the delicacy. Ding. Random task detected. Random task: create a dish that shocks Savannah. Success rewards special item. Eye of illness detection. Eye of illness detection can scan any living being for diseases limited to 3 times a day. Another special item. But what use does this have? It's not like it would make him a doctor, right? With just a few thousand a month, who would want that? Although it seemed useless, it was still a special item that was hard to trigger. With the mindset of not passing up what he could get, he wiped his mouth and looked towards Savannah and the others. He casually suggested, It's indeed average. How about you come to my place, and I'll personally cook for you all. Average? Savannah shot him a cold glance. If it was average, why did you finish it all eating faster than us? Isn't that because I was hungry? Lin Yun smiled wryly. Beside him, Shangwan Qian suddenly stood up, her face full of excitement. Great, let's go right now. God knows how much she had craved these days. Even in her dreams, it was Lin Yun's delicious food. Savannah and Black Sister couldn't refuse after seeing her. Moreover, 1 piece of beef was indeed not enough. Arriving at the apartment, just as they parked the car and saw the racing car in the parking space, Shangwan Qian instinctively looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun shrugged. This is for you, custom made to ensure maximum safety, no chance of a deadly wobble or anything like that. Junior. Shangwan Qian was deeply moved. This sentiment, combined with everything before, meant she would never be able to repay in this lifetime. No, even in the next few lifetimes. Meanwhile, Savannah crossed her arms, looking disdainful. Who was he trying to fool? The idea that there wouldn't be a deadly wobble was nonsense. Such dangers were unavoidable nowadays. Only relying on the extreme skills of the racers could they be averted. In her view, that statement was merely something to fool a girl in love. After entering the apartment, the 3 took their seats in the living room and began to chat enthusiastically. Lin Yun rummaged through the fridge for the ingredients Shangwan Qian had bought. Cooking would take too much time, so he ultimately just casually fried more than 10 skewers of lamb. Once served on the table, without a word, Shangwan Qian picked one up and bit into it, completely disregarding the heat. Savannah took her time to grab 2. She gave one to Black Sister and took a perfunctory bite of the other. A face that had shown no expression suddenly revealed a look of shock in an instant. This world actually has such delicious food. Black Sister directly shouted, Oh my God! I've tasted cuisines from all over the world, but this is the first time I've had such a delicacy. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward: Eye of illness detection. As the prompt sound rang out, Lin Yun felt a slight warmth in his eyes. Then he aimed it at his senior sister, ready to test its effectiveness. Shangwan Qian, mild knee joint where low blood sugar. Seeing even minor ailments in young people listed out, Lin Yun happily closed the interface. When he went to grab another meat skewer, he found only wooden sticks left on the table. Little handsome guy, I simply love you. Black Sister did not even spare the scraps of meat on the wooden stick. Savannah looked at Lin Yun with an added layer of admiration in her eyes. As a top coach, she had traveled to almost every country in the world. The number of specialty dishes she had tasted was countless, and she thought they all tasted more or less the same. But now, she realized she was wrong. There truly were dishes in the world that tasted so delicious it felt like ascending to the clouds. After a brief rest, He Mei left for some matters, leaving Sha Fan Na and Lin Yun to play do di ju. Lin Yun threw down his last card, cheerfully tapping the table, signaling them to continue with their punishment. Shangwan Qian and Sha Fan Na reluctantly walked aside to do squats. Lin Yun crossed his legs, watching the 2 girls as they took turns. The expression on his face was annoyingly. At that moment, the phone rang, interrupting Lin Yun's appreciation of the scenery. Noticing it was his mother calling, What are you doing, son? Watching 2 beautiful girls exercising. All right, enough joking. I have something to tell you. Your dad's friend who he went drinking with yesterday decided to introduce his daughter to you. She's also studying at Jiangcheng University at Jiangcheng Vocational College. You should go have a meal with her and get to know her. After saying that without giving him a chance to refuse, she hung up the phone. A few seconds later, the friend's WeChat was recommended to him. Recommended friend doesn't eat coriander. Lin Yun. Vocational college. Isn't that just a junior college? Although reluctant since it was his mother's request, he still sent the application. After sending the application, it took a few minutes to be approved. The other party only sent an address. Postscript: You're the student from Jiangcheng University that my dad mentioned, right? Come before 6:30. Oh, I don't like being late. By the way, I'm the one with yellow hair. You'll see me as soon as you walk in. Won the lottery. Upon seeing this message from the other party, Lin Yun understood why his dad's friend was willing to introduce his daughter to him. It must have been mentioned during their drinking session that he won a big prize and even gave his family 200. Helplessly, he closed his phone and looked at Shangwan Qian, who was tidying up after finishing the game. Senior, I have to step out for a bit. You all play slowly. Huh. Shang Wanqian's smile froze as she stared at the explosive card and 4 twos in her hand. After reluctantly putting them down, she asked, Junior, is it something important? Not really. Lin Yun shook his head. It's just that my family suddenly introduced a girl to me, and I need to meet her at a Chinese restaurant. I should be back soon. Oh, since your family introduced her, she must also be a top-tier princess. Shang Wanqian nodded thoughtfully. Then, thinking of the disparity between her and Lin Yun's status, her gaze dimmed. Hearing this, Lin Yun helplessly shrugged and smiled. No, she's just from an ordinary family studying at Jiangcheng Vocational College. That junior college. Shang Wanqian said incredulously. A rich girl going to a junior college. How does that sound so fantastical? Lin Yun also knew that explaining would be futile. He simply acknowledged and prepared to leave. However, Shang Wanqian had no desire to continue playing cards. She was solely focused on wanting to know what kind of woman could match Lin Yun. Junior will go too. He'll pretend to be a passerby sitting near you and help you observe the situation. Sure, no. Seeing Lin Yun agree, Shang Wanqian packed her things and prepared to leave. Sha Fan Na, unable to contain herself, spoke up, he'll go too. Thus Lin Yun drove off in his red flag car with the 2 girls. Upon arriving at the Chinese restaurant, Lin Yun parked the car and went inside alone. He casually scanned the first-floor lobby and noticed 2 blonde girls. 2. They shouldn't be them, right? After circling the lobby a couple of times, he realized that those were the only blonde girls at a table, and he approached with some doubt. Doesn't eat coriander. Am I floating on a cloud? Okay. Confirmed. Lin Yun sat down opposite the 2 girls, and after a few questions he finally understood. The girl on the left with hair that was yellow mixed with black was indeed the one he was supposed to meet, named Huang Min. The other was Huang Min's best friend. Ahem. The best friend coughed lightly, her eyes curling upward. Since you're here, let's order first, waiter. As the waiter approached with the menu, the best friend ordered 7 or 8 dishes in a row, then handed the menu to Huang Min. Huang Min was also unreserved, ordering 4 or 5 hearty dishes, then directly handing it to the waiter. Lin Yun quietly watched the 2, without saying anything while waiting for the food. During this time, Huang Min and her friend finally looked at Lin Yun. He's okay looking, just barely suitable for my Min. Barely. Lin Yun gazed at someone who was rather average-looking, someone people wouldn't look at twice in a crowd, feeling a bit puzzled. Do people nowadays really not recognize themselves? Huang Min directly got to the point. Let's be straightforward, how much did you win in the lottery? Over 10 billion, I guess. Lin Yun spoke the truth. Little did he know the 2 girls laughed derisively. I have hundreds of billions. Alright, I know you probably only won a few 100,000 at most. I don't mind how little you won as long as you give me all the lottery money to manage. I might consider being your temporary girlfriend. Lin Yun was stunned. It was the first time he had heard this term and couldn't react for a moment. Huang Min's best friend looked at him with disdain. Her eyes expressed a look similar to that of someone viewing a country bumpkin out of touch with the modern era, but she still spoke up to explain. It's a limited time deal. After all, you only won a few 100,000 in the lottery. Once we spend it all, your relationship with us will also end. Of course, if you win more money, we can extend the time. Lin Yun was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Wow, it can be played like this. After regaining his senses from the shock, Lin Yun laughed. No, can I spend that money myself? Why should I give it to you? Of course, it's because I can be your temporary girlfriend. I can't. Lin Yun nearly couldn't help but curse. However, considering it was a public place, he held back. Haven't you thought that maybe I'm not interested in you? Impossible. Huang Min twirled her hair. You have to understand that there are now several million more girls than boys in our dragon country. In the future, many boys will end up single. If you don't seize this opportunity, you'll just be one of those millions. Exactly. The best friend chimed in. It's a huge stroke of luck for you that my Min is giving you a chance. If you weren't lucky enough to win the lottery, you wouldn't even have a chance to meet her. Got it. Lin Yun instantly understood. These 2 were definitely top-tier users of some red potato app. Junior college red potato doesn't eat coriander. This buff is stacking up. At this moment, Sha Fan Na and Shang Wanqian walked into the store. The appearance of the 2 top-tier beauties seemed to press the mute button on the entire restaurant. As soon as Shang Wanqian entered, her first glance was at the 2 girls opposite Lin Yun. Upon seeing them dressed in cheap JK uniforms and wearing cheap earrings, she was instantly stunned. What the hell is this? Is this really the daughter of a top family? They look just like those aimless little delinquents. Though confused, she still sat down in the back with her coach Sha Fan Na. Huang Min looked at Lin Yun, who remained silent. She continued to pull her friend along and began to speak. Also, my dad said that after you won the lottery, you transferred 100 to each of your parents. You should ask them to transfer the money back and keep it with me for safekeeping. What? Lin Yun thought he must have misheard. He was somewhat incredulous that such words came from her mouth. Didn't you understand? His friend still had a disdainful look on her face. Min said for you to take the money you transferred to your parents. Otherwise, we'll run out of it soon, and your time as my girlfriend will come to an end quickly since it's time limited. Lin Yun couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed like he was laughing, but in reality, he was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Shangwan Qian, who was eavesdropping while sipping tea, was also taken aback. She was confused by the conversation. What was going on? Was the other party really a princess from a top-tier family? How could she talk about winning the lottery and transferring 100 to her parents? Did these two not know what kind of top-tier rich man Lin Yun really was? After brainstorming for a bit, she quickly concluded that this was a classic case of family rivalry. The so-called family introduction was probably a scheme from siblings fighting over inheritance just to annoy. Seeing Lin Yun still not speaking, Huang Min frowned, crossed her arms, and raised her voice. I advise you to hurry and call. I'm only giving you 10 minutes, otherwise I'll be leaving. Did you hear that? His friend quickly interjected. Make the call. Adding the 20000 you previously sent to your parents, that should total 5000, right? Hurry up and send us that 50000. But I only have a few thousand left, and my parents also put that money in a fixed deposit, so I can't take it out. Lin Yun spread his hands, looking entirely innocent. What? Huang Min exclaimed in disbelief. No way. Didn't you win hundreds of thousands? How could you have spent it so quickly? And what could a guy possibly spend money on? It's only been a few days since school started, and you're left with so little. Seeing that the two didn't believe him, Lin Yun didn't bother to argue. He directly took out his phone, opened the traffic management app, and clicked on the motorcycle section. Actually, I won a total of 1 million in prizes. After giving my parents 200, I used the remaining money to buy a motorcycle. The two girls leaned in to look at the picture. Finally, his friend couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Haha, you must be kidding me. Just this broken motorcycle is worth 70 or 80,000. Min, don't listen to his nonsense. I've sat on plenty of motorcycles. The basic price is around 20 to 30,000, and the most expensive ones are only about 40 to 50,000. How could a motorcycle be that expensive? Huang Min, hearing this, also found it reasonable. How much could a two-wheeled vehicle cost? But then she remembered that the other party didn't just win hundreds of thousands, but 1 million, and her mind began to race. During her time in college, she had accumulated quite a bit of online debt. She now needed to pay back about 100,000. That was also why she rushed over when her father mentioned it. Alright, no matter how much you spend on that broken bike, you should still have around 6 or 70,000 left. Just send it to me, and I can extend your time, even until your sophomore year. How about that? Lin Yun. He shook his phone. Exasperated, he said, this bike is the top model of the Kawasaki H2. Why don't you search for the price first? Fine. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Huang Min picked up her phone to start searching. The moment the price appeared, she was instantly petrified. No way. This broken two-wheeler actually cost that much. The two were dumbfounded. They had never imagined that motorcycles could be this expensive. Once Huang Min realized this, she slammed the table angrily. Spending so much money just to buy a broken bike. Hurry up and return or sell it. I can still give you a chance. Then you can keep that opportunity for someone else. Lin Yun rolled his eyes, stood up, and prepared to leave. After all, he had already achieved his purpose of coming here. He could also give his parents an explanation. Seeing that he really intended to leave, Huang Min became anxious. Hey, wait a minute. You don't have to sell the bike. Since you still have a few thousand left, give it to me, and I'll reluctantly be your girlfriend for a month. Half a month. Looking at the girl's anxious and flustered demeanor, Lin Yun found it somewhat strange. A normal college student, one would think they would just attend classes and eat and sleep every day. Why did it seem like Huang Min was really lacking money? He recalled the videos he had seen earlier. Various shocking incidents from vocational schools and colleges. Could it be? He threw a piercing glance at the young girl. Huang Min's syphilis, stomach disease, cervical inflammation, 2 abortions. What a legendary college student. Lin Yun's and Huang Min's expressions completely changed. He knew that vocational schools might be chaotic, but he never expected it to be this chaotic. Shangwan Qian, who had been observing, finally couldn't help herself. She stood up and walked to Lin Yun's table. At 1.76 meters tall, she exuded a significant presence. Sister, your thinking is quite problematic. Who are you? Huang Min stood up defiantly, only to realize that even when standing, she was still significantly shorter than the other. She slightly tiptoed, trying to make herself appear taller. Shangwan Qian gently placed her hand on Lin Yun's right shoulder. I am his backup. Backup? The two girls were stunned. Such a tall and beautiful woman was the backup of this guy who just happened to win the lottery. Impossible. Huang Min's friend smirked, speaking with self-righteousness. I know you must have been hired to act by him, but your acting is too poor. We might believe you are a friend or something, but saying you are his backup. Even a dog wouldn't believe that. Besides the two girls, Lin Yun was also confused. When did senior sister Shangwan become his backup? But he quickly realized that she must be here to support him. He cheerfully held Shangwan's small hand. Comrade, you need to work harder. Upgrade from backup to main girlfriend soon. Act. Continue to act. Huang Min and her friend rolled their eyes, completely unconvinced. At that moment, several waiters came out with dishes. Huang Min stared at the dishes, which she usually wouldn't even dare to look at. In an instant she took out her phone to snap a beautiful picture. After taking it she shot Lin Yun a glare and began to enjoy the food. Her friend even said while eating, "Alright, enough acting. How about this? Our Min can be your girlfriend for another month, is that enough? Don't be so greedy. Idiot." Shang Wanxian pulled Lin Yun and the coach wanting to leave. Talking to these two girls felt like an insult to her intelligence. Seeing that Lin Yun seemed genuinely ready to leave, Huang Min quickly put down her utensils. 3 months will 3 months be alright. Until this moment, they still firmly believed that this beautiful girl was just acting for Lin Yun. Seeing that a few people did not stop, Huang Min became more anxious and rushed to the front of the group. "Hey, are you even a man? You haven't finished your meal and you're already planning to leave. At least pay for the food." They felt that someone would cover for them, so they ordered without hesitation. Roughly estimating this meal would cost at least 5,000. She was already in considerable debt, let alone 5,000, she couldn't even produce 50. Lin Yun replied, "What do you mean pay for what you haven't eaten?" "Haven't eaten?" Huang Min was stunned. Upon reflection, she realized that her good friends had started eating when the dishes were served while Lin Yun seemed to have not touched his chopsticks at all. But she still forced herself to say, "Even if you haven't eaten you can't expect us two girls to pay right." Her friend who was enjoying the meal quickly sensed something was off and stepped up. Using her tried and true tactic of provocation, she said, "Humph, I bet all the prize money went into renting actors. Now you're broke and can't even afford a meal, that's why you're trying to run away." "Can't afford it." Lin Yun paused. Ever since he got the system, the dictionary of his life had no place for the ding. Random task detected. Random task slap Huang Min and her friend in the face to let them know the host is not financially troubled. Task reward 100 shares of Jiangquan Company. Jiangquan Company. Lin Yun's expression gradually became peculiar. He knew Jiangxuan, a mineral water brand that was quite popular in Jiang City before. Later, for some reason, it was gradually abandoned by the market. Now the user base is probably less than 1/10 of what it used to be. But that's still not bad. He had previously been contemplating whether to acquire a mineral water company to develop a bottle priced at 300,000. Now with Jiangxuan, he could implement this plan sooner. He immediately cast a cold glance at Huang Min and her friend. "Can't afford it, huh? Fine, just wait." After saying that, he walked alone towards the entrance. Since the counter was right next to the entrance, her friend instinctively thought he was going to pay. She grabbed Huang Min by the neck and said, "See." With just a few words we made him obediently go pay. Impressive. Huang Min forced a smile, but then it turned into deep anxiety. The meal payment was settled, but what about her debts? She originally thought this time she could find a lucky fool to help her clear her debts and allow her and her friend to enjoy their university years. But now it seemed almost hopeless. Moreover, the repayment date was approaching in a few days. If she couldn't produce the money by then, she would be overdue. Overdue means her contacts would be exposed, and all her friends and family would know she had become a deadbeat. Just thinking about it made her feel a bit dejected. Hey, wait, what's he doing? If he's not going to the counter to pay, why is he going outside? Seeing Lin Yun walk out of the restaurant, her friend was filled with confusion. About 10 minutes later, when Lin Yun reappeared, he was followed by more than 10 elderly people dressed in cleaning uniforms. Huang Min and her friend walked forward displeased. "What's the meaning of this? Aren't you going to pay? Why did you bring so many old people?" Lin Yun merely he paid them no further mind and arranged the elderly at 5 tables. Then he called over a waiter. "For these 3 tables, serve them according to the standards of that one table." "Okay." With the waiter's departure, Huang Min and her friend were dumbfounded. On the other hand, Shang Wanxian sighed, slightly thinking that if there weren't so few elderly people resting, the restaurant could have been entirely filled today. After Lin Yun went to the counter and paid for 5 tables, he smiled and waved the receipt in front of the 2 women with his fingers. "Look, see this? I can still afford this little money." Ding. Task completed. Received 100 of Jiangquan Company's stock. Huang Min's breathing became rapid. 5 tables cost nearly 300 yuan. Lin Yun actually paid without blinking. "I get it now." Her friend's eyes were fiery. "Actually, you didn't buy that motorcycle, did you? The one you showed us earlier was just photoshopped. You still have at least 7 to 800,000. 7 or 800,000. Lin Yun raised his eyebrows. To him, this was simply the most malicious curse in the world. After all, there were over 1 billion neatly lying in his account. Upon hearing her friend's guess, Huang Min's eyes lit up. "Really? Fake?" Lin Yun replied impatiently. But Huang Min was convinced that Lin Yun must still have a lot of money. Otherwise, how could he casually spend 30,000? Knowing that continuing to speak her mind would only worsen the situation, she pretended to be shy and said, "Actually, I was joking before. You can keep your money, but I need 2,003 for pocket money every month." She had already calculated it. Now she had to repay 13,000. As long as this lottery winner could give him 2,003 every month, she would have 1,000 left for living expenses. Savannah, who had been silent, could no longer hold back. "Oh my gosh, Shang Wanxian, are there many girls like this?" Well, Shang Wanxian thought about her 3 roommates and sighed slightly. I didn't know before college, but after entering college I found there are quite a few. Since Savannah and the others were speaking in English, Huang Min and her friends couldn't understand and could only continue to watch Lin Yun wait for a response. Lin Yun, however, was at a loss for words. Without answering directly, he turned to the elderly. Grandpas and grandmas, take your time eating. I've already paid. Thank you, young man. After receiving a chorus of thanks, he then looked at Huang Min. Alright, I have things to do, so I won't be playing with you anymore. After saying that, he left with Shang Wanxian and Savannah, bypassing Huang Min. Huang Min grabbed Lin Yun. No, you can't leave. Lin Yun's patience was gradually wearing thin. He let Shang Wanxian and Savannah return to the car first. Then he gently pulled away from Huang Min, wiping his hands in disgust. Enough, it's just a matter of needing to seek treatment for an illness. Instead of wasting time on me, why not go directly to your father and confess? The sooner you get treated, the better your chances of recovery. Illness. Huang Min was taken aback. What illness? Huh. Now it was Lin Yun's turn to be puzzled. Was the other party really so eager to scam money from him? Wasn't it because she was suffering from such an illness and wanted treatment? Looking at her expression, she seemed genuinely unaware of her illness. Lin Yun kindly reminded her. I've studied traditional Chinese medicine. You currently have a rather bad condition, or I advise you to get it checked out quickly. Otherwise it will be too late when it becomes serious. You're the one with a problem. Your whole family has a problem. Don't think that just because you were introduced by my dad I won't dare to scold you. Huang Min broke down and cursed. But suddenly recalling something, her pupils constricted and her body shivered. Lin Yun shrugged and smiled, then turned around and left the restaurant. By the time Huang Min reacted, she wanted to chase after him. But she found that Lin Yun had gotten into a Hongqi car. This car. Her friend gaped in shock beside her and quickly took out her phone, exclaiming, 50 million. P.S. Please all fathers give me some 5-star reviews. If I get 10 good reviews, I will release an extra 10,000 words tomorrow, and I will keep my word. 50 million. Impossible. Huang Min's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing her best friend reveal the price. Just then her phone rang. Seeing it was her father calling, she answered instantly. How is it going with him, daughter? You must seize this opportunity. I'm certain he won more than just a few 100,000. Otherwise he wouldn't be so generous, giving 100,000 each to his parents. Not well at all. This man is far too stingy. I merely asked for 200,000 per month as living expenses, and even that simple condition he refused. Though he does drive what appears to be a 50 million yuan car. Could he have struck a multi-million jackpot? Impossible. Only the lottery director's relatives ever win big prizes. Recently, a 7 consecutive Ember ticket drained the entire jackpot, and the director fled overnight. How could someone with neither wealth nor influence possibly know the director? That's true. But wait, that doesn't add up. If he didn't win the jackpot, how could he possibly afford such an exorbitant car? I've even read online that even those with money can't purchase this model outright. What else could it be? He rented it, of course. Still, renting such a luxury vehicle means he must have won at least several million. Daughter grasped this chance firmly. After all, as the saying goes, a woman pursuing a man is separated by only a gauzy veil. Secure this fortune, and we can buy a new home for our family. Her father's light-hearted tone left Huang Min momentarily speechless. Setting aside whether she could actually obtain the money, even if she did, her first priority would unquestionably be repaying debts. All right, Dad, I'll try my best, she replied perfunctorily before hanging up. Meanwhile, Lin Yun had already dropped the 2 women off and was en route to his office. On the way, his mother called. Son, how did it go? Are you satisfied? I saw the photos. They look quite promising. Mom, those are heavily filtered and digitally enhanced. With such high-end tech, even you could transform into an 18-year-old beauty in an instant. Lin Yun held the steering wheel with his left hand and the phone with his right. Just thinking about that bizarre woman left him utterly speechless. Such a person, surviving it all, was nothing short of a miracle. Yet his mother persisted relentlessly. Never mind whether the photos were enhanced. Just tell me, how was she? Let me remind you, there are over 30 unmarried men back in our village. If you don't act decisively during university after graduation, you'll join their ranks. Hearing her incessant chatter, Lin Yun sighed helplessly and deployed his ultimate tactic. It's not that I refuse deeper involvement. It's just that a friend of mine knows her. He told me she led a rather promiscuous life at school and reportedly contracted something rather unsavory. The details remain unclear to me. His deliberately ambiguous words plunged the line into sudden silence. After a long pause, furious shouting erupted. Look what kind of person you introduced. I warned you from the start. Junior college graduates simply won't do. Yet you insisted she was wonderful. Only to discover she's like this. If any of her illnesses infect my son, I'll flay you alive. Immediately afterward, desperate pleas pierced the air. Wife, I'm sorry. Lin Yun suppressed a quiet chuckle, ended the call, and resumed driving toward the office. After parking in the company's underground garage, just as he neared the main entrance, a startled voice called out, "Lin." Hearing his name, Lin Yun paused mid-step and turned. 3 or 4 meters to his left rear stood a woman in a form-fitting skirt. For some reason, she seemed vaguely familiar, as though he'd seen her somewhere before. "It really is you." She sauntered forward, hips swaying. Her eyes tilted upward at the outer corners, holding both surprise and veiled mockery. Utterly bewildered, Lin Yun asked, "Do I know you? You don't remember me?" Her brow furrowed, her gaze darkening. Lin Yun grew even more puzzled. He prided himself on a reliable memory. If they'd ever met, he'd surely recall. Yet this woman stirred no recognition whatsoever. She took a deep breath to steady herself, then gently prompted, "High school. Che-hao, your classmate. Does that ring a bell?" "Che-hao. Ah, you're the girlfriend who dated 5 or 6 boys," Li Xiuyan. Lin Yun paused thoughtfully, then suddenly remembered. No wonder she looked familiar. He'd only glimpsed her from afar during high school. Seeing he finally recalled her, Li Xiuyan's brow relaxed, arms crossed, her expression thick with disdain. "So the rich second-generation persona you've been cultivating since entering university has collapsed. Now you're interning here instead, oi." She habitually browsed the university forum. When news broke of a freshman arriving in a Bugatti Veyron, the ultimate symbol of elite wealth, she'd intended to approach him. To her shock, she recognized him immediately, Lin Yun, the brother of her former high school boyfriend Che-hao. She instantly read her ex-boyfriend and inquired, only to learn Lin Yun's family ran a motorcycle taxi service in their county. Instantly, she concluded he'd borrowed the car to masquerade as a wealthy heir aiming to seduce affluent, beautiful women. This ruse she knew all too well. Lin Yun stood speechless. Noticing her employee badge, he raised an eyebrow. "You work here?" "Of course. Don't let its current decline fool you. A camel dead of starvation remains larger than a horse. Many would kill for an internship here." Li Xiuyan instantly puffed out her chest, her badge gleaming vividly in the sunlight. Lin Yun studied it with amused curiosity. "Human Resources Department, Li Xiuyan." Noticing his gaze, Li Xiuyan lifted the badge and shook it slightly in the air. "Humph. Have you seen clearly enough? I happen to work in human resources, and I can assure you our company will never hire freshmen like you, especially not those who fabricate rich second-generation identities." As she spoke, her nose nearly pointed to the sky. Lin Yun's eyes glinted with quiet amusement. "And how exactly do you know I'm fabricating anything? Need I even say? I've already confirmed it with your dear high school friend. Your father drives a motorcycle taxi in the county town. Your mother is a homemaker. With such modest circumstances, how dare you parade around university pretending to be scion royalty, unafraid of public exposure and universal ridicule?" A mocking curve tugged at Li Xiuyan's lips, her gaze brimming with undisguised contempt. Lin Yun smiled indifferently. "I'm indeed no rich second generation, but I'm not here for an interview. I'm here to take over." "Take over what?" "The restrooms. Now that you're working to earn money, you still cling to this fabricated identity. Why not claim the city's 5-star Shengshi Hotel belongs to you too?" "How did you know the Shengshi Hotel also belongs to me?" Lin Yun looked up, genuinely surprised. Li Xiuyan nearly exploded in fury, but remembering she stood at her own company's entrance, she forcibly swallowed the curse rising to her throat. "I'm too lazy to talk to you. Hurry up and go. Don't delay me from getting to work." Li Xiuyan waved her hand and walked past Lin Yun into the company door. Lin Yun followed in at a leisurely pace. The security guard at the entrance, seeing Li Xiuyan come in, immediately smiled and handed over a box of small cakes. "Xiuyan, you're here? Quickly check this out. It's your favorite small cake. I queued for a long time to buy this." Li Xiuyan took the small cake, her peripheral vision catching sight of Lin Yun, the faux rich second generation, trying to sneak in. She sneered and looked at the dog-like security guard. "The security work must be done well. Don't let just anyone in, especially those who aren't even wearing formal attire." Her words were almost directly aimed at Lin Yun behind her. After all, although many people entered and exited the company, Lin Yun was the only one not in formal attire. The security guard's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity to show off in front of the goddess. He immediately rushed 2 steps in front of Lin Yun, arms outstretched to block him. "Hey kid, you can't enter the company without a work ID." "What about him?" Lin Yun pointed to a man who also wasn't wearing a work ID. The security guard was momentarily stunned, but after seeing the resume in the man's hand, he regained his composure, saying loudly, "He's here for an interview. Of course he can enter. Someone like you who clearly just wants to get into chase after our female colleagues should hurry up and leave." After Li Xiuyan swiped her card to enter, she saw Lin Yun being blocked by the security guard outside and proudly crossed her arms. "Very good, you've done well to keep that kind of person out of the company." After saying that, she walked gracefully to the elevator. The security guard, having received praise from his goddess, grinned widely and worked harder to block the path. "Hurry up and leave. If you don't, I might take action myself." "Oh really? Then go ahead and try." Lin Yun stuffed his hands into his pockets, looking down at the security guard, who was half a head shorter and appeared so thin he seemed like he could be blown away by the wind with disdain. The security guard was furious. He rolled up his sleeves and attempted to grab Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun easily sidestepped him. "Oh, looks like you've had some training." Turning to glance at the goddess waiting for the elevator, he gritted his teeth and reached for Lin Yun again. The next second, bang! The security guard fell, landing awkwardly on the ground. Although he didn't look back, he could feel the laughter of nearby security colleagues and the goddess. "Kid, you're done for. I'm going to get serious now." With that, he assumed a fighting stance. Just as he was thinking about how to avoid looking too embarrassed, an impatient voice rang out ahead. "Hey, what's wrong with you, security guard? Hurry up and come over to register. If you delay things, you'll be responsible." Hearing this, the security guard felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Yet he still glared fiercely at Lin Yun, who remained unfazed. "Kid, just wait. After I finish my work, I'll come back to deal with you." He threw down a harsh word before immediately returning to his position to register the items being moved. "Is this our new chairman's business portrait?" Upon seeing the registered item, the security guard was surprised and suspiciously looked at the gigantic frame that two people were straining to carry. As far as he knew, the chairman's portrait had never changed. Why was it suddenly being replaced today? The workers were sweating profusely from their exertion. After rubbing his eyes with his hand, he spoke irritably. "Can you hurry up? Don't you know the company has changed chairman? Hurry up and open the door, otherwise we'll just leave this frame and portrait here, and you'll have to carry it yourself later." The chairman has changed. The security guard was startled. Such a big event, and he didn't even know about it. Even the staff passing through the company were stunned. Clearly, this shocking news was the first they had heard of it as well. The security guard hesitated for a moment, but still pressed the button to open the entrance. The two staff members responsible for carrying the heavy object continued forward. As the giant frame passed through the entrance, one of them wasn't paying attention, and the red cloth covering the frame got caught on the frame, coming off entirely as they moved, revealing the true face of the photo inside. Most people gathered around to see what the new chairman looked like, including the security guard who had rolled up his sleeves. "Oh, he looks so young. Why does he look exactly like that guy I just had a fight with?" Upon hearing the first company employee who came forward say this, the security guard's heart tightened and he rushed forward. What the heck? He looked closely at the person in the photo. The security guard's legs went weak and he fell flat on his back on the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Yun strolled forward with his hands in his pockets, bending slightly as he smiled at the security guard, saying, "Why are you sitting on the ground? It's cold, get up." The security guard was so shocked that he was rendered speechless. His teeth couldn't help but chatter. He had just blocked the chairman from entering and even thought about giving the chairman a beating. His head mechanically turned to the left, trying to push the blame onto Li Xiuyan. However, he found that she had already taken the elevator upstairs without him noticing. "Chairman, I can explain." The security guard trembled as he stood up, feeling as if he might fall apart at any moment. Lin Yun still wore that smile. "It's just a matter of hitting the chairman. Oh, what's there to explain? I was wrong, chairman. I have an elderly mother and young children. Oh, please don't fire me." The security guard was in tears, nearly begging on his knees, clutching Lin Yun's pant leg. Lin Yun observed as the guard indeed started to cry, complete with snot. His smile faded as he took a step back in disgust. "All right, pack your things and go to the finance department. I don't like having sycophants in the company." As soon as the word sycophant was mentioned, the faces of some male employees who were anxiously watching turned pale. After all, there were many single women in this company, and they didn't restrict office romances. Most of them were pursuing those single women. The security guard had only delivered a box of cake and listened to the girl's words to block Lin Yun, and he was already labeled a sycophant. What about them who brought breakfast and coffee every day? Wouldn't they be considered? Thinking of this, one by one, they hurriedly tossed the items they had prepared to give to their female colleagues into the trash can. The little security guard's mind went blank. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Chairman, you can't fire me. My cousin works at the company too. I thought you were so arrogant as a little security guard because you had someone backing you. Come on, let me see how powerful your cousin is." Lin Yun sneered. He took out his phone and opened the notes app. The little security guard weakly said, "He's the security team leader." Lin Yun's mouth twitched. He put down his phone and waved his hand. "The security team leader, huh? Fine, he'll be here soon to accompany you. My second aunt also works here. If you fire me, she might quit in anger too, and that would definitely impact the company. Don't worry, even if she's the vice chairman, she won't be able to save you today. She's a cleaner in the company. She cleans all the restrooms. If she leaves, then no one will be there to clean the toilets." Lin Yun. Lin Yun's last shred of patience vanished into thin air. He took out his phone once more. "Who else? Speak up and let me see if the company can't function without you." The little security guard thought there was a turning point and quickly started naming names with a smile. "My cousin is the third in command at the company cafeteria. All the procurement is handled by her. And mine." He continued to name more than 10 or 20 people, all the most junior employees in the company. Lin Yun couldn't help but laugh in anger as he noted them down on his phone. Alright, so you want to run a family business, huh? In a few years, will all the basic positions in the company be filled by your family? And, no, we wouldn't dare. The security guard trembled, cold sweat streaming down his face. Lin Yun snorted coldly, put away his phone, and walked inside. Pack your things, and remember to tell those relatives you just mentioned to pack up and leave too. After leaving that sentence, he strutted into the access control and headed straight for the elevator. Only the little security guard was left outside the access control, looking utterly despondent. Once in the elevator, the other passengers dared not even breathe. Only a few girls stole glances, their eyes sparkling with admiration. He was both wealthy and handsome, which was much better than the previous middle-aged chairman. Soon, they reached the top floor. After Lin Yun took over, he intended to hold a meeting when a system notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Random task detected. Random task: the 4th-ranked campus belle of Jiangxing University Xiao Yushi is about to face difficulties from the interviewers. Help rescue the campus belle. Success reward: over 100 million in random cash. Random. Lin Yun's fingers stroked the pen on the desk. If it could randomly produce tens of billions, wouldn't that make him the world's richest man? Although he knew the likelihood was slim, he quickly called the vice president to pull up the interview surveillance. The footage showed 3 interviewers interviewing a young man. Seated on the left was Li Xiuyan. How much do you know about our bottled water brand? And why do you want to join our company? The female interviewer in the center spoke gently, and the questions were relatively easy. The candidate began to respond. Well, it's like this. He answered fluently and quickly passed the interview. Lin Yun frowned slightly upon seeing this. These questions were far too simple. Anyone who glanced at them for just 2 minutes before the interview could answer. Soon, when a girl appeared wearing a white t-shirt and dark jeans, Lin Yun immediately perked up. This was the candidate who was about to face difficulties as indicated by the system. She was none other than their school's 4th-ranked campus belle, Xiao Yushi. According to the campus belle profile on the forum, she was the most impoverished yet the most hardworking. She was often spotted in the school's library until late at night and working part-time in many places. Smack. The lead interviewer didn't even glance at the resume and tossed it onto the table. Her expression darkened, making her seem like a different person compared to when she interviewed the young man earlier. Xiao Yushi, right. Come first, tell me why you chose our company. I have always admired your company, and I have been eager to intern here since my sophomore year. Stop. No need for such pleasantries. Our company doesn't like hypocritical people. The interviewer impatiently tapped the table. Xiao Yushi was momentarily stunned but quickly adjusted and continued, because your company treats interns well and the benefits are great. Alright, that's somewhat honest. Now let's talk about how you would convince supermarkets to stock our products if they have no advantages in price or taste. It's simple. We can negotiate with the owners to create a bundled promotion pairing our products with the best-selling items in the supermarket. Although the profit margins might not be as high, the sales will definitely be there. Xiao Yushi was clearly well prepared. She could articulate a response clearly even to such a slightly tricky question. Both the lead interviewer and Li Xiuyan on her left were momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected Xiao Yushi to answer so quickly. Group leader, let me ask. Since learning that a campus belle from her same year was coming for an interview, Li Xiuyan had prepared some extremely difficult questions. Letting such a beauty join the company would certainly overshadow them. Alright. With the lead interviewer's approval, Li Xiuyan took out a printed A4 sheet. The previous answer was good. Now, hey, race another. What do you think are the fatal flaws of our product? Once this question was asked, the lead interviewer glanced at Li Xiuyan with an appreciative look. Not bad. This question is practically unsolvable. If the candidate cannot answer, it would prove their lack of ability, and they would not be hired. If they could answer, they would just pretend to be angry and say the candidate insulted the company's product, still not hiring them. What a clever tactic. Xiao Yushi hesitated for a second or two, opened her mouth to say something, but then closed it slightly. She clearly sensed the terrifying nature of this question. Lin Yun observed the situation, casting a sidelong glance at the vice president, who was drenched in cold. He said nothing, simply shutting down the computer and walking towards the elevator as time ticked away. Li Xiuyan held her head high, a hint of pride in her eyes, urging, "We will give you 1 more minute at most. If you can't answer in a minute, you can leave on your own." After a moment, Li Xiuyan raised her hand to check the time and began counting down. 3, 2, 1. After counting to the last digit. Without a word, she directly pushed the resume on the table aside. Alright, you didn't answer within the time limit, so you can go back where you came from. Can I have another chance? Although Xiao Yushi sensed that these people seemed to harbor hostility towards her, she didn't leave immediately for this opportunity, instead lowering her head to plead. If we give you another chance, would that be fair to others? And if everyone demanded the same treatment, as you, who would compensate for the time we wasted? Li Xiuyan's tone grew increasingly heavy, and the smugness in her gaze intensified. What does it matter if she is the campus belle at school? In this company, she is meant to be superior. The lead interviewer nodded in satisfaction. Well said. All right, Xiao Yushi, hurry up and leave next. With that shout, just as Xiao Yushi was about to get up and leave, a casually dressed young man rushed in from outside. At first glance, the lead interviewer's expression quickly turned cold. What's going on? Is this how you come dressed for an interview? But upon taking a second look at the young man's appearance, she was momentarily stunned before raising her hand. Fine, we'll make an exception this time. Hey, didn't that girl see someone coming? Get up and let them have your seat. In contrast to the main interviewer, Li Xiuyan suddenly stood up beside him. What's going on? Who let you into the company? Didn't that useless security guard stop you? Seeing Li Xiuyan so furious, the main interviewer was startled. He patted the table in dissatisfaction. What's the matter? They are here for an interview, and you want to kick them out of the company. Not the team leader. Li Xiuyan hurriedly explained. He's just a freshman, and his character is terrible. Clearly from an ordinary family, yet he pretends to be a wealthy second generation at school, using this method to deceive naive girls. What? A scheming guy, eh? Upon hearing Li Xiuyan's words, the main interviewer, who had thought the other was a pure-hearted boy, immediately waved his hand dismissively. So you're a scheming guy? The company does not welcome people like you. Leave with that girl. Xiao Yushi knew she had no hope left. Her eyes dimmed as she prepared to stand up and leave. But halfway up, a powerful hand pressed her back down. After Lin Yun pressed schoolflower Xiao Yushi back into her seat, he glanced at Li Xiuyan with a hint of coldness in his eyes. These people really think of themselves as the bosses of the company, don't they? Li Xiuyan noticed Lin Yun's gaze and immediately scoffed. What? Not happy? When I get back to school, I'll write a post exposing your hypocritical, scheming nature, making sure everyone in the school despises you. At that moment, the vice president, who had missed the elevator, rushed in. As soon as he entered, he heard Li Xiuyan's words and was nearly scared to death. What the hell are you saying? The vice president slammed his phone towards Li Xiuyan. Then he quickly nodded and bowed to Lin Yun. I'm sorry, Director Lin. I usually don't manage these small matters, and I didn't know these little employees were so arrogant. Director Lin. In an instant, most people's expressions changed. They all turned to look at the young man referred to as Director Lin by the vice president. The main interviewer's face turned pale, as she had just learned about the company changing owners. But she didn't expect the newly appointed chairman to be so young. And she had unintentionally offended him. Li Xiuyan's mind went blank. The phone had nearly grazed her eye. If it had been just a little to the left, her eye would probably be gone. She patted her chest, relieved to be alive. She stood up and glared at Lin Yun. What methods did you use to deceive even our company's vice president? Deceive? The people around looked at Li Xiuyan as if she were foolish. Did the vice president not know the chairman's identity? This girl must be out of her mind. The vice president was truly infuriated by this group of people. He pointed directly outside. Finance, get your salary, and then scram. Li Xiuyan stood there in shock. She hurriedly took out her phone and opened the website to check the company. Shareholder Lin Yun, followed by a young and handsome photo. As she recognized the photo and name, everything spun around her. Wasn't Lin Yun's family in the taxi business? How did he suddenly become the chairman of such a big company? She had paid a significant price to obtain an internship at the company. And now, just after a short while she was about to be kicked out, her scattered gaze gradually focused. No, there is still a chance. She quickly stood up and bowed. Director Lin, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize the great mountain before me. I truly cherish this internship opportunity. Please don't fire me. All right, I'll give you a chance. Thank you, Director Lin. Li Xiuyan straightened up in surprise. She had thought her job was doomed. Unexpectedly, Lin Yun actually agreed to give her a chance. Could it be that he has a good impression of her? Or perhaps he finds it exciting to date his brother's ex-girlfriend? Just as she was lost in thought, Lin Yun approached with a cold smile, first telling the main interviewer and another guy who was just playing on his phone to get lost. Then he directed Li Xiuyan to sit in the applicant area. Now I'll ask the questions and you'll answer. If you can't answer or exceed the time, then just leave. Me. Li Xiuyan's eyes widened. But recalling that she had prepared for the interview and could answer some of the questions, she agreed. Listen carefully. If I give you a bottle of mineral water worth $2, how can you sell it for 300,000? 300,000. Everyone was stunned. They immediately began to watch the show. After all, even a deity wouldn't be able to pull that off, right? Li Xiuyan was momentarily at a loss. Selling $2 water for 300,000, how is that possible? Lin Yun watched her expression closely. What? Can't answer. If you think this question is unanswerable, then please stand up, turn right, and leave the company. Li Xiuyan was sweating profusely, her brain racing, but even with all her mental effort, she couldn't figure out how to answer the question. Beside her, Xiao Yushi felt a bit dazed. Why did she feel that the chairman of this company seemed to be backing her up? As soon as the thought emerged, she quickly shook her head to dismiss it. Even though he was from the same school, they had never interacted, so how could he possibly stand up for a college student who hadn't even joined the company yet? Unless he had taken a liking to her. As her thoughts turned to this, she secretly shook her head. She also liked to browse the school forum, and knew that this super-rich second generation who drove a Bugatti Veyron seemed to be close to the other two school flowers and had rejected one of them. Though her ranking was slightly higher, she never felt superior to the others. Someone who could reject a school flower would not possibly stand up for someone he had never met. So, it was most likely just a coincidence. With that thought, she completely relaxed. At this moment, Li Xiaoyan felt like she was in a hot pan. Sweat the size of soybeans dripped down her body. In the end, she could only grit her teeth and look at Lin Yun with a pitiful expression. This question is too difficult, I can't answer it. Then leave. Lin Yun waved his hand, signaling her to get lost. He then turned to the two interviewers who didn't dare to breathe. Is it a chance, or are you leaving on your own? Seeing the fire had indeed reached them, the two exchanged wry smiles and began to pack their things. What a joke. Selling $2 water for 300,000. Asking such a question was clearly to make things difficult. After the previous interviewers had completely left, Lin Yun told the vice president to attend to his own matters. He then began to conduct the interview himself. Position applied for. Secretary, why do you want to apply for this position? Because this position has the highest internship salary. All right, then you will be my secretary from now on. Off. Xiao Yushi was stunned. She had only wanted to start as a small manager's secretary or assistant. Yet she suddenly became the chairman's secretary so easily. Lin Yun ignored her surprise and stood up directly. Now go call all the company leaders to the conference room for a meeting. Whoever doesn't come in 10 minutes can consider themselves out of a job. P.S. The foster fathers have explosively delivered on the promise of 10,000 words. Where are the good reviews in the review section? It's all bad reviews. I'm really losing my mind here. If you think this is still worth reading, please give it a 5-star review and leave a few words. I'll be eternally grateful, and I'll continue to deliver tomorrow. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving a reward of 700 million. Only 700 million. Lin Yun sat in the conference room, his face filled with disappointment. This amount of money is even less than what he could win by buying 2 lottery tickets. However, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, so he reluctantly accepted it. 10 minutes later, the leadership of the company had almost all arrived. Looking at the only empty seat in the room, Lin Yun's brows furrowed. What was going on? In this company he held a 100 stake. Could it be that someone really dared to give him a hard time? Noticing Lin Yun's dissatisfaction, Xiao Yushi quickly explained the situation. Director Lin, the manager of the HR department, said he is busy handling procedures for his sister and has no time. Okay, so there's no time, huh? Where is the general manager? Come out. As soon as he finished speaking, a man sweating profusely walked out. Gazing at Lin Yun's intimidating demeanor, the man's legs trembled. Director Lin. After the meeting, let that HR manager and her sister leave together. I don't want to see her in the company again the next day, or you know the consequences. Understood. The general manager replied, trembling as he returned to his seat, cursing that irresponsible woman in his mind 1,000 times. Lin Yun stood up, looking around at the senior management of the company. Then he took out a bottle of Jianghuan mineral water worth 2 yuan and got straight to the point. The theme of this meeting is very simple. Our company is preparing to launch mineral water priced at 300,000 a bottle. How much? 300,000. All the leaders attending the meeting were stunned, doubting whether they had misheard. Finally, a young man weakly wrote, Director Lin, I'm sorry, but I'd like to ask whether you just said 10,000 or 100,000. Of course it's 100,000. Lin Yun heavily tapped the table with the bottom of the bottle. Upon confirmation, all the leaders could only feel that it was absurd. A bottle of mineral water at 300,000, unless it was in a gold bottle, they couldn't imagine who would be foolish enough to spend that much on a bottle of mineral water. Xiao Yushi beside him felt a pang of shock. She recalled Lin Yun's question to Li Xiaoyan during the recruitment session. She had thought he was intentionally making things difficult. But now it seemed that Director Lin truly had an answer. The vice director sitting at the front wore an expression full of resentment. He initially thought this top-tier rich kid had just come to play around in the company and could easily take the money. He never expected that he would come in and make such a shocking decision. 300,000 for mineral water. Was he planning to ruin the company completely? Unable to hold back, he stood up looking frustrated. Director Lin, think it over. Even if it's some gimmick like Tian Shan or the Arctic, it can't possibly be this expensive. Who said I need to use those gimmicks? Lin Yun gestured for the vice director to sit down, and then confidently stated, Everyone rest assured I have a formula that can instantly raise the price of an ordinary bottle of mineral water to 300,000. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was both amused and angry. However, no one dared to show it. After all, they all knew that this young man was the only decision-maker in the company. If they inadvertently offended him, they could be kicked out at any moment. Of course. Except for the sales department. One man stood up with bloodshot eyes. Director Lin, do you even know what you're saying? If we really launch this water, our company is likely to be thrust into the spotlight, and become a target of public scorn. Seeing the man being so bold and saying what they all dared not to, all the leaders couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in their hearts. Lin Yun, seeing the situation, was not surprised. He simply beckoned to his secretary Xiao Yushi. Go get some disposable cups and distribute this bottle of water to everyone present. Okay. Xiao Yushi was unclear about his intentions, but obediently went to get a bag of cups. After dividing the bottled water into dozens of portions, she distributed them to the leaders present. Below, a small leader secretly scoffed. In a voice barely audible to his friend next to him, he said, It seems like this bottle of water we're drinking is the one being promoted for 300,000. And he talks about some exclusive formula. What a joke. While secretly mocking the chairman, he raised the disposable cup and drank it all in one go. Bang! In an instant it felt like thunder exploded in his chest. The small leader's breathing quickened, and he uncontrollably glanced at his friend's cup. Oh my, you're still playing hard. His friend smiled and handed over his cup. The small leader quickly took it and gulped it down, then exclaimed in surprise. What the hell, this isn't just worth 300,000, it's worth 500,000. You're addicted to it, huh? The friend was about to mock him, but around them erupted a wave of astonished exclamations. Huh? Realizing something was off, he noticed that there were still 2 drops left in his cup and hurriedly tilted his head back. After all the leaders had tasted it, they looked at Lin Yun as if he were a deity. Director Lin, this is simply divine water. If we can mass produce it, our company will strike it rich. The sales department's leader looked exhilarated, his eyes bursting with extreme enthusiasm. Only one mid-level leader was gripping his friend's neck, shouting angrily, Hey, give me back my water. Xiao Yushi, who was pouring water for everyone, was dumbfounded. Were these people really the same leaders who had been resisting just moments ago? Lin Yun, having anticipated this, sat back in his seat. Now, does anyone still oppose? His voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it elevated the atmosphere to a new height. Director Lin, I wholeheartedly agree. Me too. If I had a third leg, I'd definitely raise both hands and both feet in support. Have they all gone mad? Xiao Yushi muttered to herself. At that moment, she even suspected whether something had been added to the water. Director Lin, does this water have a name? Until someone asked the crucial question, everyone finally stopped the noise and looked at Lin Yun with expectation. Name? Lin Yun fell silent for a few seconds. Realizing he truly couldn't think of a good name, he decided to gather ideas. Here's the plan. Each department should go back and discuss with their subordinates to come up with a name. If anyone's name gets chosen, they will be rewarded 300,000. 300,000. All the leaders were taken aback. Just for thinking of a name, 300,000. Which super-rich family's child has come out to practice? Xiao Yushi's eyes lit up. Director Lin, can I give it a try? Of course. Lin Yun nodded. He continued to address all the leaders. Everyone in the company can try. 300,000, not a penny less, paid immediately. Everyone was invigorated. Their minds began to race. With so many people, there was strength in numbers, and some even secretly posted on social media to rally friends and family to think together. Although their salaries were not low, the temptation of easily earning 300,000 was simply too high. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Lin Yun gently tapped the table to quiet them down. Okay, I also plan to find a popular celebrity to endorse this product. The marketing department should quickly compile a list of suitable stars, and after we finalize the product name tomorrow, I expect to see at least 3 candidate stars. No problem. The head of the marketing department readily agreed. But immediately after agreeing, he regretted it. Engaging a popular star costs a lot, but the budget the company has provided over the years has been quite limited. If it were some washed-up second or third-tier star, it would be manageable, but if it were a top young star? The deputy manager of the marketing department noticed the unusual expression on his leader's face. Understanding the situation, he immediately volunteered. Director Lin, may I ask how much the budget is this time? The budget, huh? Lin Yun pondered. This tugged at the hearts of everyone in the marketing department. A few seconds later, he directly stated, money is not an issue. My only requirement is that the celebrity must have a substantial fan base. Hearing that money was not a problem, the eyes of the marketing department's leaders instantly lit up. Having a super-rich second-generation heir as the chairman is fantastic, much better than the previous stingy old director. All right, Director Lin, we will ensure the task is completed. The leaders of the marketing department were all invigorated. As long as the budget is sufficient, let alone those popular young stars, even top-tier celebrities can be invited. Then I'll wait for good news from you tomorrow. Lin Yun stood up and adjusted his collar. All right, if there's nothing else, those who should leave can leave, and those who need to get busy can do so. After saying this, he led his secretary and stepped out of the conference room. Half an hour later, twilight had fallen. Lin Yun was preparing to return to school after reviewing the materials. Thinking about how his secretary Xiao Yushi attends the same school as him, he couldn't help but glance at the secretary, who seemed to be in a daze beside him. Are you going back to school tonight? Yes, Director Lin. Xiao Yushi had been pondering the product name in her mind. She seemed to have had a bit of inspiration just now, but was suddenly interrupted and answered dejectedly. Lin Yun nodded and said directly the company is quite far from the school, so I'll give you a ride back. Oh. Xiao Yushi became a bit shy. Director Lin, isn't that inappropriate? It's fine, it's just right for you to go back early, so you can fully concentrate on thinking about the product name. Seeing that her little thoughts had been exposed, Xiao Yushi's cheeks instantly flushed, and she agreed. Arriving at the parking lot, Xiao Yushi's big eyes were filled with curiosity as she spotted the exceptionally good-looking car. Director Lin, your car looks so nice that it must be very expensive, right? Not expensive. Oh, Xiao Yushi didn't believe it at all, and immediately took out her phone to secretly search. 5. She was about to exclaim, but quickly covered her mouth, afraid of disturbing Lin Yun, who was driving. Upon arriving at the school, the two parted ways. Lin Yun returned to the dormitory and glanced at the printed class schedule on the desk. Although tomorrow is Wednesday, there are only afternoon classes, a total of 2 periods of comprehensive English. Hey big guy, don't look anymore, we don't have to attend the 8 a.m. class tomorrow, so we can sleep in comfortably. Wu Tao, still playing a game, turned around and laughed. Lin Yun responded and noticed that their third roommate Su Wenkai was not in the dormitory. Curious, he asked, where's the third one? Why isn't he here? Oh, he doesn't have any classes tomorrow morning, so he went out to do his part-time job right after school. He probably won't be back until late at night. Oh, alright then. Lin Yun didn't ask further. Just then senior sister Shang Wanqian sent a message asking if he was free tomorrow and whether they should train together. Lin Yun replied, I'm free. Then he washed up and went to bed. The next day around 10 o'clock, Lin Yun, after brushing his teeth, he walked to Chongqing Community. Senior sister Shang Wanqian had been waiting downstairs for a long time. Upon seeing Lin Yun arrive, she excitedly waved her long, fair right hand. Junior, let's go. There's a competition this Saturday. I must intensify my training to improve my ranking and earn more points, otherwise I wouldn't be worthy of the world-class coach you arranged for me. After saying that, she hopped into the car and patted the back seat, signaling the junior to get in. Lin Yun was not polite either. He opened his legs and directly sat down, wrapping his arms around the senior sister's waist. As the morning wind constantly swept past his ears, in addition to the freshness of the air, there was an exceptionally pleasant faint fragrance. A few strands of the senior sister's long hair were blown up. It brushed against his chin. Lin Yun felt a ticklish sensation, so he gently lowered his head, resting his chin on the senior sister's shoulder, brushing against those playful strands of hair. However, just this simple action made Shang Wanqian, who was concentrating on riding, have her heart racing. The sound of the wind howling, yet she could still clearly hear the sound of her own heartbeat. Junior. Her voice trembled and was not loud. Lin Yun, sitting behind, couldn't hear it at all. He only felt that Shang Wanqian smelled exceptionally good. All the way Shang Wanqian was unsettled, and several times she almost didn't notice when the light turned red. After arriving safely at the training location, Shang Wanqian blushed as she tidied her messy hair and softly said, Junior, don't sit like that next time. Why not? Lin Yun was confused. Shang Wanqian shot Lin Yun a reproachful glance. On the way, she felt her heart was about to jump out. How could he still ask why? Just as Lin Yun was waiting for the senior sister's answer, his phone rang. Seeing that it was his mother calling, he answered. Xiaoyan, your dad hit someone last night. On the other end of the phone, the voice was somewhat flustered. Lin Yun became anxious upon hearing this. Mom, what happened? With my dad's temperament, how could he hit someone? Last night your dad had a little drink with a friend and then accidentally mentioned that friend's daughter was sick. That friend wanted to hit your dad, but your dad blocked the punch and ended up beating that friend instead. Wang Li, saying this, felt both angry and amused. It was funny that her husband, who always kept a low profile, was beaten up by a big and burly guy. It was frustrating that the family situation had just slightly improved, and now they might have to pay compensation. Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Thankfully, his dad was just defending himself, though it seemed he had gone a bit overboard with the defense. He hurriedly asked, what's the current situation? Now that family is yelling for a compensation of 1 million or 800,000 at the hospital, otherwise they'll call the police. Mom, wait for me, I'll be right there. Lin Yun hung up the phone and prepared to take a taxi back to the small county near Jiangxing. Shang Wanqian, who was listening clearly beside him, hurriedly pointed to her Suzuki Hayabusa. Junior, let me take you there. It's hard to get a taxi. But don't you need to train later? It's fine, a training can be done anytime, and the coach hasn't arrived yet. I just need to inform her. After saying this, she didn't wait for Lin Yun to respond and directly called the coach to explain the situation. Alright, let's go. Okay. Lin Yun returned to the back seat, indicated the direction, and they officially set off. Upon arriving at the county hospital, Lin Yun and senior sister Shang Wanqian parked the car and immediately called to confirm the ward number before rushing over. Just as they reached the door of the ward, they saw Lin Yun's mother apologizing to the person lying on the bed, while his father stood with his head bowed. Next to the bed was a girl with dyed blonde hair. It was Huang Min. Lin Yun walked into the ward, and without saying a word, pulled his parents back. Mom and Dad, I'll handle this. You don't need to worry. That's right, uncle, and Auntie let Lin Yun take care of it. Senior sister Shang Wan also entered. Although surprised at why Lin Yun's parents looked so ordinary, she still supported him. Wang Li wanted to say something, but was instantly stunned upon seeing Shang Wan Qian. What a beautiful girl. How could she come back with my son? Could it be? She immediately grabbed Shang Wan Qian's arm excitedly. You must be my son's girlfriend, right? Shang Wan Qian's pretty face flushed slightly. Upon hearing that this beautiful girl said she wasn't, Wang Li immediately felt dejected. Of course, they were just an ordinary family. How could they possibly find such a beautiful daughter-in-law? However, what Shang Wan Qian said next stunned the couple. I am just Lin Yun's backup. As she said this, Shang Wan Qian carefully glanced at Lin Yun. Backup? Lin's father looked at his wife. Wife isn't a backup, just a spare tire. Enough, don't say anything. After recovering from the shock, Wang Li felt it was unrealistic, but the other party didn't look like they were lying. Could it be that my son is really that outstanding that a beauty of this caliber would willingly be a backup? Huang Min by the bedside also looked a bit dazed. Previously, she always thought this beauty was an actress Lin Yun hired. But now it seemed. At this moment, the middle-aged man lying on the bed, Huang Shan, with his head wrapped in gauze, spoke up. Hey, have you all chatted enough? Today I'll say this: if you slander my daughter, and even laid a hand on me, if you don't pay me at least 100 to 80,000, I'll call the police. At that point, it won't just be 100 to 80,000. 100 to 80,000. Lin's father got angry upon hearing this, and didn't care about maintaining a good attitude as his wife had advised. He pointed his finger at the other party and scolded. Huang Shan, do you have no shame? Clearly you were the one who struck first. I was just defending myself, and who says I slandered? If you introduce a daughter with that kind of illness to my son, and my son gets infected, I'll go all out with you. You're the one with that kind of illness. The two began to argue, leaving Lin Yun dumbfounded. After all these years, it was the first time he had seen his father be so tough. In the past at home, he was always as meek as a little sheep. The noise attracted quite a few doctors and nurses. What are you all doing? This is a hospital, not a market. If you want to argue, go home. With staff intervening, the two quickly stopped. Wang Li hurriedly went up to apologize, and after repeatedly assuring them, the medical personnel finally left. Huang Min was covering her face, crying in pain. Dad, they're talking nonsense. I didn't do anything. Don't worry, my dear daughter, I believe you. After comforting his daughter, Huang Shan coldly snorted. All right, since that's the case, enough said, let's call the police. Seeing this, Lin's father wanted to stop him, but was pulled back by his son. Dad, let him report it. After all, you were just defending yourself, and you didn't slander. Even if he calls the police, they won't say anything to you. Seeing Lin Yun's determined look, Huang Shan's finger paused slightly. He looked at his daughter with some concern. Min, are you sure you've been pure in college? Dad, I'm sure. Many boys have confessed to me, but I didn't agree to any of them. Huang Min raised her hand and swore, tears in her eyes. Seeing this, Huang Shan felt relieved, but still didn't make the call to the police. Before Lin's family arrived, he had already consulted with a lawyer. His injury could at most be considered a minor one, especially since it was self-defense. Even if he called the police or sued, it would only end with a small amount of medical expenses. As for slander, there was no evidence. After all, there were no surveillance cameras nearby when these words were said. If the other party stubbornly denied it, they wouldn't have any way to deal with it. So, he was thinking of using the police report to threaten them into paying more money. He looked at Lin's family with a gloomy face. I'm giving you another chance because of our old relationship. How about this 50,000, and we'll let this matter go? I won't pursue you for slandering my daughter anymore. 50,000. Lin Yun's eyes nearly rolled up to the sky. He then turned his gaze to Shang Wan Qian. Senior sister, could you please help me buy a testing kit for M drug in the hospital? All right. Shang Wan Qian was very proactive. After agreeing, she immediately went out to buy it. In less than 2 minutes, she brought back a test kit for M drug. Lin Yun tossed the test kit onto the bed in front. With a cold smile, he said, didn't you say we're slandering? Then go ahead and test it. As long as it shows no illness proving we're slandering, I'll hand over the 50,000. But if it shows you have an illness proving my dad was just speaking the truth, then you'll have to apologize to her. He beat me up like this, and you want me to apologize? Then we'll leave now. Whether you're calling the police or suing, we're ready to accompany you at any time. All right, let's test it, but it must be 100,000. No problem. Huang Shan was overjoyed to see the other party readily agree. In his heart, he quietly pushed the test kit to his daughter. Here, Xiaomin, we'll each take 50,000. Huang Min looked at the test kit. For some reason, a sense of inexplicable fear began to grow within her. But she quickly forced this fear down. 50,000. Not only was it enough to pay off all her debts, but she could also lead a vibrant life in college. Just as they were about to test, worried that Lin's family would back out, she whispered, Dad, what if they play tricks and don't give the money? Right? Realizing the key issue, Huang Shan looked back at Lin's family. There's no evidence, we must record it first before we test. All right. Lin Yun agreed. He had complete trust in the system. After quickly recording the audio, Huang Shan couldn't contain his excitement. He personally helped his daughter with the test. As fresh blood dripped onto the test kit, 2 lines gradually appeared. See, my daughter is fine, you're slandering us. Hurry up and transfer the money, he said excitedly. But then he noticed something was wrong. Turning his head, he saw his daughter's face filled with disbelief, tears streaming down. What's going on? Huangshan panicked. He quickly opened the test kit instructions again. 2 lines positive. He had misread it, just now thinking 2 lines indicated negative, a normal state. If that's the case, then his daughter. Does she really have an illness? In an instant he felt his blood surge, and his vision went dark, nearly fainting. Shang Wanqian secretly nudged Lin Yun with her elbow. Junior, you met her for the first time last time, right? How did you know she had that kind of illness? It's simple. Lin Yun feigned mystery, pointing to his eyes. I have X-ray vision, so I can clearly see the ailments in everyone's body. Then Junior, what color am I wearing today? Shang Wanqian leaned in and whispered, trying to act bold though her ears turned red. Lin Yun almost stumbled and fell. Wow, he exclaimed. Senior sister really is something else, a naive junior like me can't compare. Meanwhile, Huangshan was gradually recovering. Ignoring the minor but serious-looking injuries on his body, he threw off the blanket, stood up, and pulled out his belt. Is this what you call keeping yourself clean? His voice was hoarse and fierce, causing Huang Min, already flustered, to shrink back. That I don't know. They look perfectly clean. How could they have such a filthy illness? Oh, they. Lin Yun extended his tone, trying hard not to laugh. The moment he spoke, Huangshan got even angrier, his eyes wide open as he raised the belt to hit his daughter. Damn it. I worked hard to send you to school, and this is how you repay me. The sounds of hitting and Huang Min's miserable cries echoed in the hospital room. After the beating, Huang Min curled up in the corner, covering her face. Her eyes were fixed on the 2 lines on the test strip, still doubting whether she was dreaming. Huangshan walked with heavy steps toward Lin's family. Without a shred of hesitation, he quickly bent down. Brother Lin, I was wrong. Oh, I apologize. I deserve this. I'm sorry. After apologizing, he slapped himself hard on the face. The crisp sound left Lin Yun and the others in a daze. The next moment, Brother Lin, my daughter is definitely clean. She must have accidentally used her roommate's toiletries and got infected. I've heard that treating such an illness costs a lot of money, and you know my family doesn't have much, can we? Lin Yun. No wonder his apology was so sincere, and he even slapped himself. So he was just trying to play the pity card to borrow money from them. Stepping forward, he stared intently at Huangshan. Uncle Huang, my family's money is reserved for me to marry a wife. You saw this beautiful girl beside me, right? The bride price will surely be substantial. After saying this, he pushed the elders and senior sister away, leaving Huangshan alone on the ground, looking utterly hopeless. The few of them returned to their small home of about 70 or 80 square meters. Lin Yun was pulled by his father to fix the bathroom light. Wang Li meanwhile sat with Shang Wanqian in the living room, her wrinkles smiling like blooming flowers. Oh girl, your name is Shang Wanqian, right? A beautiful name for a beautiful girl. How did you and my son Lin Yun meet? Auntie. Shang Wanqian smiled with her eyes curved. Lin Yun and I are from the same school. I'm 2 years older than him, currently in my 3rd year. We met during military training. Then this kid is really lucky to know such a beautiful girl like you. No, Auntie. Knowing Lin Yun is my greatest luck in this life. Shang Wanqian's voice grew softer. The usually confident girl couldn't even look up at Auntie at this moment. Wang Li smiled widely. Being a woman herself, she could tell at a glance that this girl definitely liked her son. And judging by her demeanor, it seemed more than just a simple crush. From now on, Auntie will call you Qian Qian. Qian Qian, you don't know, but I've always wanted a daughter. Unfortunately, I ended up with a son who doesn't listen and is always at odds with me, making me so angry every day. Facing the seasoned woman in her 40s or 50s, the 20-year-old Shang Wanqian was no match. Upon hearing this, she immediately grasped Auntie's hand. Auntie, if you don't mind, please treat me like your daughter from now on. Really? Wang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded. Then Qian Qian, since your school isn't too far from our county, you must come home to visit me with Lin Yun in the future. Sure, Auntie, I will. Shang Wanqian's eyes danced with laughter, secretly planning the days in her heart. Soon, after Lin Yun's dad finished fixing the light, he initially intended to leave directly, but couldn't resist his parents and stayed for dinner. Auntie, this dish you made is incredibly delicious. And this one, it's the first time I've eaten such a tasty home-cooked meal. Shang Wanqian praised enthusiastically, making Wang Li beam with joy. If you like it, eat more. If it's not enough, Auntie will make you more. Then she turned to her son and husband, her face changing as she shot them a fierce glare. Look at this girl I've cooked for you for so many years. When have you ever praised me? Lin Yun exchanged glances with his father, speechless. After the meal, he checked the time. Mom, I have class at 4 p.m., so I'll leave first. You go ahead, Qian Qian can stay to keep me company. Wang Li waved her hand dismissively. Lin Yun. What's going on? How could fixing a light change his status in the family? Shang Wanqian shook Wang Li's hand softly. Auntie, I have to go back too. I need to train, and the coach has been waiting for me for a long time. All right, be careful on the way, and you must come to see Annie often. Okay, Annie. They watched the two leave. Longley could no longer contain herself. She hugged Lin Dad tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Honey, our family is going to have a daughter-in-law as beautiful as a fairy. Lin Dad was confused, but nodded in agreement. At 3:50, Lin Yun got off Shang Wanqian's car. With his hands in his pockets, he hummed a little tune as he entered the classroom. Most students like to arrive just in time, leaving many empty seats in the classroom. Boss, over here. Wu Tao waved from the back seat, patting the empty spot beside him. Lin Yun walked over and sat down, only to find Lao Sin Su Wenkai asleep on the desk. Lao Sin Su Wenkai was known as the hardest working one in the dorm. He would always review the material before class. It was the first time he was sleeping just before class. What's up with Lao San? Lin Yun looked suspiciously at Wu Yao and Li Yan. Wu Tao sighed helplessly. I don't know, but Lao San went to work part-time this morning and only came back just before class. Then he collapsed on the desk and fell asleep. Is it mandatory from the company? I asked, and Lao San said he volunteered. All right then. Since it was his choice, Lin Yun didn't pry further. 2 minutes later, the class bell rang, accompanied by the sound of shoes clicking. Wu Tao looked at the teacher by Ian at the lectern, grinning like a fool. TSK, TSK. The beautiful teacher is my perfect motivation to study English. Boss, honestly, was your English so good in high school? Because your high school English teacher was also very beautiful. Lin Yun did not respond. He silently opened the graduation photo in his phone's album. Every person has a name, and sitting on the far left is the English teacher. Wu Tao was surprised to see that the middle-aged man with a weasel-like appearance was actually the English teacher. He immediately showed admiration. Boss, I really believe you are passionate about English now. Sigh, talking too much brings tears. Lin Yun put away his phone, reminiscing about high school. The English teacher from the neighboring class was as beautiful as a flower, while their class teacher was slovenly, and one could even smell a strong body odor from nearby, making him cry inwardly. If it weren't for that in-turn foreign teacher, his English might not even pass. A few minutes later, class began waking up the drowsy Su Wenkai to start listening. All right, students, let's look at this section L. Lin Yun stared at Bai Yin. A few minutes later, he sensed something was off. In such a short time, Bai Yin had made at least 3 mistakes. This was almost impossible based on past experiences. Teacher, you mispronounced the word heat. A girl couldn't help but raise her hand. Bai Yin was taken aback. She quickly apologized to the students, saying, sorry, everyone, the teacher might not have rested well and is not in great shape. After apologizing, she took a few sips of water and continued the lesson. 2 short classes soon ended. Lin Yun couldn't help but send a message. Teacher, Bai, is something wrong with the child? Bai Yin, no, the child's surgery was very successful, thank you. Lin Yun, then why do you seem a bit absent-minded today? Bai Yin, maybe I didn't rest well. Lin Yun, all right. He still felt strange, but since she didn't elaborate, he didn't ask further. Boss, are you going? Wu Tao smiled as he leaned in. Lin Yun initially planned to go straight to the company after class. But seeing it was still early, he shook his head, saying, they'll head back to the dorm to rest for a while and go out later. Great, just in time. I found a fun game with Lao Si, let's team up. I don't have a computer. No problem, you can play on your phone too. Wu Tao and Li Yin cheerfully took Lin Yun back to the dorm. Back in the dorm, Lin Yun thought it would be a battle, but when he saw the cute graphics and the theme of changing outfits, he was dumbfounded. You two big guys are playing this. It's really fun, boss. This game is super popular now. All right. Lin Yun helplessly tried it out, starting to change the character's outfit out of boredom. Half an hour later. What the heck, boss, how did you become the #1 in the entire region? I just charged a little bit. That's a lot, right? Wu Tao and Li Yin looked on with awe. They had pulled all-nighters just to reach the top 10,000. Yet the boss became #1 in just half an hour. Is there any justice left? Is there any law left? Just as the three were immersed in the game, a series of exclamations came from downstairs. Among them there seemed to be mentions of a school beauty. Li Yin couldn't hold back and went to the window to look down. When he saw the school beauty Wang Qingxue holding a bouquet of flowers standing downstairs, he exclaimed, what the heck, the school beauty is holding flowers at the boys' dormitory. Boss, could she be looking for you? Definitely not. Lin Yun casually replied while changing the character's outfit. But Li Yin and Wu Tao looked skeptical. After all, during military training, the school beauty had delivered milk, tea, and fruit to him. In less than 2 minutes, a boy drenched in sweat rushed into the dorm. Who called Lin Yun? Lin Yun. Wu Tao and Li Yin turned their gaze to the boss lying on the bed playing on his phone. Noticing Wu Tao and the others' gazes, the boy said anxiously, bro, hurry and come downstairs, someone is looking for you. Oh, no time. Lin Yun replied, casually rolling over to continue playing the game, leaving the boy with a grand silhouette. Wu Tao and Li Yin were dumbfounded. The school beauty came personally to deliver flowers. Is this the attitude of the boss? Amazing, he truly deserves to be the boss, a model for us all. The boy saw that Lin Yun remained unmoved. Helpless, he had to go downstairs to report the situation. Downstairs, Wang Qingxue, surrounded by countless onlookers taking photos, was presently holding a bouquet of fresh flowers, waiting expectantly. Upon hearing the sound of hurried footsteps from the building, her hands holding the bouquet tightened. He's playing a game and doesn't have time. Boom. The boy's words were like a thunderclap, shocking all the boys and girls watching the spectacle below. Playing a game and doesn't have time. Such a simple statement made Wang Qingxue's entire being feel as if she had plunged into an ice cellar. But remembering what her best friend said before leaving, she still prepared to persist. Tell him for me, just say I'm waiting for him downstairs until he finishes playing his game. The boy responsible for delivering the message was dumbfounded. But he still quickly went upstairs to continue delivering the message. Lin Yun was happily changing the character's outfit with the newly bought clothes. Upon hearing the message, he didn't even move, continuing to lie down and play the game. After the boy finished speaking and waited for a long time, he found that the other side didn't want to respond at all, so he smiled helplessly and quickly left. Wu Tao and the others leaned in, a bit curious. Boss, aren't you going down to check it out? Yeah, boss, I remember you received milk tea from her before, right? Upon hearing the questions from the second and fourth brothers, Lin Yun finally stopped the game. In fact, if it weren't for the system task, before he wouldn't even bother to pay attention to her. He looked at the two and asked a non-related question. Do you want the battle pass outfit? What the heck, Dad? Father, I'd bow to you. Lin Yun looked at the two who were acting goofy with amusement. He quickly bought each of them a battle pass card. After playing for about another half hour, and seeing that it was almost time, he got up to prepare to go out. Boss, didn't you say you didn't want to go down? Seeing the boss putting on his jacket and preparing to go out, the two were puzzled. Lin Yun spread his hands helplessly. No choice, I have something to do today, I have to go out for a while. Having said that, he walked downstairs. Just as he reached the first floor and had not yet exited the dorm, he saw Wang Qingxue outside the dorm, holding a bouquet of baby's breath, surrounded by nearly dozens of people taking photos and constantly gasping in awe. He intended to sneak away from the outermost corner while the crowd was large. However, he was still spotted by Wang Qingxue. Lin Yun. A loud call. The air froze instantly. When they saw that the school beauty ranked 7th was looking for someone, everyone was fine. I thought so. It turns out to be that guy driving the Bugatti Veyron, a 30 million car. No wonder the school beauty wants to throw herself at him. If it were me, I'd want to get close too. Not to mention the Bugatti Veyron. Recently there's also that red flag National Day car at school. You know, I heard that one is also his. That's worth 50 million and can only be bought by someone with power and influence. I'm so envious that I could cry the two best sports cars in the whole school, and even that top-spec Kawasaki H2 motorcycle, are all his. My goodness, I can't imagine how rich this guy must be. Lin Yun paused in his steps. He turned around to look at the figure rushing toward him, instinctively taking a half-step back. Just then a phone rang, its sound echoing in the air. Are you serious about taking half a step back? Such a small action can cause such great harm. The owner of the phone hurriedly pressed the reject button. He then picked up his phone and awkwardly left the scene in a hurry. Wang Qingxue glared at the direction where the phone owner had departed before finally raising the bouquet in her hand. Lin Yun, this flower. Our relationship makes it inappropriate to give flowers, doesn't it? Lin Yun glanced at the starry sky and spoke in a tone as calm as still water. Wang Qingxue's hand froze in midair, her voice trembling. Then consider it my continued apology. No need for that. There's no one to blame between us, you don't need to apologize. Lin Yun shook his head, stepping back 2 more paces. Wang Qingxue stared blankly at his eyes, which held. That utterance of no need for that felt like an icy mountain crashing down upon her still beating heart. Her hand slowly fell, eyes glistening. It was a mix of grievance and unwillingness. I just wanted to find a wealthy second generation with proper values. Is that wrong? You're not wrong, but unfortunately I can't meet your expectations. Lin Yun shrugged, stepped forward, and walked toward the parking lot, leaving behind Wang Qingxue, who clutched the flowers and sobbed softly along with a crowd of onlookers taking photos. He drove his car to the company. Upon entering the office, he saw the secretary organizing documents. Director Lin, she exclaimed upon seeing Lin Yun. Xiao Yushi hurriedly stopped her work, bending slightly to greet him. Lin Yun casually acknowledged her with a sound and instructed her to notify the leaders for another meeting. 10 minutes later, all the leaders had arrived. The previously empty seat was now occupied by a middle-aged woman. Director Lin, the general manager approached with a flattering smile. The previous manager of the HR department has left, and now we have a new manager from the deputy manager's position. The newly appointed HR manager quickly stood up. Hello, Director Lin, thank you very much for this opportunity. From now on, I will dedicate myself to the company until my last breath. There's no need to be so serious. All right, sit down. Lin Yun smiled wryly and instructed everyone to return to their seats. The meeting officially began. Marketing department, what's the progress on inviting celebrities for endorsements that was mentioned yesterday? Hearing their names called out at the start, the leaders of the marketing department hurriedly stood up and presented their proposal. Director Lin, we have pre-selected 2 popular stars. These 2 have nearly equal appeal. As they spoke, they opened a PowerPoint presentation. They described the advantages and disadvantages of both stars. Lin Yun gazed at the 2 women, lost in thought. Both stars were emerging actresses, Zhao Kiki and Guan Xian. It was indeed difficult to choose between the 2 of them. After thinking for a long time without a conclusion, he simply pointed at random. Let's go with Guan Xian. I'll find a way to contact her for endorsements. All right, Director Lin. After settling on who would be the spokesperson, Lin Yun looked at everyone and began the most anticipated segment. Next, all departments should bring out the product names that everyone has come up with. Countless leaders stood up. They handed over a stack of papers that had long been prepared. Among them, the most confident were from the marketing department, as their main job revolved around this field. Director Lin, everyone in our department not only thought of product names, but also wrote down the promotional plans, etc. Right behind the names. Please take a look. Upon hearing this, many felt a bit defeated. This reward seemed to have collided right into the marketing department's hands. Lin Yun picked up the stack of papers and began to read through them carefully. I must say the folks in the marketing department truly had their skills. Whether it was the elegance of the names or their meanings, they were far superior to other departments. After a round of selection, he ultimately narrowed it down to 15 sheets of paper. All 15 names were satisfactory, making it hard to choose. Next, I will read the names of the 15 selected. Leaders of each department notify them to come over. Li, Xiaoyushi. The 15 names were quickly read out, and the marketing manager couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, 7 of the names are from our department alone. This reward must surely belong to us. Laughter echoed in the meeting room. Other leaders looked somewhat dejected. Meanwhile, Xiaoyushi, who stood beside Lin Yun, bit her lip in excitement. The name was something she and her roommate had brainstormed for half the night. She initially thought it might not measure up to the marketing department's efforts, yet it surprisingly made it to the selected list. The 15 people quickly gathered. Only 3 were in leadership positions. The other 12 were just ordinary employees of the company. Wow, I thought it was all fake at first, but I submitted it with a try-and-see mentality. I can't believe I actually got selected. If I could win that 3,000 yuan prize, I would wake up smiling in my dreams. Stop dreaming. Didn't you see that even the chairman's secretary is on this list? I can guarantee that we'll have to introduce the characteristics of the product names, and afterward they will directly choose their own secretary. 15 people stood at the back of the meeting room. Though their discussions were quiet, Lin Yun, who bore the title of King of Soldiers, could hear them clearly. Coughing lightly, Lin Yun cleared his throat. The entire meeting room fell silent. He stood up, hands clasped behind his back, his voice booming. All 15 names you've come up with are commendable. However, there can only be one product name. So to ensure fairness, we'll play a little game. The ultimate winner of the game will have their product name adopted by the company and receive a prize of 3,000 yuan. A game. Among the 15, over half of the participants erupted in excitement. Wow, I thought we were going to explain something, but it turns out we're playing a game. This is fantastic. I'm a gaming prodigy, and I feel like that 3,000 yuan is definitely mine. But what if there's insider information? After all, many games can have their answers disclosed in advance. Compared to the majority, a small portion of players who were bad at games felt instantly dejected, including Xiaoyushi, who had already begun to droop her head. Director Lin, what game will it be? Someone raised their hand to ask. Everyone immediately held their breath, looking at the chairman. Lin Yun, however, fell into silent contemplation. He too was pondering what kind of game would be fair. After thinking for a while without a good idea, he simply waved. All right, you 15 will split into 5 groups, then each group will play rock, paper, scissors together. The winners will advance to the next round until the final round determines the ultimate victor. Rock, paper, scissors. The 15 looked at each other in confusion. Soon they excitedly raised their hands in agreement. After all, the outcome of such a game was completely random and could not be manipulated. Initially, upon hearing about the mini-game, they wondered if there would be any insider manipulation like answering poetry questions or similar games where the answers could be disclosed in advance. But now it was a game that couldn't be more fair. Thinking about how he had previously underestimated the chairman, he couldn't help but mentally slap himself. 15 individuals spontaneously divided into 5 groups. The first group quickly determined a winner in just half a minute. The victorious man from the first group shouted excitedly, while others shot him disapproving glances. After all, it was only the first round, and he was acting as if he were the final champion. Soon it was time for the 5th group. Xiaoyushi's palms were sweaty and her heart raced. She had played rock, paper, scissors many times before, but never had she felt so nervous that her legs trembled. Come on, brothers and sisters, get ready. Rock, paper. 5 hands hovered in midair. 4 fists and 1 hand open. Did I win? Xiaoyushi stared blankly at her open hand. The other 4 looked dazed, unable to believe their eyes as they stared at the 4 fists. Wow, what luck! Those who won the game around them were filled with envy. They had all become the winners of their groups after playing 5 or 6 times. Yet the chairman's secretary won against the other 4 in just 1 round. Such luck was simply unbelievable. The other 4 hung their heads in disappointment. But regretting wouldn't change anything. They could only withdraw and stand aside. The head of the marketing department saw the 5 who entered the next round and lamented, "Damn, our department had 7 people chosen, yet none of them won." Beside him, the sales department leader stifled a laugh, saying, "So don't celebrate too early. Look, our sales department only had 1 person advance, yet that person managed to reach the second round. If he wins in the end, I'll make sure to invite you to dinner." The marketing head lowered his head in frustration. Looking at his friend's insufferable face, he felt like punching him. The competition continued. Since there were 5 winners in the second round, 1 person could directly skip to the next round. To ensure fairness, the 5 decided to play rock, paper, scissors together. The winner could advance automatically. Rock. Oh yeah, I get to skip. One of the young men grinned as the other 4 began their unknown duels. Did I win again? Xiao Yushi's breathing became rapid and uncontrolled. Now 300,000 was just 2 steps away. It was another chance to skip ahead. This time it was still that young man who got to skip. Those who had already lost the game couldn't help but feel envious. While this young man who just joined the company skipped 2 rounds in a row. His luck is incredible. Ooh, I bet he'll win the whole competition. Amidst the whispers, Xiao Yushi and another middle-aged man simultaneously threw down their hands. Scissors, paper. Ouch, my 300,000. I was going to throw rock. The middle-aged man's features contorted in pain, wishing for time to rewind so he could try again. And now, the final round. Xiao Yushi against another contestant who had skipped. Sister, if you lose, don't blame me. I can only say my luck is too good today. The young man walked confidently to the center, seemingly unbothered. Xiao Yushi felt even more pressure, especially since this person had such good fortune to skip twice. Rock, paper, scissors. With her hand flying down, Xiao Yushi didn't even dare to look at the result. The moment her hand came down, she closed her eyes. Damn, it really was the chairman's secretary who won. If it weren't for the fact that this game is completely random rock, paper, scissors, I would seriously suspect there's something else going on. Hearing the voices around her, Xiao Yushi's brows trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. Paper, scissors. She really won. The young man was completely stunned at that moment. Having skipped 2 rounds, he thought he was the luckiest person today. In reality, he was merely a foil for the beauty. All right, let us congratulate this employee. Lin Yun put down his phone that had been recording the entire time. In front of everyone, without any hesitation, he directly transferred 300,000. Seeing Lin Dong's straightforward transfer, each of the 14 others could hear the sound of their hearts breaking. That's it for today. The product name has been finalized as Supreme Star Dew. Now everyone can return to their workstations. After everyone left, Xiao Yushi followed behind Lin Yun, still immersed in disbelief and joy. Usually she could lose 5 or 6 times in a row playing rock, paper, scissors. In the most important game of rock, paper, scissors in her life, she defeated more than 10 people to win the competition. This was something she had never dared to dream of before. While walking, she didn't notice that the chairman ahead had already stopped. She bumped straight into him. Lin Dong, I'm sorry. Xiao Yushi panically took a step back and bowed to apologize. Lin Yun's lips twitched. His back still felt the lingering warmth. He truly hadn't expected that this senior would be so impressive. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover nor underestimate its power. He opened the office door and sat in his chair. He uploaded the video he had just recorded to the company's group chat. In less than 2 minutes, the group chat exploded. Oh, it's real. I thought this kind of thing was usually predetermined, so I just randomly submitted a name, but God give me back my 300,000. Well, you're not alone, my sister's upstairs. I'm different from you guys. I thought even if I won, the money would be embezzled by the leaders. I never expected it would be directly transferred by Chairman Lin. I'm crying, you're wrong. As the large group of hundreds of people was in a frenzy due to this video, Lin Yun released another major announcement. In the future, there will be more mini-games like this with cash prizes, and everyone is welcome to participate. As soon as the message was sent out, everyone in the group became even more excited. Chairman, are there really such activities? Chairman, please hold another one. Oh, I'm actually better than that bunch from the marketing department. The name I submitted before was just a random pick. Seeing the numerous voices from colleagues in the group, Lin Yun pondered for a moment and decided to host another round. Thus, this time the product still needs a crucial logo. Next Monday, which is 4 days from now, we will continue the collection with a prize of 500,000. 2 announcements making the group chat explode completely. The young people were swearing their loyalty to Chairman Lin with all sorts of cheesy phrases. Even the middle-aged folks were praising him endlessly. At that moment, a leader weakly spoke up. Chairman, isn't this something our design department should handle? This task can be left to our design department. No need to trouble other colleagues in the company. As soon as this was said, he was met with an onslaught from hundreds of people in the company. Lin Yun found this scene amusing and turned off his phone. In his view, the atmosphere of a company is extremely important. If a company is always dreary, it won't be long before it declines. That's why he specifically organized this event to uplift the company's morale. After finishing work accompanied by Xiao Yushi, they returned to school. Along the way, Xiao Yushi gazed out of the window as her initial excitement over receiving 300 gradually subsided. In its place was a faint sense of apprehension. How could she feel that obtaining 300 was so simple, as if it were all just a dream? As they approached the school, she couldn't help but speak up. Director Lin, thank you. But I feel unworthy of such a sum for a name I just thought of randomly. I checked online, and the market price for naming a product like this is only a few thousand. How about I return 29500 of it to you, and keep just 500? Upon hearing this, Lin Yun was both amused and exasperated. Are you trying to make me lose credibility? No. Xiao Yushi panicked at once. She quickly put down her phone and waved her little hands frantically. If others find out I returned the bonus you gave me, what do you think they would think? I promise I won't let anyone know. Xiao Yushi raised 4 fingers and vowed. Lin Yun rolled his eyes, feeling speechless. Was that really what she meant? Just then the car pulled into the school. After parking, he impatiently looked at his secretary. Alright, so you don't want the bonus, huh? Then you can return both yourself and the bonus. Huh? Xiao Yushi looked up in confusion. Director Lin, what do you mean? It means if you're returning the bonus, then conveniently you can also handle your resignation procedures tomorrow. I won't return it. Xiao Yushi's expression tightened. She quickly grabbed her phone and got out of the car without looking back, fearing that if she was even a second late, she would be fired. She hurried back to her dormitory. Pushing the door open, she found her 3 roommates sitting in front of their computers submitting resumes. Due to the increasingly tense job market, many big companies were raising their requirements for interns, which resulted in the 3 having submitted numerous resumes without any response thus far. Seeing the only roommate who had secured an internship return, the 3 paused their actions and looked at her with envy. Yushi, tell us how work went today. Yeah, let us have a mental preparation so we won't be so passive when we start working. Xiao Yushi entered the dorm. Ignoring the questions from her 3 roommates, she nervously swallowed. We came up with the name, and we won. Won? What do you mean won? The 3 roommates were momentarily confused. Xiao Yushi took a deep breath, pulled out her phone, and opened the notification about receiving 300. It's the new product name we thought of for half the night yesterday, and today the boss liked it, and then she recounted the entire event in detail, including how she won first place in the Rock Paper Scissors game. The 3 listened in astonishment, and in the end, each rushed to view the video in the group. Wow, Yushi, your company is simply unbeatable. What kind of dream company is this? I must submit my resume again. If I don't get into this company in my lifetime, I will definitely regret it. Seeing the 3 filled with ambition, Xiao Yushi dropped another bombshell. Oh, and one more thing I haven't told you, the boss of this company is Lin Yun from our school. Lin Yun. That name sounds familiar. One roommate was the first to recall something, quickly opening the forum to find several popular posts. The top rich second-generation freshman, the most extravagant in the school, no exceptions. Shocking, besides the Bugatti Veyron, the mysterious red flag car owner is actually freshman Lin Yun. Your boss is actually our junior. The 3 roommates gradually became excited, quickly grabbing Xiao Yushi's. Yushi, you must introduce us. I want to get into this company so badly. Even if it's just to be a janitor, it's fine. Me too, I can't wait. I'm going to submit my resume right now. Saying it, the 3 quickly submitted their resumes again. Xiao Yushi felt both amused and helpless. Speaking of business, this 300, everyone should have a share since we all came up with the name together. How about we split it into 4 parts, 1 for each of us? What? The 3 were astonished. Although they knew their campus flower roommate was kind and innocent from long-term interactions, they didn't expect that with such a large bonus, her first thought was to share it equally with them. Woo, Yushi. One of the roommates pouted as she stepped forward, giving Xiao Yushi a big hug before slowly shaking her head. No need, we just helped you come up with a name. If it weren't for you winning against those selected in the company, we wouldn't have received this bonus. Yeah, Yushi, just keep the money for yourself, you need it urgently. In the end, under Xiao Yushi's strong insistence, she kept 1700 of the 300 bonus for herself, while her 3 roommates each took 1000. On the other side, in the boys' dormitory, Lin Yun had just returned to the dormitory when he saw his roommates frantically clicking on their phones. What are you guys doing? Boss, you came just in time. Hurry, open the second classroom and get ready to grab the activity. What activity? It's an activity that can increase credits. Hurry and grab it. Lin Yun opened the second classroom and began clicking furiously. 3, 1. Oh, I got it. Me too. Boss, did you get it? I got it. Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. This activity could add 3 credits in the section of ideological growth. No wonder his 2 roommates were clicking like crazy. Great. We can attend the activity together this Saturday. Saturday. Lin Yun quickly checked. The time for this activity was exactly at 2 p.m. on Saturday. Seeing the time, he finally relaxed. Fortunately, it did not conflict with the competition against senior sister Shang Wanqian. After watching the competition, he could just return to participate in this activity. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, it was Saturday. Lin Yun changed his clothes and arrived at the venue for the senior sister competition. Since he had arrived quite early, senior sister Shang Wanqian had not yet changed into her night costume. Upon seeing Lin Yun, she waved her small hand and greeted him. Junior, over here. Along with her waving was the extremely eye-catching black and white Shafana and black sister. They quickly walked over to help put on Shang Wanqian's equipment. They raised their fists to cheer for her. Sister, go for it. You will definitely break through your limits this time. MHM. Shang Wanqian nodded firmly. As she mounted her bike preparing to ride to the starting point, she suddenly took off her helmet, leaned over, and gently kissed Lin Yun on the left cheek. Then she quickly put her helmet back on and rode to the starting point. Oh my gosh. My little handsome guy just got kissed. Black sister pretended to be heartbroken, but her mouth was actually smiling widely.